Chapter 1. Good heavens! Good heavens! Good heavens! Oh, merciful sky! Must you play such tricks on me? Alright, I admit I enjoy One Piece, but there was truly no need to toss me right into it. Raifa lamented, gazing up at the heavens, on the verge of tears. It was the weekend, and he was leisurely resting at home, with the gentle breeze of the air conditioner blowing, legs crossed, listening to music, sipping on milk tea, and indulging in the latest updates of the One Piece manga's life was nothing short of blissful. However, he never anticipated that the computer chair he had purchased for over 1,000 soft currencies would betray him so harshly. Merely shifting his sitting position caused the chair to collapse entirely, leading to the back of his head striking the ground, and he promptly lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a different world, inhabiting the body of a 7-year-old boy who shared his name. Lei Fa. This young lad had a foster father known as Sengoku. The name Sengoku was not unfamiliar to Raifa. Titles such as Wise General, Great Buddha, and Admiral of the Navy were all used to embellish this name. Nevertheless, Raifa felt compelled to express a counterpoint. But this is clearly a character from a manga, for heaven's sake. Why is he in my vicinity, let alone being my foster father? After several days of grappling with this bewildering reality, Raifa reluctantly acknowledged that this was not merely a dream. He had indeed entered the world of One Piece, and his foster father, Sengoku, was none other than the illustrious Admiral Buddha Sengoku from the series. However, at this moment, Sengoku had not yet ascended to the rank of admiral. He was merely one of the two existing Marine Admirals, renowned as the Wise General, alongside Black Arm Zephyr, both of whom represented the pinnacle of marine strength. Of course, there was another, yet that individual had no desire to become an admiral. Chronologically, he realized that there were still over 20 years before the main storyline of One Piece commenced, which revolved around Luffy's departure. Reflecting on his bizarre circumstances, Raifa couldn't help but think of the phrase, "Ye gong how long a man who professes to love dragons, but is terrified when he encounters one." Indeed, he had a fondness for One Piece, but that did not imply he wished to be unceremoniously thrust into this world. The world of One Piece was undeniably exhilarating. It was also rife with endless dangers and uncertainties. In stark contrast to the lawful society of his previous life, this world posed significant threats for those powerful enough to obliterate cities with a mere flick of their wrist. Ordinary people were akin to ants easily extinguished. Even the aftershocks of a casual battle could herald doom for the unassuming populace. It was as if someone walking carelessly might unknowingly crush an insect beneath their foot. This was no longer a matter of simple morality. Ordinary people in this world were, indeed, akin to those insects. At merely 7 years of age, Raifa was indisputably just an ordinary child, and despite having an esteemed Marine Admiral as a foster father, it did not change the fact that he was utterly powerless. Thus, deep down, Raifa harbored concerns about his unexpected arrival. One must remember that the family of the other Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, had perished entirely due to the vengeance of pirates. Should he find himself in a similar predicament, Raifa doubted he would be spared from harm. Heaven knows if someone might seek retribution against Sengoku and, in turn, target him should that occur, he would have no time to even weep. Damn it, I must devise a plan to begin training post-haste. Given my cheap old man's position in the Navy, I should be able to pursue training without much issue. However, if I merely follow the conventional path, achieving self-defense capabilities is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Is there truly no shortcut? Raifa mused, furrowing his brow in frustration. As he pondered, he picked up a sizzling piece of golden grilled meat from the barbecue rack before him, placing it onto his plate, and lifted a morsel to his mouth. I suppose I should eat first. This was specially brought back by my cheap old man from the sea, and it should taste delightful. As Sengoku's foster son, Raifa faced certain risks, yet the benefits were undeniably plentiful. At the very least, he need not worry about food and shelter, enjoying a much better existence than the vast majority of people in this world. As it happened, Sengoku had just returned from a voyage and brought Raifa several small gifts. The delectable meat he was currently grilling was one of those treasures. Wow, amazing! As he savored the succulent meat, it melted in his mouth, instantly dazzling Raifa. The exquisite flavor surpassed even the most tender lamb. No, it was at least several times more delicious. Just as Raifa reveled in the delightful taste of the grilled meat, a series of golden characters suddenly materialized in his mind. Ding dong. Host detected enjoying delicacies, initializing the culinary system, identifying the types of culinary cells within the host body. Recognition successful. The host culinary cells originate from the ancient food demon Tao Tai, capable of devouring the heavens and earth, dissolving all things. Current awakening level 0.01. Initial task activated. Enjoy 3 types of delicacies. Task reward: 1 random low-tier cooking technique. Win the world. Startled, Raifa abruptly stood from his stone seat, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation in his mind. A culinary system? Culinary cells? Cooking techniques? Why did these terms seem so familiar? Damn it, isn't this from Toriko? How could it suddenly appear? Raifa was utterly flabbergasted. Toriko was his second favorite manga after One Piece, and he was intimately familiar with its plot, yet he never expected it to manifest in such a manner. Just like the 2 primary power systems in the One Piece world, Haki and Devil Fruit abilities, the main power systems in Toriko were also twofold: cooking techniques and dark techniques. Being inexplicably transported to the One Piece world was already unfathomable now. A system akin to an upgrade mechanism had emerged, complete with skills from Toriko. This was utterly chaotic. Could it be that some bored deity is having fun at my expense? Raifa mused in exasperation, chin resting on his hand. Raifa feigned deep contemplation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Screw it. I'm done thinking about it. Let whoever see me see. I'm not afraid of anyone. Raifa's moment of contemplation lasted merely 3 seconds before he lost patience. This was an old habit of his. Whenever he encountered something he couldn't understand, he simply chose to disregard it. Of course, this habit had also brought him considerable benefits. At the very least, he led a pleasantly indulgent life. However, given the current situation, the sudden emergence of this culinary system seemed to bear no negative consequences for him. Rather, it could potentially address his urgent predicament. He needed to grow stronger swiftly. At the very least, he required the ability to protect himself, so he wouldn't be easily dispatched by some nameless underling. Completing tasks can yield cooking techniques. This is quite serendipitous. Many cooking techniques in Toriko are incredibly formidable, such as Gourmet National Treasure that creates an invincible pressure, Beast Jiro's ability to temporarily halt an entire planet with his anesthetic acupuncture, and the strongest man in the world, Ikkikus Universal Gravitational Pull. Raifa's excitement grew, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Should I manage to reach such a level, even Marine Admirals would be left at my mercy, though it likely won't be that easy. The initial task merely rewards a low-tier cooking technique. I wonder what it will specifically entail. Raifa pondered deeply. In comparison to the One Piece world, the realm of Toriko was undoubtedly more martial in nature. Thus, if Raifa could effectively harness this culinary system, he would certainly possess the strength to carve out a name for himself in the world of One Piece. But that was a matter for the future for now. The most pressing task was to swiftly complete the initial task set forth by the culinary system and ascertain the approximate level of the low-tier cooking techniques. Raifa had been struggling to find a rapid means to enhance his strength, and this enigmatic culinary system seemed to present an excellent shortcut. As for the origins of this system, was it truly important? Just as he could not comprehend why he had suddenly crossed into the world of One Piece, he could only strive to adapt. What mattered most was to grow stronger. 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 However, the delicacies mentioned in this task clearly cannot be mere ordinary food. I have been in this world for some time, yet only when I consumed this piece of grilled meat was I detected enjoying delicacies, leading to the successful activation of the culinary system. Prior to this, the other foods I ingested were evidently not classified as delicacies. What sort of food must one consume to be deemed a delicacy? Raifa pondered, slightly perplexed. Just as Raifa was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted his musings that, I've caught you. A small girl with long pink hair suddenly jumped out from nowhere, puffing up her cheeks as she glared at Raifa. Raifa brother, How could you secretly indulge in delicious food all by yourself without inviting Tina? Tina is very angry, and the consequences will be severe. Raifa, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the little girl, felt a headache coming on. Unlike the originally unremarkable Raifa, the little girl Tina before him is destined to become one of the backbone forces of the Navy in the future. If all goes as expected, she will likely rise to the rank of Rear Admiral someday, brimming with untapped potential. But for now, she is merely a small girl who enjoys clinging to Raifa. Tina's father is a Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, so like Raifa, she is considered a child of the Navy, having grown up in Marineford. Due to possessing the soul of an adult, Raifa generally finds it hard to connect with the younger children. Yet, for some unknown reason, Tina is quite fascinated by his somewhat reclusive personality. To her, Raifa embodies the cool older brother archetype, which makes her eager to cling to him. This predicament leaves Raifa feeling helpless. If he were to be pursued by the future version of Tina, he might take some solace in it, for according to the manga, this little Tina will grow into a beautiful woman. But the current Tina is merely 5 or 6 years old, so he finds it impossible to entertain such thoughts. Come here and eat with me, kiddo. Despite his helplessness, Raifa is quite indulgent towards the clingy little girl, waving at her with a smile. And finally, although the little girl initially intended to sulk, the sight of the golden brown roasted meat sizzling with juice proved too tempting to resist, and she eventually settled down beside Raifa. Raifa promptly sliced a few pieces for her, placing them on an extra plate and handing it over. After receiving the plate, the little girl immediately speared a piece and brought it to her mouth, her eyes lighting up. Wow, Raifa brother, your roasting skills have improved again. The delicious food made the little girl forget her previous displeasure. It's not my skills that have improved, it's the quality of the meat, Raifa chuckled. This is a little gift brought back by Sengoku from the sea. Quite nice, isn't it? Sengoku, uncle went out to sea again? Has Whitebeard resurfaced? Tina asked between bites, her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little goldfish. Take your time eating, there's plenty more, Raifa said, shaking his head with a smile at her enthusiasm. This time it's not the case. It seems a country has been in turmoil, and Sengoku uncle went to help restore order. Oh, the little girl nodded vigorously. By the way, Raifa brother, have you heard? The new session of the training camp is recruiting again. Are you going to join, Raifa brother? Training camp? Raifa stroked his chin, recalling the name in his mind. If memory serves correctly, this training camp is designed to cultivate young naval children, akin to the concept of primary and secondary education in his previous life. Except the curriculum focuses on preliminary training for future naval careers rather than traditional subjects like math and science. Since the parents of these naval children are often absent due to their duties, they naturally lack the time to educate their offspring. To bridge this gap, the training camp was established. Naval officers stationed in Marineford take turns training and teaching these children, covering basic knowledge, common sense, and introductory physical training, all directed towards preparing them for a future in Navy. Participating in this camp would indeed be a valuable opportunity. Not only would it provide a chance for personal development, but it would also deepen his understanding of this world. After all, the world he learned about through the manga is rather one-dimensional, a realization Raifa came to shortly after arriving in this realm. Come join, please. It'll be so lonely for Tina to go alone, the little girl said, setting down her plate and gazing at Raifa with starry eyes, brimming with anticipation. All right, you can sign me up too. We'll attend together, Raifa replied, having made up his mind. Hooray! Tina exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Then this matter is in Tina's hands. You mustn't go back on your word, Raifa brother. P.S. During the initial period of the new book, barring any unforeseen circumstances, there will be a guaranteed 2 updates daily. Please vote and support Tingtao as the performance improves. Updates will come even faster. Mwah! Having agreed to Tina's proposal to join the training camp, Raifa, however, does not intend to simply wait around. From Tina's description, it seems there is still some time before the training camp commences. He plans to use this interval to complete the initial tasks of the culinary system. Without a skill to fall back on, I truly wouldn't be able to hold my own against those little brats. It would be utterly embarrassing to suffer a loss in the training camp, Raifa muttered to himself, shaking his head. The original owner of this body was an individual devoid of any foresight, utterly unaware of the astonishing transformations that would transpire in the world over the next 2 or 3 decades. Even the Marine headquarters at Marineford is no longer an unequivocally secure haven. However, the current Lei Fa possesses a clear understanding of these realities and is acutely aware that among his contemporaries, there are several formidable young individuals who should not be underestimated. At present, he neither wields the powers of a devil fruit nor has any foundational training. Merely relying on his mental maturity to gain respect from others would likely prove insufficient. He certainly does not wish to find himself in a training camp, subjected to ridicule by younger peers, as that would be profoundly humiliating. 10 days later, Lei Fa traversed the myriad restaurants of Marineford, sampling the signature dishes of each establishment. Yet, to his dismay, despite indulging in numerous renowned culinary creations, none met the gastronomic system's criteria for delicacy. With a resounding thud, Lei Fa slammed his fist onto the table before him, frustration boiling over. After visiting 34 restaurants and sampling nearly 200 dishes, not a single one met the standards. What a farce. Over the course of these 10 days, he has tirelessly exerted himself only to find that his efforts have been in vain. A situation that would frustrate anyone. He had believed that even a hastily grilled skewer could be deemed a culinary delight. So he thought it would be a simple task to seek out 2 genuine gourmet dishes. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Why are you so upset, little Lele? Who has wronged you? Tell your big brother. He'll help you take care of it. A cheerful voice suddenly emerged from behind Lei Fa. Until that moment, Lei Fa had not heard any footsteps nor sensed anyone approaching, until this jovial voice broke the silence. Curse you, Corazon. How many times must I say it? Do not call me little Lele. My name is Lei Fa. Lei Fa exclaimed, grumbling in response to the cheerful voice. The cheerful voice belonged to the master of this body, who was, aside from Sengoku, the closest person to its original owner. In terms of status, he was indeed the elder brother of Lei Fa, as he and Lei Fa were both adopted by Sengoku, and he was a few years older than Lei Fa. Even the current Lei Fa was not unfamiliar with this brother, as he had been mentioned multiple times in the manga storyline. His name was Corazon, originally known as Don Quixote Rocinante, a user of the silence fruit ability. His biological brother, Don Quixote da Flamingo, would later become one of the infamous warlords of the sea, known as Tenyasha, and was also a pivotal figure in the underworld, bearing the alias Joker, making him one of the most notorious pirates. Moreover, Corazon and his biological brother shared another lesser-known identity. They were celestial dragons, esteemed members of the world aristocracy, the Don Quixote family. One of the 20 royal families that founded the world government 8 centuries ago, had long been recognized as celestial dragons. However, a few years prior, Corazon's father, Don Quixote Homing, suddenly proposed that celestial dragons should live like ordinary people, leading by example as he left the Holy Land Mariawa with his wife and 2 young sons, aiming to integrate into the lives of common folk. Tragically, he underestimated the deep-seated resentment that ordinary people harbored against the lofty celestial dragons. The accumulated grievances of generations could not be easily quelled by his unrealistic ideals. The Don Quixote family, stripped of their celestial dragon status, faced harassment and hatred, becoming the target for the frustrations of the populace. Before relinquishing their celestial dragon identity, they enjoyed protection from the world government. Anyone who dared to harm them would face the wrath of the strongest admirals. However, once they lost that illustrious status, and ordinary people realized that harming them would incur no consequences, tragedy ensued. Following the death of their mother, Doflamingo, long oppressed by anger, finally erupted, blaming his father for the family's suffering due to his thoughtless decision to abandon their celestial dragon identity. In a fit of rage, Doflamingo killed his father, attempting to exchange his head for forgiveness from other celestial dragons to reclaim their status. However, this endeavor failed, and he was cast out. From that moment on, Doflamingo embarked on a path of malevolence. Witnessing his father's murder by his brother, Corazon fled from Doflamingo and fortuitously became an adopted son of Sengoku. Compared to Lei Fa, Corazon was older and had become a genuine Navy officer, holding the rank of lieutenant. Nevertheless, regardless of Corazon's strength or rank to Lei Fa, he remained merely an elder brother with a penchant for mischief and pranks. Beyond the knowledge acquired from the manga, Lei Fa could sense Corazon's inherent kindness, as he had always been unwaveringly supportive of him. In the memories of this body, Lei Fa could see that its original owner had been bullied multiple times due to his reclusive nature, often by Navy offspring. Even Sengoku, as an admiral, could not afford to take such childish disputes seriously. Yet, Corazon was different. Whenever he discovered Lei Fa was being bullied, he would recklessly seek justice for his younger brother, regardless of the likelihood of defeat, refusing to stand idly by as Lei Fa suffered. With such a seemingly harsh yet profoundly caring elder brother, Lei Fa experienced significantly fewer troubles, and fewer dared to bully him. It is essential to note that Corazone's assistance was directed toward the original Lei Fa, not the current one. However, having fully accepted the memories of the original owner, he could still feel the bond of kinship. Thus, despite his verbal jabs, he did not genuinely harbor anger towards Corazon for such trivial matters. Hearing Lei Fa's vexed response, Corazon contentedly sat across from him, grinning, and said, "I understand, little Lei Fa. Don't be upset. Is the Navy so idle that they have time to disturb me?" Lei Fa chose to overlook Corazon's playful nickname, knowing that engaging with Corazon's mischievous nature would only encourage him further. "I just returned from a mission and heard that little Lei Fa has been indulging in feasting and drinking. I was worried that you might have faced some bullying or experienced something distressing," Corazon remarked earnestly. Lei Fa recognized the sincerity in Corazon's words. Indeed, his behavior over the past 10 days had been somewhat irregular, which explained Corazon's concern. "I'm fine. No one has bullied me." Lei Fa shook his head. "Really?" Corazon asked, half skeptical. "Absolutely," Lei Fa affirmed. "A few days ago, Sengoku brought me some small gifts from the sea, and one type of meat he brought was incredibly delicious when grilled. However, the portion was enough to last me several days, and after finishing it, I craved more. I searched numerous restaurants, sampled many signature dishes, but still felt something was lacking." Lei Fa omitted mentioning the culinary system, explaining to Corazon in a mix of truth and half-truths to alleviate his worries. "I see. You've made me worry for nothing, honestly." Corazon waved his hand, reclining against the backrest, chuckling. "This is entirely normal. You should have asked me sooner. Had you done so, you wouldn't have needed to run around aimlessly." Lei Fa detected an unusual undertone in Corazon's words and promptly inquired, "Are you implying that you know what's going on?" "Of course. I am your all-powerful elder brother," Corazon proclaimed smugly. Lei Fa struggled to suppress the urge to punch Corazon in the face and gritted his teeth, asking, "So what is the reason behind it?" Perhaps sensing Lei Fa's rising frustration, Corazon ceased his teasing and cheerfully explained, "The gifts that Sengoku brought back were likely meat from Sea Kings. The so-called signature dishes in these ordinary restaurants use mundane ingredients. You should understand that the quality of ingredients significantly impacts the final flavor and texture in cooking. The meat from Sea Kings is unparalleled compared to ordinary ingredients. Although your grilled meat is simple, the quality of the ingredients far surpasses these so-called signature dishes, hence the distinct flavor." "Ingredients?" Lei Fa's eyes lit up. "Exactly. If that's the case, it's understandable why I've eaten plenty before but never activated the culinary system," he mused. "Sea Kings?" The more Lei Fa pondered, the more he agreed with Corazon's assessment, as it seemed the most rational explanation. It appeared that the culinary system's criteria for delicacies were more intricate than he had anticipated. Yet at least he now had some clarity. "Thank you for the reminder. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Lei Fa expressed his gratitude to Corazon and hurriedly departed. Hey, you're just going to leave me here?" Corazon, dissatisfied with Lei Fa's retreating figure, called out until Lei Fa vanished from sight. He shook his head and chuckled, pondering how this young man had recently become so fiery and spirited. Had he undergone a transformation? "Never mind. If you wouldn't eat, then I shall partake instead." Gazing at the nearly untouched spread before him, Corazon rubbed his hands together and licked his lips. It was time to dig in. After Corazon's reminder, Lei Fa, realizing the issue might lie with the ingredients, promptly altered his strategy. No longer would he frivolously flit between various eateries. Instead, he set his sights directly on the Sea King category. His current understanding of the culinary system was still quite superficial, leaving him unable to discern what type of food would satisfy the system's criteria for delicacies. Furthermore, he could not identify which factors influenced the system's judgments. Thus, the simplest course of action was to replicate the very first dish deemed a delicacy by the system, his homemade barbecue. In this regard, Lei Fa exhibits a commendable self-awareness, not deluding himself into believing that his barbecuing skills could surpass those of various restaurants or meet the culinary standards set by the gastronomic system. Given that the issue does not lie within the realm of cooking techniques, it is evident that the root cause predominantly resides in the quality of the ingredients. This explains why, upon Kalasong's reminder, Lei Fa immediately reacted. He had not grasped this point earlier, merely lost in confusion. Upon being enlightened, he promptly abandoned his futile efforts and redirected his focus toward the Sea Kings. The sea kings are colossal marine creatures prevalent in this world, exhibiting a vast array of species and appearances, most of which are exceedingly fierce, instilling fear in ordinary sailors due to the immense dangers they pose. Fortunately, these creatures predominantly congregate in the calm belts flanking the Grand Line. While they are scattered throughout the ocean, their distribution outside the calm belts is relatively sparse. Were it not for this, the sea would likely become a forbidden zone for the majority. When Lei Fa resolved to target the Sea Kings, he certainly did not intend to personally hunt them down. He was not so naive. Indeed, in the face of the world's top-tier powerhouses, the Sea Kings appear somewhat feeble. Even the rarer giant Sea Kings are insufficiently formidable for those of admiral caliber. However, this is only true for the strong. What if the adversary were an ordinary person? Even the smaller ones measure dozens of meters in length, while the larger can reach hundreds, each one comparable to a colossal monster like Godzilla if cast upon the earth of his previous life. It is already commendable if an ordinary person does not succumb to terror in the presence of such titanic beasts, let alone resist them. Therefore, Lei Fa never contemplated procuring Sea King's meat by his own means. However, his limitations do not extend to those he knows. After all, he is the son of an admiral. And among his acquaintances are several who could easily overpower the Sea Kings. The only question was, who should he approach for assistance? Certainly, his adoptive father, Sengoku, would be the closest ally, but Sengoku's somewhat rigid character posed an obstacle. If Lei Fa were to demand Sea Kings on a whim, he would likely face a reprimand instead of support. Given his understanding of Sengoku, this possibility was quite high. Thus, Sengoku could be dismissed from consideration. Who else then? The next closest individual to Lei Fa is undoubtedly his mischievous older brother, Kolasong. However, Kolasong is merely a teenager now. Far from the strength he would possess years later while undercover in Dressrosa within the Don Quixote family, although he held the rank of Navy Colonel at that time. His abilities allowed him to easily defeat those of the captain rank. Thus his prowess could be considered at least at the level of a general. If it were that version of him, aiding Lei Fa in hunting a few Sea Kings would be a simple task. However, even if Lei Fa were to make such a request now, Kolasong might actually attempt it, but Lei Fa was not foolish enough to risk that. Therefore, Kolasong could also be excluded from his list. After eliminating both Sengoku and Kolasong, the first figure to emerge in Lei Fa's mind was a sweetly smiling visage. Ah, little Lei Fa, what brings you here? Come here and let your sister pinch your cheeks. A girl with thick black hair and exceptionally long legs gazed at Lei Fa with delight. Hello, Sister Guion, Lei Fa greeted with a grimace. The long-legged girl, seemingly oblivious to Lei Fa's expression, approached him, bent down, and began to pinch his cheeks, squeezing with glee as if she were playing with a cherished toy. Yet, Lei Fa found himself unable to escape her clutches. His purpose for visiting was precisely to seek her assistance. And given his limited strength, even attempting to break free from her grasp was futile. This girl possessed a terrifying strength that belied her sweet facade. Tama, Guion, a brigadier general of the Navy, wielding the famed sword Kanbaira, is a top-tier swordsman. Although she currently holds the rank of brigadier general, her capabilities rival those of a rear admiral. The reason she remains a mere brigadier general is primarily due to her youth, which subjects her to scrutiny. Otherwise, at just 19, she would likely be the youngest rear admiral in the Navy. Even the recently ascendant monster, Akiji Kazan, is not her equal in age. Additionally, if Lei Fa recalls correctly, when Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji ascended to admiral status, Tama had already achieved the rank of rear admiral and was listed as a candidate for admiral. Being a candidate for admiral denotes a strength that approaches that of an admiral, far exceeding that of an ordinary rear admiral, highlighting just how formidable Tama truly is. Although the reasons for not attaining the admiral position remain unknown, they are unrelated to her capabilities. However, the young Lei Fa had little understanding of such matters. Having grown up in Marineford, he was oblivious to the outside world and even his father Sengoku's true power, only aware that he was the highest-ranking officer in the Navy aside from the fleet admiral. In Lei Fa's eyes, the formidable girl Tama was merely a quirky older sister who enjoyed pinching his face, much to his dismay. Unlike others who later joined the Navy, Tama Guion, like Lei Fa, was a Navy child, having grown up in Marineford, and thus Lei Fa could be said to have been raised under her watchful eye. Teasing little Lei Fa was one of her greatest daily joys. Little Lei Fa, what brings you here today? Have you missed your sister since we haven't seen each other for a while? Just say it if you want to spend time with me. I'd be happy to join you. After pinching Lei Fa's cheeks, the terrifyingly powerful long-legged girl lifted him and seated him on her lap, continuing to poke at his face. This action left Lei Fa feeling overwhelmed. Had it been the original Lei Fa, he would have merely felt exasperated. But now, possessing the soul of an adult, he found it increasingly difficult to bear the situation, especially given her devilishly attractive physique, particularly those astonishingly long legs that could make anyone swoon. Yet the long-legged girl remained oblivious, perceiving Lei Fa solely as her little brother whom she had watched grow up. As Lei Fa internally chanted, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form," he finally spoke up. "I actually came to ask for your help, Sister Guillaume." "Help? You little rascal have learned to seek assistance. It seems you really have grown up." The long-legged girl chuckled. "Go on, tell me what you need. If I can assist, just say the word." "I would like you to help me hunt a few sea kings," Lei Fa replied earnestly. He then reiterated the same words he had shared with Kolasong. "Is that all? I thought someone was bullying you, and you wanted me to help you seek retribution." The long-legged girl said, her expression one of disappointment. Lei Fa felt a wave of frustration. Was he eternally seen as the victim in others' eyes? It is quite normal, after all. The original me was exceedingly honest, belonging to the type that would not dare to complain even when bullied. It is no wonder that, despite holding the esteemed status of a general's adopted son, I was often subjected to mistreatment. It is rare for someone with such an enviable identity to remain so unassuming. Who else would be bullied if not me? As Lei Fa reminisced about the past, he couldn't help but sigh. "All right, stop frowning. Your sister will help you with this," said the long-legged girl. "Really?" Lei Fa was taken aback by her swift agreement. "Humph. When have you ever seen your sister go back on her word?" The long-legged girl retorted, pouting slightly. "Thank you, Sister Yuan." In his excitement, Lei Fa set aside his dignity and made a cute expression, flashing a delightful smile. Seeing him like this, the long-legged girl could no longer restrain her magical claws and began to pinch his slightly chubby cheeks once more, her face brimming with exhilaration. At that moment, Lei Fa endured the indignity, ignoring the fact that his face was being pinched, and continued, "Sister Yuan, could you please keep this matter from Father Zhangguo?" "Haha, are you afraid that Lord Zhangguo will scold you?" the long-legged girl asked with a laugh. "Yes," Lei Fa admitted. "Don't worry, this will be our little secret. However, I have one condition. Once the task is completed, you must let me pinch your cheeks for another half-hour as payment for my assistance. How does that sound?" With a determined bite of his lip, Lei Fa conceded. Facing the long-legged girl's shameless bargaining, he submitted. "Humph, one day, I shall reclaim that debt with my own hands." Lei Fa vowed silently. Fortunately, his submission was not in vain, as the very next day, the long-legged girl arrived, brandishing a golden sword, and took him to a temporary storage space where the Sea King had already been cut into pieces. "Here it is, the item you requested. Your sister keeps her promises. And remember, the half-hour of cheek pinching is still on the ledger. I have something to attend to, so I'll collect that debt upon my return. Don't even think about evading it," she said before happily departing with her golden sword, leaving Lei Fa with a bitter expression. "Never mind. Completing the task is the priority." Lei Fa gazed at the neatly cut pieces of Sea King, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. By evening, after preparing 2 different dishes from the Sea King meat, he eagerly took several bites of each. Just then, golden text reappeared in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully tasted delicacies. Initial task completion, 23. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully tasted delicacies. Initial task completion, 33. The host has successfully completed the initial task. The culinary system has initialized, and the elementary level detection function has been successfully activated. Now, the extraction of initial task rewards will commence. Extracting. Ding. Reward extraction complete. The reward for this initial task is the low-level culinary technique sound wave manipulation, elementary level. Reminder, cultivation and culinary arts are among the fastest ways to enhance culinary cell awakening. Reminder, system tasks will trigger randomly. The more events you engage with, the more tasks can be activated. Please explore the specifics on your own. I did it. Lei Fa exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. After toiling for so many days and enduring the humiliation of owing cheek pinching, was it not for this very outcome? Finally, his wishes were fulfilled. Simultaneously, a wealth of information suddenly filled his mind. Elementary sound wave manipulation weakness, sound wave punch, sound wave laser. As he savored the newfound knowledge, Lei Fa muttered to himself. "Ha." Suddenly, Lei Fa turned and punched the wall beside him. To his astonishment, a fist imprint appeared on the wooden surface. Though not overly deep, it was unmistakably an imprint that perfectly matched his small fist. Sound wave punch compresses sound waves within the fist, allowing for an instantaneous release of high-frequency vibrations upon impact, thereby increasing the attack's potency. When pushed to the limit, It can even inflict indiscriminate damage on an opponent's body, both inside and out. Lei Fa contemplated the name of this technique. The culinary technique sound wave manipulation is one of the signature techniques of Zebra, one of the 4 kings of cuisine in the world of culinary captives, known for his violent temperament. Zebra's technique mirrors his character, ferocious and devastatingly powerful, possessing the capability to obliterate everything in its path. Lei Fa had long prepared himself for the possibility that his first culinary technique might not be as magnificent as he hoped. Yet, when he discovered that the technique he acquired was Zebra's sound wave manipulation, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. However, this was merely the elementary version of the technique. Far from achieving Zebra's peak effectiveness, and the application remained quite simplistic. Many of Zebra's signature attacks could not be executed with this elementary sound wave manipulation. Moreover, having just executed a simple sound wave punch, which was the most fundamental application of the technique, he felt a hint of fatigue. This must be the energy expenditure of the culinary cells. With such a simple application, he could likely perform only 2 or 3 more punches at this time. Without enhancing the awakening level of his culinary cells, even if he mastered higher-level culinary techniques, he would lack the combat capability to utilize them effectively. Lei Fa silently assessed his current situation in his mind, remaining remarkably clear-headed and not allowing the sudden surprise to cloud his judgment. He understood well that with only this low-level culinary technique and his lamentably low culinary cell awakening level, he was far from being able to establish a foothold in this world. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to strive. Patting his belly, Lei Fa glanced at the remaining Sea King dishes, refusing to waste any, and continued his culinary conquest. He remembered the system's reminder: cultivation and culinary arts are among the fastest paths to enhance culinary cell awakening. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. The Sea Kings that Lei Fa had asked the long-legged girl, Peach Rabbit Yuanwu, to help him hunt down had all been consumed. And his culinary cell awakening level had risen from the initial 0.1 to 0.2. In other words, his current culinary cell awakening level was now a remarkable 20 times greater than it had been just half a month prior. This enhancement is nothing short of astonishing. The elevation of the culinary cell's awakening not only signifies an increase in energy, but also comprehensively enhances the host's overall physical attributes. Of course, this does not imply that Lei Fa's physical condition has improved 20-fold compared to 2 weeks ago. The strengthening of the culinary cells cannot be simplistically equated with the multiplicative increase in awakening and physical prowess. However, Lei Fa can distinctly sense that he has augmented his physical capabilities by at least 2 to 3 times in comparison to his state 2 weeks prior. 2 weeks ago, his physical condition was hardly distinguishable from that of an ordinary 7-year-old child, as he had never engaged in any form of exercise. If one were to assess his strength at that time, he could barely lift 5 kilograms, which was nearly his limit. Yet now, he has found that lifting over 10 kilograms is well within his capacity. Thus, in terms of strength alone, he has experienced an enhancement of 2 to 3 times. As for other aspects, he has yet to conduct a thorough comparison. However, he currently lacks the time for such evaluations, as Tina has just come to inform him that training at the youth camp is set to commence tomorrow. Previously, Lei Fa had asked Tina to assist him with the registration, and he certainly does not intend to miss out. The only aspect he finds somewhat bothersome is that once the training camp begins, all the naval offspring participating must relocate to designated dormitories for the sake of unified management and fostering a sense of collective identity. The following day, as dawn broke, Lei Fa arrived at the designated location for the training camp with a leisurely pace. From a distance, the teaching building appeared in a concave shape, with 3 sides of the structure connected to form an open rectangular area, at the center of which lay a playground. By the time Lei Fa arrived, many children had already gathered. According to the camp's regulations, everyone must be present before 7 o'clock, or they risk disqualification from the training. It was around 6:30. And a considerable number of participants were already present. Brother Lei Fa, Tina's voice carried over from afar. It must be said that this little girl has remarkably keen eyesight. Lei Fa had not noticed her until she spotted him from such a distance. Good morning, Tina, Lei Fa greeted with a smile and a wave. Brother Lei Fa, you finally made it. I was worried you overslept. Tina complained. How could I possibly oversleep for something so important? You underestimate me, you little rascal, Lei Fa chuckled, shaking his head. Humph, I'm not a little rascal. I'm ignoring you now. The little girl pouted. All right, I admit my mistake. Regardless, I must thank you for helping me with the registration. Once the training concludes, I shall treat you to a grand feast. This is a promise. So don't go back on your word. Rest assured, when have you ever seen me renege on a deal? Well then, I forgive you. Tina's previously stern expression transformed into a radiant smile. Shortly after Lei Fa's arrival at the training camp, a line of naval soldiers suddenly emerged from the teaching building, jogging in unison towards the entrance, effectively blocking it. What is happening? Why are they obstructing the entrance? Aren't we supposed to have more people arriving? Lei Fa wondered. Why are they blocking the entrance? There are still 10 minutes until 7 o'clock. The scene stirred whispers among the children gathered on the playground, some pulling out pocket watches to check the time, only to realize it was not yet 7 o'clock. Brother Lei Fa? Tina inquired, her expression one of confusion as she glanced at Lei Fa. There's no need to worry. The truth will soon unfold, Lei Fa remarked, slightly furrowing his brow, equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. Yet, as he had assured Tina, clarity would soon emerge. He had already noticed several naval officers arriving in the distance, bringing their children, only to find the entrance obstructed by naval soldiers, an inevitable conflict brewing. To comprehend the circumstances, one need only continue observing. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several naval officers hurriedly arrived with their children, only to confront the blocked entrance. One lieutenant colonel, upon noticing the obstruction, sternly reprimanded the soldiers. What are you doing blocking the entrance? Clear the way. Reporting, sir, the training camp has assembled, and no one is permitted entry at this time. We ask for your understanding, replied a soldier who appeared to be the leader among them, saluting respectfully. Assembled? What nonsense is this? The lieutenant colonel exclaimed, his eyes widening. The assembly time is clearly set for 7 o'clock, and it is still 10 minutes to that hour. Do you not possess a watch? As he spoke, the lieutenant colonel produced a pocket watch, indicating it to the soldier leader. Sir, this is the directive from above. We kindly ask you to return. The soldier leader, steadfast and unyielding, did not even glance at the timepiece. His tone, while respectful, bore an unwavering firmness. What is the matter with you? Is this not absurd? Exclaimed another irate major, accompanied by his child, incensed by the soldier leader's obstinacy. The previous lieutenant colonel remained silent, but shared a look of displeasure. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. What is happening here? The group turned towards the source of the voice, revealing a naval rear admiral arriving with his child, perplexed by the crowd's refusal to enter. Salutations, Lord Morris. Several officers recognized the admiral. The ranks of naval flag officers are few, particularly among the headquarters, making it unlikely for anyone to be entirely unfamiliar, given the size of Maritford. Jim, what is the situation? The rear admiral inquired of the lieutenant colonel who had first spoken. It is as follows, Lord Morris. Colonel Jim swiftly summarized the situation. Absurd. Major General Morris muttered in discontent, then turned to the soldier leader and stated, We agreed to assemble by 7 o'clock, which means 7. It is clearly not yet the appointed time. Why are they being denied entry? This is utterly ridiculous. However, the soldier leader softened his stance somewhat in the face of Major General Morris, no longer daring to be as forceful as before, yet still attempting to offer an explanation. Yet, Major General Morris abruptly interrupted. There are no exceptions. Step aside. The soldier leader's expression betrayed his internal struggle, yet he hesitated to defy the Major General's command. After much deliberation, he resolved to yield. However, just as he was about to instruct his men to disperse, a languid voice rang out. Do not let them through. Did you not understand my previous instructions? Regardless of who arrives, send them all back. The training camp has already assembled. It is futile for anyone to come. The emergence of that languid voice invigorated the soldier leader, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of retreat. However, this situation undoubtedly placed Major General Morris in a somewhat awkward position. Yet, upon seeing the owner of that languid voice, he relinquished any intention of losing his temper. The speaker, like him, was also a major general, notorious for his audacity and fearlessness, having previously humbled even several lieutenant generals. Most importantly, this individual possessed formidable strength, making him a formidable opponent. Should he lose his temper, it would surely be Morris who would find himself in a compromising position, rather than the other party. Therefore, he stifled his anger and inquired in a grave tone, Darmetia, even if you refuse entry, you must provide a reasonable explanation. It cannot simply be dictated by your whims. The general from Dalmesia, summoned by General Morris, sauntered towards him, a tattered black and white scarf draped around his neck and the Navy's iconic justice cloak billowing behind him. As he stretched languidly, he appeared utterly nonchalant. Only upon hearing General Morris's inquiry did he slowly respond. Explanation? He scoffed, digging into his ear with indifference. Why should I provide you with an explanation? The higher-ups entrusted me with the management of the training camp, which means my word is final. When I declare that the assembly is complete, it is indeed complete. What gives you the right to demand an explanation from me? Do enlighten me. Why must I owe you an explanation? By the end of his tirade, the general from Dalmatia was nearly roaring. General Morris, visibly infuriated, felt his face flush crimson. He was well aware of Dalmatia's notorious demeanor, yet he was taken aback by the sheer audacity displayed, showing him no regard whatsoever. In front of so many, including his own child, the confrontation was brazen, leaving no semblance of respect for a fellow general. As Dalmatia approached the entrance, the naval soldiers who had initially blocked the way instinctively parted, allowing him passage. Upon reaching General Morris, he chose to ignore the reddened face of his agitated counterpart and instead crouched down to meet the gaze of Morris's young son, who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old. The little fellow appeared to be frightened by Dalmatia, clinging tightly to his father's leg. Dalmatia, what on earth do you intend to do? Major Morris inquired with evident anger. Dalmatia seemed entirely oblivious to Major Morris's furious outburst, merely gazing intently at the little boy before him. Suddenly, he made an exaggerated face, causing the boy to burst into laughter, momentarily forgetting his prior anxiety. At that moment, Dalmatia also revealed a faint smile and spoke in a gentle tone. Little one, may I ask your name? Jason Morris, the boy boldly responded. Jason, is it? A pleasure to meet you. I am Dalmatia, and if you don't mind, we shall be friends from now on. Friends? The boy looked somewhat bewildered. Since we are friends, I shall not hide the truth from you. I fear you will not be able to participate in this training camp, little Jason, Dalmatia stated, spreading his hands. This is not your fault, for if I am not mistaken, your delay is due to your father's advice to take your time, correct? The boy glanced at his father but remained silent. Indeed, the final assembly time for the training camp was set for 7 o'clock, a time I personally established. Yet, I instructed them to close the entrance at 6:50, contradicting my own words. Do you know why? The boy shook his head rapidly. Because I wish to convey to you that you must never be the last to arrive. Others' expectations of you are merely a baseline. Your own expectations must never be lower than that. Always remind yourself that in whatever you do, you must strive to excel. Never, ever become someone who merely completes a so-called task. Dalmatia patted the boy's shoulder, smiling warmly. Regardless of whether you join the training camp, I believe you will become an extraordinary person in the future. Consider today's lesson a gift from a friend. Remember it well, little Jason. The boy nodded thoughtfully, though somewhat confused. Now go on, return home. You may come to play with me whenever you wish. Dalmatia ruffled the boy's hair and then addressed the other children who had also been excluded, saying, what I just conveyed was not only for him, but also for all of you who have been eliminated. Remember today's events, etch them deeply in your minds. I cannot predict whether you will harbor resentment towards me for this, but should you indeed feel that way, please remember the reason behind it. With that, Dalmatia turned away without looking back. Having in this is precisely why the esteemed General Morris departed without any resentment. He too recognized that this lesson would profoundly influence his son. Instilling a particular ideology in a child is an arduous endeavor, for children lack the discernment of right and wrong. When you impart a principle to them, they are likely to reject your assertions due to rebellion or various psychological factors, making it far less effective than the approach taken by Dalmatia. General Morris understood this crucial point, which is why he chose not to engage in a futile confrontation with Dalmatia. Had it been otherwise, even with Dalmatia's superior strength, he would not have acquiesced so easily. After all, they were of equal rank, and in a genuine conflict, it was uncertain who would emerge unscathed. This is also the brilliance of Dalmatia. Although he holds disdain for General Morris and is unwilling to engage in trivial conversation, he skillfully compels General Morris to owe him a favor, preventing any grievances from arising over this matter. This further highlights his adeptness. Lei Fa, having seen through these tactics, is left in awe of this Major Dalmatia. Moreover, as Major Dalmatia imparts his lesson to the group of children, Lei Fa finally aligns the image in his mind with the recognition of this officer. Beyond the name Dalmatia, he is also known by the more widely recognized moniker Barley Town. Barley Town Dalmatia, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the ability of the dog fruit, will later emerge as a cornerstone of the Navy, a master of martial arts, and an adept of the Navy's 6 styles, particularly Saru and Tekai. In addition, he possesses considerable proficiency in most martial arts-related powers and is quite accomplished in swordsmanship. While he may not rival the true masters, he is nonetheless a formidable swordsman. All present are Navy offspring, and many may already be familiar with me. However, for the benefit of those who do not know me, I find it necessary to introduce myself. My name is Dalmesia, a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, and I am also the host of this training camp. The imposing Dalmesia returned from the entrance to stand before the assembled crowd on the training ground. I do not care whether you came voluntarily or were coerced. Now that you are here, you must abide by the rules of this place, Dalmesia stated matter-of-factly. Let me make it clear, regardless of your status outside or who your parents may be, even if they are the Fleet Admiral, there is no distinction in my eyes. Here, you are merely a novice in this training camp, and your external circumstances will not grant you any privileges. You need not attempt to ingratiate yourselves with me. I am aware that some of your parents are acquainted with me, even close friends, but should anyone attempt to leverage this relationship, I assure you, you will regret it. Dalmesia's words left many children with a grim countenance. Indeed, among these children, there were those who had previously met Dalmesia. As the saying goes, Marineford is not expansive, and all present are Navy offspring, inevitably connected to Dalmesia in some capacity. However, the headquarters must have chosen Dalmesia to lead this training camp precisely because of his reputation for being unyielding in his duties. No matter who your parents are, once you enter his domain, be it a dragon or a tiger, you must conform. Of course, I can assure you that when you successfully emerge from this training camp, you will undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Your efforts will not be in vain. The carrot and stick approach is indeed universally applicable. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa increasingly admires this major barley town, as it is evident that he is quite formidable. Dalmesia surveyed the children and declared, "Here, I grant you an opportunity, a chance to withdraw. My training is designed to forge you into elite members of the Navy, and it is certain to be grueling, exhausting, and painful. You may feel inclined to withdraw midway, but by that time, it will be too late. If you fear hardship, fatigue, or pain, you may step forward now. I permit your exit. However, should you choose to remain, there will be no second chance to withdraw." The participants of the training camp are primarily children, the youngest around 5 or 6 years old, and the oldest no more than 10. Yet, children possess pride, making it impossible for them to back down at this moment. Dalmesia's inquiry effectively severed their last avenue of retreat. "Excellent. It seems you are not cowards." Dalmesia nodded, satisfied, and took a large ledger from an assistant. "I will now call the roll to confirm who is present. When I announce your name, respond with present. John, present. Benjamin, present. Very good. Tina." The little girl responded with vigor. "Sean," a cool-looking boy replied. "Hank." As Dalmesia called out this name, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Lei Fa, barely perceptible unless one was watching him closely. "Present," Lei Fa answered. Upon hearing his name, he acknowledged it, yet he failed to notice Dalmesia's unusual reaction, as he too was observing his surroundings. In the preceding roll call, he had heard several names that piqued his interest. For instance, a silver-haired child named Smoker, another, a boy with a prominent hooked nose named Drake, and a notably precocious girl named Suddy. White Hunter Smoker, Red Flag X, Drake, and the warden of the impel-down deep-sea prison, Little Suddy. What an intriguing cohort indeed. A smile crept onto Rafa's lips. With the addition of the little girl Tina beside him, the atmosphere would undoubtedly become even more vibrant. In the ensuing 20 years, these names would gradually shine brightly, stepping into the limelight as figures of great renown in the new generation. Beyond these most famous individuals, there are also other noteworthy names, such as Shun, a user of the Rust fruit, undoubtedly a bane to swordsmen, and Benzi, a user of the flourishing fruit, who would become a key figure in the future Navy, as well as Berry Good, a user of the bean fruit, among others, all of whom are promising Navy offspring. In the world Lei Fa is familiar with, these individuals have proven their potential. Lei Fa does not regard these individuals as mere side characters simply because they appear unimportant in the comic world. He is now immersed in this reality and cannot view it through the lens of a comic. The knowledge gleaned from the comic serves merely as a pathway to understanding this world, not as a basis for arrogance. However, if even you cannot withstand the pressure, how can I carve out a name for myself in this world? Lei Fa squinted, whispering to himself in a voice only he could hear. Not being arrogant does not equate to lacking ambition. Lei Fa did not come here to play games. He had nearly run himself ragged to secure his position within this training camp, determined not to be overshadowed by these formidable potentialities, but rather to emerge as the most brilliant star of his cohort. All right, roll call is complete. I have memorized all your names. Just as Lei Fa was silently resolving to impress his peers, Dalmesia closed the ledger and addressed the gathering. Throughout this year-long training camp, The only thing you need to remember is to obey orders, Dalmesia stated solemnly. Those who do not understand the importance of following orders will undoubtedly suffer more than those who do. I can assure you of this in advance. Today marks your first day in the training camp, and there will be no training scheduled for now. Soldiers will arrange accommodations for you shortly. And formal training will commence tomorrow. Do you all understand? Speak up. I cannot hear what you are saying, he exclaimed. Understood. Excellent. That is precisely it. Now, we shall disperse. With that, Dalmesia turned his back, hands clasped behind him, and gracefully departed. P.S. I just noticed that a fellow student has made a generous contribution. Thank you. Congratulations to Oba for becoming the inaugural apprentice of this book. Let us celebrate with a flourish. Shortly thereafter, the naval soldiers, following the request of the Major General, guided the group of trainees towards the left wing of the teaching building, designated for dormitory use. Lei Fa took note that, aside from those eliminated early, approximately 90 participants were present for this training camp, with the accommodation arranged for 4 individuals per room. Consequently, the 30 or so rooms in the left teaching building were not fully occupied. Soon, under the soldiers' arrangements, the trainees were systematically assigned to their quarters. Tina, being a girl, was allocated to the second floor of the teaching building along with a few other female trainees, which left the little girl extremely displeased, as she wished to stay with Lei Fa. In her mind, there was no distinction between genders, but the training camp took such matters into consideration. Nevertheless, being a naval child, she understood that this was not a place for petty whims and refrained from any unruly behavior, merely casting a reluctant glance at Lei Fa as she departed, appearing rather pitiful. Lei Fa, on the other hand, was assigned to a room on the 3rd floor, near the edge. To his astonishment, he recognized all 3 individuals who had been placed in the same room with him, although they did not recognize him. If he were not certain that no one would be aware of his prior acquaintance with these 3, he might have suspected some orchestrated arrangement behind it. Hello. I am very good. The last of the 4 to enter the room was a round-headed boy, who promptly broke the silence. It seems we will be roommates for the next year. Shall we not introduce ourselves? I am Lei Fa, pleased to meet you, Lei Fa responded with a smile. Encouraged by Barrygood's initiative, Xuan, the third to speak, was a somewhat aloof boy, whose demeanor matched his words. Just call me Drake. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. The eldest of the 4, with an aquiline nose, performed an odd gesture of greeting to the others. Ah, Drake, are you from the North Sea? Barrygood inquired curiously, as if he had discovered something remarkable upon observing Drake's greeting. Did you catch on? Drake, taken aback for a moment, nodded with a smile. Yes, I was born in the North Sea, but I moved to Marine because my father was transferred to headquarters. Then I am not mistaken. I recall seeing that kind of greeting in a book. It is indeed quite popular in the North Sea, Barrygood said, looking quite pleased with himself for having deduced it correctly. You all carry on, the cool-headed Xuan interjected curtly, making his way to the bed. Disinterested in further conversation with Lei Fa and the others, Lei Fa and the others bore no resentment towards Xuan, as they could tell that it was simply his nature and not a personal affront. You must have just arrived at Marine not long ago, right? I remember the training camp has periodic breaks. When that time comes, I shall show you around. Although there may not be much here, the food is diverse, featuring delicacies from all over, Lei Fa said cheerfully. Thank you in advance, Drake replied politely. Delicious food? I love it. Barrygood exclaimed eagerly, quickly adding, you must include me. Do not forget. Not a problem. We will all go together, Lei Fa laughed. The 3 quickly became familiar with one another, each exchanging words in a lively manner. After their initial introductions, the images of Barrygood and Drake in Lei Fa's mind became richly developed, transcending mere recognition of their identities and powers. Barrygood exhibited an extroverted personality, relishing conversation, and Lei Fa discerned that he possessed a broad knowledge base, evidenced by his immediate recognition of Drake's greeting as a regional custom. Drake, on the other hand, appeared more mature. If one were to listen to him without regard for his appearance, they would hardly guess he was merely 8 or 9 years old. Perhaps due to his upbringing, Drake placed great importance on manners, and his every word and action conveyed a sense of comfort. As for Xuan, he remained somewhat of a mystery to the other 3. Thus, the first day of acclimatization swiftly passed. On the second day, early in the morning, as the sky began to lighten with the faintest hint of dawn, a piercing whistle, reminiscent of a lament, suddenly shattered the silence, echoing throughout the training camp. Wake up. Assemble. The roar of Dalmesia reached every trainee's ears. A cacophony erupted from the left teaching building, and soon after, a throng of trainees streamed out, rushing downstairs towards the assembly ground. Rifa and his roommates, quick on their feet, were among the first to arrive at the assembly area. Before long, the rest of the trainees trickled in. Rifa noticed that the little girl Tina still appeared drowsy, yet she was not slow to arrive, likely among the middle group. The last to reach the assembly ground were only a handful of stragglers. Dalmatia called the few latecomers aside, his face adorned with a smile. You all look like you are in dire need of sleep. You must be quite fatigued, yes? In that case, run 10 laps around the field to wake yourselves up, and then rejoin the group. While the first part of Dalmatia's statement, accompanied by his expression, conveyed a sense of kindness, the latter half reminded everyone of his true nature. Upon hearing Dalmatia's words, the latecomers were left despondent, yet they dared not disobey, immediately beginning to run laps around the field. The outer perimeter of this playground measures approximately 400 to 500 meters, which translates to roughly 4 to 5 kilometers over 10 laps. For these young individuals, most of whom are merely 6 or 7 years of age, this is no trivial undertaking. Dalmatia showed no inclination to wait for them and proceeded to deliver his address. Today marks the inaugural day of training, and I recall mentioning yesterday that one should never be the last to arrive. However, it seems that a few individuals did not heed this advice. I hope you will not emulate their example. Now, let us dispense with the superfluous chatter and delve into today's curriculum. Upon hearing this, the students below focused their attention intently. Dalmatia surveyed the gathered trainees and continued, stating that there would be 5 classes in total today, 3 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The morning sessions will comprise courses on tracking and counter-tracking, physical training, and marksmanship, while the afternoon will feature a brief history of the world and nautical theory. That is the outline for today. Do any of you have questions? Dalmatia paused for a moment after finishing his statement. At that moment, someone suddenly raised their hand. Patrick? You inquired. Dalmatia noticed the raised hand and turned to see who it was, promptly calling out the student's name. Could it be that he had truly memorized everyone's names in such a short span of time? Observing Dalmatia's reaction, Lei Fa felt a twinge of surprise. At this juncture, the student named Patrick began to pose his question. As far as I know, is it not sheer combat prowess that distinguishes the true elite of the Navy? Just like you, teacher Dalmatia, when battling against the great pirate crews, you surely would not rely solely on firearms, would you? Furthermore, I fail to understand the relevance of subjects like world history and nautical theory to our combat capabilities. Why must we waste time on such matters? An excellent query. Dalmatia responded, unfazed by the challenge to his authority. In fact, he appeared somewhat pleased as he clapped his hands before continuing. Let me ask you. One of your parents must be a commissioned officer, correct? My father is Rear Admiral Randolph, Patrick replied, a hint of pride evident in his tone. It was clear that he took genuine pride in his father rather than seeking to boast. Ah, Rear Admiral Randolph, Dalmatia nodded. Then allow me to answer your question using an event from your father's past. Have you ever heard him speak of the Black Mamba pirate crew? After a brief moment of contemplation, Patrick nodded. Yes, my father has mentioned them more than once at home. It seems he encountered that nefarious pirate crew while still a captain, and it was due to his annihilation of the Black Mamba pirate crew that he ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral. Do you know how Rear Admiral Randolph managed to eliminate the Black Mamba pirate crew? Dalmatia asked casually. I'm not entirely certain. Patrick hesitated. That's quite all right. I happen to be well versed in this matter, so allow me to enlighten you. The captain of the Black Mamba pirate crew was a user of a zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the snake fruit, Black Mamba form. He excelled at taking on numerous foes single-handedly, rendering the numbers of ordinary sailors utterly inconsequential in his presence. Encounters with the Navy often resulted in the deaths of a substantial number of regular sailors, which explains why his bounty soared to an astonishing 68 million berries. 68 million berries? The students gasped in astonishment. Typically, pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries are considered to be ferocious foes, only manageable by high-ranking naval officers. Yet, at that time, Patrick's father was merely a captain, capable of vanquishing a crew led by such a ruthless pirate? Dalmatia continued. While the combat strength of this Black Mamba captain did not quite reach that of others with bounties in the 50 to 60 million range, his troublesome abilities and sheer brutality surpassed that threshold. To eradicate the Black Mamba pirate crew, mere numbers would be futile, as even if a majority of the crew were slain, the Black Mamba captain could still confront a vast number of Navy officers alone. Thus, decapitation was the only solution. However, for reasons unknown, the Black Mamba captain possessed remarkable intelligence. Whenever a high-ranking officer from the Navy pursued him, he would vanish for extended periods, only resurfacing once the commotion subsided. This keen awareness, combined with his troublesome abilities, caused considerable headaches for the Navy until your father, then Captain Randolph, crossed paths with him. Upon hearing this, not only Patrick but also the other students, including Lei Fa, were captivated by curiosity, eager to uncover the details of what transpired. The Black Mamba captain typically avoided encounters with high-ranking officers, yet Captain Randolph was not someone he feared, making a confrontation inevitable. In their initial clash, Randolph's crew suffered significant losses as many ordinary sailors fell victim to the Black Mamba captain's troublesome abilities, leaving virtually half of Randolph's men decimated. Under such circumstances, the conventional course of action would be to return to headquarters, report the incident, and increase the bounty on the Black Mamba captain, requesting the intervention of high-ranking officers to capture him. However, Captain Randolph understood better than anyone that such a seemingly correct approach posed little threat to the Black Mamba captain. By the time he returned to headquarters to report the incident and sought assistance from high-ranking officers, the Black Mamba captain would certainly have fled to some remote hideaway until the uproar died down. Attempting to kill the Black Mamba captain through such means was exceedingly unlikely, Dalmesia remarked, his tone tinged with admiration. He turned to Patrick and continued, "Your father displayed remarkable courage." Upon realizing that reporting back to headquarters would not pose a threat to the Black Mamba captain nor avenge the heavy casualties among his men, he made a bold decision to pursue the Black Mamba pirate crew alone. "What?" Patrick exclaimed in astonishment. As he absorbed the tale, he found himself fully immersed in the role of his father, Rear Admiral Randolph. And the notion of single-handedly pursuing a pirate crew with a 68 million berries bounty was a task far beyond what a mere captain should undertake. Not only Patrick but all the students present were rendered speechless by Dalmesia's description. To pursue a crew that had eluded many high-ranking officers solely to avenge his fallen comrades seemed nothing short of a death wish. Yet, considering that Randolph was still alive and had ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral, it was clear that his seemingly reckless endeavor had ultimately succeeded. The pressing question remained, how had he accomplished this? Did he possess combat prowess that far exceeded that of a captain? Yet, if that were the case, it would not have led to such significant losses among his men during their initial encounter. Such a scenario was simply illogical. Indeed, you have likely deduced the eventual outcome. Rear Admiral Randolph achieved what many high-ranking officers could not, returning to Marineford with the Black Mamba captain's head in hand. A tribute to the spirits of his fallen comrades, Dalmesia stated matter-of-factly. But how did my father manage to do that? Patrick inquired eagerly. This inquiry resonates with the sentiments of other trainees. Indeed, they can easily deduce the fate of the Black Mamba pirate crew given Randolph's current standing. However, the most captivating aspect of this tale lies not in its conclusion, but in the intricate details of how Admiral Randolph achieved this during his tenure as a mere colonel. Patience, for I shall elucidate how Admiral Randolph accomplished this feat. Dalmesia recounted that after making this audacious decision, he devised a pretext to temporarily part ways with his subordinates, instructing them to return to Marineford to report their findings, while he himself embarked alone on a small vessel to pursue the Black Mamba pirate crew, disguised as a solitary pirate eager to join the crew. He traversed various islands and swiftly tracked down their whereabouts, all while ensuring that the Black Mamba pirate crew remained oblivious to any suspicious activity. It is crucial to note that had the crew been aware of the Navy's covert inquiries into their movements, Captain Black Mamba, with his prudent disposition, would undoubtedly have changed course without hesitation. Thus, in this regard, Colonel Randolph exhibited remarkable foresight. Upon locating and following the Black Mamba pirate crew, Colonel Randolph meticulously executed his plan. He began by covertly eliminating several ordinary members of the crew under the guise of a bounty hunter, subsequently spreading false information to convince them that he was an oblivious bounty hunter, unaware of the true terror the Black Mamba pirate crew represented. In this manner, he gradually eroded and provoked the crew without instilling a sense of danger in Captain Black Mamba, thereby preventing the captain from fleeing. After months of strategic planning, he successfully compelled Captain Black Mamba to personally confront this ignorant bounty hunter. Shrugging, Dalmesia remarked that the subsequent events were predictable. For Captain Black Mamba's combat prowess in one-on-one engagements was not overly remarkable, although Colonel Randolph's strength was not on par with his present capabilities. He ultimately vanquished Captain Black Mamba after a fierce battle, returning with the captain's severed head. This event paved the way for Randolph's ascension from colonel to admiral, leading to his current achievements. Patrick, absorbing this narrative, found himself momentarily speechless. He had never envisioned that his esteemed father had once endured such a tumultuous chapter in his life. Now, do you harbor a different perspective regarding the question you posed earlier? Dalmatia inquired. Indeed. Patrick straightened his posture and responded. Had my father not acquired navigational skills, he would never have been able to pursue the Black Mamba pirate crew alone. His ability to masquerade as a pirate and a bounty hunter without detection undoubtedly stemmed from his studies of seemingly trivial geographical and cultural knowledge. Moreover, had he not been proficient with firearms, his ruse as a bounty hunter would have proved considerably more challenging. Precisely, Dalmatia nodded approvingly. To aspire to become an elite member of the Navy, strength is paramount. One must possess the combat capabilities to contend with the multitude of formidable pirates that roam the seas. However, this does not imply that one should neglect the study of seemingly inconsequential subjects. These very subjects may become the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back in crucial moments. Do you comprehend? Dalmatia thundered. Understood. The trainees chorused in unison. This brief interlude undoubtedly invigorated the trainees' enthusiasm for their studies. Even Lei Fa had to concede that although he had previously contemplated the importance of acquiring diverse knowledge to deepen his understanding of the world, he had not placed sufficient emphasis on this aspect. Under the influence of Dalmatia's authoritative yet encouraging demeanor, the trainees diligently engaged in their studies, with even those prone to idleness compelled to strive forward. Thus, a month had swiftly elapsed since the commencement of the training camp. In the third-floor corridor, Lei Fa, with one hand behind his back and the other bracing himself, struggled immensely as he performed one-handed push-ups, sweat soaking his entire body and dripping onto the floor. 497, 498, 499, 500. Exhaling deeply, Lei Fa endeavored to rise from the ground and performed stretching exercises to avoid muscle strain. System, display my physical data, he mentally commanded. The system responded. Host physical data is as follows. Culinary cell awakening degree, 0. 32, strength, 1. 7, average adult male, 1. Constitution, 1. 3, average adult male, 1. Speed, 1. 4, average adult male, 1. Ability, soundwave manipulation, beginner, Navy 6 styles, finger pistol, entry-level. The self-assessment function of the culinary system, which Lei Fa had recently discovered, enabled him to clearly grasp his current status, facilitating targeted training and exercise. After a month of study and practice, he had not only begun to master the finger pistol technique of the Navy 6 styles, but had also elevated his culinary cell awakening degree to 0. 32. Moreover, due to the combined effects of training and the awakening of his culinary cells, his physical fitness had significantly improved. A month prior, excluding the soundwave manipulation skill, although his physical attributes surpassed those of his peers, he had yet to reach the standard of an average adult male. Now, however, he exceeded normal adult male standards in strength, constitution, and speed, particularly in strength, which had reached an impressive 1.7 times that of an ordinary adult male. When combined with the Navy's combat techniques, he could easily contend with 10 ordinary individuals. Furthermore, considering his recently acquired entry-level finger pistol and the initial stage sound wave manipulation, his combat prowess likely rivaled that of some enlisted Navy personnel. Remarkably, this was merely the result of a month's training, during which he had also engaged in the study of various subjects, rather than dedicating his entire focus to physical training. To ascend from a state below that of an ordinary person to possessing the strength of an enlisted Navy member within just a month should have been a source of exhilaration. Yet, Lei Fa rose with little enthusiasm, for he was acutely aware that he was not alone in his remarkable progress during this month. Particularly, those few monsters he recognized from the world's trajectory had demonstrated astounding advancements after undergoing training and discovery in the camp. Among them, Smoker and Drake shine the brightest. There is no need to elaborate on Smoker. As a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit, he is virtually invincible unless confronted with Haki or Sea Prism Stone. Mastery of Haki demands considerable strength. For instance, all vice admirals in the Navy possess this skill, whereas those below the rank of vice admiral must be elite officers to even have a chance at mastering it. In other words, unless one is adequately equipped with Sea Prism Stone, whether one is a petty officer or ensign, they stand no chance of even touching him. And this applies to most elite officers as well. Under such circumstances, during the early stages of his training, Smoker need not concern himself with defense. He can wholly dedicate himself to perfecting his offensive capabilities. This is an advantage that others do not possess. Meanwhile, Drake, Rife's roommate, also shines with a brilliance that rivals Smoker. Possessing the exceedingly rare ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, dinosaur fruit, Drake's advantages are astonishing in terms of sheer strength. He has nearly reached the level of a school captain. According to Raifa's estimation, Drake's power is at least 5 times greater than his own. Were it not for Raifa's belief that he would catch up with the help of the culinary system, he might have been disheartened by such a vast disparity. Aside from the 2 most dazzling newcomers, Smoker and Drake, there are plenty of other surprising talents among the students, far exceeding those known to Raifa. Hey, Raifa, have you heard? Today, Teacher Dalmatia will invite former Admiral Zephyr to give us a lecture. Barrygood hastily approached from the end of the corridor, whispering, "Black Arm Zephyr?" Raifa furrowed his brow. "Aren't you excited? The Admiral himself is coming to teach us." Barrygood exclaimed passionately. "He is a former Admiral," Raifa corrected him. "Just a few years ago, Zephyr had resigned after his family was murdered by pirates. The current Fleet Admiral, Steelbone Kong, could not prevent this but kept him on as a naval instructor." "That doesn't matter," Barrygood said dismissively. "You should change your clothes quickly. Class is about to start. And you're drenched in sweat. It's quite rude." After saying this, Barrygood continued to inform others of the news. Raifa glanced at his sweat-soaked clothes and decided to heed Barrygood's advice and change. As he thought of the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, Raifa began to recall specific information about him. Since arriving in this world, Raifa had never encountered the legendary Black Arm Zephyr, who had once served alongside his adoptive father, Sengoku, as an admiral. However, the original owner of this body had met Zephyr multiple times and was likely quite familiar with him. After all, figures like Sengoku, Tsuru, and Zephyr were contemporaries in the Navy and had been friends for decades, often acquainted with each other's families. Moreover, Zephyr's deceased son would have been around Raifa's age. Had he not been killed by pirates, he might very well have been in this training camp alongside Raifa. Alas, what a pitiful man, Raifa sighed. Raifa held great respect for the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, who had never taken a life and could truly be called a benevolent figure. However, respect does not equate to agreement. Raifa was acutely aware that this was a chaotic world, far more tumultuous than the Earth of his previous life. Especially as the Great Pirate Era loomed on the horizon, this disorder would only escalate, with beasts roaming freely and cruelty rampant. In such a disordered world and era, Zephyr's refusal to kill anyone seemed extraordinarily foolish to Raifa, particularly for someone who had once held the rank of admiral. Nonetheless, Black Arm Zephyr had indeed succeeded in nurturing his protégés. The future 3 admirals were all his students, and many of his former students held ranks of commander. Not to mention, the host of this training camp, Big Barleytown Dalmatia, was also one of his pupils. As Raifa's thoughts turned, his curiosity about Black Arm Zephyr deepened. The impressions formed from the memories of the original body were ultimately limited. Even what he had seen in manga during his previous life might not have captured the complete essence of the man. To truly understand him, personal interaction was essential. "Stand at attention," Dalmatia commanded, and all the students stood upright. "Next, you will have your final class of the month. After this lesson, you will enjoy 2 days of free activity," Dalmatia announced, a smile gracing his face. "In recognition of your diligent training this month, I have specially invited an extraordinary individual to serve as your teacher for this final lesson as a reward." Upon hearing this, many began to whisper among themselves. Some had already caught wind of the news, including a few from Raifa's dormitory, thanks to Barrygood's notorious gossiping. "Now, please welcome my teacher, former Admiral Zephyr." Dalmatia gestured toward the teaching building. In the next moment, a robust middle-aged man with short purple hair and large sunglasses emerged from the direction Dalmatia indicated, walking steadily toward them. "It really is Admiral Zephyr, the legendary Black Arm Zephyr, the man with the strongest Busashoku haki." The excitement was palpable as they realized they were about to interact closely with the esteemed admiral. My goodness, if my father knew, he would be utterly envious. Regardless of whether they were previously aware of the former admiral's arrival, everyone was now exhilarated. With only a select few managing to maintain their composure, such as the perpetually stoic Shuan, the self-important Smoker, and Raifa, who also had a father of the same rank. "Silence." Dalmatia's low growl immediately hushed the crowd. "You are all Navy offspring, and I presume you have heard my name before, so I will skip the self-introduction," Zephyr said. Grinning like a friendly neighbor, showing no traces of his former status as a formidable admiral. "Here, there are no former admirals. If you wish, you can call me Teacher Zephyr, just as Dalmatia does." Zephyr clapped his hands together. "Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence our lesson." Raifa surveyed the man whom he had often welcomed as Uncle Zephyr in the past, comparing him with his memories. Externally, there was little difference. Yet, Lei Fa noticed something significant. This once mighty naval force, although still in the prime of life, lacked any semblance of the formidable aura typically associated with true strength. Regardless of temperament, genuine power exudes an indomitable spirit, an unwavering resolve to forge ahead. Yet, Zephyr seemed devoid of such presence. He had completely lost his ambition. Perhaps, from the moment his family perished, his spirit had also met its demise, Lei Fa mused. If anyone were to discover that a novice like Lei Fa was audaciously critiquing a legendary figure like Zephyr, they would surely find it laughable. Thus, Lei Fa concealed his emotions. Now, let me assess your progress over the past month and see if Dalmatia has truly dedicated himself to your training. Zephyr chuckled. Upon hearing Zephyr's casual address, Dalmatia felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. After all, Zephyr had been his mentor for quite some time, and such informalities had long become customary. Next, I will divide you into pairs for combat, allowing us to assess your progress and training. As Zephyr spoke, a naval soldier beside him presented a hefty tone that bore a striking resemblance to the one used during Dalmatia's initial roll call. When your names are called, please stand together. With that, Zephyr commenced the naming process. Glinton and Patrick, you shall be a team. The two immediately stepped forward from the crowd and positioned themselves aside. Shuan and Suddy, you are paired. Stephen and Faraday, you are also a pair. Smoker and Tina, you are together. Lei Fa and Drake, you shall form a duo. In a short span, Zephyr had efficiently grouped all the trainees. The arrangement was intriguing, yet it seemed unlikely that Zephyr himself had orchestrated these pairings. Upon hearing that he and Drake were matched together, Lei Fa pondered the implications. While the divisions did not reflect absolute parity, there were no pairings that exhibited extreme disparities in strength, such as placing Smoker or Drake with the least competent trainees. Lei Fa had a clear understanding of his own performance. Although not the most outstanding, he certainly ranked in the upper echelon among his peers, and Tina was no exception. Thus, there must be a rationale behind these pairings. It seemed that Dalmatia had likely influenced the selections. Stealing a glance in Dalmatia's direction, Lei Fa was unexpectedly caught by Dalmatia, who shot him a disapproving look that seemed to say, mind your gaze. Lei Fa quickly redirected his attention, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. Once the groupings were finalized, the battles commenced swiftly. One bout after another unfolded under Zephyr's watchful gaze, during which he meticulously noted the mistakes and weaknesses exhibited by each combatant, providing corrections and guidance on where they needed to exert greater effort. Zephyr's method of instruction was undeniably effective. What could have merely been a means of evaluating training outcomes proved to be far more beneficial than direct teaching, a testament to Zephyr's prowess in cultivating formidable warriors. Lei Fa mused silently. Given the trainees' relatively immature fighting techniques, it was improbable for their matches to extend over several days or nights, even in evenly matched scenarios. Their stamina could not sustain such intensity. Consequently, each round of combat concluded rapidly. Soon, it was time for the match that particularly captured Lei Fa's attention: Smoker versus Tina. In a world that was once familiar to them, this duo, who shared a profound bond, now found themselves merely as ordinary classmates. Although Tina possessed the abilities of a devil fruit user, she was merely an E-class paramecia, the barrier fruit. In the early stages of her training, she was far from being able to compete with Smoker, who wielded the Logia-type smoke fruit. They were not even at the same starting line. Despite Tina's remarkable talent, placing her among the elite few in her cohort, the likelihood of overcoming Smoker was almost non-existent. Indeed, their confrontation lasted less than a minute. Smoker initially allowed Tina to unleash a flurry of attacks, but upon realizing their futility, he swiftly concluded the encounter. The little girl felt utterly aggrieved. Her lips pursed as if she were on the verge of tears. Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Fa's perception of Smoker diminished significantly. The two had no prior connection or enmity. However, it was evident that Smoker, who could have easily secured victory, chose instead to flaunt his natural abilities, which felt somewhat excessive. Tina's clinginess at times could indeed leave Lei Fa in a state of both amusement and exasperation. Yet that did not imply he wished to see her bullied. Smoker's actions were rather excessive. Drake, who stood beside Lei Fa, furrowed his brow, sharing the same disapproval of Smoker's recent behavior. Come back to the team. Tina, you're doing wonderfully, no need for concern. Zephyr first addressed Tina. Mistaking his words as a form of consolation, Tina politely bowed to Zephyr before retreating back into the crowd. At that moment, Lei Fa disregarded the appropriateness of the setting and approached Tina directly, gently patting her head, and inquired with genuine concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Blushing at being called little rascal in front of so many, Tina hurriedly replied, "I'm fine. Lei Fa, you should return. You have a battle to prepare for." She feared that Lei Fa's uncharacteristic display might draw the ire of either Zephyr or Dalmesia. However, to her surprise, both Zephyr and Dalmesia seemed to entirely overlook Lei Fa's actions, choosing instead to focus on Smoker. "Do you understand where your shortcomings lie, Smoker?" Zephyr's serious gaze fell upon him. Confounded by Zephyr's inquiry, Smoker, who had been reveling in his easy victory, retorted, "But, Teacher Zephyr, I won. Of course, I am aware of your victory. Do you think I cannot distinguish between winning and losing?" Zephyr replied earnestly, "From the outcome of the battle, you indeed triumphed. But I observed the fruits of Tina's training over the past month, while in your case, I noticed only an over-reliance on your devil fruit abilities and an unnecessary arrogance." Smoker found himself momentarily unable to accept Zephyr's critique. He could not comprehend why. Despite his victory over his opponent, he was met with condemnation from the esteemed figure before him, while the defeated Tina received praise. He was unwilling to accept such an outcome or the accompanying admonition. "But I won, did I not, Teacher Zephyr?" he insisted, feeling aggrieved. Indeed, the natural abilities grant significant advantages during initial training. However, an excessive dependence on them will only lead you astray on your path of cultivation. "Smoker, you should understand that natural abilities are not invincible," Zephyr stated soberly without any display of anger. As Smoker began to sense the validity of Zephyr's words and was about to lower his head in acknowledgement, he was abruptly interrupted by a rather lewd voice. Oh, Teacher Zephyr, I must say I don't quite agree with that statement." The voice emanated from the second floor of the teaching building, and as the crowd turned to locate its source, they beheld a man clad in a yellow and white striped suit, casually perched upon the railing, resting his chin on his hand while observing the scene. Admiral Kizaru. Lei Fa recognized this unexpected visitor immediately, a hint of surprise washing over him. Why had one of the future 3 admirals, a formidable figure possessing the natural Pika no Mi fruit, suddenly appeared here? Lei Fa vaguely recalled that Kizaru was also one of Zephyr's students, though their teacher-student relationship had never been particularly harmonious, a fact that now seemed to ring true. However, with the current Marshal Steelbone Kong still not promoted and Sengoku yet to ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral, Kizaru should still merely be a Rear Admiral at this juncture, Lei Fa mused. As Lei Fa pondered Kizaru's identity, Zephyr spoke up. "Borsellino, what brings you here?" Zephyr's expression darkened. Despite having been challenged by Smoker, he had never exhibited such displeasure until now. "I heard that Teacher Zephyr was invited by Dalmesia to teach these little ones, and since I had some free time, I thought I would drop by. To my surprise, I arrived just in time to hear your critique of this smoke little fellow," Kizaru replied in his languid, unique tone. "Do you have any objections?" Zephyr asked coldly. "How could I dare? I would never have the audacity to challenge your views, Teacher Zephyr, as you are my instructor," Kizaru responded, shaking his hands in a mock display of fear. Kizaru's antics left Lei Fa somewhat speechless, for he was aware that Kizaru possessed a penchant for feigning fear or astonishment, a habit that was never sincere. The implication behind his words, however, was certainly intriguing. "Remarkable that you still remember I am your teacher," Zephyr retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "How could I possibly forget?" Kizaru replied slowly. "However, while I cannot forget your kindness, I must assert that your reasoning is somewhat outdated. Why should one not rely on their fruit abilities? Your perspective is yours alone. Do not disrupt my teaching," Zephyr stated firmly. "One cannot simply dismiss it like that. As your student, I feel it is my duty to correct your misconceptions. For that is the greatest respect I can offer you, is it not?" Kizaru pressed on. This statement carries considerable weight, directly categorizing Zephyr's words as erroneous rather than merely a difference of opinion. Even a fool could discern that Kizaru approaches with ill intentions. "Brother Kizaru, for the sake of our camaraderie, please refrain from continuing," Dalmesia said with a hint of exasperation. The 2 individuals before him were a teacher and a senior brother. Even though he was acutely aware of their discord, being caught in the middle made his position rather precarious. Nevertheless, this was a training camp, and while he might typically feign ignorance to their veiled barbs, he could not afford to do so here. As Zephyr was his elder, he could not demand any leniency from him, leaving him with no choice but to counsel Kizaru. "Junior brother, I assure you, I am not here to ruin your event," Kizuru remarked, hands raised in a gesture of exasperation. This training camp has been established by the headquarters to cultivate these naval offspring into future elites. I believe everyone wishes for it to flourish. However, your misguided guidance, Teacher Zephyr, may very well lead a promising natural talent astray. Am I wrong to point this out? Enough. Silence yourself. Zephyr bellowed, glaring at Kizuru. Borsellino, I do not care if you harbor grievances against me as your teacher, but this is not the place for your antics. Please. Teacher Zephyr, do not be angry. It is detrimental to your health, Kizuru replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor in the face of Zephyr's fury. As I have already stated, I am not targeting you personally, merely correcting your erroneous guidance. Do you lack the courage to acknowledge your mistakes? You keep citing errors, as if to blame me for all your shortcomings, yet you continue to feign righteousness. Zephyr retorted angrily. Teacher Zephyr, I am not blaming you. I merely find your perspective somewhat outdated. Just as you once admonished me about relying too heavily on the powers of the natural fruit. I disagree with your assertions and have persevered on my own path to this point, Kizuru replied coolly. The evidence suggests that if one develops their natural abilities deeply enough, they can wield formidable strength without the need to divert attention to trivial matters such as martial arts. You. Zephyr's hands clenched in rage, veins bulging at his temples. Despite his evident ire, Kizuru showed no signs of retreat, continuing, like this smoke boy, who clearly overcame that little girl through his own strength. Yet you not only fail to commend him, but scold him instead. Meanwhile, that ineffectual little girl, who merely cries, receives your praise. Is this truly your method of education? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Kizuru's words stirred Smoker, who had almost acquiesced to admitting his faults, to reconsider, amplifying his frustration and casting aside any thoughts of contrition. Meanwhile, Tina, the young girl, felt tears welling in her eyes at Kizuru's remarks, covering her mouth in an effort to suppress her cries. After all, she was merely a small child, with a fragile emotional constitution. Child, hold back your tears. His words do not represent the truth. Why let them distress you? A hand rested on the girl's shoulder in consolation, offered by Rayleigh. Initially, he had merely observed the spectacle with detached interest, although he found Kizuru's demeanor somewhat aggressive. Zephyr was not a personal concern of his. However, Kizuru's unwarranted attack on Tina, potentially harming her self-esteem, was something Rayleigh could not accept. Despite not being a hero, he was not one to cower in silence when someone close to him was unjustly maligned. Thus, after comforting Tina, he stepped forward without hesitation. I believe Teacher Zephyr spoke correctly. That recent battle indeed showcased Smoker's incompetence. A self-important fool like him, who lacks ambition, is still a fool regardless of his natural abilities. Rayleigh stated with a sardonic smile. Both Zephyr and Kizuru turned their attention to the suddenly outspoken Rayleigh. Even the onlooking Dalmesia and other cadets were taken aback, as no one anticipated that a mere student would dare interject at such a moment, especially when Dalmesia had been unable to mediate between the two. What was even more astonishing was that Rayleigh's remarks were not an attempt at reconciliation. Rather, he seemed to stoke the flames of conflict, explicitly siding with Zephyr and attacking Kizuru. Smoker was merely a pawn employed by Kizuru to validate Zephyr's alleged errors, and Rayleigh's unrelenting criticism of him was a direct rebuttal to Kizuru's previous assertions. A mere student daring to confront Kizuru, a rising star with the potential to become the next Marine Admiral, was audacious indeed. Has Rayleigh lost his sanity? How dare he speak to Kizuru in such a manner? If he wishes to curry favor with Teacher Zephyr, there are far less reckless ways to do so. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the gathered students. Rayleigh's roommate, Barrygood, was taken aback, his face pale with shock. Drake was equally astonished, rendered speechless by Rayleigh's boldness. Tina, my little sister. The most alarmed of all was Tina, who never expected Rayleigh to suddenly rise against Smoker at such a critical moment. It was not difficult for her to comprehend Rayleigh's motivations. He must have intervened to defend her. Yet, this only heightened her anxiety, fearing that Rayleigh might face repercussions for his actions. Indeed, she was aware that Rayleigh's father was Admiral Sengoku, and while Kizuru would likely not retaliate too harshly, it remained easy for him to impose some form of punishment. The Navy maintained strict protocols, and while Rayleigh's father held a significant position, Rayleigh himself was not exempt from consequence for his insubordination. Rayleigh, this is not the time for bravado. Step back. Dalmesia's expression shifted as he urgently admonished Rayleigh, fully aware that beneath Kizuru's seemingly innocuous demeanor lay a shrewd and unforgiving nature, one that held grudges and retaliated fiercely. This can be clearly observed from his repeated confrontations with Zephyr, which stem from the fact that Zephyr often used him as a negative example for instruction. In a bold display before so many witnesses, Lei Fa brazenly dismissed Smoker, who had just been extolled by Kizaru. An act tantamount to slapping Kizaru in the face. One can hardly expect Kizaru to remain indifferent. However, Darmishia's attempts to intervene were evidently futile. Firstly, because Lei Fa had no intention of heeding him, and secondly, Kizaru's gaze had already shifted to Lei Fa. Oh my, such formidable youth. What a terrifying presence. Kizaru feigned a frightened expression. At this moment, Zephyr noticed the speaker, and upon realizing that it was Lei Fa, whom he recognized as standing on his side, his demeanor became somewhat awkward, prompting him to admonish, "You have no place to speak here. Step back." Both Zephyr and Darmishia expressed similar sentiments, clearly aiming to protect Lei Fa. Yet, Lei Fa was unwilling to accept their goodwill. He boldly stated, "Am I incorrect in my assertions? I wholeheartedly agree with Teacher Zephyr's perspective. What difference is there between a fool like Smoker, who solely relies on his Logia abilities, and a worthless individual? If Lord Kizaru believes my words to be misguided, he may allow Smoker to battle me. Let me clarify, I am not a devil fruit user. Should he emerge victorious, I would concede that my previous remarks were mere folly and accept punishment for my rudeness. However, if he is defeated by someone like me, a peer with no devil fruit powers, who has only undergone a month of training, then it would affirm my correctness, and Zephyr's critique of him would be entirely justified." At this juncture, Lei Fa paused, fixing his gaze on Kizaru on the second floor. "I wonder how Lord Kizaru perceives this straightforward proposal. Would you consent to it?" Kizaru narrowed his eyes, silently scrutinizing Lei Fa, eliciting an uncanny sensation in Lei Fa, akin to being observed by a legendary beast, causing goosebumps to rise along his skin. After a prolonged silence, during which Lei Fa felt increasingly unnerved, Kizaru suddenly smiled. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest." What Kizaru was contemplating remained a mystery to all, even to Lei Fa, who had braced himself for Kizaru's wrath, and now found himself perplexed by Kizaru's response. Logically, one would expect Kizaru to erupt in anger at the provocation. Yet, he simply acquiesced to Lei Fa's proposal, leaving Lei Fa with a sense of having struck a soft target. In mere moments, Lei Fa and Kizaru had established the terms of their encounter, rendering any attempts by Zephyr and Darmishia to intervene too late. Recognizing the futility of their efforts, both understood that, given the limited capabilities of Lei Fa and Smoker, the situation was unlikely to escalate into anything serious before them, leading them to refrain from obstructing Lei Fa further. Darmishia, reflecting on how he had previously underestimated Lei Fa's character, thought it might be beneficial for the young man to face a setback, as it posed no significant danger and could prevent more substantial troubles in the future. Zephyr, on the other hand, remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. "Bring me 2 sea prism stone weapons," Darmishia abruptly instructed the soldiers. Kizaru, upon hearing Darmishia's command, displayed an expression of knowing this would transpire, yet he did not seem overly concerned. While sea prism stone is indeed a bane to devil fruit users, its efficacy depends on the wielder. After all, not everyone can wield it effectively against such powers. There's no need for such trouble. Lei Fa interjected suddenly. "Oh." Kizaru appeared slightly taken aback, regarding Lei Fa with an unusual gaze. "Lei Fa, you wouldn't dare overreach even in this matter, would you?" Darmishia remarked, his expression tinged with displeasure. "You are not a devil fruit user. You inherently possess a disadvantage in combat against them. Even if you wield sea prism stone weapons, no one could claim your natural powers would suffice. Surely, you must understand that, even if you are self-assured, this is not the manner to express it." Darmishia held a degree of admiration for Lei Fa standing up for Tina and challenging Kizaru, while it seemed imprudent, who among us has not experienced youthful folly? However, Lei Fa's current actions had transcended mere youthful exuberance, bordering on arrogance, which deeply displeased Darmishia. "I am well aware of the nature of Logia powers. If it were another type of Logia, even with sea prism stone, victory would be unattainable." Lei Fa chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "I say let it be as he suggests," Zephyr declared with finality. "Teacher?" Darmishia was taken aback to see Zephyr aligning with Lei Fa's reckless stance. "Let it be. You need not concern yourself," Zephyr replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate further. Darmishia, upon hearing this, had no choice but to call back the soldiers he had dispatched to retrieve the sea prism stone weapons. At this moment, Smoker had emerged from his previous feelings of humiliation. The repeated insults hurled at him by Rayleigh, calling him a fool and a waste, had ignited a fiery rage within him, redirecting all his discontent with Zephyr towards Rayleigh. He advanced a few steps, fixing his gaze on Rayleigh, and inquired, "Did you just call me a waste? Using your devil fruit powers to bully a young girl and reveling in it. If I were you, I would have already dashed my head against a wall. To call you a waste is to flatter you." Rayleigh harbored no fondness for the yellow monkey and even less for Smoker. Thus he offered no quarter, delivering a blatant insult without any regard for Smoker's dignity. "This is entirely your doing." Smoker, inherently arrogant, possessed an exceptionally strong sense of pride. It was indeed peculiar for him to endure such public humiliation from Rayleigh without retaliating. Infuriated, he struck back. White fist. His right hand clenched into a fist, which suddenly detached from his wrist, gradually swelling into a colossal smoky fist that surged towards Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh seemed to have anticipated this, effortlessly stepping to the left to evade Smoker's furious blow. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the three prominent figures observing the scene. For them, the initial clash revealed an extraordinary nuance. To the students, it appeared as though Smoker, enraged by Rayleigh, unleashed an attack in his fury, narrowly avoided by Zephyr. Yet, through the eyes of these three, an entirely different tableau unfolded. They discerned that Rayleigh had preemptively sidestepped before Smoker launched his strike, and Smoker, as if in collusion with Rayleigh, targeted the very position he had vacated, landing his blow with uncanny precision. The subtle distinctions manifest in but a fleeting moment. Thus, although the three individuals felt a touch of strangeness, they dared not ascertain whether it was mere coincidence. They could only continue observing to reach a conclusion. Smoker, realizing his punch had missed, swiftly retracted his fist. He then pivoted, unleashing a simultaneous assault with both fists, one from the left and the other from the right, directed toward Lei Fa, his expression fierce, determined to see how he would evade this time. Lei Fa initially retreated a step to the left rear, narrowly dodging Smoker's left punch, then slightly shifted his body without moving his feet, effortlessly evading the other fist. How could this be? The incredulity was etched across Smoker's face. His fists had struck almost simultaneously, so how could Lei Fa so fluidly evade each attack? I refuse to believe it can be this fortuitous every time. Again, though Smoker sensed something was amiss, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, and thus continued his frenzied assault to suppress the unsettling feeling within. He turned, stepped aside, and evaded the third wave of attacks. He retreated, bent low, and dodged the fourth wave. He advanced, leaped, and evaded the fifth wave. Throughout this exchange, Lei Fa had not launched a single strike. He merely appeared to dodge Smoker's relentless onslaught with uncanny precision. So much so that even the onlookers began to notice the oddity. "Look, it seems Lei Fa's eyes are closed. How could that be?" exclaimed an astute student, pointing at Lei Fa as he dodged Smoker's attacks. Upon this remark, others quickly became aware of the same peculiarity. Indeed, Lei Fa's eyes were closed, and he continued to evade Smoker's strikes with remarkable fluidity, showing no signs of hesitation. Hell's Ear, a facet of food techniques that manipulates sound waves. When enhanced, it augments auditory control. If evolved to a higher level, it may even rival the mythical god's ear, capable of hearing sounds from the farthest reaches of the world. However, Lei Fa's Hell's Ear and sound manipulation remained at the rudimentary stage, lacking such exaggerated effects. Yet, in combat, it offered a swifter and more direct advantage than vision ever could. At this moment, Lei Fa did not need to rely on his sight to perceive Smoker. Through the stereo auditory perception of Hell's Ear, every movement, even the slightest gesture, was vividly illustrated in Lei Fa's mind. Thus, he always seemed to predict Smoker's actions, appearing to evade just in the nick of time. Of course, this also pertained to Smoker's speed. If the opponent were Kizuru, Lei Fa's tactic would falter, for Kizuru's velocity is extraordinarily overwhelming. Nonetheless, to the spectators, this spectacle was utterly astonishing. The three prominent figures also took note of this anomaly. Observation Haki. Kizuru's initial thought was that Lei Fa had mastered observation Haki, as it could achieve similar feats. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that he had not sensed the fluctuations typical of Haki. It was, in fact, auditory acuity. Zephyr's experience was evidently more astute. He swiftly discerned the secret, noting that Lei Fa's ears would occasionally twitch during the duel, which was decidedly unusual. How could this boy possess such extraordinary hearing? Had he trained specifically for it? Smoker was undoubtedly one of the most gifted individuals in this cohort, yet his hubris was his Achilles heel. While he could excel in favorable circumstances, he lost rationality upon encountering setbacks, compounded by his youth and inability to temper his emotions. This flaw rendered him vulnerable to exploitation. Dalmesia sighed, shaking his head. No wonder Lei Fa had discarded the sea prism stone. It seemed he had devised this strategy. Although Dalmesia could not discern the intricacies, he recognized Lei Fa's intent. Indeed, aside from exploiting the natural elemental weaknesses, only the sea prism stone and Haki could counteract elemental powers. Yet, is the elemental type truly invincible? Not necessarily. If acquiring an elemental devil fruit rendered one omnipotent, there would be no need for training. Everyone would simply scour the world for such fruits. However, akin to all devil fruits, elemental types possess an unavoidable flaw: the sustainability of their powers. Even within the elemental category, there exists a disparity in destructive capacity and endurance. The effects exhibited by an untrained individual vastly differ from those of a trained one. Take, for instance, the new Marine Admiral War years later, where Akainu and Akiji battled for 10 days and nights before a victor emerged. Given their might, once engaged, neither could afford to hold back, for any restraint would provide the other a chance to seize victory. Thus, their confrontation was a full-force clash lasting 10 days and nights. But could Smoker sustain such an intense output for 10 days and nights? The answer is unequivocally no. Be it Lei Fa, Smoker, or Drake, they were still mere children, incapable of the exaggerated feats of top-tier warriors in their prime. Once exhausted, even an elemental user would find themselves helpless. Why does this boy's speech sting so much? Constantly calling others fools and worthless? Was it all a setup? Dalmesia regarded Lei Fa with a peculiar gaze. Even if I were subjected to such repeated insults, I would be greatly incensed, let alone someone like Smoker. What Dalmesia perceived, Kizaru on the second floor could not have overlooked. His brow furrowed slightly, dissatisfaction brewing at Smoker's reactions. Yet, he could not caution Smoker, for that would amount to external interference. If he did so, even if Smoker triumphed, the battle would hold no significance. Is this your prowess, Smoker? Is your elemental power truly only capable of bullying the weak? Lei Fa continued to provoke Smoker as he evaded his strikes. In truth, when he decided to step in for Tina's sake, he had already devised a strategy. This is the reason why he showed no regard for Smoker from the very beginning, directly resorting to insults, aiming to thoroughly provoke the proud Smoker and cause him to lose his composure. This is an unavoidable situation. Currently, Lei Fa's strength is indeed insufficient to master the armament Haki. Furthermore, even with the use of sea prism stone weapons, victory over Smoker is not guaranteed. The inherent advantage of the Logia type is no laughing matter. While wielding sea prism stone weapons allows contact with Logia users, it simultaneously weakens Lei Fa's abilities in soundwave manipulation. Thus, Lei Fa decided to forego the sea prism stone weapons entirely, using this choice to further provoke Smoker. His later act of deliberately closing his eyes was also intended to intensify Smoker's agitation. In truth, he did not need to shut his eyes. Although the effect of Hell's ear is impressive, combining it with sight could potentially enhance his reaction. However, the prospect of further inciting Smoker outweighed any benefits such enhancements might provide. Clearly, this plan has proven remarkably successful. After all, Smoker is merely a child of 6 or 7 years. Once his emotions are stirred, his rationality is inadequate to suppress them. If it were Smoker in another 10 or 20 years, Lei Fa's plan would likely have failed, but in the current moment, it was effortless. Of course, if it were a decade or two later, Lei Fa would not need to resort to such cunning tactics. His training time is still too short for him to express himself through sheer physical prowess. Die, you shall perish, Smoker cried, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed his glare upon Lei Fa, especially infuriated by Lei Fa's apparent indifference during their battle, as he couldn't contain his wrath any longer. At that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to pummel this arrogant individual into submission, to the point of begging for mercy. As the tension escalated, Smoker's increasing impatience led to glaring flaws in his attacks. Initially, Lei Fa needed to concentrate fully to evade Smoker's strikes, yet now, dodging had become effortless, while Smoker's speed dwindled. Humph, the yellow ape scoffed, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Zifa observed this scene without a hint of schadenfreude. Instead, he sighed and instructed Dalmesia to call for a halt, as there was no longer any necessity for the battle to continue. The departure of the yellow ape effectively signified the conclusion of the confrontation. In the eyes of the yellow ape, it was inconceivable to leave while smokers still had a chance of victory. His exit indicated an implicit surrender. Let this be the end, Dalmesia interjected, positioning himself between the two combatants, effortlessly dispersing Smoker's attack while gesturing for Lei Fa to halt. Why did you stop me? Smoker, now red-eyed and panting, demanded. Why did I stop you? A valid question, Dalmesia replied, regarding Smoker. Your holiday is cancelled. Stand here and calm down. Once you've comprehended the reason, come find me and explain. He then instructed the others to disperse, declaring that the lesson was concluded for today. Any unfinished battles would be addressed after the break. And finally added, Lei Fa, accompany me. Teacher, you called for me? Shortly thereafter, Lei Fa arrived at Dalmesia's temporary office. Upon entering, he quickly scanned the room and noted that Zifa was absent, leaving Dalmesia alone. Bang! Do you have any idea how audacious you were today? Dalmesia slammed his hand on the desk, his voice rising by at least 2 octaves. Audacious? Lei Fa chuckled. Teacher Dalmesia, you didn't seem angry when I first stood up. It's just the two of us here. No need for pretense. You little rascal. Dalmesia's anger vanished as he shook his head and smiled. My brother Yellow Ape and teacher Zifa have a notoriously tense relationship. While they are not outright enemies, they seize every opportunity to clash. Teacher Dalmesia, you wish to assist instructor Zifa, don't you? Lei Fa inquired. Zifa has shown me kindness, so I naturally do not wish to see him targeted. However, my brother Yellow Ape has always treated me well, so I can only play the fool between them. You have done what my teacher wished, but could not achieve. Well done. Dalmesia smiled. Thank you for the praise, teacher. Lei Fa replied humbly. However, you have also offended my brother Yellow Ape. Should you formally join the Navy in the future, while he may not personally confront you, he will certainly place obstacles in your path. Be mentally prepared for that, Dalmesia cautioned. In truth, he did not need to articulate it explicitly. Lei Fa understood the implication. Yellow Ape is not a forgiving individual, and Lei Fa's slight would not be easily forgotten. Hee. Teacher, don't tell me you don't know my father. Lei Fa suddenly chuckled. Oh, I almost forgot. Dalmesia exclaimed, laughing heartily. It seems I was overly concerned for nothing. That's not entirely true, Lei Fa replied, shaking his head. My father's character is rather rigid. Even if I join the Navy, he is unlikely to provide me with any special treatment. If Yellow Ape were to create difficulties for me within the rules, my father would probably not intervene. Indeed, that is a possibility, Dalmesia mused, reflecting on Lei Fa's words. As he realized the truth in them, he chuckled again. However, you think things through more thoroughly than I do, my dear student. If my brother Yellow Ape wishes to create obstacles for you within the rules, it may not be as simple as he thinks. Teacher, you flatter me. If I truly find myself in a predicament, I will still rely on you for support. You must not turn a blind eye. Lei Fa laughed. Please spare me. Just seeing you makes me feel like you're concocting another scheme. Look at the state you've left Smoker in. If he doesn't come to terms with this, his confidence may be shattered, and he could be left in despair, Dalmesia chided, half-jokingly. Well, that depends on your capabilities, teacher. You kept him around precisely for this reason. Didn't you? Lei Fa replied nonchalantly. You little trickster. After your cleverness, now I must clean up your mess as your teacher? What a nuisance. Get lost. Dalmesia feigned disdain. Then I'll take my leave, teacher. You take care, Lei Fa replied, making a hasty exit. Just as he departed, the door on the left side of the office swung open. Are you trying to pledge your loyalty to me? Zifa emerged, regarding Dalmesia with a sardonic smile, clearly having overheard their entire conversation. Cough, cough, not at all. You're reading too much into it, teacher. Dalmesia quickly denied. That's fine, it doesn't matter. After all, I'm retired now. Even if you seek to curry favor, I can offer you no assistance. Zifa chuckled and shook his head. Teacher, what are you saying? Your willingness to teach these little ones is already a tremendous favor to me, Dalmesia hurriedly replied. Indeed, Zifa acknowledged, choosing not to persist in his modesty, for it was unnecessary. Can't you and Senior Kazara sit down and have a proper discussion? It's not as if you harbor any deep-seated grudges, Dalmesia suggested once more. Are you here to act as his emissary? Zifa's expression hardened, and his voice turned cold. Absolutely not. I swear to the heavens. Dalmesia, well acquainted with Zifa's temperament, recognized the signs of his impending anger and quickly clarified. I assure you, I stand firmly on your side, dear teacher. I merely believe. Enough. Let us not dwell on that. Zifa interrupted, striding towards the door. Mind your own affairs. My matters do not require your concern. If you utter his name in my presence again, do not call me teacher. I cannot bear such a title. Dalmesia discerned that Zifa was not jesting and resignedly replied, I understand. Upon exiting Dalmesia's office, Lei Fa found himself perplexed. There were clearly 2 steaming cups of tea on the desk, indicating that Zifa was likely still present. Yet he had chosen to evade the encounter. Surely, there was no harm in being seen by me? The moment Lei Fa entered the office, he had glanced around but found no other individual. However, he did notice the 2 cups of tea, one of which he presumed belonged to the black-armed Zifa. Yet, he could not fathom why Zifa would choose to avoid him. Was it merely to allow Dalmesia to reprimand him? After much contemplation, Lei Fa could not arrive at a reasonable explanation and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. There were far too many perplexing issues to dwell upon, and it was unnecessary to become entangled in them. As he exited the training camp, Lei Fa immediately spotted the eagerly awaiting young girl, Tina, peering curiously in his direction. Upon seeing him emerge unscathed, she rushed over with delight. Brother Lei Fa, are you all right? Lei Fa patted her little head and replied with a smile, Of course. I am perfectly fine. I thought Teacher Dalmesia would punish you, Tina said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not at all. There is no need for concern. Lei Fa reassured her with a grin. At this moment, several individuals approached swiftly in this direction. Rifa, your audacity is truly remarkable. How did I fail to notice your sheer madness before? Bellygood halted before Rifa, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if he were a strange creature. As long as all is well, Drake, following closely behind, also exhaled in relief. These 2 roommates would wait for him. While it was not surprising that Lei Fa was among them, he had not anticipated that the other individual remaining, who seldom spoke and consistently wore a stern demeanor, was his other roommate, Xiaoen. Upon seeing Lei Fa emerge, Xiaoen nodded in acknowledgement. Lei Fa returned the gesture and, with a smile, remarked, I appreciate your concern. Since it's a holiday, let's go. Today, I shall treat you all to a splendid meal. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear, exclaimed Bellygood, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I am not well acquainted with the culinary delights of Marine Fando, so this is a perfect opportunity to explore. Drake also agreed with a smile. As for Tina, the little girl, she continued to play the role of an eager follower, showing no inclination to refuse. Xiaoen, you should join us as well. It's just a meal and 1 tea take long, Lei Fa encouraged, noticing Xiaoen's momentary hesitation. After pondering for a brief moment, Xiaoen decided not to decline any further. Thus, the group hurriedly followed in Lei Fa's wake. The vacation period swiftly passed, and soon the training camp entered its 2nd month of rigorous instruction. Compared to the 1st month, the training in the 2nd month was noticeably more intense. However, the participants gradually adjusted to this rhythm. Despite the hardships and exhaustion, the rewards were significant, and no one chose to abandon their pursuits midway. On another note, Dalmesia not only invited Zifa to conduct a weekly class, but also brought in numerous naval commanders to provide specialized lessons tailored for the young trainees. For instance, the first swordsmanship class of the training camp was taught by Dalmesia S. Sr., the current Rear Admiral of the Navy, Ghost Spider. Like Dalmesia, Ghost Spider was a disciple of Zifa, yet he possessed far greater proficiency with the sword, while Dalmesia excelled more in close combat. This is merely one example. It is evident that Dalmesia invested considerable effort into nurturing these young individuals. Time spent in training always seemed to pass with remarkable swiftness, in the blink of an eye. Nearly half a year had elapsed since the inception of the training camp, leaving only another half year until its conclusion. On that morning, the familiar call to rise echoed through Dalmesia. The youths swiftly gathered on the playground, taking less than 2 minutes to assemble and begin their roll call. They had transformed remarkably since their arrival at the training camp, almost as if they had undergone a metamorphosis. Observing this scene, Dalmesia nodded in satisfaction and announced that, effective immediately, they would no longer attend classes. At this stage, they had already learned and mastered the necessary skills over the past 6 months. What lay ahead was their individual cultivation and effort. It was uncertain how far each of them would progress. Dalmesia's proclamation sparked a wave of astonishment. No one had anticipated such an abrupt announcement regarding the cessation of all courses. According to the information they received upon joining the training camp, the complete cycle was supposed to last a year. Consequently, inquiries arose swiftly. In response, Dalmesia had anticipated such questions and clarified that while the complete cycle indeed spanned a year, the decision to conclude all courses was not a sudden whim, but a prearranged protocol established prior to their entrance. In the forthcoming 6 months, they would serve as naval aides, assigned to various branches and stationed areas for half a year. If they returned safely, they would reconvene at this location, where Darmisia would assess their performance over the past 6 months and award them military ranks commensurate with their achievements. Yes, they had heard correctly. Upon leaving the training camp, they would officially be recognized as honorable members of the Navy, with their rank entirely dependent on their forthcoming performance. Upon hearing Darmisia's words, excitement surged among many. The hardships endured over the past 6 months were all in pursuit of a momentous breakthrough, and the prospect of an early opportunity to prove themselves thrilled them. "Sir, what exactly does this performance entail?" inquired Lei Fa suddenly. Darmisia, prepared for such a question, replied without hesitation that it would encompass a comprehensive evaluation, including assessments from branch leaders and the merits they accrued during this period. Lei Fa, stroking his chin thoughtfully, asked, "So, capturing bountied criminals would also be considered in this evaluation?" Darmisia confirmed, but then, with a stern gaze, cautioned, "However, I must remind you, capturing bountied criminals is no trivial matter. I am aware that some of you are confident in your abilities, but apprehending such criminals is vastly different from your usual sparring. A moment's inattention could result in dire consequences. I do not wish for any of you to recklessly pursue glory beyond your capabilities. Do you understand?" As he uttered this final remark, his gaze lingered on the most spirited individuals in the training camp. Shortly thereafter, under Darmisia's direction, soldiers distributed envelopes that had been prepared in advance, and the assembly was dismissed. Lei Fa and his companions gathered together, each eager to unveil their assignments. Drake was the first to open his envelope, revealing a paper that read, Branch G8. Tina was assigned to Branch G11, while Xuan's paper indicated he would be stationed at Gaia Island. Lei Fa, having torn open his envelope, extracted the white sheet, which stated, the Sabaody Archipelago. Sabaody? Lei Fa's eyebrows shot up in surprise at this result. He was no stranger to the Sabaody Archipelago, known colloquially as the Bubble Islands, as it is an exceptionally unique locale. Its significance stemmed from its proximity to the naval headquarters and its status as the final docking point on the first half of the Grand Line, near the Red Line. Due to its distinct nature, the Navy could only maintain a limited presence of upholding justice here, while the surrounding areas were rife with various black and gray forces. And even the Navy preferred to avoid provoking conflict. As a naval offspring born in Marinfando, Lei Fa was certainly aware of this archipelago's closeness to Marinfando, especially since he had previously glimpsed its true nature through another lens. In summary, the Sabaody Archipelago represented a highly chaotic region, lacking the near-absolute control the Navy exerted in other areas. In the realm of Shambody, such occurrences are truly unimaginable. "Oh, Lei Fa, have you also been assigned to Shambody?" exclaimed Bellygood, filled with delight upon discovering that they were allocated to the same place. "What a coincidence! It's wonderful that we are together. Now I need not fear being surrounded by strangers." Upon glancing at Bellygood, Lei Fa was equally astonished to find him assigned to the Shambody Archipelago. Tina, initially indifferent, felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Bellygood being paired with Lei Fa, attempting several times to slay Bellygood with her gaze. This caused Bellygood to break into a cold sweat. Had it not been for the predetermined itinerary, he would have undoubtedly opted to switch with Tina. After a brief exchange, the group dispersed to prepare for their respective journeys. Upon returning home, Lei Fa found little to prepare, as his father, Sengoku, was perpetually engaged in the pursuit of Whitebeard, and his elder brother, Corazon, was often away on missions, leaving him alone in the house. However, he was unfazed by this solitude, as it was merely for 6 months, a perfectly normal circumstance. In fact, Lei Fa welcomed this half-year internship, as he genuinely sought an opportunity to assess his growth over the past 6 months. During the latter half of that period, he had restrained his abilities, consciously avoiding drawing attention to himself, lest he become the proverbial bird that was shot down. This is an inevitable occurrence. Burdened with the gourmet cells, he, while pursuing his cultivation, not only experiences the physical enhancements that come with the practice itself, but also continuously elevates the awakening of his gourmet cells through this endeavor. As the awakening of the gourmet cells progresses, they in turn nourish him, leading to a rapid and comprehensive enhancement of his physical prowess. This situation transcends the mere concept of achieving twice the result with half the effort. Originally, the innate talent of this body could only be deemed slightly above average. Blending in with the numerous offspring of the Navy, and scarcely remarkable when compared to the likes of Drake and Smoker. Even when considering someone of Bellamy's caliber, it falls short. Were it not for this, the original Lei Fa would have remained obscure for the ensuing 2 decades. However, the current Lei Fa is endowed with a culinary system and carries the ancient culinary devil's gourmet cells. Under such circumstances, his rate of advancement has exceeded mere doubling. He stands on par with the most formidable entities upon the sea. In truth, Lei Fa's cohort pales in comparison to the preceding 2 generations. It is worth noting that the last generation of the Navy boasted superlative talents such as Peach Rabbit Shiryu and Akiji Kazan. Delving further back, one encounters the likes of Kizaru Borsellino, Akainu Sakazuki, and Trafalgar Shichibukai, all of whom have emerged as top-tier powerhouses, while Smoker and Drake are undeniably prodigies. Juxtaposing them with these figures seems a tad ambitious. Nevertheless, with the enhancement provided by the gourmet cells, Lei Fa's progression in terms of cultivation is now absolutely comparable to those monstrous geniuses from the previous 2 generations. Yet, Lei Fa remains somewhat dissatisfied with his current standing. If he continues at this pace, indeed, perhaps in a decade or 2, he may ascend to become one of the elite few upon the vast ocean. At the very least, he could attain the rank of Rear Admiral, possessing the strength characteristic of elite officers. This sounds quite appealing, doesn't it? Yet is it truly so? No, he does not share that sentiment. For in the ensuing decades, the situation at sea is bound to be tumultuous and ever-changing. Even the naval headquarters at Marineford nearly faced destruction. What else could possibly transpire? Who can guarantee that they will not be swept up in some tempest? Indeed, many of the prodigies he knew from the same cohort as Lei Fa navigated those years unscathed, but he also observed another reality within his training camp. There were numerous individuals whose talents rivaled those of Barrygood and Sean. Even those who stood shoulder to shoulder with Smoker and Drake were not absent. Yet, the troubling fact remains that Lei Fa had never heard of these individuals at all. What does this signify? Perhaps it is merely due to the finite number of characters depicted in the manga. It is impossible for everyone to make an appearance. However, there exists another possibility, does it not? This alternative possibility is that these individuals may have perished over the course of the next decade or 2. The Navy is an institution steeped in violence, and in the pursuit of capturing and eliminating pirates, it suffers considerable casualties itself. This has never been a secret. From the soldiers to the high-ranking officers, there are always sacrifices made each year. Lei Fa is unwilling to entrust his life entirely to the whims of fate. Therefore, he must enhance his strength. He needs to elevate himself with utmost urgency to a level where he is not easily claimed by an unforeseen accident, possessing at least a modicum of self-preservation capability. At present, the swiftest method Lei Fa can conceive for strengthening himself is, naturally, through the culinary system. Relying solely on training has been attempted. Although the rate of improvement has left many astounded, acquiring the ability to protect oneself before turmoil arrives remains exceedingly challenging. Thus, Lei Fa seeks to hasten his progress by turning his attention to the culinary system. However, it is rather awkward that since he first activated the culinary system, he has only accepted and completed a singular initial task, which was the tasting of 3 delicacies. Since then, he has not received any further assignments from the culinary system. Yet, upon reflection, he quickly deduces the reason behind this. After initialization, the culinary system had indicated system tasks will trigger randomly. The more events one engages with, the more tasks can be activated. However, during the past 6 months, he has spent nearly all his time in this training camp. The individuals he encountered were the same, and his daily activities were monotonous. Thus, there were no events to engage with, leading to a lack of tasks. He originally intended to wait until the training camp concluded to devise a means of venturing outside, yet unexpectedly, the latter half of the training camp has brought him a delightful surprise. Lei Fa hopes that the Sabaody archipelago will not let him down, filled with anticipation. Several days later, Lei Fa, along with Barrygood and another student assigned to the Sabaody archipelago, arrived at the outskirts aboard a military vessel. I visited Sabaody once during my childhood with my father, but I hold little memory of it now. I only recall that there seemed to be a grand amusement park, reminisced the student, gazing into the distance. Much like Lei Fa and Barrygood. Although this third individual was not particularly familiar with Lei Fa and his small circle, Lei Fa held a profound impression of him. More accurately, it was his father who left a lasting mark on Lei Fa's memory. His name was Patrick, the very trainee who, at the inception of the training camp, was used as an example by Dalmatia to impart a lesson to the others. His father, Randolph, is now one of the vice admirals in the naval headquarters. Rifa distinctly recalled that Vice Admiral Randolph, during his tenure as a captain, single-handedly pursued a notorious criminal with a bounty exceeding 60 million berries, an endeavor that could only be described as the act of a lone hero. It was safe to say that this memory was etched in the minds of all those in the training camp. Consequently, Rifa's impression of Patrick was notably strong. Furthermore, Patrick possessed considerable talent, being one of the few individuals whose potential, though not yet showcased in the significant events of the future, appeared to surpass even that of Bellygood. You may not have forgotten that there exists a grand amusement park on the Sabaody archipelago, aptly named after the archipelago itself, and it is regarded as one of the largest amusement parks along the Grand Line. With a smile, Rifa turned to Patrick, expressing that although it was his first visit to Sabaody, he had already been introduced to its splendor through the exploits of the protagonists from the world he was familiar with. Indeed, he had read in a travelogue penned by a rear admiral that the Sabaody amusement park was rumored to be quite spectacular. Bellygood, brimming with enthusiasm, chimed in, expressing his eagerness to experience it. "All right, we are almost there. It's time to gather our belongings," Rifa declared, glancing at the increasingly distinct archipelago ahead. He was the first to make his way towards the cabin, where their luggage remained. Half an hour later, the warship docked at the pier of Island number 69. As the accompanying naval personnel provided introductions, Rifa's memories began to resurface. The Sabaody archipelago is composed of the world's largest 79 red trees, each tree representing an island, numbered from 1 to 79. The islands directly under naval jurisdiction are limited to those numbered from 60 to 69, while the others serve various distinct purposes. Islands numbered 1 to 29 are known for their chaos and lawlessness, often referred to as the lawless zone, where pirates and bounty hunters predominantly congregate. Along with the infamous human auctioning house, Islands 30 to 39 house the much-anticipated Sabaody amusement park, a colossal establishment occupying the area of 10 islands. Underscoring the park's extravagant scale, Islands 40 to 49 serve as tourist attractions, featuring a myriad of shops and restaurants, where visitors often linger. Islands 50 to 59 belong to the shipwrights and are the sites for ship coating. It is well known that to traverse from the first half of the Grand Line to the second half, one must cross the Red Line. With only two methods available, the first is to abandon one's ship and pass through the Holy Land, Mariewa, the seat of the world government and the residence of the celestial dragons. The second method involves coming to the Sabaody archipelago for ship coating, enabling vessels to navigate underwater until they reach a massive opening at the base of the Red Line. Within that opening lies a deep-sea island known as Fishman Island, a place where merfolk and fishmen coexist, beyond which one can access the latter half of the Grand Line. Of course, for pirates, there is essentially only one viable option: coating their ships, for abandoning their vessels to reach Mariewa would be tantamount to walking into a trap. The islands numbered 60 to 69, as one might expect, are naval territories, where outsiders are unwelcome. Lastly, the islands numbered 70 to 79 form a street lined with inns, where both tourists and pirates with ulterior motives tend to rest. The situation of the Chambered Islands can undoubtedly be described as intricate and complex. It is indisputable that among the 6 artificially delineated regions, the most convoluted and perilous area is unequivocally Region 1, encompassing the islands numbered from 1 to 29. This is evident merely from the area occupied by this region. Even the Navy and the world government have only managed to control 10 islands in the Chambered archipelago, while this area encompasses a full 29 islands. This sufficiently elucidates numerous issues. Lei Fa, drawing from his limited knowledge, has roughly conjectured some reasons. However, until he has personally witnessed the situation, he refrains from making hasty conclusions. You 3 are the interns for this assignment, correct? In an office on Island 69, a general of brigadier rank personally received Lei Fa and his companions, warmly inquiring about their circumstances. The brigadier general, named Pearson, hails from Marineford, just like Rifa and the others. It seems rather absurd that a general officer would solemnly deign to meet with 3 mere apprentice seamen who have yet to officially join the Navy. However, Rifa finds this hardly surprising, for he understands that wherever there are people, there exists a certain underworld, and even the Navy is not exempt from such norms. Those admitted to the youth training camp typically have parents who are at least school-level officers, with many holding higher ranks. To put it in the terms of his previous life, all the trainees can be considered genuine second-generation elites. Moreover, the privilege of being directly admitted to the Navy from the training camp stems from the unique status of these trainees. This may seem somewhat unfair to ordinary individuals. Yet, even in Lei Fa's former world, true fairness has always been a rarity, not to mention in this world governed by the law of the jungle, as exemplified by the ruthless existence of the celestial dragons. In comparison, the privileges associated with the training camp are trivial. Judging by Brigadier General Pearson's demeanor towards the trio, it is highly likely he has already inquired about their backgrounds. Otherwise, if Lei Fa and his companions had parents who were merely ordinary school-level officers, they would hardly merit such courtesy from a brigadier general. Lei Fa, needless to say, boasts a father who is a vice admiral, placing him among the most powerful in this training camp, though he himself prefers to keep this fact discreet, known only to a select few, including his teacher, Dalmesia, and Tina. Patrick's father, Vice Admiral Randolph, is also a formidable figure. Even among numerous vice admirals, the legendary Randolph would certainly rank within the top 10. In other words, he is a prominent individual within the Navy. As for Bellygood, his father holds the rank of Rear Admiral, which, compared to Lei Fa and Patrick, is somewhat lesser, yet still surpasses that of Brigadier General Pearson. Thus, in the presence of these three distinguished offspring, Brigadier General Pearson exudes an amiable demeanor. The highest authority in the Shambadi archipelago is a Rear Admiral from the headquarters. However, this admiral is more of a reclusive ascetic, rarely attending to affairs. Moreover, although the power dynamics in Shambadi are intricate, the proximity to the Marine headquarters in Marineford ensures that no faction dares to provoke the Navy, as the repercussions are undesirable for any entity. Consequently, above Rear Admiral Pearson, there exist merely two other Rear Admiral officers. In terms of actual power, he is arguably the third most influential figure within the Navy in this region. The other two Rear Admirals, superior in both strength and authority, are rather reluctant to lower themselves to foster camaraderie with three boys who have yet to reach the age of 10. Rear Admirals are regarded as genuine leaders within the Navy, distinctly different from Rear Admiral Pearson, and they see no necessity to overly ingratiate themselves with anyone. Thus, the responsibility of the task ultimately fell upon Rear Admiral Pearson, who was quite pleased with this arrangement. "Yes, Commander." The trio responded in unison, appearing quite earnest. Over the past 6 months, the Dalmesia had laid a solid foundation for them, which naturally included the protocols of the Navy. "Good, very good." Rear Admiral Pearson beamed at the three, remarking, "You all appear quite impressive, rivaling seasoned veterans who have served for many years. I must commend Rear Admiral Dalmesia's teaching methods. He has indeed cultivated a group of elite youths." The commendation from Brigadier Pearson sent shivers down the spines of Lei Fa and his companions. It was an extravagant praise, utterly devoid of restraint, seemingly oblivious to how absurd it might sound. Nevertheless, Lei Fa and the others felt compelled to endure it. They couldn't possibly offend their superior upon their arrival, especially since they were to remain for 6 months. It would indeed be troublesome to antagonize him. Brigadier Pearson, however, remained blissfully unaware of the excessive flattery he was delivering. Even though Lei Fa and his companions had responded succinctly, he continued to extol their virtues for nearly 10 more minutes before finally coming to a halt, seemingly reluctant to cease. "You have just arrived, so I shall refrain from saying too much today. Allow me to have someone assist you in settling in. You should take some time to rest," Brigadier Pearson remarked with a smile. "Understood. Is this what one would call saying little?" Lei Fa stifled the urge to roll his eyes. The past several minutes felt far more arduous than the most grueling training endured in the youth training camp. Observing the expressions of the other two individuals, it was evident they shared a similar sentiment. Before long, a naval soldier knocked and entered, following the orders of Brigadier Pearson, leading the trio towards the dormitories within the base. As Lei Fa trailed behind the naval soldier, he surveyed the magnificent surroundings. It was indeed far more spectacular than he had imagined. He had never before encountered such colossal trees that could form islands, scattered across the ground and upon the branches. Iridescent bubbles occasionally emerged, drifting gradually skyward. This is precisely the reason why Xiangbidi is also referred to as the Bubble Island. The 79 red mangroves perpetually release iridescent bubbles reminiscent of soap bubbles throughout the year. The island's various tourist attractions and the coated shipyard owe their existence to this distinctive characteristic of the red mangroves, which is what makes Shambadi irreplaceable. Furthermore, Lei Fa observed peculiar snails with wide-open eyes perched atop the surrounding treetops. As Lei Fa and his companions passed by, the snails' eyes would follow their movement. It goes without saying that these were the watching phone worms commonly utilized by the Navy to monitor the conditions of the stationed area, ensuring they remain informed of the latest developments at all times. The function of these surveillance phone worms is akin to the monitors of the past on Earth. They can transmit captured images to another entity known as the image phone worm, which then projects the visuals, allowing one to observe what is being monitored from afar. As Lei Fa surveyed the surroundings, his steps did not falter, and under the guidance of the naval soldiers, they swiftly arrived at their dormitory. Brigadier General Pearson had deliberately arranged for the three of them to reside together, yet here, the accommodations were similar to those in a training camp, with 4 occupants per room. However, Lei Fa and his companions numbered only 3, indicating that they would have a 4th roommate. Upon entering the room, they found their 4th companion already awaiting their arrival. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Where have you been? The 4th individual, who had been lounging on the lower bunk of the left-hand bunk bed, quickly sat up upon their entrance. You must have just disembarked, right? I won't take you out today. It's best you rest before anything else. May I ask your name? Lei Fa inquired first. Oh dear, look at me. I've completely forgotten to introduce myself. The 4th individual exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I'm Joshua, your roommate, and I'm also a first-class naval soldier. I was born and raised in this area, so I'm quite familiar with it. I heard you came from Marine Admiral. They probably considered that when arranging for us to be together. Joshua, stroking his chin, pondered aloud. Evidently, he was not privy to the identities of Lei Fa and his companions, nor was he aware of anything related to the training camp. He only knew they hailed from Marine Admiral. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, slightly older than Lei Fa and his friends, and his rank was considerably higher than their status as mere support soldiers, but that was the extent of it. Although Lei Fa and his companions' capabilities had yet to be assessed, they could not be measured solely by military rank. It was likely Brigadier General Pearson's intention to place someone like Joshua, who was well acquainted with the local area, in close quarters with Lei Fa and his companions to facilitate their acclimatization to the region. It was impractical for the general to accompany them everywhere, as that would be rather ostentatious. Joshua's disposition bore some resemblance to Barrygoods. He was quite talkative and quickly became familiar with Lei Fa and his companions. I have never left this area. I envy you for having been to Marine Admiral, Joshua expressed, incessantly inquiring if there were many prominent figures there. Have you met Marshal Kong? What about the wisdom strategist, Lord Waring states? For Joshua, a first-class naval soldier born in this region, even Brigadier General Pearson was considered a significant figure. While those above the rank of Brigadier General were legendary figures he had only heard of but rarely encountered in person, Lei Fa and his companions patiently elaborated on their experiences in Marine Admiral, which was a natural course of conversation, as Joshua would later guide them in familiarizing themselves with the area. Half a month later, Lei Fa and his companions had thoroughly settled into their new surroundings. Under the arrangement of Brigadier General Pearson, the 4 of them formed a patrol team, using their patrol duties as a pretext to traverse most of the islands in the region, leaving only the first area unexplored, which was known as the Lawless Zone. As night descended, just after twilight, Lei Fa found an excuse to leave the dormitory. He made his way to a patch of grass, where he retrieved a black parcel and stealthily proceeded towards the outskirts of the camp. Along the way, he altered his course several times, striving to evade the surveillance of the monitoring phone bugs perched atop the treetops, a route he had meticulously charted over the past fortnight. However, the blind spots were inherently limited. There were areas he could only traverse under the watchful gaze of the monitoring phone bugs, which he could not evade. Yet, Lei Fa was well prepared for this eventuality. Positioned in a blind spot, he closed his eyes and placed one hand against the trunk of a nearby tree. Echo wave, activate. Hell's ear, activate. In an instant, the entirety of his surroundings within a 200-meter radius materialized in his mind as a 3-dimensional wave pattern. Every blade of grass and branch on the trees was vividly represented in this mental image. Even the most inconspicuous ant hidden among the foliage was distinctly visible, including the monitoring phone bugs hovering above. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Lei Fa swiftly identified the locations of the 8 monitoring phone bugs, which meticulously surveilled the area he intended to traverse without any blind spots. To navigate through this region, even with sufficient speed and by hugging the corners, he would inevitably be exposed to the watchful eyes of at least 3 monitoring phone bugs. After calculating his route and speed in his mind, he reached a conclusion. Resolute, he decided without hesitation. Weakness sound wave. He suddenly exclaimed, opening his mouth wide. At this moment, if there were anyone nearby, they might find the situation perplexing. For after Lei Fa opened his mouth to unleash a roar, not a sound escaped his lips. Those unaware might deem him mad. Yet, this is the effect of the sonic wave of weakness. The low-frequency sound waves it emits are inaudible to the average human ear, only perceptible to certain animals. When Lei Fa purposefully directed the sonic wave towards a specific direction, several monitoring phone insects in that vicinity suddenly became agitated, twisting their bodies and moving away towards the other side of the tree, no longer facing this way. Now was the moment. Lei Fa's figure suddenly sprang into motion, traversing the area devoid of surveillance. Throughout this entire process, not a single monitoring phone insect captured his actions. More than 10 minutes later, Lei Fa had departed from the naval base on Islands No. 60 to No. 69, arriving at the region where the shipyard and coating factory were located. However, this was not his ultimate destination. He merely passed through on his way to the next location, Area 1. Upon reaching Area 1, the black package in his possession had vanished. Furthermore, the standard naval uniform he had worn had transformed into a simple black outfit, complemented by a deep blue cloak. A wide-brimmed hat adorned his head, and a pale mask covered his face, displaying a bizarre smile, revealing only his pair of eyes. The only aspect that remained unchanged was his height. Although he had matured more rapidly in this life than in the previous one, at merely 7 or 8 years of age, he stood only about 1.30 meters tall. And his mature attire could not conceal this fact. Nevertheless, Lei Fa had never intended to disguise it. In the world of One Piece, there exists a plethora of peculiar races, including many of diminutive stature. Even among humans, there are those of shorter stature, far more normal compared to the fishmen. Excuse me. Could you direct me to the Bounty Hunter Guild? Lei Fa approached a vendor's stall, his voice emerging as a hoarse, unfamiliar sound beneath the pale smiling mask. Combined with his peculiar attire, it indeed instilled a sense of unease. The voice was certainly not the original sound of Lei Fa, however, for him, who had mastered the rudiments of sound wave manipulation. Altering his voice was a trivial feat when Lei Fa inquired. The vendor was preoccupied, head down, organizing his wares. Upon hearing someone speak, he assumed it was a customer and felt pleased, only to be taken aback by a request for directions. The vendor, momentarily displeased, was about to reply that he didn't know, but upon raising his gaze and seeing Lei Fa's current appearance, he was startled into compliance, hastily gesturing. Turn into the second alley on your left, walk a bit further, and you'll find an intersection. Turn right there, and you shall see it. Thank you, Lei Fa asked, then proceeded in the direction indicated by the vendor. Indeed, following the vendor's directions, after a couple of turns, Lei Fa soon spotted at the end of the road a quaint 3-story wooden building, with a sign above the entrance reading Bounty Hunter Guild. As Lei Fa entered the establishment, a man dressed as a Western cowboy exited, merely glancing at Lei Fa before brushing past him, indicating a lack of intent for conversation. It appeared that bounty hunters were not particularly amiable towards one another. Lei Fa sensed a hint of wariness in the man's demeanor. Upon entering, Lei Fa discovered that the first floor of the wooden building was sparsely furnished, featuring 2 windows flanking the main entrance, each manned by a staff member. As the left window was occupied, he approached the right one. Hello, may I assist you? A young woman, unremarkable in appearance yet exceedingly polite, inquired. I would like to register as a bounty hunter and inquire about nearby fugitives, Lei Fa asked. Register as a bounty hunter? Please step aside and fill out this form first, and then I can assist you with the registration. As for the inquiry about fugitives, I can help you with that once your registration is complete. Is that acceptable? The young woman handed Lei Fa a sheet of paper and a pen. Understood, Lei Fa replied, moving to the side to complete the form. The content of the form was straightforward, requiring only basic information. However, Lei Fa knew that many bounty hunters often fabricated such details. The profession was notoriously mixed, and while most were capable lone wolves, there were also many unsavory characters, even bounty hunters who were themselves fugitives, a common occurrence. Lei Fa's elaborate endeavor to register as a bounty hunter was primarily to conceal his identity, hence he could not provide truthful information. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inscribed the name Mr. V in the designated field. Soon after, he finished filling out the form. Returning to the window, he handed the document to the young woman. She accepted it with a greeting and retreated into the back room, returning approximately 10 minutes later with a metallic card, inscribed with Mr. V on the front and a lengthy string of identification numbers on the reverse. Congratulations, you are now an esteemed bounty hunter, Mr. V. You have officially attained the rank of one-star bounty hunter within our guild. The young woman smiled as she presented the metallic card. Just as she finished speaking, a long-forgotten golden text flashed in Lei Fa's mind. Ding. Task successfully activated. Task details. Advance to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months. Task reward. 1 entry training card for Shilin Temple. Redeemable for a year of training at Shilin Temple. Note. Task rewards do not consume time in the primary world. Excuse me? Is there something amiss? The young woman queried. Noticing Lei Fa's momentary stupor after he received the identification plaque, concerned that she might have made an error. Recovering from the sudden wave of elation, Lei Fa steadied his emotions and continued in a hoarse voice. No, it's just that I heard you mention one-star bounty hunter. I was curious about what that entails. In truth, combining the young woman's previous remarks with the task information from the system, Lei Fa surmised that the Bounty Hunter Guild operated under a specific hierarchical structure akin to military ranks, albeit with different regulations. However, to grasp the full details, he would need to inquire further. Are you referring to the classification of bounty hunter ranks? The young woman asked, and upon receiving a nod from Lei Fa, she elaborated, Indeed. Our guild categorizes bounty hunters into 7 ranks, with 1-star being the lowest and 7-star the highest. Each rank confers different privileges, with higher ranks enjoying greater rights. Oh, could you elaborate? Of course, she replied patiently. Take the information channels as an example. 1-star bounty hunters can obtain information on fugitives from any guild location. But this is limited to those with bounties below 10 million berries and consists only of basic names and bounty details. 2-star bounty hunters can access information on fugitives with bounties under 30 million berries, and so forth. 3-star bounty hunters can inquire about those with bounties under 50 million. While 4-star bounty hunters can access details on fugitives with bounties under 100 million berries. For those ranked 5-star and above, including 5-star, there are no such restrictions. They can access the complete list of all recent fugitives in the vicinity. The young woman paused. Moreover, the information available varies by rank. For instance, 1-star and 2-star bounty hunters receive only basic information, while 3-star and 4-star hunters gain access to more detailed intelligence, such as recent actions of specific fugitives. Those ranked 5-star and above can fully share all local guild intelligence systems and even direct guild informants to monitor targets. Ah, I see, Lei Fa nodded, indicating his understanding. In fact, different ranks also come with various benefits. If you're interested, I can provide you with a list detailing the rights and benefits associated with each rank. The young woman offered. Does it include advancement methods? Lei Fa inquired. Indeed, it will encompass that as well. Very well, please provide the list, and I shall review it myself. Lei Fa consented. Half an hour later, Lei Fa quietly returned to his dormitory, slipping back into his bed. Upon his arrival, Belagud and his new roommate, Joshua, were already asleep, while Patrick remained awake. Hearing Lei Fa's return, he softly asked from the upper bunk, Stomach troubles? Yes, I'm unsure if it's something I ate, Lei Fa replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. Rest well. We have duty tomorrow, Patrick reassured him with a smile. Good night. Rife mused as the room gradually fell silent, interrupted only by the soft snoring of Belagud. Amidst the gentle sounds, Rife contemplated the classification of bounty hunters he had encountered at the Bounty Hunter Guild. On the list detailing the various privileges enjoyed by bounty hunters of differing ranks, he had found the information he most desired: how to elevate 1-star rating as a bounty hunter. After a fortnight of meticulous preparation, Rife stealthily departed from the Navy base and clandestinely registered as a bounty hunter in the 1st District, not out of financial need. Although the majority of bounty hunters pursued wealth, he, as a second-generation scion, was not inclined to risk his safety for mere coin. His motivation was simple: to trigger a culinary system task. Upon learning of his assignment to the archipelago of Sabaody, Rife had devised a comprehensive plan, identifying 4 or 5 potential avenues to activate the task. Registering as a bounty hunter stood out as one of the most promising options. Thus, after familiarizing himself with the topography of Sabaody, he began preparing for his registration, including acquiring a disguise to conceal his identity. Ultimately, his efforts bore fruit, and the task was successfully triggered. To ascend from 1-star to 2, one must eliminate 5 bounty criminals with a reward between 1 million and 5 million berries, along with 1 criminal whose bounty exceeds 5 million but remains below 10 million. Progressing from 2 stars to 3 necessitates the demise of 5 criminals with bounties ranging from 5 million to 10 million berries, plus 1 criminal whose bounty lies between 10 million and 30 million. Finally, Advancing from 3 stars to 4 requires the elimination of 5 criminals with bounties between 10 million and 30 million berries, and one with a bounty exceeding 30 million but under 50 million. As Lei Fa calculated in his mind, he realized that to achieve the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, he would need to eliminate 5 criminals with bounties between 1 million and 5 million berries, 6 criminals with bounties between 5 million and 10 million, and another 6 with bounties between 10 million and 30 million. Furthermore, he must also slay a criminal with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries to finally attain the 4-star rank. The thought caused a slight headache. He regarded the 1 million berries bounty criminals as inconsequential, for their strength was at most comparable to that of a Navy ensign. Not only Lei Fa, but even Barrygood felt untroubled by such adversaries. Consequently, the primary challenge for Lei Fa lay with the 6 criminals boasting bounties between 10 million and 30 million, and the final target with a bounty between 30 million and 50 million, judging purely by bounty amounts. Those with 10 million berries bounties had already attained the preliminary strength of naval officers, while those in the 30 million range could rival the majority of naval captains. Lei Fa was somewhat uncertain about his current strength, as he had made significant progress over the past 6 months. Yet he could not precisely gauge his capabilities without an opportunity to unleash his full potential. Through this mission, he sought to assess his current prowess and ascertain his true level. At this moment, he was compelled to regard the Bounty Hunter Guild with newfound respect. Lei Fa had previously dismissed the guild, viewing it as inconsequential. In the world depicted in the comics of his former life, pirates and the Navy seemed to be the eternal protagonists, rendering other professions, such as mountain bandits, assassins, and bounty hunters, merely as supporting roles. However, the narrative of the comics served primarily to highlight the main characters, inevitably overlooking the multifaceted reality of the world. This is not the first time that Lei Fa has perceived the disparity between the world depicted in manga and the reality he has experienced. His recent induction into the Bounty Hunter Guild has reaffirmed this notion. From Lei Fa's understanding, the Bounty Hunter Guild is, in essence, a civilian force with some official backing, intricately linked to the world government, yet not directly subordinate to it like the Navy. Rather, it engages in multifaceted collaboration. Moreover, the guild never schemes to appropriate the bounties that bounty hunters are entitled to. The rewards issued by the world government can be fully redeemed through the guild, which likely has a clandestine agreement for support from the world government. In addition to the world government, numerous kingdoms and principalities also intersect with the Bounty Hunter Guild, serving as its sponsors. However, it is not these connections that lead Lei Fa to conclude that the Bounty Hunter Guild is formidable. Rather, it is the star ranking system for bounty hunters that truly underscores this. The Culinary system has tasked him with becoming a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, and the prerequisites for ascending to 4 stars necessitate possessing strength equivalent to that of a Navy colonel at the very least. Although a colonel is not considered a high-ranking officer within the Navy, merely a mid-level one, it is essential to remember that this is merely the threshold for a 4-star bounty hunter. Above this rank exists the 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star bounty hunters. Lei Fa recalls vividly that the requirements for attaining the 5-star rank include the elimination of 5 individuals with bounties ranging from 30 million to 50 million berries, along with one individual boasting a bounty between 50 million and 100 million berries. The criteria for the 6-star rank are somewhat simpler, requiring the defeat of 3 bounty hunters with bounties exceeding 100 million berries. The 7-star rank demands an even more straightforward yet daunting task, the extermination of a notorious pirate. Upon contemplating these final ranks, Lei Fa cannot help but gasp in astonishment. What constitutes a notorious pirate? They are fearsome adversaries, renowned throughout the Grand Line, possessing strengths that even elite rear admirals cannot rival. For instance, those who would later become the Shichibukai were all infamous pirates before their ascension. In truth, the term notorious pirate is somewhat nebulous, lacking the direct clarity of bounty amounts, which often fluctuate in response to the incidents caused by the wanted individuals. While this method can indirectly reflect a criminal's strength, it is not entirely accurate. Consider Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile, who, prior to his accord with the world government to become a Shichibukai, had a bounty of merely 80 million berries. If one were to judge solely by bounty, his power might seem comparable to that of an ordinary rear admiral. However, in reality, ordinary newcomers worth over 100 million berries are no match for an established pirate like Crocodile, who operates on an entirely different tier of combat prowess. Thus, although there are no explicit standards within the Grand Line, the term notorious pirate is a more widely accepted benchmark than mere bounty figures. The ascent to 7-star bounty hunter demands the elimination of such a notorious pirate, implying that a 7-star bounty hunter must possess commensurate strength. Even a 6-star bounty hunter must exhibit prowess akin to that of a rear admiral, otherwise. The challenge of vanquishing 3 individuals with bounties over 100 million would be formidable. Lei Fa reflects quietly on this. However, this level of power feels distant to him at present. If he truly possessed the strength of a notorious pirate, he would not need to exert so much effort to elevate his capabilities. Individuals of that caliber may not be invincible within the Grand Line. Yet self-preservation would not pose a significant challenge. For now, it would be prudent to focus on swiftly attaining the 4-star bounty hunter rank, which would allow him to redeem a training card for a year at the Shirlene Temple. The prospect excites Lei Fa immensely. He is acutely aware of how precious an opportunity it is to train for a year at Shirlene Temple, presided over by the esteemed Master Jinjin, one of the 4 culinary national treasures of the food captive world. This master is on par with Granny Jie and possesses terrifying strength. Moreover, the Shirlene Temple excels in nurturing its disciples, having once trained Lu, one of the 4 heavenly kings of cuisine, who greatly benefited from his time there, underscoring its formidable reputation. Additionally, from the hints provided by the culinary system, it appears that this opportunity to train for a year at Shirlene Temple does not consume time in the main world. For Lei Fa, the main world is undoubtedly the realm of One Piece. Thus, interpreted literally, even if he spends a year training at Shirlene Temple, it is likely that only a fleeting moment will pass in this world. If this proves true, it would be a dream reward for Lei Fa, who is eager to enhance his strength rapidly. Resolutely, he decides to rest and commence his endeavors the following day, prioritizing the completion of his immediate objectives. With this determination, Lei Fa quickly closes his eyes, surrendering to slumber. After more than half a month, on a pirate ship docked at the 19th island in the 1st district. Haha, come, my little ones, let us drink. A rotund man with a bushy beard laughed heartily. This haul will allow us to revel for a year or 2. Who would have thought that such a humble town could be so affluent? What a delightful surprise. Indeed, Captain, we have truly struck gold this time. A sycophantic subordinate chimed in with a grin. What of the mayor's daughter? Bring her to me. The burly captain suddenly commanded. Before long, 2 henchmen dragged a girl, handcuffed and shackled, who appeared to be no more than 16 or 17, onto the deck. Her eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the captain with a gaze that seemed to burn with hatred. This girl is a real gem. She looks like a virgin, though her spirit seems a bit fiery. Just wait until I break her in, then you will all enjoy her. The captain, unfazed by the girl's animosity, only grew more intrigued, laughing boisterously. He had encountered such situations countless times. If he could not endure a mere glare, how could he claim to be a leader? Listen here, lass. Once I've had my way with you, you'll come to appreciate my generosity. Stop scowling at me as though I've slaughtered your entire family. The captain leered at the girl. Boss, it seems that her family was indeed killed by you, a nearby lackey pointed out. Do I need you to remind me of that? Get lost. This scene elicited uproarious laughter from the other pirates, who pointed at the unfortunate fellow who had been kicked, their mirth so intense that tears threatened to spill from their eyes. Only the young girl remained unmoved by the laughter. She fixed her gaze on the bearded captain with a fierce intensity, gritting her teeth as she declared, You beast. You will eventually face retribution. The Navy will not let you escape. The Navy? The bearded captain scoffed at her words, a derisive laugh escaping his lips. Since I set sail, I have taken the lives of no fewer than 800 men. If the Navy could capture me, do you think I would refrain from slaughtering your entire family and abducting you aboard my ship? As for retribution, what is that? The girl, incensed beyond measure, found herself at a loss for a retort. Little girl, interjected one of the captain's sycophants, our captain is a formidable pirate with a bounty of 18 million berries. Do you truly believe that anyone could harm him? At that moment, the very same lackey turned to the girl and posed a question. Do you know why the Navy station near your town did not come to your aid when we pillaged and slaughtered your family? Because you fled too quickly. The girl spat bitterly. Fled too quickly? Ha. The pirates erupted into another round of laughter, as though they had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. The lackey laughed along but then continued to elaborate. It seems you truly do not understand, so allow me to enlighten you. From the moment they received your call for help to the time it took to reach the nearest Navy station, it would take less than half an hour. Yet we spent over 3 hours plundering your town. With a cold smirk, he added, Do you comprehend what that implies? Upon hearing this, the girl's face turned ashen. She grasped the implication of the lackey's words, yet struggled to accept it. The lackey shattered her remaining hopes with his next statement. It means they received your plea for help but deliberately delayed their arrival, only setting out after we had departed. Impossible. The girl bit her lip, her voice wavering as she protested. You are lying. Why would the Navy intentionally arrive late? Heh. It seems you already believe what I just told you, the lackey replied with a knowing grin, detecting the shift in her tone. But since you were curious, I shall tell you. They chose to delay because they understood that even if they arrived in time, they could not stop our captain. Their presence would merely mean their own demise. At this point, the lackey's tone swelled with pride. Our captain is a powerful pirate with a bounty of 18 million berries. The Navy would need to dispatch a commander of at least the rank of colonel to stand a chance against him. Yet the strongest in the Navy station near your town is merely a lieutenant. Even if he came, he would be no match for our captain. The lackey's words were laced with exaggeration. Indeed, a bounty of 18 million berries did place one at the level of a naval officer. However, compared to a colonel, the disparity was vast. Should the bearded captain encounter a Navy colonel, he would likely flee without a second thought, let alone engage in battle. Nevertheless, against a lieutenant, he would indeed be unrivaled, as typically, only those with bounties exceeding 10 million berries could be considered beyond the capacity of a mere officer. The girl, an ordinary person, was oblivious to the nuances of power dynamics but grasped that a bounty of 18 million berries was formidable. For context, the bandits terrorizing her town, whom the local constable could not subdue, had bounties of merely around 1 million berries. She was beginning to believe the lackey's claims, which only deepened her despair. The bearded captain, observing the shift in her demeanor, felt a swell of pride, unabashed by the flattery from his subordinate, and even gave a thumbs up to the lackey. At that moment, just as he was about to command his men to seize the girl, a bespectacled man hurriedly entered the cabin. Old two, why are you back so soon? Did I not send you to procure supplies? The bearded captain exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. The bespectacled gentleman serves as the first mate of this pirate crew, acting as the second in command aboard the vessel. His sociable nature typically positions him as the one to manage external affairs. After wiping the perspiration from his brow and catching his breath, he remarked, I just encountered an old friend who shared something with me that I believe is imperative to relay to you, dear brother. Oh, what is it? Recently, a bounty hunter has emerged from somewhere in the 1st District, ruthlessly hunting down wanted criminals. Initially, he targeted those with bounties of 1 million berries. But he has since escalated his pursuits to those with bounties of 5 million. Just yesterday, a solitary pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries fell victim to his relentless hunt, the bespectacled man explained. And what of it? Isn't a bounty hunter's role to hunt down wanted criminals? It's akin to the Navy perpetually pursuing us. What is so peculiar about that? Captain Big Beard replied nonchalantly. The crux of the matter is that, given the recent series of events, my friend surmised that a newly registered bounty hunter is steadily climbing the ranks, presumably aiming for a higher tier of bounty hunter status. The promotion criteria of the Bounty Hunter Guild is not a closely guarded secret. Based on the criminals he has recently dispatched, he has likely ascended from a 1-star bounty hunter to a 3-star bounty hunter in a matter of days. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. Are you suggesting that he may continue his hunts in pursuit of further advancement? Captain Big Beard inquired. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The bespectacled man nodded. What a stroke of misfortune. Captain Big Beard's expression shifted as he considered the situation. The plundered goods aboard the ship had yet to be fully converted into berries, and who could have anticipated encountering such a predicament? Typically, bounty hunters do not engage in such frenzied hunts, as this behavior draws considerable attention, allowing many criminals to prepare in advance. Those who act thus are usually individuals with unwavering confidence in their abilities, eager to ascend swiftly to the ranks of high-tier bounty hunters. Such individuals are generally not easy to provoke, hence it is advisable to avoid them whenever possible. This explains why the bespectacled man chose to retreat midway. The bearded captain comprehended this notion as well. After uttering a few curses, he instructed his subordinates to prepare for departure. As his crew hurriedly readied the ship, only a handful of individuals remained in the cabin. Having given the order to set sail, the bearded captain approached the young girl he had seized, caressing her cheek with a hand and grinning wickedly. Fortunately, I still have you aboard this vessel to entertain me over the next few days. However, let me issue a warning. That blasted bounty hunter has put me in a foul mood. If you do not play your cards right, it won't simply be a matter of facing some hardship. The girl was about to unleash a tirade against the bearded captain when she suddenly recoiled, her gaze darting behind him as if startled. Little girl, do you take me for a fool? You think I can be distracted at a time like this? The captain scoffed. Are you suggesting someone is lurking behind me? Have I been discovered? A hoarse voice emerged from behind the bearded captain, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He was certain that this voice did not belong to anyone aboard the ship. As captain, he was well acquainted with all the crew members, and none possessed such a tone. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, drawing his cutlass and turning to confront the source of the sound, ready for a fight. Before him stood a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak, wearing a broad-brimmed hat, and adorned with an eerie mask that bore a sinister smile, revealing only a pair of eyes. Furthermore, the figure's stature was notably diminutive, standing at a mere 1.30 meters or so, which made him appear quite small. "You are Mr. V," the bespectacled man exclaimed, equally on guard, a mix of fury and fear in his voice. "What is this Mr. Vi speak of?" The bearded captain was perplexed. "Brother, the bounty hunter I mentioned is called Mr. V. It is said that he is short in stature, has a low, raspy voice, and always dons a peculiar white mask with a smile. After eliminating his targets, he leaves a large mark on the ground." The bespectacled man relayed the information at breakneck speed. Unquestionably, the sudden arrival was none other than Mr. himself. Upon hearing the first mate's introduction, the bearded captain's expression darkened further. He had already intended to leave the Shambadi archipelago to evade this mysterious figure, but it seemed he was a step too late. "Ah, so you know of me? Then I need not introduce myself," came the raspy voice from behind the white mask as he produced a wanted poster. "Captain Howick of the Hurricane Pirates, hailing from the West Sea, with a bounty of 18 million berries, am I correct?" With that, Mr. casually tossed the poster aside. It floated down to the ground, revealing the bearded captain's likeness. Upon seeing the inquiry in the visage on the poster, the bearded captain realized that denial would serve no purpose, and he opted to confess. "Indeed, I am Howick. Well, it seems I have not found the wrong person, Mr. Vrast. My friend, let us converse amicably. There is no need for hostility, is there?" The bearded captain, accustomed to perilous situations, maintained his composure and even smiled warmly, appearing quite affable. "I understand you are a bounty hunter seeking my life for the reward. But if you are merely after berries, it need not be so complicated." What do you mean by that?" Mr. V inquired, intrigued by the captain's words. "Well, I recently completed a lucrative heist, garnering enough to exchange for several million berries. If you do not mind, I could offer you all of it to maintain our cordiality." As he spoke, the bearded captain seemed to recall something, pulling the girl he had abducted closer. "I almost forgot. This little one was also part of the haul. Quite a catch, wouldn't you say? If you are interested, you may take her along as well. What do you think? Is that so? It's worth considering. But I must first inspect the merchandise. If she is merely the remains of your exploits, I have no interest in your leftovers, Mr. Vrast. That can be arranged." The bearded captain replied, eager to entice Mr. V. In an instant, he thrust the girl forward, bellowing, "Go to him." The girl stumbled slightly from the force of the push, nearly losing her balance, yet she did not display any anger. The previous remarks from the henchman about the Navy had shattered her hope, leaving her desolate. In her eyes, the bearded captain was a demon, and this sudden appearance of the frightening masked figure seemed no better. She realized her fate would likely be to become a plaything for one of them. In her despair, she staggered towards Mr. V, her eyes devoid of life. Unbeknownst to her, just as she was nearing him, the bearded captain's expression darkened, and with a sudden lunge, he aimed his blade toward her back. The bearded captain had never intended to negotiate peace with Mr. V. He did not trust that the bounty hunter would spare him, for to a bounty hunter, a wanted criminal represented a substantial fortune. Unless one was outmatched, why would they ever let such an opportunity slip away? This sudden attack was not aimed at the girl, who was merely an ordinary person unworthy of such an assault. His true target was Mr. V, using her as a shield to obscure the bounty hunter's view. He had no desire to meet his demise passively. Meanwhile, a hoarse voice whispered in the girl's ear, "Do not be afraid. Simply observe closely." The sound emerged abruptly, and the girl recognized it belonged to the pale-faced, masked figure across from her. However, the manner in which the voice manifested was peculiar, seeming to resonate directly within her ears rather than emanating from the figure's direction. The content of the words further deepened her confusion. "Do not be afraid? Afraid of what? What does watch closely mean?" The girl found herself bewildered, and before she could comprehend, the raspy voice echoed once more. At that moment, she heard a sharp clash behind her, akin to the sound of a blade striking a solid object. Suddenly, she felt herself shoved aside, retreating instinctively. "You." The expression of the bearded captain darkened considerably. The earlier collision was the sound of his sword hitting an almost ethereal barrier, thwarting his plans. He could not grasp the situation, but the ocean was rife with oddities. and he had little need to understand. It was not difficult to surmise that this was the work of Lei Fa. Hey, it seems you do not regard me as a friend? Wasn't it agreed that we would be amicable? The raspy voice chuckled ominously. Could it be a devil fruit user? The thought flashed through the captain's mind, and with a surge of determination, he roared, "Everyone, attack." I refuse to believe he possesses insurmountable power. Without hesitation, the crew, including the bespectacled first mate, drew their weapons and launched an assault on Lei Fa. The captain joined in as well. In response to this scene, Lei Fa merely smiled, "Excellent. This saves me the trouble of dealing with each of you individually." Echo detonation. His powerful roar reverberated beneath the mask, resulting in a cacophony of impacts. In an instant, all of the captain's subordinates fell to the ground, with only the first mate managing to endure a moment longer. He too succumbed within seconds. His glasses shattered by the force and shards embedding into his eyes. Though Captain Hawk did not collapse like his men, he was far from unscathed. Blood trickled from his nostrils and ears, painting a grim picture. His assault ceased, his sword wedged into the deck as he steadied himself. "Friend, I admit I misjudged you. It was my error. Spare me, and I shall share my hidden treasures, worth far more than my bounty." The captain, though unable to hear the voice, spoke rapidly, driven solely by the desire to survive. "Really?" Lei Fa inched closer. "I swear by the heavens, it is absolutely true." Captain Hawk vowed. "Well, if that is the case, you might as well perish. I find your filthy treasures beneath my contempt." This was the last phrase the captain heard, curiously delivered in a child's voice. But he had no chance to ponder this anomaly. After dispatching Captain Hawk, Lei Fa turned his gaze towards the shackled girl, her visage one of sheer terror. Clearly, the recent display of power, which had obliterated the captain and his crew, had left her shaken. To her, the captain had been akin to a demon. Yet this very demon had been effortlessly vanquished before the pale-faced figure, leaving her in a state of profound fear. "Should you wish to leave here, follow me," Lei Fa stated coldly, maintaining his Mr. persona as he addressed the girl in his raspy tone. He felt a measure of sympathy for her plight, which was precisely why he had spent so much time confronting Captain Hawk, aiming to rescue her unscathed. Otherwise, why would he waste words on a dying man? Of course, this was also due to the limitations of his abilities. While his basic sound wave manipulation allowed him to create a temporary shield for the girl, crafting intricate sound wave armor like Zebra from the four heavenly kings was beyond his current grasp. Perhaps intermediate or advanced sound manipulation could achieve that, but not now. Thus, after Captain Hawk pushed the girl towards him, Lei Fa prepared to act, dismissing the captain's ulterior motives. Over the past month, he had hunted numerous bounties and gained a clearer understanding of his capabilities. He was uncertain of the outcome against bounties exceeding 30 million berries. Yet he was confident in overwhelming those with bounties around 10 million, who were merely the weakest in the ranks. Captain Hawk was the second bounty over 10 million he had slain and the strongest among his conquests. Yet Lei Fa felt no trepidation. At this juncture, the only uncertainty lay in qualifying for the final condition to ascend to a 4-star bounty hunter, specifically regarding the 30 million berry tier. After marking Ave on the ground, Lei Fa hoisted Captain Hawk's lifeless body and exited the cabin. The girl hesitated briefly before resolutely following him. The remaining members of the Hurricane Pirates had heard the commotion inside, and, upon witnessing their captain being dragged like a lifeless dog, many discarded their weapons and leapt into the sea. None dared to confront the suddenly appeared pale-faced masked figure, and as the girl trailed behind Lei Fa, no one dared to lay a finger on her. Once off the ship, Lei Fa turned and severed the shackles binding the girl, stating, "You are free." With that, he vanished in an instant, having no intention of further interaction, as saving her was merely a matter of convenience. The girl gazed at his retreating silhouette, her mind racing with thoughts. Mr. V? She etched the name into her memory. Captain Hawk's demise had little impact in the hidden realm of Sabaody. Although the era of great pirates had yet to dawn, countless formidable figures still roamed the seas. An 18 million berry bounty might reign supreme on a smaller island. But in Sabaody Archipelago, it was far from impressive. Nevertheless, the death of the bearded captain further disseminated the name Mr. V. This newly emerged bounty hunter, whose origins remain a mystery, has swiftly ascended to the rank of a 3-star bounty hunter. His recent endeavors of hunting down criminals with bounties in the millions suggest that his ambitions undoubtedly extend beyond merely achieving a 3-star status. Those familiar with the rules of the Bounty Hunter Guild understand that if this Mr. wishes to continue his relentless pursuit, he must eliminate at least 4 criminals with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, in addition to a single criminal with a bounty surpassing 30 million berries. Criminals with bounties above 30 million berries are vastly different from commonplace pirates like Captain Buggy. Even in the Sabaody archipelago, they are considered formidable figures. On that day, the 4 members of the Lei Fa team completed their duty and returned to their dormitory. Suddenly, Joshua, with an air of mystery, inquired of the others, "Have you heard? Something intriguing has transpired on the island recently." "What is it?" asked Barrygood, ever the gossip enthusiast, eager to know more. "It's about a newly emerged bounty hunter, apparently named Mr. V," Joshua replied, recalling the details. Upon hearing this name mentioned by Joshua, Lei Fa felt a sudden pang of anxiety, fearing he might have inadvertently revealed something. However, judging by Joshua's demeanor, it seemed the matter was not as dire as he had imagined. As expected, Joshua continued, "This Mr. V's been rapidly ascending through the ranks since registering as a bounty hunter, starting from 1 star, then 2, and now he is likely already a 3-star bounty hunter." "A 3-star bounty hunter?" Barrygood stroked his chin in contemplation. "I recall reading a book that extensively analyzed the bounty hunter guild. If memory serves, a 3-star bounty hunter is roughly equivalent to a mid-level officer in the Navy, which doesn't seem particularly remarkable." Barrygood's tone was not boastful. Rather, he found the situation rather unremarkable. After all, even within the Navy, there are instances of individuals achieving rapid promotions, including those at the admiral level. The ascent of a newly registered bounty hunter to 3 stars, while noteworthy, hardly seemed sufficient to garner significant attention. Joshua nodded in agreement with Barrygood's assessment. However, he had no intention of stopping there and continued, "The issue lies in the manner of his advancement, which has raised some eyebrows. Even if he is indeed following the Bounty Hunter Guild regulations, it is likely to provoke animosity among many." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Lei Fa inquired, maintaining a composed facade. "There have been instances of capable individuals who, upon registering as bounty hunters, resorted to excessively hunting down wanted criminals to expedite their rise through the ranks. And they initially met with great success." Joshua paused, then continued enigmatically, "But do you know what happened to them later? Were they killed?" Lei Fa ventured a guess. "Indeed. Without exception, they all met their demise," Joshua affirmed, nodding. "It is said that this Mr. Voss already aroused the ire of many wanted criminals, who are now plotting to unite against him. I wonder what the outcome will be. For someone like Joshua, who was born and raised in the islands of Sabaody, his exposure to the outside world was quite limited. Consequently, whenever something captivating occurred on the island, it spread like wildfire, serving as a unique form of news. This phenomenon was not difficult to comprehend. It was akin to the relationship between the Navy and pirates, wherein a degree of mutual concession is often maintained. For instance, notorious pirates do not indiscriminately slaughter ordinary Navy personnel, even if they possess the capability to do so. Similarly, high-ranking Navy officers do not recklessly pursue common pirates. This unwritten understanding is rarely breached, as the consequences can be severe. Patrick, upon hearing this, remarked, "Indeed, such concentrated hunting of wanted criminals in a short time frame, regardless of the motive, is bound to rattle a few nerves, making retaliation inevitable." Lei Fa pondered thoughtfully. Soon after, Barrygood and the others pressed Joshua for further details regarding the bounty hunters he had mentioned earlier, who had engaged in frenzied hunts. Meanwhile, Lei Fa, though appearing to participate in the conversation, found his thoughts elsewhere. He had anticipated the emergence of such a situation but had not expected it to arise so soon. He had assumed it would take the elimination of several high-value targets to attract attention. In truth, the occurrence of such events was entirely foreseeable. Lei Fa had long been aware of the potential for this outcome. He simply did not know when it would manifest. However, he found himself with little choice in the matter, as the quest set by the Culinary system demanded that he attain the rank of 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, leaving him no option to slow his pace. Even if he tried to slow down, he would still attract attention. In that case, it would be wiser to ascend as swiftly as possible, striving to conclude his endeavors before other bounty hunters noticed his presence. Yet, it appeared that he was not progressing quickly enough. This predicament was unavoidable. The wanted criminals would not simply remain in one location, waiting for him to strike. Despite the Bounty Hunter Guild providing some intelligence, in reality, he would need to seek out his targets personally, which was inherently time-consuming. "It seems I must exercise caution," Lei Fa thought, his expression growing serious. The other bounty hunters who had acted similarly to him might have different objectives, but those who dared to do so and succeeded were undoubtedly formidable. Yet, the outcome had been uniformly disastrous for them, all meeting their end without exception. This was sufficient to heighten Lei Fa's vigilance, for his current strength was not yet at a level where he could afford to disregard such threats. Upon realizing he might be under scrutiny, Lei Fa did not hastily seek his next target, as there remained ample time until the 3-month deadline. Instead, he chose to wait for an opportunity to turn the tide or for those watching him to lower their guard. Another half a month had passed in waiting. It was difficult to draw conclusions about whether those individuals had let down their guard, yet indeed, he had awaited a splendid opportunity. Patrick, please hasten your pace and cease your dawdling, complained Belgood. I am ready, Patrick replied, emerging from his dormitory clad in a specially tailored tailcoat. One must prepare adequately for a banquet. Your lack of decorum is quite astounding. Lei Fa appraised Patrick with a grin. It is you who are excessively fastidious. Patrick chuckled. I cannot help it. It is merely a matter of habit. By the way, where is Joshua? Lei Fa inquired. He was aware of our engagement today and had arranged to leave early. Belgood responded. Very well, let us proceed. We cannot keep others waiting. Lei Fa nodded in agreement. With that, the trio set forth towards Island 73. The island number 73 is situated within the 6th region, a territory not under naval jurisdiction. In this area, there is a scarcity of commercial establishments, primarily comprising hotels and residences. The destination that Lei Fa and his companions are heading to is indeed a residential area. The individual who extended the invitation to them is none other than the ever-welcoming Brigadier Pearson, who appears to have organized this dinner celebration in honor of his grandson's first birthday. This gathering can be regarded as a rather intimate affair, attended solely by close friends and family, thus the invitation extended to Lei Fa and his companions appears quite natural, devoid of any ties to their respective positions. Before long, the trio arrived at a villa's exterior. After presenting their identities to the gatekeeper, they were granted seamless entry. The dinner, arranged in a party format, had already commenced, allowing subsequent guests to join at their convenience. Upon noticing the arrival of the three, Brigadier Pearson warmly approached to offer his hospitality and introduce them to his family. It was only when the next group of guests arrived that Brigadier Pearson took his leave. At that moment, Lei Fa suddenly clutched his stomach, feigning a painful expression as he declared, My old ailment has returned. I have a bit of an upset stomach. Please, enjoy your meal. I shall be back shortly. Belgood and Patrick, accustomed to Lei Fa's gastrointestinal troubles, paid little mind and simply acknowledged his words, continuing to partake in the feast. As Lei Fa rounded a corner, he suddenly straightened up. It was not a stomachache he suffered from. Time was of the essence. After verifying that the vicinity was clear using his hell's ear, he leapt into action, vaulting over the surrounding wall and vanishing into the night. Approximately 5 minutes later, clad in the guise of Mr. V, Lei Fa emerged on island number 75. The proximity to Brigadier General Pearson's island, known as Island 73, was striking. Had it not been for Lei Fa's detour to change his attire, he could have arrived in less than 5 minutes. Upon reaching Island 75, he adeptly approached a residence and stealthily slipped inside. The dwelling in question belongs to a solitary pirate, a figure whose bounty of 21 million berries surpasses even that of the infamous Captain Blackbeard. However, after meticulously analyzing the intelligence provided by the Bounty Hunter Guild, Lei Fa deemed this individual the most suitable target for his endeavors. As a lone pirate with few allies, and having frequently returned to this residence alone over the past 2 months, he presented an ideal opportunity for an ambush. With a wry smile, Lei Fa mused to himself about the fortuitousness of the moment, pondering how he could possibly let such an opportunity slip away. As Lei Fa stealthily infiltrated the abode, the pirate, the very subject of the hefty bounty, was engaged in a rather intimate encounter with a woman inside. The air was thick with suggestive sounds, echoing throughout the room. Peering through the gaps in the window, Lei Fa caught glimpses of the scene unfolding within, but being still in the throes of youth, he found the spectacle rather troubling and chose not to linger on it. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the window, cloaked in black garb, and charged in, launching a surprise attack from behind his target. Caught off guard, the solitary pirate had no time to react, let alone evade or defend himself. Just as Lei Fa was poised to strike, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The woman, previously absorbed in her liaison, suddenly lifted her head and directed an enigmatic smile towards Lei Fa, uttering, I've been waiting for you in an instant. She raised her hand, unleashing 3 dark, shadowy projectiles towards the advancing Lei Fa. Soundwave shield, he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Despite being prepared for unexpected developments, he never anticipated that the twist would come from the woman entwined with the pirate. Had he not maintained an unwavering vigilance, he would have surely fallen prey to her attack. Clang, clang. 2 of the shadowy projectiles struck his soundwave shield, with the second one shattering it, while the third pierced through, hurtling directly toward Lei Fa's face. The force was formidable. Lei Fa's expression shifted dramatically. He had not expected the woman's concealed weaponry to breach his defenses. Notably, even a full-force ambush from the 20 million berry bounty of Captain Blackbeard had failed to penetrate his soundwave shield, yet this woman's casual throw had already compromised it. In a moment of urgency, Lei Fa adjusted his attack, redirecting his fist towards the incoming projectile. Soundwave fist. Waves of energy surged from his fist, unleashing a power that rivaled steel. With a resounding impact, he deflected the projectile, sending it skimming off towards the ground, while his hand tingled from the force of the encounter. What incredible strength! Lei Fa thought, astonished. This woman was far superior to Captain Blackbeard. Just from that single display of prowess, Lei Fa was convinced that her capabilities far exceeded the bounty of 20 million berries. She was likely stronger than he himself. With this realization, Lei Fa turned on his heel, intent on retreating. Thinking of escaping? You want to get away, the woman hissed ominously. At that moment, Lei Fa had retreated from the house, fleeing towards the direction of the estate. Swiftly, several figures pursued him, led by the very woman who had attempted to ambush him earlier. Mr. V, is it? She called out, her voice echoing ominously from behind. What a wait it has been for us. We have been anticipating your arrival for quite some time. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts, but I have matters to attend to, so there is no need for such hospitality. Lei Fa responded, his voice raspy. How could that be? Now that you are here, we must treat you properly. It would be quite rude otherwise, the woman replied, her smile carrying a hint of malice. I acknowledge the sentiment, but it is unnecessary. Lei Fa maintained his pace. Humph. Stop playing games with me. If you halt now, you might avoid some suffering. Otherwise, when we catch up to you, even death will not be an option. The woman's tone turned icy, her patience waning. Huh. You'll have to catch me first before making threats, Lei Fa retorted with a cold laugh. Furious, the woman quickened her pace, closing the distance between them. Suddenly, Lei Fa pivoted sharply, darting into a nearby courtyard. Noticing this, the woman signaled to her companions, commanding, split up and surround him. He must not escape. However, as they rushed into the courtyard, they found Lei Fa's figure had vanished. Search for him. He must be hiding somewhere, even if we have to dig to the ground's depths. We will unearth him, the woman ordered. The group fanned out, the woman leading with remarkable speed. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from the front of the courtyard, causing her brow to furrow in concern. It was evident that many people were gathered ahead, stirring an uneasy feeling within her, though she could not immediately discern the cause of her apprehension. What is happening? As she stepped into the front yard, a furious roar reached her ears. Turning towards the source of the roar, her pupils dilated as realization dawned upon her. Though Mr. was fleeing in a panic, his escape route was peculiar, particularly his last move, which was exceedingly strange. Initially, she could not fathom the significance of it, but as she caught sight of the man who had roared, understanding struck her like lightning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she attempted to warn her subordinates, but it was too late. Everyone, get down and cover your heads, or face merciless retribution, one of her men shouted. Upon hearing this, the woman nearly fainted from rage. This was disastrous. A sinking feeling gripped her. Indeed, upon hearing her subordinate's words, the roaring figure exploded with fury. Outrageous, he bellowed. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing before the speaker. His arm, now emanating a dark glow, smashed into the man's abdomen, sending him hurtling back, blood gushing from his mouth. Retreat! The woman screamed in despair. She had confirmed the identity of the roaring figure, one of the commanding officers stationed in Shambadi, Rear Admiral Pearson. Simultaneously, among the partygoers in the front yard, several individuals also sprang into action, and judging by the intensity of their movements, they all possessed the strength of officers. Witnessing this unfold, the woman realized she had fallen into a trap and seethed with hatred towards Mr. V. After waiting for over half a month, she had intended to eliminate the unruly Mr. But had the more she contemplated, the angrier she became, even resolving that the next time she encountered Mr. V, she would ensure his brutal demise, making him regret his actions of the day. Are you calling me? A hoarse voice suddenly echoed through the night sky. Upon hearing this voice, Judy, the multi-armed woman, turned pale in an instant, for she recognized the owner of that voice, the very Mr. Vesh had just been seething with hatred towards. However, she had no desire to encounter this individual at that moment. Severely injured by Brigadier Pearson, she now possessed barely 20% of her normal strength, while this Mr. V, though perhaps not as powerful as she, had proven his formidable capabilities by effortlessly eliminating a bounty criminal valued at 18 million Baileys. In this scenario, she could hardly be considered a rival. Contemplating this, she spoke. "Did you deliberately reveal yourself today?" "Perhaps," came a hoarse voice from the shadows. "To be honest, I am somewhat uncertain about who is lying in wait for me. I merely caught wind of a rumor suggesting that numerous individuals might seek to take action against me. At that moment, I received a piece of intelligence from the Bounty Hunter Guild that was far too advantageous for me to ignore. It was clear that it had been prepared specifically for my benefit. Is it that obvious?" Judy the multi-armed discerned this as well. If this Mr. We're unaware of the ambush awaiting him, he might not have sensed anything amiss. However, once he became aware, the flaws in his strategy became glaringly apparent. "Although I do not know you, your prowess indeed instills a certain apprehension within me. If it comes to a fight to the death, I cannot guarantee victory over you, especially with your companions nearby. Alone, my fists cannot contend with your numerous hands, thus, I must resort to some tactics. I hope you do not take offense," the hoarse voice chuckled lightly. "Since you are aware that there may be individuals lying in wait for you, why not simply withdraw? Why risk revealing yourself?" Judy the multi-armed inquired once more. "That is a pertinent question," came the response, followed by a soft sound akin to a gasp. Judy the multi-armed looked down in disbelief at her abdomen, where a hand had pierced through from behind, stained with blood. "I can understand your desire to stall for time. But how could you naively believe I would grant you such an opportunity?" The raspy voice echoed from behind her. "You did not manage to ambush me previously. Do you truly think that a few inquiries would fool me now?" Judy the multi-armed could no longer articulate coherent words. "In light of your impending demise, I shall answer your final question as a parting gift." The figure withdrew his hand, wiped it on Judy the multi-armed's clothing, and then produced a white silk handkerchief to continue his cleansing. "The reason I chose to reveal myself despite knowing of the ambush is that I am in search of a target with a bounty exceeding 30 million berries. Truth be told, I do not possess absolute confidence in capturing a criminal of such standing. Moreover, many of the bounty criminals in this region are already familiar with my reputation, making it difficult to catch them off guard. Thus, I deemed it prudent to seize this opportunity to test my capabilities. Although I do not know you personally, I believe you meet my requirements. Do you not?" Upon hearing this, Judy the multi-armed felt an immense sense of resentment, but she could no longer endure and collapsed, falling silent. "Have you heard? Judy the multi-armed has been slain. The very same assassin with a bounty of 47 million berries? How can this be? She has successfully assassinated several Navy colonels and has faced bounties even greater than her own. Who could have possibly killed her? It was that recently prominent bounty hunter, Mr. V. It is said that Judy the multi-armed intended to confront him, only to meet her demise instead. What? It was him. This man is utterly terrifying. If even Judy the multi-armed fell before him, the bounty criminals in this region are surely doomed. Not necessarily. Judy the multi-armed ranks among the upper echelons of bounty criminals here. But this is still the realm of Shambordi. Even those with bounties exceeding 100 million may not be the strongest. This Mr. Voss undoubtedly incurred the wrath of many. Especially following Judy the multi-armed's death, numerous formidable characters are reportedly planning to take action against him. Now that promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Indeed, in a small tavern, two patrons were engaged in hushed conversation. This scene unfolds across various locations of the Shambodi archipelago, where individuals of diverse backgrounds engage in discussions about the matter at hand. Although Shambodi is not particularly small, the flow of information has always been remarkably swift, allowing even the ordinary islanders to quickly become aware of many occurrences, thus giving rise to frequent trending topics. The most recent subject of intrigue undoubtedly revolves around the newly emerged bounty hunter, Mr. V. The prowess of Mr. remains shrouded in uncertainty, as no credible accounts have surfaced thus far. However, he has disrupted the long-standing tacit understanding on the island, a character often capable of igniting considerable turmoil. It is hardly surprising that he has become a topic of considerable interest. Concurrently, at the naval base on Island 69, a major, a junior officer, entered the office, respectfully addressing Brigadier Pearson. "Sir, I have news regarding the matter you requested I investigate." "Oh? Pray tell," Brigadier Pearson replied, setting aside the documents in his hands. "The bounty target you inquired about, the multi-armed woman Judy, was reported dead just the day before yesterday," the junior officer stated. "Dead?" Brigadier Pearson expressed mild astonishment, not anticipating such an outcome. "Could it be that my punch was the cause of her demise?" "No, that cannot be. My blow would merely have inflicted some injury. Not a fatal one." Brigadier Pearson furrowed his brow in contemplation. At this moment, the major officer continued, stating that after investigation, she had been slain by a bounty hunter known as Mr. V, a newcomer in the realm of bounty hunting. Mr. V? Upon hearing this name, Brigadier Pearson felt a flicker of recognition. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired whether it was the very same individual who, shortly after his registration as a bounty hunter, had embarked on a relentless pursuit of wanted criminals, swiftly ascending to a 3-star rank. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Intriguing, remarked Brigadier Pearson, stroking his chin. Is there any further intelligence? Yes, the major officer nodded, indicating that upon further investigation, I discovered that the multi-armed woman Judy had ostensibly conspired with a group to ambush Mr. V, but somehow she ended up at your residence, my lord, shortly before meeting her demise. Is that so? Brigadier Pearson pondered deeply. He swiftly organized his thoughts and suddenly let out a cold snort, realizing that Mr. that intentionally exploited the situation to ensnare his adversary. How audacious. My lord, please remain calm. Continue to monitor his whereabouts, and should you locate him, inform me. I intend to administer a proper lesson, making it abundantly clear that no one is beyond reproach. My lord, it seems he may not live to receive your retribution. The major officer hesitated, noting that he had originally drawn the ire of the multi-armed woman Judy for breaching a tacit agreement. Remarkably, not only did he escape unscathed, but he also managed to turn the tables on Judy, which could very well provoke bounty hunters of superior prowess to take action against him. Upon hearing this, Brigadier Pearson waved his hand, signaling that the matter should rest here. After listening to the major officer's account, he made it evident that he had no intention of pursuing the issue further, for he understood that the major officer's assertions were indeed valid. In the archipelago of Shambodi, there existed bounty hunters that even he dared not provoke lightly, and Mr. V's aggressive hunting of wanted criminals was undoubtedly a challenge to the sensibilities of all bounty hunters on the island. The outcome of such actions will inevitably lead to increasingly formidable bounty criminals. Even in dealing with the multi-armed woman Judy, cunning strategies were required, indicating that the prowess of this Mr. V's not exaggerated. Following this encounter, his fate appears to be sealed. As the inhabitants of the island awaited the unfolding spectacle, whispers soon circulated from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Mere days after the demise of the multi-armed woman Judy, this Mr. surged forward, effortlessly dispatching several targets with bounties exceeding 10 million berries, thereby achieving the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter. Upon the announcement of this news, it reignited the ire of many individuals. It is said that several influential figures with bounties exceeding 50 million berries have resolved to take matters into their own hands. Should the elusive Mr. dare to reveal himself, they would personally execute him. However, to the disappointment of onlookers, since the news of his ascension to a 4-star bounty hunter emerged, there has been naught but silence from Mr. V. Some speculate that he may have chosen to lay low upon learning that formidable bounty hunters were after him. Yet, these conjectures remain unverified, for Mr. Voss always operated behind a mask, leaving no one aware of his true identity, save for a few vague details, his height and his raspy voice. Those covertly searching for him can only pursue these two leads, scouring the island for diminutive human figures or short-statured beings. However, their search is fundamentally misguided. How could they possibly locate their target? They could never fathom that the notorious Mr. Vis, in fact, a boy scarcely 10 years old, currently serving as a naval deckhand. As the focal point of this commotion, Lei Fa remains blissfully unaware of his prominence, or rather, he is entirely indifferent to the throng seeking him. He understands that those individuals will never uncover his whereabouts. Moreover, having successfully completed the task of rising to a 4-star bounty hunter, he has no immediate need to continue his relentless pursuit of bounties. If they wish to wait idly for their prey, they may do so. He simply cannot be bothered. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully ascended to a 4-star bounty hunter within 3 months, completing the task. Task reward. Shirlin Temple Entry Training Card has been automatically issued. The host need only think of it in their mind to utilize it. Ding. The Shirlin Temple Entry Training Card has been successfully activated, and the host will commence a year-long training journey at Shirlin Temple. Notice, should the host perish in the training realm, they will automatically return to the main world, and their training eligibility will be revoked. Notice, the host must not leave the 100-mile radius centered around Shirlin Temple. Failure to comply will result in automatic return to the main world, with training eligibility revoked. Notice, the host must not seek information beyond Shirlin Temple otherwise. They will automatically return to the main world, and their training eligibility will be forfeited. After experiencing a brief moment of sensory disorientation, Lei Fa gradually regained his awareness. He suddenly opened his eyes, and light flooded back into his vision. It was only then that he took note of his surroundings. Directly before him stood a temple embodying the ancient Eastern architectural style. Flanking the grand entrance were two iconic colossal stone sculptures, a knife and a fork, while above the entrance hung a plaque crafted from red wood, inscribed with the elegant character Shilin Temple in Chinese. Just as Lei Fa was observing the Shilin Temple, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. You must be the newcomer Lei Fa, here for the exchange of training, correct? I have made arrangements for you. You may now devote yourself to your training here for the next year. The sound startled Lei Fa, for he had been utterly oblivious to the presence of anyone behind him. Not even the Hell's Ear had detected any noise, be it footsteps, breathing, or heartbeat. All seemed to vanish into nothingness. If such a matter were to arise concerning his rather eccentric brother Corazon, he might not find it surprising. For Corazon's peculiar silence fruit serves primarily to muffle sound. However, this scenario is markedly different. This is not the world of One Piece, and Corazon cannot possibly be present here. In this context, it is astonishing that someone could entirely evade the auditory perception of Hell's Ears. Suppressing his astonishment, Rifa turned around and beheld the speaker. Before him stood a man with prominent eyebrows and delicate features, appearing to be in his early 20s. Upon his head rested a hat fashioned from white cloth, while a braided strand of hair, likely his own, was coiled around his neck for convenience. Adorning his frame was a striking red training outfit, emblazoned prominently on the chest with the bold characters Food Ethics. However, what did this individual mean by the notion of exchanging practices? What identity had he been assigned in this place of cultivation? Just as Lei Fa contemplated these questions, a sudden realization struck him. Inquiring about such matters would mean, regardless of the response he might receive, that he was intruding upon information beyond the realm of Shilin Temple. The consequence of such an action would be his immediate return to the primary world, thus forfeiting his opportunity to train for an entire year. This outcome is utterly unacceptable to Lei Fa. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of dread. With that thought, he promptly brushed it aside and redirected the conversation. Who are you? Although Lei Fa was unclear about the meaning of the exchange of cultivation, he had some conjectures regarding this person's identity, yet he dared not assert them completely. So he inquired, I am Zhou, one of the 3 chief masters of Shilin Temple, and I will be your guide for the upcoming year of cultivation. The elegantly attired man with long braids replied with a warm smile. Welcome to the esteemed Shilin Temple. Indeed, it was he. In the journey of the protagonist Lu, who had been captivated by the world of culinary delights, he had also come to Shilin Temple for training, and it was this very master, Zhou, who had initially guided him. Lei Fa compared their strengths and realized that when Lu first arrived at Shilin Temple, he was not necessarily superior to Lei Fa in prowess. They might have been of similar strength. However, after his training at Shilin Temple, Lu's abilities had undeniably soared, which is why Lei Fa had eagerly anticipated this opportunity for reward. If Lu, with the same level of strength as Lei Fa, could achieve such a leap in power, perhaps he could as well. Master Zhou, I look forward to your guidance in the coming year, Lei Fa stated respectfully. There's no need for formality, it is my duty, Zhou replied with a smile. If you have no objections, we can commence our training now. Of course, if you wish to rest for 2 days first, that is also permissible. It is entirely up to you. I can begin at any time. No rest is necessary, Lei Fa asserted immediately. Very well, let us start now, Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He then began to stretch, appearing to engage in warm-up exercises. Dear, we don't need to go inside? Lei Fa asked, astonished. I must first assess your understanding of Shi. If you lack a certain foundation, entering without preparation could lead to dire consequences, Zhou explained while continuing his movements. It suddenly dawned on Lei Fa that Shilin Temple itself was a remarkably unique structure, as if it possessed a life of its own, capable of sensing each individual's comprehension of Shi upon entry. Those who are ignorant of Shi, or whose thoughts are impure and chaotic, would be repelled and attacked by the entire temple, resulting in a comprehensive assault. Even Lu, a newcomer, had been tortured severely. Although Lei Fa did not consider himself much weaker than Lu had been upon first arriving at Shilin Temple, he also did not believe he was stronger than that initial phase of Lu's journey. Thus, given that Lu had suffered so grievously from the temple's own defenses, Lei Fa doubted his ability to withstand such rejection. Is it to be tested through combat? Realizing this, Lei Fa had no intention of showing off and proceeded to ask, Indeed. Aside from utilizing special materials or ingredients to gauge one's understanding of Shi, combat is the most appropriate means of assessment, Zhou replied, concluding his warm-up with a stretch overhead before placing his hands behind his back. Now, attack me. Do not hold back. Give it your all. This scene struck Lei Fa as remarkably familiar. It reminded him of the moment when Alou first arrived at Shirlene Temple, where he had undergone a similar experience. Furthermore, Lei Fa's thoughts drifted to his battle with Smoker, where he had occupied the role of the proxy master Zhou, while Smoker embodied his current position. Is this not what they call justice delayed is not justice denied? Lei Fa mused inwardly. However, I am not the Smoker of that time. At this moment, Lei Fa remained remarkably composed, for he held a measure of confidence in his current prowess. Suddenly, Lei Fa sprang into action. His body bent forward, and he accelerated towards the proxy master Zhou with remarkable speed. Sonic Fist. The essence of close combat utilizing sonic waves lies in harnessing the vibrations to amplify the attack's range, and the Sonic Fist epitomizes this combat technique. Lei Fa unleashed a punch from his lower left side, viciously arcing towards the chest of the proxy master Zhou. This angle was far more elusive than a straightforward attack, allowing for lateral evasion, making it significantly more challenging to avoid the hook punch. However, the proxy master Zhou merely traced a fan-shaped arc with his foot, elegantly maneuvering in a nearly imperceptible curve to sidestep the hook punch effortlessly. Lei Fa had not anticipated that this initial strike would truly affect the proxy master Zhou. Thus, he continued his assault with fluidity and grace. Sonic Bomb. Lei Fa suddenly tilted his head, roaring towards the proxy master Zhou. In the next moment, a translucent energy sphere coalesced before him, rapidly accelerating and hurtling towards the proxy master Zhou. Unmistakably, this translucent energy sphere was the Sonic Bomb attack. It surged forward at breakneck speed, aimed directly at the proxy master Zhou, until it was merely a meter or two away, when it erupted in a tremendous explosion. Accompanying the explosion was a piercing drone. The shockwave unleashed by the blast surged directly towards the proxy master Zhou. Although I may struggle in close combat, I am eager to see how you shall contend with this indiscriminate assault. Lei Fa gazed intently at the proxy master Zhou. To his astonishment, the proxy master Zhou remained utterly unflustered, exuding an air of unwavering calmness, as if he were an unyielding mountain. At the moment the sonic bomb detonated, the proxy master Zhou suddenly extended 2 fingers, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Bang, bang, bang. Lei Fa heard several booming sounds from behind the proxy master Zhou, revealing numerous craters, yet he himself remained unscathed, not even a single hair touched by the sonic bomb's onslaught. What? Lei Fa's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had witnessed the moment the sonic bomb exploded, its shockwave rushing toward the proxy master Zhou, who had deftly sliced through the air with his fingers, resulting in a bizarre division of the shockwave into several parts. The separated shockwaves narrowly bypassed the proxy master Zhou, colliding with the ground only after passing him. The craters were a testament to the aftermath of these divided shockwaves. You missed. The proxy master Zhou winked at Lei Fa with a smile. Come again. Lei Fa, feeling an unusual defiance, sensed that the proxy master Zhou's power did not exceed the force of his own attacks. Sonic Barrier. Sonic Slash. Lei Fa gestured towards the proxy master Zhou, and immediately, a semicircular, semi-ethereal barrier appeared behind the proxy master Zhou. It was, indeed, the Sonic Barrier. This Sonic Barrier can be regarded as an upgraded version of the Sonic Shield, as it encompasses a significantly larger area, typically employed for defensive purposes. However, at this moment, it is utilized by Lei Fa to confine the movements of the proxy master Zhou, rendering him incapable of retreating or evading to either side. Following this, Lei Fa launched his third assault. One could witness dozens of translucent, dagger-sized phantom blades suddenly coalescing, then hurtling towards the direction of the proxy master Zhou. The entirety of this narrative may seem protracted, yet it transpires in but a fleeting moment, leaving the proxy master Zhou little time to evade. The sound of metal clashing resounds in a series of rapid clangs, almost imperceptible in their intervals, creating an illusion of an extended, crisp echo. In one fleeting instant, it appeared that Master Zhou had made a move, but in the subsequent moment, he remained in his initial position, smiling as he regarded Lei Fa. Most astonishingly, the soundwave blades unleashed by Lei Fa had vanished entirely. Moreover, what was even more remarkable this time was that Lei Fa could not discern how Master Zhou achieved this feat. All he could see was the outcome. Master Zhou appeared utterly unperturbed. In contrast, Lei Fa, having exerted himself fully during these assaults, found himself significantly drained, merely standing in place, bent slightly, and gasping for breath. He noted that after his futile attempts, a fleeting expression of disappointment flickered across Master Zhou's face, so brief that it would be easily overlooked. Master Zhou, is the outcome particularly dismal? Lei Fa asked with a wry smile. At your age, possessing such stamina and mastering formidable culinary techniques is indeed commendable. However, your comprehension of the food principle is lamentably inadequate. One might say it is nearly non-existent, Master Zhou assessed. Furthermore, your culinary instinct seems somewhat dormant. It appears you have not truly satiated your appetite in quite some time, which has led to this predicament. In your current state, entering the culinary forest temple could indeed be perilous, Master Zhou warned, shaking his head. Is it truly that dire? Lei Fa inquired, astonished. He had considered his inadequacies but did not anticipate such a low appraisal. Logically, he believed his exploration and training in sound wave manipulation over the past 6 months had been quite thorough, and his strength had improved at a reasonable pace. Why, then, such a disparaging evaluation? You have not formally studied the application of culinary techniques or the enhancement of your culinary instincts, have you? Master Zhou pondered aloud. Indeed, I have not, Lei Fa admitted, shaking his head. His mastery of sound wave manipulation was a reward for completing initial system tasks, not learned from any mentor. And in the primary world, where could he have found instruction on culinary techniques? As for knowledge pertaining to culinary instincts, that was even more elusive. Upon hearing Lei Fa's response, Master Zhou's gaze shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. To possess such strength at your age without systematic education is indeed astonishing, he mused. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, to prevent you from being severely harmed by the culinary forest temple itself, I shall provide you with some foundational teachings outside the temple for the next few days. Very well, Lei Fa acquiesced. Although his primary fighting prowess stemmed from the realm of culinary captives, he acknowledged his scant understanding of the cultivation system in this world. His purpose for coming to the culinary forest temple was to learn and hone his abilities in this regard, and he was indifferent about where he acquired this knowledge. Let us commence at once, Master Zhou said with a gentle smile. 10 days later, Lei Fa stood at the foot of the staircase before the grand entrance of the culinary forest temple, reflecting on his journey of learning and preliminary practice of the food principle. The food principle is, in essence, a unique form of spiritual cultivation, akin to the Buddhist practice of Zen or the Taoist pursuit of tranquility, both aimed at elevating and refining one's mental state. However, the spiritual cultivation of the food principle does not seek silence or emptiness. Instead, it requires one to maintain a perpetual sense of gratitude towards ingredients, life, and the natural world. In the practice of the food principle, the higher the level attained, the deeper the understanding of spiritual power, resulting in increasingly profound transformations. Reflecting on this, Lei Fa realized that grasping the essence of the food principle was relatively straightforward. Yet, the chasm between understanding and actual practice is often vast and insurmountable. Lei Fa spent less than half a day comprehending the meaning of the food principle, with the remaining 9.5 days devoted to practice. However, the results of this latter period were disappointingly scant. According to Master Zhou, the spiritual cultivation of the food principle can be divided into 5 stages: initial understanding, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and finally, transcendence. Master Zhou himself occupied the 3rd tier, major accomplishment, still far from perfection. While the master of the culinary forest temple, revered as a national treasure of culinary arts, had reached the pinnacle of food principle cultivation, having already attained transcendence. As for Lei Fa, after 9.5 days of effort, he had barely grazed the threshold of initial understanding and was unable to stabilize within that stage. It is not that Lei Fa lacks comprehension, rather, the cultivation of the spirit is indeed an arduous endeavor. The practice of food righteousness evokes in Lei Fa memories of the pink elephant theory he once encountered in his past life, which perfectly encapsulates the inherent challenges of the former. The example presented by this theory illustrates a scenario in which one stands outside a room, and someone informs them of the presence of a large pink elephant within. They are then asked to visualize the interior of the room while simultaneously suppressing the concept of the pink elephant from their mind. Achieving this feat proves to be exceedingly challenging. For the moment one endeavors to disregard a particular thought, that very thought tends to surface unbidden. Consequently, when one strives to avoid contemplating the pink elephant, the subconscious mind paradoxically conjures it forth. This phenomenon is what the theory seeks to convey. Similarly, the practice of mindful eating operates on this principle. When one endeavors to stabilize their spirit and thoughts while cultivating an attitude of gratitude towards the natural world, any stray thought may become an adversary. Even the aspiration for success can disrupt one's focus. Thus, despite Lei Fa quickly grasping the meaning of mindful eating, the notion of achieving rapid enlightenment at an elevated level remains an elusive endeavor. Now, let us commence. Remember the state of awareness you have attained, and endeavor to cast aside distractions. As long as you maintain that state, all shall be well. The proxy master, Zhou, stood above on the staircase, hands clasped behind his back, smiling down at Lei Fa, who hesitated at the foot of the stairs. Yes, Lei Fa replied, and then lifted his leg to step onto the first stair. Upon reaching the step, he found that nothing unusual occurred. It felt akin to ascending an ordinary staircase. Success. A wave of joy surged within Lei Fa. But alas, in an instant, he realized that this elation could disrupt his current state of mind. How swiftly the mind can shift. Just as he sought to regain his composure, it was too late. Bang! From the side of the fourth step, a stone pillar suddenly shot forth, striking Lei Fa's abdomen with astonishing speed, sending him hurtling backward. In midair, he performed a somersault and finally landed on his feet, albeit stumbling several steps backward before regaining his balance. A dull ache radiated from his abdomen, and though he did not need to look, he was acutely aware that he had sustained some injury from that blow. Press on. Ignoring the pain in his abdomen, Lei Fa cast aside all distractions and once more approached the staircase. This time, as he ascended the first step, he absorbed the lessons from his previous experience, refraining from becoming overly complacent, and continued his ascent. However, upon reaching the fourth step, his thoughts momentarily scattered, causing him to be flung from the staircase once more. Gritting his teeth, Lei Fa commenced his attempts anew. On the third occasion, as he ascended to the sixth step, he was forcefully propelled backward. On the fourth attempt, he faltered at the 13th step. During the fifth endeavor, he stumbled at the 11th step, and on the sixth, he failed at the 15th. Thus, in his relentless pursuit of conquering this staircase, Lei Fa undertook nearly 100 attempts. Throughout these numerous trials, every part of his body endured varying degrees of injury. Had he not consciously avoided critical areas, he likely would have been unable to persevere. Nevertheless, even amidst this struggle, he found himself significantly improved compared to his initial arrival. At the very least, he could occasionally enter a state of nascent understanding, continuously advancing through self-reflection and correction, steadily ascending the staircase. Had this been 10 days prior, even after 1,000 attempts, he would have invariably succumbed to the most ferocious assault of the staircase from the very first step. However, after a considerable time had passed, Lei Fa finally ascended to the topmost step of the staircase, standing beside the acting master Zhou. Remarkably, this time he did not allow his emotions to overwhelm him due to his success, thus avoiding the pitfalls of failure. Successfully reaching this staircase signifies that you have maintained the initial stage of enlightenment for a considerable period, marking the first step in the cultivation of food principles. Acting Master Zhou nodded with a smile, expressing his congratulations. Well done, Lei Fa. Your diligent efforts over these 10 days have not been in vain. Thank you sincerely for your patient guidance, Lei Fa replied with heartfelt gratitude. Now, please follow me inside. Acting Master Zhou said as he turned to lead the way towards the entrance, his voice gradually echoing. Ascending this staircase merely represents the first step. The subsequent cultivation of food principles will undoubtedly present challenges of a much higher magnitude. I hope you will succeed in your endeavor. Before them stood a large vat filled with a peculiar type of rice known as egg rice, wherein each grain encases a super mini egg, a unique and delectable ingredient. Once cooked, it can be transformed into various dishes bursting with rich egg flavor. Guiding Lei Fa, Acting Master Zhou led him to a shaded courtyard where beneath a grand tree lay a massive vat containing the egg rice. Your next task is to prepare a dish using egg rice as the primary ingredient, he instructed, gesturing towards the vat. Because each grain of egg rice resembles a delicate miniature egg, they are particularly fragile and prone to breaking. Whether scooped with a spoon or transferred with a container, they are easily damaged. Thus, you must use long chopsticks to extract them one by one. Is this an exercise in focus? Lei Fa pondered thoughtfully. In this particular phase, the protagonist, Lu, from the comic, has also undergone similar experiences, and Lei Fa retained some faint recollections. Indeed, this exercise is designed to cultivate your focus. The proxy master, Zhou, remarked with a smile. You must have noticed that during the initial stages of Shi cultivation, the most challenging aspect is to concentrate, ensuring that one remains undistracted by external influences. Therefore, in the beginning, I will emphasize arranging training exercises aimed at enhancing your concentration abilities. Moreover, this practice will also refine your control, which is a vital component of Shi. It is essential to recognize that those with strong control may not necessarily excel in Shi, but conversely, Those who have achieved profound mastery in Shi will undoubtedly possess exceptional control. My earlier request for you to attack me was intended to assess your level of control and determine whether you have grasped the essence of Shi. While this judgment is not infallibly accurate, it serves as a reasonably sound method of evaluation. The proxy master Zhou continued to smile as he spoke. I understand. Lei Fa nodded in acknowledgement. Practice at your own pace. I shall return later, the proxy master Zhou instructed before turning to depart. Observing this, Lei Fa hesitated not. He retrieved 2 slender chopsticks, nearly a meter in length, from a nearby bamboo tube, presumably prepared specifically for this training. Now let us commence. He grasped the chopsticks and began to pick up the first grain of egg rice. A faint crackling sound echoed, barely audible, yet it was unmistakable to Lei Fa, who instantly recognized the failure of his first attempt at egg rice, discarding the shattered remnants onto the ground for later cleanup. He took a deep breath and once more directed the long chopsticks towards the rice container. After 5 arduous hours, Lei Fa finally succeeded in filling a bowl with egg rice. However, he found himself utterly exhausted. Although this practice may not seem particularly physically demanding, it requires unwavering concentration for 5 hours to repetitively engage in the same task, all while meticulously regulating one's strength. Too much force could crush, yet too little would fail to lift. In terms of effort, even the most vigorous exercise for 5 hours pales in comparison to the fatigue experienced now. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that success has been achieved. The proxy master Zhou appeared in the distance, nodding approvingly, though Lei Fa, too exhausted, had little energy to notice this. What comes next? Lei Fa inquired. Next, I shall prepare this dish for you. It is rather simple. One merely needs to steam it properly, paying close attention to the timing, replied Zhou as he approached, gesturing for Lei Fa to follow. They soon arrived at a kitchen. Zhou then instructed, pay close attention to my timing. Even if you do not wish to become a chef and only aspire to be a culinary hunter, it is essential to master some cooking techniques. Understood, Lei Fa replied. Invigorated, Zhou commenced his operations with a fluidity that was mesmerizing. His speed was astonishing, and in less than 10 seconds, he had arranged the steaming apparatus and prepared everything, placing the egg rice inside. The optimal steaming time for egg rice is approximately 12.5 minutes, although the exact duration must take into account the flame's temperature, the size of the steamer, and the quantity of rice. For this bowl, a little over 11 minutes will suffice, Zhou explained. I have taken note, Lei Fa silently affirmed. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Suddenly, golden characters appeared in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully learned the cooking method for egg rice. Beginner cooking technique has been unlocked. By mastering the cooking methods for 36 low-level ingredients, one can fully grasp beginner cooking technique and independently master the optimal cooking methods for any low-level ingredients with a capture level below 100. Current completion rate, 136. The sudden appearance of this prompt brought a subtle joy to Lei Fa's heart, though he did not allow any outward sign of it to show on his face. He merely waited patiently for the egg rice to be steamed to perfection. I had no culinary foundation to speak of. Whether I could learn to create something remarkable from scratch was a question for another day. Even if I managed to achieve some level of proficiency, the time required would likely exceed that of my cultivation. However, the prospect of mastering basic cooking techniques would undoubtedly simplify matters. Lei Fa mused with quiet delight. As he reveled in his thoughts, the steaming process for the egg rice was nearing completion. His mentor, Zhou, swiftly removed the steamer from the heat and informed Lei Fa. It's ready now. It's best enjoyed at this moment. Have you taken note? Thank you, Master Zhou. I have it firmly in mind, Lei Fa replied with gratitude. Well then, take your time to savor the fruits of your labor. I shall refrain from watching you eat so as not to spoil your appetite, Zhou said with a smile. Today's training concludes here. Once you've finished, you may rest. Shortly, I will arrange accommodations for you. Tomorrow morning, I will take you for the next phase of your training. Understood. As he watched his mentor depart, Lei Fa eagerly lifted the bowl filled with egg rice, grabbed a spoon from the nearby table, and prepared to indulge. This was his first opportunity to savor the authentic flavors of the culinary world that had once been a captive realm for him, a moment he had eagerly anticipated. It is worth noting that this is a world governed by the principle of gourmet delights. In comparison, neither his previous life on Earth nor the world of One Piece could hold a candle to the gastronomic wonders of this realm. Furthermore, Lei Fa was an unabashed foodie, making his anticipation all the more understandable. As the first spoonful of egg rice entered his mouth, Lei Fa found himself utterly captivated by the enchanting taste. How can one describe this sensation? In terms of comparison, this egg rice pales in comparison to the myriad of sea kings he had relished in Marineford. After all, this dish does not utilize any rare ingredients, with a mere capture level of 2, rendering it far from exceptional. Even within the culinary landscape of this world, it certainly would not be classified as gourmet fare, nor would it elevate itself to such status even in the mortal realm. Yet, its flavor was undeniably irresistible to Lei Fa. If one were to attempt a description, it might be akin to fried rice, with the distinction that it embodies an even more intense essence of fried rice. This may sound somewhat perplexing, but aside from this description, Lei Fa finds no more fitting way to articulate his sentiments. The dish known as egg rice, with its captivating aroma of egg and the inherent sweetness of the rice, surpasses the richness of fried rice by several magnitudes. If one were to assign a concentration level to fried rice, where the standard fried rice is rated at 1, then this egg rice embodies a concentration of at least 5. Remarkably, despite its profound flavors, it remains utterly ungreasy, as its preparation method is simply steaming. Throughout the entire process, not a single drop of oil is employed. This rich, yet subtly elegant flavor is undeniably paradoxical. Yet it is precisely this contradiction that endows it with an unparalleled deliciousness. After savoring the taste, Lei Fa swept away the remaining egg rice with a whirlwind-like fervor, leaving not a single grain wasted. Just as he finished devouring the egg rice, an ineffable sensation of joy surged through his body, igniting an impulse within him to shout out in exhilaration. This sensation was not entirely unfamiliar to him. Thus, he silently contemplated. System, display my current physical data. The host's physical data is as follows. Culinary cell awakening degree, 0, 42, strength, 3, 5. The average adult male is 1. Constitution, 3, 2. The average adult male is 1. Speed, 2, 9. The average adult male is 1. Abilities, culinary technique, sound wave manipulation, beginner. Navy 6 styles, finger gun, novice, culinary ethics, initial understanding. Upon viewing his physical data, Lei Fa found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Compared to before he began his training at the Culinary Forest Temple, his physical attributes had indeed undergone some transformation. The most conspicuous being the addition of the culinary ethics at the initial understanding stage under the abilities section. However, this was not what astonished Lei Fa the most. What truly left him in disbelief was the remarkable increase of 0.03 in his culinary cell awakening degree. He recalled vividly that his culinary cell awakening degree had consistently remained at 0.39, having stagnated at that figure for nearly a month without any discernible change. He never expected such an astonishing improvement would stem from consuming a bowl of egg rice. This is by no means a trivial matter as it may seem. The seemingly insignificant increase of merely 0.03 in awakening degree is deceptive. It is essential to recognize that since Lei Fa joined the youth training camp, apart from the rapid progress made in the initial month, he spent an arduous 5 months in training and cultivation, during which he could only elevate the awakening degree of his culinary cells from 0.32 to 0.39. Furthermore, the data remained stagnant in the final month. After 5 months of relentless effort, he achieved a total increase of only 0.07. Yet, just moments ago, he experienced a remarkable surge of 0.03 simply by consuming a bowl of egg rice. What is the essence of this concept? How could he not be astounded by this? For the culinary cells, it is indeed the exquisite flavors that yield the most profound enhancements. Lei Fa found himself engulfed in a myriad of reflections. While training and cultivation can certainly augment one's strength, they are hardly the most expedient or effective methods for elevating the awakening of culinary cells. The fundamental principle governing the realm of culinary captivation is that gastronomy reigns supreme. As the culinary cells originate from this world, they naturally adhere to its rules. After savoring the egg and rice, Lei Fa remained enraptured by its delectable taste, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. However, this state of bliss was short-lived, as a sudden flash of golden text re-emerged in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host has tasted the source world ingredient for the first time. The ingredient shop function has been activated, allowing the host to purchase any source world ingredients they have previously tasted. Current ingredient count in the ingredient shop. 1. Ingredient shop? Source world? Lei Fa realized that today's surprises were relentless. He silently recited ingredient shop in his mind, and a table materialized before him, displaying a single item, egg and rice. with a redemption price of 200 berries per portion. To his astonishment, the currency for this ingredient shop was not derived from the system's internal framework, but rather the berry currency system from the world of One Piece. After a rough calculation, he estimated that the bowl of egg and rice he had consumed was worth several 100,000 berries. The term source world must refer to the realm of culinary captivation, as egg and rice is indeed an ingredient from this world. This realization meant that henceforth, any ingredient he tasted from this world could be acquired through berries in the ingredient shop. Lei Fa pondered thoughtfully. The activation of this feature indeed filled Lei Fa with immense joy. However, upon reflection, he realized that a single bowl of rice cost several 100,000 berries. Even though, under the guise of Mr. V, he has hunted numerous bountied criminals and amassed wealth exceeding 100 million berries, he still found this price astonishingly exorbitant. The egg-fried rice is merely an ingredient of capture level 2. Regardless, something is better than nothing. Lei Fa shook his head, setting down his bowl and spoon. With a lingering taste on his lips, he contemplated that upon returning to the main world, he would exchange for more egg-fried rice to indulge himself thoroughly. At this moment, a young man clad in the same culinary virtue training attire awaited Lei Fa outside the door. It was evident that he was sent by the acting master, Zhou, to guide him. The following day, when Master Zhou visited Lei Fa, he carried a flower pot in his hands. Ham rose? The name surfaced in Lei Fa's mind. Master Zhou's subsequent words confirmed his suspicion. The flower pot contained a seed of the ham rose, whose blossoms exuded a honeyed flavor reminiscent of ham. Classified as a level 3 ingredient. However, it possessed a unique characteristic. Only the gratitude emanating from the culinary virtue could coax it into bloom. The stronger the sentiment, the quicker the flowering. As he spoke, Master Zhou handed the flower pot to Lei Fa, smiling as he said, just like yesterday. This will be your focus for today's cultivation, as well as the sole ingredient you may indulge in. Best of luck. With that, Master Zhou departed. Lei Fa gazed at the flower pot in his hands, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Much like yesterday's egg-fried rice, this ham rose was another extraordinary ingredient featured in the comic, utilized for cultivating culinary virtue, which is why he had anticipated its name. Yet, knowing was one thing and anticipation was another. His eagerness was palpable, especially after experiencing the egg-fried rice the previous day, when he first savored the enchanting ingredients from this culinary world, deeply appreciating the remarkable nature of its offerings. Let me see how long it takes for you to bloom, Lei Fa mused, placing the flower pot on the ground. He settled into a cross-legged position, facing the pot, and began to concentrate his attention. As he focused intently, he soon realized that his ability to concentrate had indeed improved significantly. Apart from attributing this to the practice of incorporating eggs into rice from the previous day, he could think of no other reason. Come forth, bloom. With unwavering dedication, Lei Fa channeled his energy into the ham rose. After half an hour, the soil in the center of the pot had loosened slightly, though the change was still quite subtle. An hour later, a hint of green emerged from the earth, breaking through the soil. 2 hours in, the ham rose had sprouted its stem, rising approximately 5 to 6 centimeters above the surface of the pot, accompanied by several budding branches. 4 hours later, leaves had unfurled on the branches, and a budding flower was poised to bloom. After 6 hours, the pale pink, ham-like bud had grown considerably, and in an instant, the entire ham flower burst into bloom. The ham rose had fully blossomed. Lei Fa exhaled deeply, his exhaustion mirroring that of the previous day's endeavor with the eggs and rice, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. At long last, he had succeeded. A smile broke through his weary expression. Fatigue did not frighten him. As long as he could witness the fruits of his labor, there was nothing to fear. The ham rose was precisely the harvest he had long anticipated. He decided to taste it and compare its flavor with that of the egg rice. Lei Fa was too lazy to fetch chopsticks, so he simply tore a slice from the ham rose and brought it to his mouth. The delicate pink ham melted instantly upon contact, transforming into savory juices that flowed down his throat, eliciting a bright spark of delight in his eyes. With a swift motion, he tore off another slice and devoured it. The entire piece vanished in an instant. The name ham rose was most fitting. I had initially assumed it was merely due to its rose-like appearance and ham-like texture. Yet, this ham evidently carried the extraordinary fragrance of roses. The exquisite combination of ham and floral aroma created a profound impact on the palate, further enhanced by a tantalizing hint of honey. It required no cooking at all. Lei Fa found it impossible to pause, consuming slice after slice without restraint. Within half a minute, he had completely devoured the entire ham rose. Soon after, a wave of indescribable pleasure washed over him, reaching deep into his soul. After relishing this sensation, Lei Fa quickly checked his body data, discovering that his culinary cell awakening level had indeed risen from 0.42 to 0.43, an increase of 0.01. Why had it decreased instead? Lei Fa frowned. Yesterday's egg rice, which was a level 2 ingredient, had elevated his awakening level by 0.03. Yet today's ham rose was of a higher capture level, yet yielded a lesser increase. Could it be that the egg rice was my first culinary experience from this world, thus producing such a remarkable effect? While the ham rose was indeed of a higher capture level, it was not my first. Lei Fa pondered. After much contemplation, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation. Open the ingredient shop, Lei Fa muttered. Instantly, a golden table appeared in his mind, now containing 2 ingredients, yesterday's egg rice and, of course, the ham rose he had just consumed, with an exchange price of 600,000 berries. Indeed, it was significantly more expensive than the egg rice. At that moment, his mentor, Zhou, reappeared. Upon noticing that Lei Fa had successfully made the ham rose bloom and had finished consuming it, he smiled and inquired, "So, how does the ham rose taste?" "Delicious," Lei Fa succinctly replied. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Zhou nodded with a smile. In the culinary temple, while the essence of training lies in culinary virtues, gourmet food is indispensable. Hearing this, Lei Fa eagerly asked, "So, what will tomorrow's training entail?" "You will find out tomorrow. Patience is key. Whether in training or dining, one must proceed step by step." Zhou replied calmly. "Understood," Lei Fa said, refraining from further inquiries. In the dormitory, Lei Fa sat on his bed, feeling slightly dazed. "Am I back?" he murmured, inspecting his hands and surveying the surroundings. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon 3 familiar figures appeared at the door. Upon seeing them, Lei Fa felt a sense of surrealism wash over him. "Hey, Lei Fa, didn't you say you were unwell and needed to rest? Why aren't you sleeping?" Belgood was the first to enter, noticing Lei Fa sitting in a daze on the bed. Following closely behind him were Patrick and Joshua. "I seem to be feeling better," Lei Fa replied, still somewhat disoriented. "Oh, that's great. I thought you were ill," Belgood remarked. "Since you're fine, why not join us?" "We were just chatting," Joshua said excitedly. "About what?" Lei Fa inquired. "That mysterious bounty hunter, Mr. V." Joshua gestured animatedly. "Did you know that Mr. seems to have leveled up to a 4-star bounty hunter and has even killed the multi-armed woman Judy, who was lying in ambush for him. Everyone on the island is talking about it." "What multi-armed woman Judy?" Lei Fa feigned ignorance. "She's a somewhat notorious assassin in the Shambadi archipelago, with a bounty of 47 million berries, rivaling some top Navy colonels," Belgood explained, clearly having researched Judy's background. "Does that mean Mr. possesses strength comparable to a general?" Lei Fa's expression turned one of astonishment. "That's unclear. But it's certain that to become a 4-star bounty hunter, Mr. must possess at least colonel-level strength. Not to mention, he has killed a bounty criminal like multi-armed woman Judy, whose bounty approaches 50 million berries. He might indeed have general-level strength," Belgood analyzed. He stated this because typically, bounty criminals with bounties exceeding 50 million berries require a general strength to handle, as ordinary colonels are far from sufficient. Of course, there are exceptional colonels with outstanding abilities, but those are rare exceptions. Generally, the 50 million berries bounty is a significant threshold. The world government and Navy consider this when assigning bounty amounts. Even if he possesses general-level strength, this time he could be in danger. I've heard that someone with a bounty exceeding 100 million is already targeting him on the island. If he shows up again, he'll face a storm of attacks, Joshua interjected. Bounty hunters are fundamentally different from us in the Navy. If he were a Navy officer, those bounty criminals would not dare to confront him so openly, but the Bounty Hunter Guild won't protect him unless he rises to a high position within the guild. All right. Enough about him. How long have we been discussing this? It's not worth lingering over, Patrick shrugged. It's merely a spectacle for us, too distant to concern ourselves. Indeed, Lei Fa concurred. Joshua and Belgood were still quite interested in the topic, but seeing that Lei Fa and Patrick seemed disinterested, they chose not to press the matter further. Patrick was uninterested because he felt the events were too far removed from their lives, adhering to the saying that one should not concern themselves with matters that don't affect them. Lei Fa, on the other hand, refrained from discussing it because he felt there was little to say. After all, who could possibly understand Mr. better than he? If the conversation were to persist, he must exercise caution and refrain from excessive discourse, lest he inadvertently reveal something unintended. It would be far more prudent to conclude the topic altogether. Most importantly, he He currently felt somewhat disoriented, unable to extricate himself from this peculiar temporal disjunction, and he feared the possibility of miscommunication to Beirigud and the others. It seemed as though only a brief moment had passed since their parting, yet for him, it felt as if an entire year had elapsed since their last encounter. Even words exchanged mere minutes ago in this realm now felt like distant memories from a year past. The sense of disorientation left him momentarily unresponsive. Consequently, during the ensuing conversations among the three, Lei Fa largely refrained from interjecting, opting instead to listen, and they merely attributed his silence to a lack of mental acuity. By the time Lei Fa fully acclimated to the temporal disparity between Shilin Temple and the primary world, it was already the following day. Although the turmoil on the island had originated from Lei Fa, no one else was privy to his alternate identity, thus it did not affect him in the least. Hence, in the days that followed, Lei Fa dutifully assumed the role of a naval deckhand, until that fateful night when he re-emerged as Mr. Then a quaint tavern located in Area 1. "Good evening, how may I assist you?" inquired the tavern owner, a diminutive old man. Upon seeing Lei Fa, his brow momentarily furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure. "Do you recognize me?" Lei Fa rasped with a smile. "How could I not know the most talked about Mr. V?" The old man replied jovially. "Are you not afraid of me?" Lei Fa's tone darkened slightly. "The only virtue I possess is my audacity. I have encountered numerous individuals of considerable renown, be they 5 or 6 stars. And I am not easily intimidated." The old man chuckled, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa's interest was piqued. Quietly, he invoked the level detection feature directed at the old man. In the next moment, a line of golden text appeared in his mind. Target data, race, human age, 62 level, unknown level. Lei Fa was taken aback by this revelation. During his year at Shilin Temple, he had become increasingly adept at utilizing the culinary system, mastering its various functions, including the elementary level detection feature that emerged upon the completion of the initial task. Initially, he had been uncertain of its application and interpretation. For even if he detected a captured level, he could not correlate it with actual strength. However, over the past year, he had gradually unraveled some of its intricacies. In contrast to the detailed capture level designations within the culinary captive world, the level detection inherent in the culinary system operated on a rank basis. Through experimentation and comparison, Lei Fa discerned that this rank level was closely linked to capture levels in the culinary captive realm. For instance, if the culinary system indicated a rank of 1, the corresponding capture level would be approximately level 10. A rank of 2 would correlate to around level 20, and so forth. When Lei Fa first entered Shilin Temple, his level was 7 ranks, suggesting a capture level of approximately 70. In the world of One Piece, his strength was roughly comparable to that of a typical colonel, albeit slightly inferior to the multi-armed woman Judy. He recalled that his level detection of Judy had revealed her to be at rank 8, indeed a tier above his own. The bounty hunters he had previously vanquished, whose rewards amounted to millions of berries, mostly fell within ranks 2 and 3. Combining these data points, Lei Fa could surmise a general range of strength. The detection level for Navy colonels should range between ranks 5 and 10. Below rank 5, one would not reach the caliber of a colonel, while exceeding rank 10 would likely indicate entry into the admiral tier. Furthermore, Lei Fa had discerned the detection range of the elementary level detection. He could not detect levels exceeding his own by more than 20 ranks. This implied that the old man must possess a rank at least 20 tiers above him, which was indeed astonishing. How ranks above 10 correspond to strength in the primary world, and what it means to exceed by 20 ranks, remained a matter for Lei Fa to explore further. But it was certain that he had entered the domain of admirals without a doubt. The quaint tavern serves merely as a clandestine refuge for the bounty hunter guild amidst the archipelago of Sabaody, catering to members like Lei Fa who prefer to keep their whereabouts concealed. Little did he anticipate that the overseer of such a covert establishment would be an enigmatic powerhouse. Indeed, the bounty hunter guild is as formidable as I had surmised. Leaving Lei Fa to ponder how many more of these lurking behemoths exist, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. Were it not for his ability to detect levels, he would have been oblivious to the strength of this elderly gentleman. Suppressing his astonishment, Lei Fa inquired, without revealing his intrigue, about the purpose of the guild's summons. His visit was not a mere whim, rather. After successfully ascending to the rank of a 4-star bounty hunter and acquiring an entry training card for the Shilin Temple, he had little inclination for further advancement. Following his elevation, the system had not triggered any new quests, such as striving for 5 or 6 stars, rendering the bounty hunter S rank somewhat trivial in his eyes. However, this time, the bounty hunter guild had reached out to him proactively, sending a message through a prearranged signal, prompting his visit to discern their true intentions. He was not particularly apprehensive about the guild plotting against him. Despite its mysterious and powerful nature, it had never been known to harm its members. The rationale was simple. Neutrality is the foundation upon which the Bounty Hunter Guild stands. We called you here because there is an urgent temporary mission in Sabaody that requires members of 4 stars or above. However, due to the rampant piracy in the latter half of the Grand Line, many of our senior members have ventured there, leaving us with few qualified members available for this task. We have notified each one of you, the elderly man explained with a cheerful demeanor. Oh, what sort of mission warrants such significant preparations? Lei Fa inquired. Before you decide to accept the task, I can only provide you with a general outline. The old man replied leisurely. This mission involves the acquisition of sensitive information. As he concluded his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the tavern. After a moment, Lei Fa, perplexed, asked, Is that it? That's it, the old man stated matter-of-factly. Is this truly the extent of the details? Lei Fa expressed his bewilderment. Even if you cannot elaborate on the specifics of the task, you might at least provide some concrete information, such as the challenges faced and the rewards for the task. Otherwise, how am I to decide whether to accept it? The old man inquired. Did I not mention this earlier? What do you think? He continued. My memory fails me, such is the plight of age. He slapped his forehead, adding, As for the difficulties, there are certainly others who wish to seize this information. Each backed by formidable forces, none of whom are to be trifled with. As for the reward, should one successfully obtain the materials, every member who undertakes the task will receive a bounty of 100 million berries, in addition to further rewards based on their contributions. I see, Lei Fa nodded. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. Task successfully triggered. Task details. Assist the Bounty Hunter Guild in acquiring mysterious information. Task rewards. Treasure Lottery X3. I anticipated this. This familiar scene did not surprise Lei Fa. The Bounty Hunter Guild would not summon him without reason. They likely had significant matters at hand. The task activation mechanism of the Culinary system necessitates engagement with various events, so triggering a task is entirely reasonable. However, the task rewards piqued Lei Fa's curiosity, as he had never encountered the treasure lottery reward before, and it appeared he would have 3 opportunities. This was an excellent chance to assess the fruits of my training over the past year. Lei Fa felt no aversion to this task. Rather, he harbored a sense of anticipation. Very well, I accept this task, Lei Fa declared firmly to the old man. Have you decided so swiftly? Do you not wish to deliberate further? The old man asked. No need, Lei Fa replied, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I have 2 questions I wish to pose, if you would be so kind as to enlighten me. Proceed, the old man encouraged. Firstly, regarding those adversaries you mentioned who will also seek to claim this mysterious information, what specific forces do you refer to? Are these powerful pirate crews on the island? Lei Fa pondered aloud. Well, that is a question I can certainly address. You will discover the answer sooner or later upon accepting the task, the old man mused. While it is true that some of the forces may include formidable pirate crews, they are merely one faction among others. In addition to pirates, there exist terrifying underground organizations, such as the news agency. What is that? Lei Fa's pupils constricted beneath his mask, for this name was entirely unfamiliar to him. You're unaware? The old man regarded Lei Fa closely. Lei Fa shook his head. It is no surprise, few are aware of the news agency's true power. Since you are about to encounter them, I shall share this information with you, the old man replied. The news agency shares certain ties with our Bounty Hunter Guild, possessing some backing from the world government. Yet it remains an independent force and is the largest intelligence organization along the Grand Line. The largest intelligence organization? Lei Fa felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. Such an evaluation is rather lofty. But why have I never heard of the existence of this influence before? I have not even seen any trace of its presence. Lei Fa inquired. Not seen any trace of its existence? That is not entirely accurate. The old man shook his head. Have you not noticed how news spreads across the seas whenever a significant event occurs, reaching even the farthest seas beyond the Grand Line? You mean? Lei Fa's voice suddenly rose, barely concealing his astonishment. Are you suggesting that all this news is disseminated by the news agency? Although Lei Fa had his suspicions, he still sought confirmation. Indeed, the old man nodded. All news circulating in these waters originates from the news agency. Those ubiquitous reporters and the messenger seagulls are all under its purview. They are not only the largest news conglomerate, but also the most formidable intelligence network, surpassing even the Navy and the world government in this regard. But how could the world government allow such a force to exist? Lei Fa questioned. What can they do to prevent it? Suppress it? The old man scoffed. Let us not even discuss whether that is feasible. Even if it were, the world government would surely suffer significant repercussions. They would only resort to such drastic measures if absolutely necessary. After all, the world government is merely a coalition of interests. And entities like the news agency, which can rival our bounty hunter guild, undoubtedly have intricate ties to them. Attempting to eliminate it would likely meet the greatest resistance from the world government itself. Enough of this topic. You will understand these matters more clearly when you ascend to a higher level. Knowing too much now may not be advantageous. The old man abruptly changed the subject. My second question is, if that information is truly so vital, why is it not being handled by someone directly from your esteemed guild, but instead entrusted to us? As he spoke, Lei Fa narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the old man's gaze. Because it deviates from the established protocol, the old man replied, showing no surprise at being seen through. If I were to intervene, the situation would escalate to a different level, with consequences potentially worse than failing to acquire that information. I understand now. Are there any further questions? None for the moment. Very well, I shall note your name. This is the ear mic bug. Once the mission commences, you can activate it, placing it in your ear. And the guild will relay the latest intelligence through this ear mic bug, the old man said, handing Lei Fa a small bug the size of his thumb. Understood. Lei Fa accepted the ear mic bug and bid farewell to the old man before turning to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he paused, turning his back to the old man and asking, by the way, may I inquire how to address you? My name has not been used for a long time, but everyone enjoys calling me Fisherman. If you don't mind, you may call me that, came the old man's cheerful response. Received, Lei Fa acknowledged, then left the tavern without looking back, soon vanishing into the night. A few nights later, Lei Fa timed his departure from the Navy's base, donning the guise of Mr. Van, equipping the ear mic bug given to him by the old man, Fisherman. This is Mr. V. Preparations are complete. What are the next steps? He rasped from atop a massive treetop. Moments later, a cacophony of static crackled through the ear mic bug. Before long, a sweet voice emerged. Hello, Mr. V. I am Nightingale, your liaison for the forthcoming period. Hello, Lei Fa replied curtly. Nightingale paid no heed to Lei Fa's indifference, continuing with her melodic tone. I just received news that the bearer of the information has landed on Shambadi and is currently on an island in the 6th district. Don't you think that range is a bit too broad? Lei Fa frowned at her remark. By the time I locate the target, others may have already snatched the items and fled. The so-called 6th district refers to the islands numbered from 70 to 79, a cluster of 10 islands that serve as accommodations and residences. Previously, Lei Fa had utilized this same 6th district to eliminate multi-armed Judy through the machinations of Rear Admiral Pearson. However, knowing that the target is somewhere among these 10 islands is of little significance. At this point, being informed that the target resides within these 10 islands is akin to providing no information at all. Actually, you need not worry about that. Since we cannot obtain precise information, other factions are likely in a similar predicament. Who finds the target first is merely a matter of luck, Nightingale replied with a smile. Moreover, even if one finds the target first, it does not guarantee victory. The one carrying the information is no ordinary individual and will not relinquish it easily. Oh, so even if we locate the target, we must engage in a fierce struggle to secure the information? Lei Fa pondered, stroking his chin. Precisely. Interesting, Lei Fa chuckled. He leaped down from the treetop and swiftly made his way toward the 6th district, continuing to inquire, how many individuals from the guild are tasked with this mission? Counting yourself, there are a total of 4 4-star hunters, plus 1 5-star hunter, Nightingale informed him. Isn't there a need to rendezvous first? Lei Fa casually asked. Even if we did, would you all be able to collaborate? Nightingale teased. Lei Fa paused, then shook his head with a smile. Indeed. Although they were all bounty hunters and had accepted tasks from the Bounty Hunter Guild, expecting them to work in harmony? Absurd. The Bounty Hunter Guild is not a particularly binding organization, with members of all sorts, and who would dare to trust one another? Even if they accepted the same task, mutual trust would be impossible. Rather than gathering together in mutual suspicion, fighting independently would surely yield greater results. The Bounty Hunter Guild was undoubtedly aware of this principle. Hence, they had no intention of forcing those taking on missions to unite. After all, each individual possesses an ear mic bug, allowing for seamless communication with the Bounty Hunter Guild, which can efficiently coordinate them to maximize effectiveness. Under such circumstances, there is truly no necessity to gather in one place. P.S. The first update is here, with 4 more to follow today. I will continue to strive. Please lend your support with recommendation votes. WeVE already climbed to the front page. Thank you all for your support. Let us keep pushing forward. With each leap, the figure of Shuasha flickered continuously, effortlessly landing atop another small building, almost soundlessly, moving with remarkable grace. Most of these small buildings are constructed from wood, and any sudden movement could instantly awaken those within. Is there still no sign? Lei Fa inquired. Not at the moment, replied the nightingale. Understood, Lei Fa responded. Then adjusted the earpiece communicator to a one-way conversation mode, allowing him to listen while the other party could not hear him. It seemed he would have to wait today. Lei Fa decided against aimlessly searching any further. Randomly wandering about in hopes of a fortunate encounter would only prolong the search. It was wiser to wait for others to scout first, and then seize the opportunity once there was a sign of activity. With this thought, Lei Fa leapt from the rooftop to a clearing below. There, he skillfully gathered several fallen twigs from beneath a few nearby trees, collecting them into a single pile. He then held one hand above the twigs, and in an instant, sparks ignited at the center of the wood. Almost there, Lei Fa smiled at the sight. He silently recited, "Ingredient shop," and a list materialized in his mind, densely populated with nearly 100 ingredient names. The first two were egg-fried rice and ham roes, both of which Lei Fa had previously consumed. However, this time he sought something different. His gaze swiftly descended the list until it settled upon a particular name, brandy lobster, a peculiar species of shrimp found only in the deep sea. With clear and transparent blood and an aroma reminiscent of brandy. Its shell, as tough as iron, renders it nearly indestructible, resulting in a delightfully tender and elastic flesh. Perfect for making broth or grilling. Capture level, 55. Exchange price, 8. 5 million berries each. You shall be mine. Lei Fa licked his lips and selected exchange in his mind. Suddenly, a nearly 1 meter long, milky white lobster appeared before him. As for how the system deducted the berries, that was not his concern. The system would not allow him to take advantage in that regard, and it was not his place to worry about the system's affairs. As the pale lobster suddenly appeared before Lei Fa, its pincers lunged fiercely towards him, moving faster than an arrow. However, Lei Fa was already prepared. He simply tilted his head slightly and evaded the lobster's attack. In response, his palm struck towards the lobster's head with even greater swiftness. With a resounding thud. The moment Lei Fa's palm made contact with the lobster's head, its entire body trembled, and its pincers drooped limply, rendered motionless. It was evident that it had met its demise. In that instant, Lei Fa had shattered its brain with a single blow of his palm technique. This was the most straightforward method to deal with crustaceans. Despite the fact that this pale lobster was no ordinary specimen, in truth, despite its diminutive size if cast into the vast ocean of this world, even some common marine monarchs might find themselves unable to contend with it. Its capture level stood at 55, which, when assessed through Lei Fa's level detection, equated to approximately a 5-tier ranking comparable to that of a newly appointed naval colonel. Nonetheless, for Lei Fa at this moment, it posed little challenge. Previously, at the Food Forest Temple, he had feasted upon numerous brandy lobsters. Initially, slaying one required considerable effort. However, it soon became a matter of a single strike, devoid of difficulty. After dispatching the brandy lobster, Lei Fa adeptly commenced the preparation of the ingredients. With his palm serving as a knife, he swiftly made a vertical incision along the lobster's exoskeleton, followed by 4 rapid horizontal cuts. The pale shell emitted a crisp sound, resembling metal, as it began to fracture. In an instant, the surface of the shell was riddled with numerous cracks, with 5 prominent fissures, 1 vertical and 4 horizontal, standing out conspicuously. Once this was accomplished, Lei Fa gently shook the lobster, causing the shell to fall away with a clatter. At this juncture, the preparatory work was nearly complete. The most challenging aspect of handling the brandy lobster lay in its shell, and Lei Fa's ability to expedite its removal was a testament to his accumulated experience from previous encounters. After discarding the shell, he retrieved several slightly thicker twigs that he had prepared in advance, using his palm as a knife once more. He swiftly stripped the bark from each twig before threading several pieces of brandy lobster meat onto them, placing them over the fire to roast. The clear juices that dripped from the skewers resembled wine, each droplet igniting the flames beneath, hastening the cooking process. Before long, an intoxicating aroma infused with the scent of wine wafted through the air. The lobster meat, now skewered, gradually took on a golden brown hue. Having cooked brandy lobster numerous times, Lei Fa was well aware that this signified it was nearly done. The inherently tender flesh of the lobster should not be overcooked, lest it lose its delicate texture. Eagerly, Lei Fa removed it from the fire, having refrained from adding any seasonings throughout the entire process. It is not due to his forgetfulness in bringing along the necessary ingredients. Were that the case, with his remarkable skills, he could effortlessly infiltrate any hotel and procure an array of seasonings without a trace. However, he refrained from doing so because the preparation of brandy lobster does not necessitate any additional ingredients. Even the broth is unnecessary. The inherent aroma of the alcohol and the subtle sweetness serve as the finest seasoning. To introduce other ingredients would only mar its unique flavor. As he commenced his meal, Lei Fa lifted the bottom of his mask, exposing only his mouth, and took a bite. The exquisite taste was indeed one that would never grow tiresome. With that single bite of brandy lobster, he felt a delightful warmth enveloping him, a profound pleasure radiating from within. After indulging in such a variety of delicacies, he couldn't help but exclaim that barbecue truly suited his palate best. The delightful contrast of a crisp exterior and tender interior, imbued with rich alcohol aroma, elevated the essence of barbecue to its pinnacle, explaining why he found it utterly satisfying. Just as Lei Fa immersed himself in the delightful flavors, a faint sound suddenly pierced the air, drawing his attention. "Who goes there?" Lei Fa uttered with a cold snort. The unusual faint sound was, in fact, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. Yet, to Lei Fa, it resonated with remarkable clarity. His extraordinary hearing could detect even the lowest frequency infrasound, let alone ordinary sounds. However, when Lei Fa inquired alertly, he received no response. "Must I force you to reveal yourself?" Lei Fa suddenly turned his gaze to the left front. As he glanced in that direction, the individual concealed behind a large tree realized he was not merely blustering, but had indeed been discovered, prompting him to step out from behind the tree. "Do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions." The person emerging was a youth appearing to be around 20, wearing triangular glasses and spreading his arms to indicate his benign nature. "State your purpose." Lei Fa rasped beneath his pale mask. "Do you believe me if I say I have no purpose?" The man with triangular glasses replied with a wry smile. "What do you think?" "All right, I shall speak frankly. I was merely passing by when I suddenly caught a whiff of an irresistible aroma emanating from this vicinity. I intended to sneak over for a look, only to be discovered by you," he explained, his gaze fixated on the brandy lobster skewer in Lei Fa's hand, swallowing hard. "If there were no one else grilling nearby, then that must be it. Might I procure a portion?" "I am willing to pay," the man with triangular glasses expressed, his eyes gleaming with desire. "Pay?" Lei Fa chuckled softly at the remark. "Let me inform you, each skewer is worth at least 1,000,000 berries. Do you believe that?" "I do." The man with triangular glasses replied earnestly. Lei Fa raised an eyebrow, surprised that the man accepted the exorbitant value without hesitation. He had anticipated that revealing the true worth of the brandy lobster would elicit disbelief, yet this fellow showed no sign of doubt. Even before acquiring the Gourmet System, if someone had claimed a skewer cost 1,000,000 berries, Lei Fa would have spat in their face. What does 1,000,000 berries signify? An ordinary person could scarcely amass such wealth in a lifetime. Even for mid-ranking naval officers, it represents a considerable sum. "So you are willing to spend 1,000,000 berries on a skewer?" Lei Fa inquired, intrigued. "Could I purchase 2 skewers?" "No haggling," the man with triangular glasses asked, his expression serious. How amusing, Lei Fa thought, finding the encounter increasingly entertaining. He beckoned the man forward, saying, "Well then, since we have crossed paths at this late hour, let us share a meal together. Are you truly willing to sell?" The man with triangular glasses hurried over, seating himself across from Lei Fa, his face brimming with delight. "Sell? Just eat. This meal is on me," Lei Fa replied, offering him 2 skewers of the roasted brandy lobster. "Are you serious?" The man hesitantly accepted the skewers, glancing at Lei Fa with uncertainty. "You have discerning taste, so treating you is no burden. If you lacked such taste, I wouldn't bother." "Even if you offered 100,000,000 berries," Lei Fa chuckled hoarsely. "Thank you very much." The man expressed his gratitude. "However, I am curious. Why do you believe these skewers truly cost 1,000,000 berries, rather than thinking I am simply inflating the price?" Lei Fa asked again. "Well, I do not have many hobbies, but gourmet food is one of them, and it is my primary passion. My sense of smell is quite acute, typically. I can discern the quality of food just by scent. Had it not been for the alluring aroma of your skewers, I would not have dared to intrude. The fragrance was simply extraordinary, far more enticing than any barbecue I have ever encountered. For a skewer with such aroma, I would pay not just 1,000,000 berries, but even 10,000,000 to taste it," the man with triangular glasses asserted, his expression sincere. "Ah, I see," Lei Fa nodded, extending his hand. "Then let us not speak further. Try it for yourself. You shall not be disappointed." "Very well," the man with triangular glasses nodded in appreciation once more. They both began to savor the skewers. Upon taking his first bite, The man displayed a reaction far more exaggerated than Lei Fa's initial experience, his face contorting in disbelief. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed after swallowing the brandy lobster skewer. "What kind of meat is this? And why does it possess such a rich wine aroma? Did you marinate it in fine wine before grilling? Otherwise, it is inconceivable for it to be this intense, even if one painted it on while grilling. It would be impossible to achieve such depth," he stammered in astonishment. It was evident that he was genuinely taken aback. Although he had already surmised the brandy lobster skewers would taste delightful by scent alone, he had never anticipated it would be this exquisite. This is a delicacy he has never before experienced, indeed. One might say that this exquisite flavor surpasses even the finest dishes he has previously savored by a factor of 10, and this is no exaggeration. Observing the expression of the man with triangular glasses, Lei Fa couldn't help but chuckle. He felt no surprise at this outcome. To speak of ingredients like brandy lobster, which boasts a capture level of 55, is one thing. Even ingredients such as egg-fried rice and ham roes, with capture levels not exceeding 5, would undoubtedly reign supreme in the world of One Piece as unparalleled culinary delights. When he first sampled a dish crafted from brandy lobster at Shirlene Temple, his reaction was not dissimilar to that of the man with triangular glasses, for the flavor was simply divine. Every aspect, from texture to sweetness, and the rich aroma of alcohol, was utterly irresistible. The harmonious fusion of these elements yielded a taste that transcends ordinary cuisine, evoking a profound shock that resonates deep within the soul. Lei Fa inquired, "Do you wish to know what kind of meat this is?" The man with triangular glasses nodded eagerly. "Do you wish to know why it possesses such a robust aroma of alcohol?" Lei Fa asked again, to which the man nodded fervently once more. "It's a secret," Lei Fa replied with a mysterious smile. Even someone as simple-minded as the man with triangular glasses should have discerned that the pale smile of the masked figure before him was merely teasing. However, he bore no resentment. After all, who could remain angry when treated to such an extraordinary feast? Little did he know, Lei Fa was not intentionally toying with him. Rather, he truly could not explain the nature of the meat. Should he divulge that this meat originates from brandy lobster, a creature from another realm? Or should he reveal that the rich aroma of alcohol stems from the fact that the blood of the brandy lobster contains components akin to brandy, thus exuding a fragrant essence from within? Unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, Lei Fa chose to remain silent, as he felt no obligation to disclose the origins of the brandy lobster to the man in glasses. Serendipity brought them together. Especially in the company of a fellow connoisseur of fine cuisine, Lei Fa was more than willing to treat him to a meal. However, when it came to the matter of his greatest secret, he preferred to remain reticent. The man with triangular glasses, realizing he could not ascertain the source of the meat, quickly returned to enjoying the remaining brandy lobster skewers. The delectable food was so enticing that he felt an overwhelming urge to devour even the skewers of meat. Lei Fa was savoring his meal at a leisurely pace, unlike the man with triangular glasses, who seemed rather impatient. With each bite, he paused to relish the lingering flavors. "Are you the recently renowned Mr. V?" The man with the triangular glasses suddenly inquired after taking a bite of the brandy lobster barbecue. "You recognize me?" Lei Fa responded, unfazed by the revelation of his identity, continuing to enjoy the fragrant barbecue. "Well, anyone lingering around this vibrant place would likely have heard a tidbit or two about you." The man adjusted his glasses. Lei Fa soon acknowledged this, realizing that even Joshua, a mere naval soldier, had heard numerous tales regarding his Mr. persona. It was hardly surprising that this man with triangular glasses, who likely possessed some stature, would be aware of him. "Since you have identified me out of courtesy, would you care to introduce yourself?" Lei Fa shifted the conversation. "Oh, my apologies," the man promptly gestured in a sign of contrition. "My name is Hades, a scientist from the Germa group. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Hades extended his hand towards Lei Fa as if inviting him for a handshake but quickly retracted it, realizing his hands were still smeared with grease from his meal. "The Germa group?" Lei Fa paused at the mention of the name, contemplating before suddenly asking, "Is there someone named Vegapunk in your organization?" "Ah, Mr. V, do you know Vegapunk?" Hades replied with mild surprise. "No, I've merely heard the name in passing." Lei Fa shook his head. "Oh, I thought perhaps you were acquainted with that fellow," Hades remarked casually. It was unexpected to encounter someone from the Germa group here, leading Lei Fa to surmise that Hades was likely here for a specific document. Initially, he had not grasped the significance of the Germa group, but upon reflection, he recalled its implications. More than 20 years hence, this organization would be entirely dismantled by the world government, yet prior to that, it was an undeniably formidable military entity. It is worth noting that even the future notorious killing family, the Vinsmoke family, had its patriarch, judge, as merely a scientist under the Germa group at this time. Similarly, the future chief genius scientist of the Naval Scientific Unit, Dr. Vegapunk, was also a member of this group, with such extraordinary scientists dedicated to the development of weaponry. The Germa group earned a fearsome reputation as a war organization. However, what intrigued Lei Fa the most was indeed Dr. Vegapunk, celebrated for possessing scientific wisdom that was 5 centuries ahead of humanity. While this claim may be somewhat exaggerated, his achievements were undeniably unparalleled in this world. The mere act of thoroughly deciphering the mysteries of the devil fruits was sufficient to etch him into the annals of history, not to mention his groundbreaking research, including endowing objects with devil fruit abilities, the creation of sea stone battleships, lineage factors, and the artificial human project, among many others. The legendary Dr. Vegapunk may not have fully forged his own legend just yet, but in the coming decades, particularly during the period when the protagonist sets sail, the influence of this chief genius scientist will be evident everywhere. From the tyrant bear who voluntarily underwent transformation, to Frankie who acquired remnants from his laboratory, to Caesar Clown, who has perpetually attempted to rival him but always falls short, one could say his shadow looms large across all corners. Even the artificial human technology that the Vinsmoke family will later depend upon is developed based on the lineage factor he pioneered. However, if my memory serves me correctly, it will be during these years that the Germa group will attract the attention of the world government due to Vegapunk's research on the lineage factor, ultimately leading to the group's complete annihilation. With Vegapunk being absorbed into the Navy and joining the Naval Science Force, where he will rise to become its foremost scientist. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, narrowly escapes disaster, taking with him research materials related to the lineage factor, which eventually leads to the formation of the Germa 66 Army, serving as an alternative continuation of the Germa group, as the name Germa group comes to mind. Lei Fa quickly deduces that the purpose of the bespectacled man, Hercules, likely aligns with his own, given that the other party recognizes his identity. It is highly probable that he can also surmise that Lei Fa is present due to a mission from the Bounty Hunter Guild. As expected, Hercules promptly remarks, "Mr. V, you have treated me to such splendid barbecue. I shall remember this kindness. Should the opportunity arise, you are most welcome to visit the Germa group, and I shall accompany you throughout your stay. However, this matter is of great import, and if we happen to cross paths, I cannot afford to show leniency. I ask that you, Mr. V, do not take offense. Fair is fair. My invitation to dine was merely due to your discerning taste and has no bearing on this matter," Lei Fa replies, shaking his head. "Nonetheless, I am indeed quite curious about your Germa group. If the opportunity presents itself, I would genuinely like to pay a visit. That is certainly no problem. If you wish to explore, Mr. V, you are welcome at any time. Just mention my name upon your arrival, and I will be at your service," Hercules says politely, adjusting his glasses. "Certainly." After a brief and inconsequential exchange, Hercules takes his leave. For the time being, the two remain in a competitive relationship, and getting too close could lead to complications. Thus, it is preferable to maintain some distance and wait until the matter concludes before resuming their conversation. Consequently, Hercules opts to depart first. Shortly after Hercules exits, Lei Fa activates his earphone bug and inquires of Nightingale, "Is the Germa group also among our competitors this time? Have you encountered their people?" Nightingale does not deny Lei Fa's assertion. "Indeed. I just met a fellow named Hercules, who claims to be a scientist from the Germa group," Lei Fa says hoarsely. "Hercules, you say? Hold on." After a brief pause, Nightingale's voice is interrupted for a moment. Approximately a minute later, Nightingale resumes, "Is he a young man with triangular glasses, looking to be around 20 years old?" "Yes, that must be him. He is known as the Mechanical Fury, a young scientist often mentioned alongside another named Vegapunk. Together dubbed the twin stars of the Germa group. I did not expect it to be him on this occasion," Nightingale states with a hint of gravity. "By the way, in comparison to our Bounty Hunter Guild and the news agency, which of these factions holds greater power?" Lei Fa suddenly questions. "That depends on how you choose to measure it." Nightingale ponders for a moment before responding. "If we consider the number of strong individuals, there is no doubt that the Bounty Hunter Guild leads by a wide margin. However, when it comes to the extent of influence and hidden capabilities, the news agency far surpasses us. Yet, in terms of scientific technology and war potential, the Germa group outshines both of us considerably. So, there isn't much of a difference after all?" Lei Fa inquires. "One could say that," Nightingale concedes. "Besides the news agency and the Germa group, are there any other factions I should be aware of in this competition? Please share all relevant information to spare me from having to ask repeatedly." Lei Fa adds, Currently, aside from our bounty hunter guild, the news agency, and the Germa group, there are not many other factions of note. Perhaps the Shucky Studio and the Whitebeard Pirates could be mentioned. Nightingale pauses, then adds, oh. And the most troublesome of all, Cypherpol, those individuals are the most reckless in their operations. Isn't Cypherpol the direct intelligence agency of the world government? Is it truly wise to compete with them? Lei Fa asks, furrowing his brow at the mention of that name, having heard of Cypherpol before. This intelligence agency, which adheres solely to the commands of the world government, operates beyond the control of even the Navy. Organizations such as CP-9 and CP-0, which have made numerous appearances in the main storyline over the course of more than 2 decades, are branches within the Cypherpol system. Although the Bounty Hunter Guild and News Agency maintain close ties with the world government, their connection pales in comparison to the proximity of Cypherpol. To recklessly engage with Cypherpol in a theft is tantamount to directly challenging the world government, is it not? Are you not concerned about the repercussions from the world government? You need not worry. This incident bears little relation to the world government. It is entirely the initiative of Cypherpol to seize that information. Should a conflict arise from this matter, even if they suffer casualties, they will have to swallow their losses, Nightingale replied with a smile. That is reassuring. I would rather not have to fight while being overly cautious, Lei Fa remarked. Rest assured. You only need to pursue your task with fervor. As long as you secure that information, the guild will smooth over any consequences, Nightingale assured. I will do my utmost. Lei Fa responded. Won't you wait a moment? I just received news that there seems to be activity on Island 77. Nightingale abruptly halted her previous statement, swiftly changing the topic. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa immediately stood up. Island 77, correct? Yes, hurry and check it out. Nightingale urged. I will go at once. Lei Fa quickly consumed the remaining brandy lobster and swiftly made his way toward his destination. Should he accomplish the task? The reward of 100 million berries would merely be the baseline. There would undoubtedly be further accolades. Additionally, apart from the rewards offered by the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Culinary system would provide 3 lottery chances as a reward for completing the theft task, an opportunity not to be missed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Lei Fa sprinted toward Island 77. He had just been on Island 74, with 2 islands separating him from Island 77. If he did not hurry, it was possible that events would conclude without him. Thus, he needed to reach there before the situation was resolved. P.S. The 5th update is complete. Apologies for the delay, and thanks to those who voted yesterday. Your support is appreciated. Let us continue to forge ahead. What is the situation over there? Lei Fa inquired of Nightingale as he rushed toward the location. It seems that the news agency was the first to locate the target and engaged in combat, but the target possesses considerable strength. The news agency personnel could not capture him directly and were instead evaded. Now being pursued, Nightingale reported, her voice somewhat chaotic, evidently inquiring about the latest developments at the scene. So, the guild has already dispatched someone there? Lei Fa asked. Nightingale must have knowledge of the situation for a reason. It is likely that they have their own informant relaying information. Indeed. There is a 4-star hunter quite close to the incident site, and they quickly caught up with the news agency personnel and the target. Nightingale confirmed Lei Fa's speculation. I am nearing Island 77. Where are they now? Lei Fa asked. At the dock in the southeast, Nightingale quickly replied. Understood. Lei Fa gauged his position and accelerated once more in the night. Damn you, Moria. Stop right there. A frantic voice echoed through the darkness. Hand over the item now, and we may spare your life. Once we capture you, it will be too late for you to plead for mercy. Ha ha ha. You think you can catch me? Come and try. A sinister laugh resounded. Completely unfazed by the threats. At that moment, a fiery arrow descended from the sky. Flame arrow. With a thunderous explosion, a massive crater was created on the ground, illuminating the surroundings with flames. The figure leading the charge was halted by the fiery projectile and had no choice but to stop. 5-star bounty hunter, flame shooter. The owner of the sinister laughter was a tall man with fiery hair, adorned with 2 sharp horns at the sides of his forehead, resembling a demon. As he spoke, a robust figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a massive bow. It was evident that the fiery arrow had been shot by him. Since you recognize me, let us not waste time. Hand over the item, and I shall grant you a chance for survival, the imposing figure known as Flame Shooter stated in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. The others behind me also covet this information, so should I entrust it to you, or to them? The fiery-haired man asked with a wicked grin. Naturally, it should be given to us. The pursuers had caught up, and, upon hearing the words of the fiery-haired man, the leader of the group snorted disdainfully. Flame Shooter. You are but one man. Do you think you can contest against us? One man is sufficient to deal with you worthless fools, the flame shooter scoffed. Moreover, who told you I came alone? Do you think the news agency can compare in numbers to our bounty hunter guild? As the robust man finished speaking, two more figures stepped out from the darkness, subtly aligning themselves behind him. Needless to say, these two were also 4-star bounty hunters who had accepted the mission. Utterly arrogant. The leader of the news agency exploded in fury. You all discuss among yourselves. Once you decide who will receive the item, we shall converse further. For now, I shall take my leave. The fiery-haired man suddenly enveloped himself in his cloak and, with a flourish, transformed into a swarm of bats, fleeing in the opposite direction. Where do you think you're going? The personnel from the news agency and the 3 from the bounty hunter guild shouted in unison. The two groups pursued once more, though they maintained a distance to avoid being ambushed by the other side. Before long, both groups caught up with the fiery-haired man once again. The target known as Moria was intercepted, clearly revealing that he had become the focal point of disdain. Are you the infamous Moria? Come here and kneel, surrender your belongings, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, proclaimed one who obstructed Moria, exuding arrogance. How audacious you are, even more so than the previous 2 factions, leaving me no avenue for escape. On what grounds should I relinquish my possessions to you? Moria responded, a smile replacing his anger. You dare equate us, CP9, with those insignificant news agency and bounty hunter guild lackeys? The audacity. The individual blocking Moria seemed to take this comparison as a grave affront. So, you consider yourself the most formidable, do you? Moria's eyes twinkled with intrigue. Naturally, we of CP9 are, ha ha ha. At last, we've caught up. This fellow is quite the runner. A boisterous laugh suddenly interrupted the conversation, resonating within the air. Jaws, you fool, keep your voice down at this hour. You nearly startled me. Came a voice of complaint shortly thereafter. Moria and several members of CP9 turned to the direction of the sound, only to behold 2 figures emerging. One was a towering presence, the very one who had just laughed heartily, while beside him stood a diminutive young man with blonde hair, wearing an expression of exasperation. At this moment, the individuals from the news agency and the 3 members led by the 5-star bounty hunter flame shooter had caught up. The leader of the news agency immediately recognized the last 2 arrivals. His expression shifting slightly, they were none other than Marco the Phoenix from the Whitebeard Pirates and Diamond Jojo. The 5-star bounty hunter flame shooter also felt a flicker of alarm upon hearing their names. For as a bounty hunter, he was well aware of their formidable reputations. This was indeed the era when the Whitebeard Pirates were most prominently active, and these 2, as elite warriors under Whitebeard, had long since made their mark across the seas. While Flame Shooter was a formidable 5-star bounty hunter, the strongest among them, he felt a distinct lack of confidence in facing these 2. Perhaps he could contend with Diamond Joza given their numbers, but Marco the Phoenix was notoriously difficult to deal with. Even if the bounty hunters and the news agency members banded together, they might still find it challenging to withstand the prowess of Marco the Phoenix. Unexpectedly, in the midst of this nocturnal chaos, a voice broke through, belonging to a girl with yellow hair, who appeared somewhat languorous. Didn't he expect it to be so lively at this late hour? Mind if we join the fun? She smiled, addressing Marco. Merely a bunch of pirates daring to interfere. Do they wish to court death? Scoffed the leader of CP9, asserting that a large contingent of naval forces was stationed on the island, threatening that with a command, they could easily surround everyone. Then by all means, issue your command. We're waiting, came a cheerful voice from above. A girl in a red cap perched on a tree branch chimed in. Who dares to interrupt me? The CP9 leader exclaimed in fury upon realizing someone was undermining his authority. Such hostility, why not simply ask for my name? The girl with the red cap replied, grinning. My name is Sweki, remember it. Why are you alone? Has Aunt Shachi no one else to send? Marco inquired lazily, as if he were already familiar with the girl named Sweki. You foul bird. If Aunt Xia heard you call her that, I bet she'd tear your mouth apart. Sweki retorted, annoyed. Let her, I won't die from it, Marco replied nonchalantly, remaining in his lackadaisical demeanor. Are you affiliated with Shachi Studio? The 5-star bounty hunter flame shooter regarded Sweki warily. The Shachi Studio and the Bounty Hunter Guild were organizations of a similar nature, but the former leaned more towards the darker side of operations, often referred to as a true assassin organization. While the Bounty Hunter Guild targeted wanted criminals for profit, Shachi Studio would assassinate anyone. Even the celestial dragons, if the price was right, though few could afford such exorbitant fees. Recently, the multi-armed woman Judy had met her end at the hands of Shachi Studio, but she had only been a mere ordinary member. Sweki, however, was a different case altogether, clearly distinguished from Judy, which was why she had been dispatched for this mission. Have you had enough chatter? The leader of CP-9, having been completely ignored, could no longer contain his anger and suddenly launched an attack. Armament Haki. Finger pistol. His arms transformed, enveloped in a glossy black armor, a clear manifestation of Armament Haki. In an instant, he vanished from sight, lunging towards Marco. Shining shield. A massive figure interposed himself before Marco, using his diamond-formed half to block the CP-9 leader's attack. I said, "Stop meddling, you idiot Jozu," Marco remarked, showing no gratitude for the assistance. Am I not being kind? Jozu chuckled. I'll believe that when pigs fly. Marco rolled his eyes. Take your time fighting. I'll claim the prize. With that, as the CP-9 leader charged towards Marco and Jozu, the girl in the red cap, Sweki, leaped from the treetop, targeting their goal, the straw hat-wearing Moria. Not on my watch. The members of the news agency and the 3 bounty hunters silently united to intercept Sweki, clearly recognizing their precarious position. Didn't he expect to be so popular, did you? Keep fighting. Whoever wins gets the prize, Moria remarked, his eyes glinting with scheming intent. As the situation intensified, over 200 meters away, Lei Fa had just arrived and was covertly observing the unfolding chaos. On the guild's side, there was a 5-star and 2 4-star members from the news agency, making their presence comparable to that of the guild. However, what truly commanded attention were the other 3 factions. Suddenly, Lei Fa spotted several familiar faces among the crowd. At the forefront was none other than the target, the straw hat-wearing Moria, who would later become one of the warlords of the sea, possessing the eerie shadow fruit ability. Lei Fa had not anticipated that the target would be Moria. In addition to Moria, he was also well acquainted with Marco and Jozu from the Whitebeard Pirates, future leaders of the crew. Marco was renowned for his undefeated record even against admirals, his strength nearing that of a top-tier commander. Jozu, while not quite at Marco's level, was still formidable, having withstood strikes from Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Though they were far from their peak, their current strength was nonetheless daunting. Beyond these familiar faces, the others present were equally formidable, including the girl in the red cap, who was bravely contending against the collective forces of the news agency and the bounty hunter guild, despite her cunning combat style, which avoids direct confrontation. It is an undeniable fact that she can take on multiple adversaries at once. Moreover, the members of CP-9 exhibit considerable strength as well. They are not the same CP-9 that Lei Fa has encountered in the comics. By age estimation, the group Lei Fa knows is still quite young, regardless of which iteration they are from. The mere presence of these individuals is enough to temporarily hold back Diamond Jaws and Phoenix Marco, indicating their overall capabilities. Where could they be? Why have they not arrived yet? Lei Fa refrains from rushing out, choosing instead to observe the unfolding battle while waiting patiently. He is acutely aware that others are also anticipating the arrival of the recently encountered triangular glasses-wearing man, Hegulus, who has yet to make an appearance. As for Moria, he appears utterly incompetent in the comics, yet in reality, he exhibits a level of madness that is astonishing. Lei Fa's gaze shifts toward the target of the crowd, the fiery-haired Moria. His excitement is palpable, showing no signs of retreat. In truth, if it were Lei Fa in Moria's position, being simultaneously targeted by such formidable forces and visibly surrounded, he would not be despairing, but he certainly wouldn't act as Moria does, seemingly intent on escalating the situation. A lunatic, Lei Fa concludes about Moria. However, it is hardly surprising. In the original narrative, Moria was singularly focused on avenging himself against the strongest creature in the world. Only a madman would possess such audacity. Ah, little girl, you possess considerable strength. But it is unfair for you to be outnumbered by these grown men. Fear not, for I shall assist you, Moria declares, exhibiting no awareness of being a target. As the red-capped girl, Nami, finds herself at a disadvantage against the combined forces of the news agency and the bounty hunter guild, Moria inexplicably aids her in attacking both factions. Wait, is this guy really helping me? Nami thinks, bewildered. Yet, her carefree nature prevails, and she grins. Thanks a lot, big guy. Moria, have you lost your mind? This girl is here to capture you, and you assist her. The leader of the news agency exclaims in outrage. And what of it? I, Lord Moria, shall do as I please. If you disagree, come and face me. Moria retorts, suddenly unleashing a powerful move. Under the faint moonlight, his shadow morphs into a colossal arrow, swiftly lunging toward one of the news agency members. Just as it reaches its target, it launches skyward, transforming into a razor-thin shadowy arrow. With a swift thrust, the arrow pierces through the abdomen of the unsuspecting target, who emits a muffled groan before collapsing. You bastard, Moria. Even if you surrender now, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. The leader of the news agency roars in fury. Well done. Don't worry, big guy, if they come for you. I'll protect you. Nami's sentiments starkly contrast with those of the news agency members. Moria chuckles lightly, offering no response. Meanwhile, the clash between CP9 and the Whitebeard pirates rages on. Individually, both Phoenix Marco and Diamond Jaws possess the strength to easily overpower the 7 members of CP9. Even their leader falls short in comparison to either Marco or Jaws. However, the coordination of the 7 is nothing short of textbook perfection, allowing them to function in a manner that exceeds mere addition, resulting in a stalemate. How frustrating, Jaws. You hold them off. I'll go capture the others. Marco finally expresses his impatience. Leave it to me. You go, Jaws replies confidently. Though the two have yet to gain the upper hand against CP9, this is merely due to the latter's effective teamwork, not an indication of equal strength. Given Jaws' extraordinary defensive capabilities, even a combined assault from CP9 poses no threat. He is confident that he can delay them alone. Marco's words are heard by CP9, who are unwilling to let him bypass them to confront Moria. Allowing Marco to succeed would spell disaster for their mission. You shall not pass. The leader of CP9 shouts angrily, attempting to intervene. Your opponent is me. Do not be distracted, you fool. Jaws snarls, launching a powerful strike at the CP9 leader. With his arm transformed into diamond, a direct hit would obliterate anything in its path. The CP9 leader, fearing for his safety, hastily defends, barely managing to block Jaws' attack. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. With his goal accomplished, Jaws grins and refrains from further aggression, focusing solely on holding off the 7, prioritizing defense over offense. Seeking neither victory nor error. Seizing this opportunity, Marco surges toward Moria without hesitation. Oh no, that foul bird is coming. Big guy, run, Nami exclaims. The first to spot Marco's approach, her warning seemingly out of character. Moria, upon hearing this, observes the situation with calmness and a sinister grin. Phoenix Marco. I have long awaited this encounter. You have nowhere to flee, Moria, Marco replies, maintaining his languid demeanor. Why should I run? The one most eager to capture me is certainly not you. Moria cackles unabashedly while continuing to fend off the news agency members. Marco perceives a deeper meaning in Moria's words. Furrowing his brow. Just as he contemplates this, a figure emerges, interrupting his train of thought. Upon seeing this individual, Marco halts his advance. In the direction he gazes, a young man, seemingly refined and wearing triangular glasses, strolls toward him, exuding an air of sophistication. At last, you have arrived, Moria grins wickedly. Hegulus, mechanical fury? It seems we meet again. Upon encountering the individual, Marco's demeanor shifted for the first time, shedding his previously languid attitude. It was evident from their exchange that he had crossed paths with Hercules before. The fact that this phoenix regarded someone with such gravity implied that the person in question was no ordinary figure. After all, neither the news agency nor the bounty hunter guild, nor even the members of CP9 along with the red-capped girl, Sweki, had ever commanded such respect from him. It is indeed the esteemed Phoenix Marco. I never anticipated meeting you here. My apologies for the oversight, remarked Hercules, the bespectacled man who bore a resemblance to a bookish scholar, his surprise evident upon seeing Marco, followed by a courteous nod. However, Marco had little inclination for pleasantries. He inquired in a serious tone, Are you here to see something too? I believe there is no need to answer that, Hercules replied earnestly, as that information was originally pilfered from our Germa group and rightfully belongs to us now. This is hardly thievery. I merely fortuitously commandeered a vessel, unaware it belonged to your Germa group, corrected Moria. You can explain that to the group once I bring you back. I have no interest in these matters. I am merely here to fulfill my orders to apprehend you, Hercules stated. Before Moria could respond, Marco interjected. It seems that is not for you to decide, Lord Hercules. We are not here for mere amusement. Are you attempting to obstruct me? Hercules tilted his head slightly. Our objectives align, hence this confrontation is inevitable, Marco shrugged. It appears that defeating you is the only way to take him away. Since our last encounter ended in haste without a clear victor, let us take this opportunity to settle the score, Hercules stated calmly. That suits me perfectly. Marco's expression lit up with anticipation. You may take your time with the duel. The object is here, and whoever emerges victorious shall claim it. I shall not partake. Moria's ghostly laughter abruptly interrupted their exchange. As he spoke, he unexpectedly hurled a scroll-like object into the air, then transformed into a swarm of bats, rapidly retreating in the opposite direction. This action caused all parties poised for battle to halt, their attention drawn to the scroll soaring above. "Forget him. Seize the prize first," the leader of CP-9 commanded in a hushed voice. The others quickly grasped the situation, abandoning their opponents to rush towards the scroll. They had no time to discern whether it was indeed the coveted item or a mere distraction from Moria. Yet, even if there was only a 50% chance of its authenticity, they understood the necessity of securing it first, if it turned out to be genuine. Reclaiming it from another would be far more challenging than merely pursuing Moria. Despite the varying strengths among the assembled forces, none could dominantly suppress the others. Whoever obtained that document would not relinquish it easily. However, just as they prepared to seize the scroll, a keen observer noted an oddity above it. A massive, semi-transparent energy entity had materialized above the scroll. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of those present, and their collective gaze fixated on the scroll, they might never have noticed this colossal, ethereal phenomenon hovering in the air. "What is that?" the leader of the news agency murmured. "This is bad." Both Phoenix Marco and Hercules silently acknowledged the impending crisis. As the others began to comprehend the situation, a raspy, ethereal voice echoed from above. "Meteor. Noise." With that utterance, the immense, translucent energy entity erupted violently, radiating chaotic, blinding light. Yet, that was merely the prelude. Its true power lay not in its appearance, but in the deafening cacophony it unleashed. In an instant, the immense, translucent entity of unknown energy suddenly erupted, followed by a deafening cacophony of piercing shrieks and discordant noises that surged from above, converging directionally towards the ground below. The intensity of the cacophony was so profound that it seemed to warp the very air around it, rendering it tangible. In that moment, each sound appeared as if it were a bolt of lightning, striking downwards, while their brilliance may not have surpassed that of actual lightning. The sheer force of the accompanying noise was overwhelming. The onlookers below were utterly unprepared for the eruption of this colossal, translucent energy entity, which wielded sound as its primary weapon. Even Marco and Hagrid had only anticipated a downward energy assault, never foreseeing that the most devastating impact would stem from the noise itself. Caught off guard, everyone was left with splitting headaches. Although none present were particularly weak, and no one perished as a result, they all clutched their heads, taken aback by the unexpected sonic onslaught. Flames of orange enveloped Marco as he spread his arms wide, creating a barrier against the noise. Meanwhile, Hagrid, adorned with triangular glasses, underwent a transformation in synchrony with Marco. His body rolled and morphed into an armored form, encased in a sharp, gleaming metallic shell. Others, too, exhibited their prowess, utilizing their might and abilities to swiftly shield themselves from the auditory attack. Sound-based assaults are not unheard of. Many Devil Fruit powers include sonic capabilities, yet this particular attack came as a surprise, devoid of any forewarning. Were it not for Moria, this madman, suddenly casting a scroll into the air, they might never have noticed the immense, translucent energy body looming above them. "Where's the scroll?" The red-capped girl, Sweki, was the first to sense something amiss after blocking the noise. "It's gone." Others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces paling in dismay. "Over there." Marco suddenly turned his gaze southwest, his observation Haki honing in on a figure swiftly retreating, cloaked in a black mantle. He waved his hands, and orange flames transformed into wings, propelling him toward that direction. Battle mode. Hagrid, now resembling a robotic warrior, underwent another transformation, becoming a sleek fighter jet, soaring even faster than Marco. The others, though lacking the swiftness of the two, were unwilling to concede defeat and pursued in the same direction. The meteor noise truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable, advanced sonic technique, consuming a quarter of my daily caloric reserves with just this single strike. Yet, the results were impressive, even exceeding my expectations. Beneath the black cloak, Lei Fa wore a slight smirk, gripping a scroll-like object in his hand. Indeed, the meteor noise was his handiwork. This technique bears some resemblance to the spirit bomb from the renowned manga Dragon Ball. While its destructive capability is certainly not as exaggerated, its ability to disrupt is beyond question. The various factions vying for this scroll were not composed of weaklings. Even the least formidable among them was a 4-star bounty hunter from the Bounty Hunter Guild, comparable to an ordinary naval colonel. Yet, under the meteoric noise, they all fell victim, each at least momentarily disoriented for several seconds. It was precisely during these fleeting moments that Lei Fa managed to seize the scroll and make his escape. Otherwise, despite his newfound strength, it would have been impossible for him to snatch the scroll from under the noses of so many powerful figures. The ears of Hell subtly twitched, capturing sounds from all directions as a three-dimensional image of the terrain and the pursuers appeared in Raifa's mind. These two individuals are remarkably swift. Sensing two figures in midair closing in on him faster than his own escape, Raifa's expression turned serious. Having observed from the sidelines for quite some time, he could easily deduce the identities of these silhouettes, Phoenix Marco and Mechanical Fury Hegelus. Among all present, their power was undoubtedly the most formidable. Raifa was relatively familiar with Marco, as he would later become the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, possessing a rare Zoan-type devil fruit, the mythical Zoan. Although Marco's strength had yet to reach its zenith, he was still incredibly fearsome. However, he had underestimated Hegelus, the bespectacled man, during their earlier encounter over a barbecue. Raifa had failed to perceive that this seemingly refined individual was on par with Marco in terms of strength, though they had yet to engage in combat. Marco's reaction indicated that Hegelus's prowess was certainly not inferior to his own, while Raifa was eager to measure himself against these top-tier young talents. He recognized that the moment was not opportune. He needed to fulfill his mission first. In truth, he felt a stirring anticipation within himself. During his year of training at the Forest of Cuisine, his mastery of gourmet ethics had reached a minor stage of completion. His command over strength and control of his mental state had seen significant improvement. However, due to the distance, the elementary level detection system was ineffective, preventing him from ascertaining the exact tier levels of those earlier. After witnessing the combat scenes involving Marco and the others, Raifa could roughly estimate that, not to mention Marco, even Diamond Jaws would pose a formidable challenge that he could not confidently face. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. Marco and his peers were not exactly the new generation but rather belonged to the youth cohort, akin to that peculiar sister, Peach Rabbit Guillaume, who enjoyed playfully pinching Raifa's cheeks. That Peach Rabbit Guillaume was a monster of merely 19 years yet possessed the strength of a vice admiral. Among the Navy, there was no one younger than her who could rival her. Even those of similar age or slightly older were few, easily counted on one hand. Raifa was unaware of Marco's exact age, but he surmised it to be around 20. The path to catching up with the elite talents of this age group was still long and arduous. Had it not been for the unique nature of the meteoric noise catching them off guard, Raifa would have had no chance of snatching anything from these individuals. Merely surviving would have been a triumph. With their speed, if this continued, they would catch up to him in less than 2 minutes, and that was untenable. Raifa assessed the distances and the approaching speed of the two figures from the three-dimensional image in his mind, swiftly reaching a judgment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made what appeared to be a reckless decision. What is he planning? In midair, Marco, in his orange flame phoenix form, suddenly furrowed his brow. Throughout the pursuit, he had been tracking the individual ahead using his observation haki and could clearly observe his actions. What bewildered him was that this individual, seemingly out of nowhere, had suddenly produced a tremendous sound through some unknown means. The resounding noise erupted, instantly reverberating in all directions. In the night sky, it was particularly jarring. As the sound echoed, the surrounding residences and inns were quickly roused, lights flickering on as their occupants peered outside, eager to discover the cause of the commotion. What could this mean? Marco felt a sense of unease regarding the strange actions of the figure ahead, yet he could not discern the individual's intentions at that moment. However, it soon became clear what the purpose of the figure's actions was. Just as Marco and Hercules were about to catch up to the individual, he suddenly vanished from Marco's observation haki perception. How could this be? Marco's eyelids twitched. How did he manage that? To evade the senses of observation haki? Realizing that something was amiss, Marco hastened his movements, propelling himself towards the location where the figure had disappeared. Hercules mirrored Marco's actions, both of them racing towards the same destination. Yet, just as they arrived, a thunderous shout rang out. Who dares to be so brazen in this area of Sabaody? The voice belonged to a middle-aged man clad in a Navy Justice cloak, adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral. A naval rear admiral? Marco halted, a slight headache forming at the sight. He was not intimidated by this rear admiral, but the number of Navy personnel stationed in the Sabaody archipelago was not insignificant. A full-scale battle would quickly draw in a multitude of reinforcements. If they became entangled, matters would become troublesome. Indeed, as the rear admiral made his entrance, a large contingent soon followed, including several mid-level officers and a host of armed naval soldiers. The cunning Marco suddenly understood the purpose behind the loud commotion created by the thief who had stolen the scroll. Sir, that individual is Marco the Phoenix from the Whitebeard Pirates. One of the rear admiral's subordinates whispered in his ear. The Whitebeard Pirates? Even Whitebeard is being chased around the world by Admiral Sengoku. What is a mere phoenix to fear? The rear admiral scoffed. Upon hearing the Rear Admiral's words, Marco smirked disdainfully. You cannot possibly comprehend the might of my father. I acknowledge that the strategist is formidable, yet my father has never been defeated. What do you know? Enough talk. You shall remain here today. Phoenix? I shall see if you truly cannot die. The naval Rear Admiral unsheathed his weapon. Bored. Marco had no desire to linger here. The disappearance of the scoundrel who had stolen the scroll signified that the operation had essentially failed. And there was no need to engage in a futile confrontation with the Navy. Hercules, shall we find a place to spar? Marco inquired. Disregarding the large force of Navy personnel before him, addressing the hovering fighter form Hercules beside him. Apologies, I must return to report this matter, perhaps next time. The fighter form Hercules declined Marco's proposal. Very well, we shall discuss it another time. Let us withdraw, Marco replied, raising his hands in surrender. Arrest them all. The naval Rear Admiral was utterly enraged by the brazen demeanor of the two and shouted furiously. With his command, the Navy soldiers raised their weapons and launched a fierce assault. Retreat. The bullets fired at Marco passed through him effortlessly, never touching him. Akin to the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit user. With a mere wave of his hand, his orange flame-like wings propelled him into the air. Meanwhile, fighter form Hercules was also a target of the attack. However, the bullets and cannonballs struck his unknown metallic shell without leaving a single mark. He merely adjusted his direction and flew away at astonishing speed. Pursue. The naval Rear Admiral, unwilling to let the two escape, personally initiated the chase. In the distance, sensing the approach of a large number of Navy personnel, the others hesitated briefly before opting to retreat, including several members of CP-9, though they were both under the world government. They had little contact with the Navy, and this mission had not been disclosed to them, thus they wished to avoid an encounter. The assembly bell at the naval base rang incessantly as Lei Fa hurried back to his dormitory, finding all three of his roommates already awake. Lei Fa, where have you been? Bellegood inquired upon seeing him. I was hungry and thought to head to the kitchen for a snack, but just as the assembly bell rang, you all should get up. I've heard something major has happened, Lei Fa urged. We're ready, let us go, speak as we walk. The three quickly donned their attire and pulled Lei Fa outside. With Bellegood continuing to ask, what exactly happened? I'm not entirely sure. I returned in haste. But I heard a notorious pirate is causing a scene in the 6th District. Rear Admiral Anderson has already gone there. And Brigadier General Pearson and Rear Admiral Sherwood are also on their way, Lei Fa explained hurriedly. Is that so? What are we waiting for? Such events are rare in Marineford. Bellegood and Patrick exclaimed with excitement. Only Joshua remained less enthusiastic. Lei Fa observed the scene silently, saying little, while he and Bellegood exchanged speculations about the unfolding situation. This is undoubtedly his deliberate act. Within the Navy, who could possibly be more aware of the unfolding events than he? It can be asserted that this turmoil was instigated solely by him. Otherwise, the Navy would have remained oblivious to the significant developments occurring in the 6th sector. Even now, as the Navy pursues the retreating Marco and others, it is merely because they are pirates, and it is the Navy's duty to apprehend them, rather than an understanding of the full circumstances. As for how Lei Fa managed to elude Marco's observation, this can be attributed to his year-long training in food justice. Having already achieved a modest mastery of food justice, he is capable of transforming himself into a state of emptiness within a brief span, where everything is rendered void, his heartbeat, breathing, essence, and thoughts. In this state, unless one sees him with the naked eye, it is impossible to detect his presence. Furthermore, no ability, not even Lei Fa's own hellish ears, can perceive a being in the emptiness state. Lei Fa has experienced this countless times through the teachings of his proxy master. Yet this time he takes the stage himself. After shedding the observation haki, it goes without saying that he deliberately created noise to draw the Navy's forces to the scene. Following his escape, he seized the opportunity when Marco and Major Anderson encountered one another, allowing him to withdraw silently in mere moments. His only uncertainty now lies in whether the scroll he acquired is genuinely the information required for his mission, as it is plausible that Moria employed a decoy. However, if it were indeed counterfeit, Lei Fa fears he may never have another chance to seize the genuine article from Moria. After this incident, the prospect of him playing the role of a cunning bird seems nearly impossible. Hoping that fortune had not abandoned him, Lei Fa, alongside his three roommates, set forth with the main forces, their destination, the 6th region. Yet, the outcome of their journey yielded nothing. Not only were Marco and Hercules absent, but even the news agency and the bounty hunter guild had long since vanished, leaving Major Anderson's pursuit ultimately fruitless. After a thorough search of the 6th sector, the Navy, unwilling to accept defeat, concluded their investigation with no results and had no choice but to abandon the chase. Following a series of inquiries, the Navy's intelligence network finally uncovered the reason behind the sudden appearance of the Phoenix Marco in the Sabaody archipelago. Moreover, they learned that, in addition to Marco representing the Whitebeard pirates, several other influential factions also converged in the 6th sector that very night. In a particular office at the Navy's base in the 5th sector of Sabaody archipelago, an elderly man adorned with the insignia of a rear admiral erupted with fury. How could such a monumental event transpire without any prior indication? Are you all simply idling away? The old man, appearing to be around 60, bore a gaunt frame. Yet the imposing navy cloak of justice draped over him hinted at a formidable presence. Those who underestimated him would be courting disaster. For he was none other than Rear Admiral Blackbat, the highest-ranking officer stationed at Sabaody. Among the current Rear Admirals, he was the most seasoned, having graduated in the same class as Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. Thus, even those like Sengoku and Lei Fa, who held higher ranks, would accord him a measure of respect. His prowess was equally formidable, even when combined with Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, Wise General Sengoku, Black Arm Lei Fa, and Iron Fist Carp. His strength would undoubtedly secure a place within the top 10 of the Navy. Individuals with both experience and power, such as he, commanded a healthy measure of caution from all. At that moment, Major Anderson, who had encountered Marco, along with Rear Admiral Sherwood and the familiar Rear Admiral Pearson, sat silently in the office, bowing their heads in attentive silence. Absorbing the reprimands from Rear Admiral Blackbat, not daring to express the slightest discontent. "Calm your anger, sir," Major Anderson implored softly. "The factions involved in this incident are all quite formidable, even including CP-9, the covert intelligence agency directly under the world government. Under their collective suppression, nearly no information leaked out. Had it not been for that tremendous noise revealing their presence, we might still be unaware of this occurrence. This is no excuse for your incompetence," Rear Admiral Blackbat retorted coldly. "Now, have you determined precisely what transpired and who was involved?" "Yes, we have ascertained the details," Rear Admiral Sherwood interjected. "The incident was triggered when a pirate named Moria inadvertently seized a vessel belonging to the Germa Group, inadvertently acquiring a highly coveted piece of information. Soon after, this news somehow leaked, swiftly reaching several other major factions. The factions implicated in this incident included the News Agency, the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Whitebeard Pirates, CP9, and Shaki Studio, alongside the Germa Group, the rightful owners, totaling 6 factions orchestrating this event. Their combined efforts to suppress information rendered our intelligence network ineffective, leaving us caught off guard." Upon hearing this, the old man's initial fury subsided, for he recognized the formidable nature of these 6 factions. If they truly collaborated to suppress the information, it was no surprise that the Navy's intelligence network faltered. "I shall request Fleet Admiral Kong to seek accountability from the world government regarding this matter. It's not unexpected for illegal factions like the Whitebeard Pirates, Shaki Studio, and the Germa Group to engage in such activities, but it is utterly unacceptable that the other 3 factions also acted so recklessly. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." The old man huffed with disdain. It is no wonder he was incensed. Organizations such as the News Agency and the Bounty Hunter Guild were legitimate entities that often collaborated with the Navy. To think that such a significant disturbance could occur in Sabaody, within his domain as Blackbat, was akin to a slap in the face. Even more infuriating was CP-9, an agency directly under the world government, which should ideally have been aligned with the Navy. Their audacity to act so brazenly without prior notification was astonishing. "Sir, your wisdom is unparalleled," one of them chimed in. "Enough with the flattery. Continue to follow up on this matter, and keep me informed of any developments," the old man instructed the trio. "Understood." A few dozen miles off the coast of Sabaody archipelago, a sleek metal yacht glided leisurely across the waves. On the deck, a young man with triangular glasses reclined on a lounge chair, humming a tune while occasionally sipping from a drink on a nearby table. Suddenly, an orange flame appeared in the night sky, racing towards them before landing atop the steel yacht. A figure perched casually on the edge of the yacht's railing, gazing at the bespectacled man with a grin, remarked, "You seem quite relaxed despite your mission's failure." Upon the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure, the bespectacled man remained unfazed, gesturing for the newcomer to join him for a drink. "No, I'm merely here to inquire if you have any further plans," he replied. "Well, there seems to be no need for that anymore. The information is genuine and has already fallen into the hands of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Attempting to retrieve it would incur an exorbitant cost, which is simply not worth it. The man adjusted his glasses, shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders. Moreover, my task was merely to reclaim the data from Moria. Engaging directly with the Bounty Hunter Guild is not my responsibility. Let those who wish to do so proceed. Oh, how do you know it has landed in the hands of the Bounty Hunter Guild? Do you have high-ranking spies among them? The man on the fence inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. I don't mind sharing that with you. I know the identity of the person who seized the information, the bespectacled man stated. Who is it? While you were lurking in Sabaody, did you happen to hear about a newly emerged bounty hunter? He nudged his glasses again. Are you suggesting that the thief is him? The man on the fence appeared skeptical. Having spent several days in Sabaody, he had inevitably picked up on some local gossip. And the individual the bespectacled man referred to had certainly made an impression. However, that person was merely a newly minted 4-star bounty hunter. Hardly a figure of significance in the eyes of elite youths like the bespectacled man. Could he really possess the capability to snatch something from the jaws of a predator? I cannot be 100% certain, but I have at least a 90% confidence that it is indeed him. I have encountered him once. So I am somewhat familiar with his voice, he remarked. I see. The man on the fence nodded, then waved his hand at the bespectacled man. Since the item is irretrievable, I shall take my leave. Perhaps we will meet again. With that, he turned his back to the sea and leapt off the fence. In the next moment, he transformed into a brilliant orange flame and soared away. The bespectacled man continued to sip his drink, waving a hand towards the direction of the orange flame and softly uttering, farewell. In that unassuming tavern, Lei Fa pushed the door open and stepped inside. You're here? What will you drink? Today, the old man treats, the short elder, known as the fisherman, greeted him with a broad smile. Here, Lei Fa promptly tossed a scroll towards him. The elder caught it deftly, glanced over its contents, then folded it again, looking at Lei Fa with surprise. I never expected it would be you who succeeded. TSK. How astonishing. Is it really that unbelievable? Lei Fa rasped. To be honest, it is indeed a bit surprising. Had I known those two little monsters would come, the guild would never have risked allowing you 4-star kids to go. Even the 5-star flame shooter would be rendered insignificant before them. There's no need for flattery. I simply took advantage of the situation, Lei Fa replied, steering the conversation back to the point. I recall you mentioned that aside from the basic rewards, there would be additional accolades based on personal contributions. I single-handedly acquired the item from that group, so my merit should be unquestionable, right? Naturally. You need not worry. The guild is never stingy with its own. The fisherman paused thoughtfully before continuing. How about this? I will grant you the status of a 6-star bounty hunter and additionally reward you with 300 million berries. What do you think? Sounds good. Lei Fa accepted the proposal with enthusiasm. In truth, his primary motivation for completing the task was not merely the reward, though he certainly wouldn't mind reaping additional benefits, especially berries. Given the recent emergence of the ingredient shop, it was plausible that the system would introduce other functionalities requiring berries in the future, thus making it all the more advantageous to accumulate them. Furthermore, obtaining the 6-star bounty hunter status so directly was something he found quite agreeable. Well then, I shall take my leave. Please continue with your tasks, Lei Fa said, turning to depart. Are you really not going to have a drink? It's on me. Not today. Perhaps next time. Lei Fa pushed the door open and exited the tavern. That fellow, the fisherman chuckled, shaking his head. Within a few days, news of the Bounty Hunter Guild acquiring the coveted information spread like wildfire, bringing the name Mr. Vinto the limelight for the first time, capturing the attention of various factions. A mysterious powerhouse, who had only recently registered as a bounty hunter, had successfully risen to the ranks of a 6-star bounty hunter, audaciously snatching victory from the claws of formidable figures like Phoenix Marco and Mechanical Fury Hades. This was enough to ensure his renown across the seas. Many speculated about his true identity, as all available intelligence indicated that the newly minted 6-star bounty hunter, Mr. V, always appeared masked, a typical practice for those who needed to conceal their identity for various reasons. However, no one bore a resemblance to Mr. with such strength and combat style, rendering any attempts to uncover his true identity utterly futile. Consequently, it wasn't long before the pursuit of his real identity ceased altogether. Perhaps he was simply an emerging force newly venturing onto the seas, which was not uncommon in the Grand Line. As the central figure of this storm, Lei Fa paid little heed to the number of individuals investigating him, for there was no possibility of them connecting the dots to him. What truly occupied Lei Fa's mind was the reward granted by the system upon completion of the mission. 3 lottery chances. What kind of rewards would they entail? After delivering the task, Lei Fa shed his disguise and seated himself in a vacant area, closing his eyes to contemplate. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the data acquisition mission. Reward: 3 lottery chances. The reward distribution is complete. Mentally recite lottery to activate. Lottery, Lei Fa immediately thought. As soon as he finished his thought, a golden-lit spinning wheel materialized in his mind. The wheel was divided into 8 sections by 4 black lines, with 4 sections labeled Culinary Skills, Dark Arts, Secret Treasures, and Ingredients. While the areas between these 4 were completely blank, it was clear that this indicated a 50% chance of drawing nothing. Surely, I can't be that unlucky, after all. I have 3 chances, Lei Fa thought, lacking confidence. Throughout his life, he had never had much luck. He had never won a lottery, not even a $5 prize, and had never even encountered a try-again bottle cap. Suddenly confronted with a lottery and faced with a 50% chance of failure, an ominous premonition washed over him. Come on. Whether he advances or retreats, it is a gamble either way, so let us settle this swiftly. In his mind, he silently thought, commence. The wheel began to spin rapidly, accelerating to a speed at which he could no longer discern its contents. Then, once more, he mentally urged, halt. The wheel gradually decelerated, slowing down more and more. The pointer was directed straight upward, so he focused solely on that point. As the wheel's speed diminished, it finally glided past Ingredients, landing in the vacant sector. Damn it. He cursed his misfortune under his breath. Onward, I refuse to be defeated. The wheel began to spin again at his command. This time he deliberately delayed before allowing it to come to a stop. Good grief, must it be so ruthless? Seeing the wheel again linger in the vacant area, he was on the verge of insanity. 3 opportunities. How could he have squandered 2 of them in the blink of an eye? Was he truly the fabled Lone Star of misfortune? Damn it, should I encounter such a ridiculous lottery task again, I would rather perish than partake. In his mind, it felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping past. For the final attempt, if it fails, so be it. Embracing this mindset, he embarked on his 3rd lottery draw. This time, he was too weary to wait any longer. After all, it made little difference. As he turned the wheel, it came to a halt almost immediately. The wheel gradually slowed, and finally, just as Lei Fa could no longer bear to watch, the pointer first pointed to a location outside the blank area. With a sigh of relief, Lei Fa felt somewhat comforted. To his astonishment, the pointer steadfastly indicated the treasure zone. Thank goodness, he thought. At least it wasn't a total disaster. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he reflected that despite having prepared himself for 3 consecutive failures, he certainly did not wish for such an outcome. In circumstances like this, where one snatches victory from the jaws of defeat, fortune plays a significant role. If it weren't for the deadlock among various factions and the serendipitous alignment of Marco with Hercules, it would not have been so easy for Lei Fa to emerge as the beneficiary. Moreover, all of this hinged on Moria's sudden and decisive abandonment of the information. Without any one of these factors, Lei Fa would not have been able to seize this opportunity so effortlessly. However, as fate would have it, even the system could not have anticipated these coincidences when assigning the task, rendering this mission, strictly speaking, beyond Lei Fa's usual capabilities. Following this logic, the 3 lottery chances should indeed be regarded as exceedingly precious. What the hell? Another round. Just as Lei Fa exhaled in relief, an absurd scene unfolded in his mind. Once the lottery concluded, the wheel promptly vanished, replaced by 3 ethereal classic treasure chests, crafted from redwood and adorned with metallic frames. The lids of the chests were ajar, and above them hovered 3 indistinct apparitions. Above the leftmost chest was a silhouette resembling a key. The middle chest bore a shape somewhat akin to a gun, and above the rightmost chest floated an oval form, resembling a colossal egg. After a brief moment, as Lei Fa discerned the general shapes of the 3 indistinct figures, they retreated into the chests, which then closed. Subsequently, the 3 chests began to swap positions in his mind, intertwining dozens of times before coming to a stop. Lei Fa understood that it was now his turn to choose one from the 3. Yet, the predicament lay in his utter ignorance of what the 3 silhouettes represented. Even if he managed to remember the intricate exchanges of the chests, it would be utterly meaningless. Furthermore, his concentration was insufficient to track the entirety of the chaotic sequence unless he fixated on just one, but unfortunately, he had yet to identify a target. This situation has become rather awkward. Following the completion of the exchange, the position now stands as a mere guess for him, a gamble of chance. After a moment's contemplation, Lei Fa opted for the central treasure chest. Upon selecting it, the 2 remaining chests gradually faded away and vanished. The central chest slowly opened, revealing what appeared to be a massive egg-like phantom. Soon, the true information about this fandom surfaced in Lei Fa's mind. Treasure, sky deer egg status, awaiting hatching conditions, 300 million berries. What? This is the egg of the sky deer? A descendant of the 8 kings? Goodness, could this be real? Lei Fa found himself questioning whether he had misread the information. For this unexpected delight came as quite a shock. He had presumed that, given his luck, even if he were to receive a reward, it would likely be some inconsequential trinket from the world of gourmet captives. To think he had drawn something so extraordinary. The sky deer. If we were to compare the human realm of the gourmet captive world to the weakest sea in the Pirate King universe, the East Sea, then the realm of gourmet would undoubtedly be akin to the Grand Line, and the disparity between the two is even more pronounced, surpassing mere exaggeration. The 8 kings reign supreme in the gourmet world. King of whales, Muen. King of wolves, Giants. King of birds, Emperor Crow. King of serpents, Mother Serpent. King of deer, Sky Deer. King of monkeys, Bambina. King of dragons, Direwis. King of horses, Heracles. These are the 8 kings. In terms of combat prowess, each of the 8 kings possesses the power to obliterate a planet, truly terrifying. The egg Lei Fa has acquired, as indicated by the system, should belong to the Deer King, the Sky Deer, making it a descendant of the Sky Deer bloodline. However, why does a deer lay eggs? This defies logic. Lei Fa muttered to himself. Yet, considering everything he had endured over the past few years, the illogical was far too abundant at this juncture. It would not shock him if a deer were to give birth to a human. Among the 4 heavenly kings of cuisine, aside from Zabura, each individual possesses a pet of the 8 kings' bloodline. To think I am afforded such a privilege as well. Lei Fa felt a surge of delight within. Obtaining such a pet with immense potential is indeed a rare fortune. The sole concern is that the hatching condition is a staggering 300 million berries. Blast it. Does this wretched system deliberately toy with me now that I've come into unexpected wealth? Contemplating the hatching condition for this sky deer egg, Lei Fa could not help but feel a pang of frustration. The 300 million berries he had just received felt as though they were slipping away before they had even warmed in his possession, and the sensation was acutely bitter. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to spend this sum. Allowing such a magnificent and formidable pet to remain unhatched would be far more distressing than parting with the 300 million berries. With this thought in mind, Lei Fa retrieved his bounty hunter badge, inscribed with Mr. V, and gazed at the blank side. At the center of this side, a long string of numbers shimmered faintly, currently displaying for 80 million. As Lei Fa silently contemplated the word hatch in his mind, the leading digit of the number suddenly transformed from 4 to 1. And the long string of numbers morphed into 180 million. The nameplate, for him, was akin to a bank card. In this world, due to the absence of an official banking system, the storage of wealth relied solely on various private money houses. Behind each prominent private money house stood a formidable force. The Bounty Hunter Guild also operated its own private money house, and the nameplate of a bounty hunter served as an identity verification card for these establishments. With their nameplates in hand, bounty hunters could retrieve their assets from any branch of the Bounty Hunter Guild after verifying their passwords. The funds in Lei Fa's account primarily stemmed from his recent mission, which guaranteed a baseline of 100 million, supplemented by an additional 300 million in rewards. The remainder was accrued from bounties claimed during his ascension to a 4-star bounty hunter, though he had spent a considerable sum. Otherwise, the total would have exceeded 100 million. As the numbers on the nameplate changed, a miniature deer, roughly the size of a chihuahua, suddenly appeared before him, groggily opening its eyes. Upon awakening, its gaze fell upon Lei Fa. With a joyful sound, it scampered towards him, reminiscent of a tadpole searching for its mother, and affectionately nudged its head against Lei Fa's pant leg, intermittently emitting cheerful chirps. An inexplicable sense of warmth welled up in Lei Fa's heart upon seeing this little creature. In his previous life, he had once owned a pet, a small spotted dog, which he had to part with due to circumstances beyond his control. He recalled vividly how that little dog had clung to him relentlessly, refusing to leave his side. "I shall call you Dian Dian," he said, crouching down to gently stroke the fawn's small head. The name Dian Dian was a tribute to his old spotted dog. To his astonishment, the fawn seemed to comprehend, responding joyfully with chirps that indicated its happiness. Ding! The successful naming of the pet activated the system's inherent pet function. Pet Dian Dian, descendant of the sky deer, currently in its juvenile stage. Note: the growth of the pet is closely linked to its host. When the host undergoes a significant evolution in life level, the pet will also evolve. Note: the pet space has been activated. and specific rules have been integrated into the host's consciousness. As Lei Fa named the fawn Dian Dian, a cascade of information flooded his mind, primarily regarding the system's pet function. He was particularly delighted by two aspects. First, he could store Dian Dian in the system's pet space, a most suitable environment for the pet's living and growth. The sole drawback was that maintaining the pet space came at a price, which, predictably, was to be paid in currency. For each day that Dian Dian resided within, Lei Fa would need to pay 100,000 belly. If his funds were insufficient, he would be unable to access the pet space. A daily fee of 100,000 amounts to over 30 million annually, which is tenfold more extravagant than renting the most luxurious villa in Marine Fando. Lei Fa found this pricing somewhat absurd. However, the system's pricing was not subject to negotiation, and if he desired the use of the pet space, he would have to bear this expense. Moreover, the second source of his surprise lay in the feeding requirements of Dian Dian. In the world of culinary captives, acquiring a pet of such royal lineage would prompt inquiries into its care. Yet, in this unfamiliar realm, even if he knew the methods, achieving them would likely prove difficult. To his surprise, the system had anticipated this need, thoughtfully providing a solution. In the ingredient shop, a new option for sky deer feed had materialized. According to the system's information, a juvenile sky deer like Dian Dian required only one portion of feed per month, priced at 1 million belly. Thus, the annual cost for feed would total 12 million belly. When combined with the pet space maintenance fee, the yearly expenditure approached 50 million belly. This was not merely the cost of pet ownership. It felt akin to sustaining a living deity, leaving Lei Fa in a state of despair. Furthermore, he noted that the system's guidance indicated that the feed consumption would likely increase as Dian Dian matured. If that were the case, this little creature could become an insatiable void in the future. Nevertheless, gazing at the cheerful little being affectionately nuzzling him, Lei Fa found himself devoid of any frustration. It seems I am fated to bear this burden. Little one, do not let me down. Now, the thought of relinquishing Dian Dian was unthinkable. His fondness for the fawn was undeniable, and as long as he could afford its care, he would never abandon it. Moreover, he held great expectations for the creature's future. He was well aware that the sky deer depicted in comics was astoundingly powerful. The true sky deer, one of the 8 kings, was a colossal beast whose antlers, in battle form, pierced the heavens, just as its name suggested. Most astonishingly, upon its back lay a space resembling a small world, akin to a miniature culinary realm, inhabited by numerous formidable beasts, each with levels in the thousands. Typically, when the sky deer encountered trouble, it need not intervene personally. The powerful creatures dwelling within its backworld would swiftly resolve any issues, sparing the sky deer from irritation. An enraged sky deer was a nightmare to behold. In most instances, the deer king was the gentlest among the 8 kings, embodying the tranquil nature of its species. Yet, as one of the 8 kings, it could not be entirely devoid of temperament. Once provoked, the deer king could unleash a wrath far more terrifying than its counterparts. And even the powerful beasts inhabiting its backworld could suffer dire consequences. Will you one day become like that, little one? Lei Fa mused, playfully tousling Dian Dian's head. The little creature, oblivious to the thoughts of its guardian, was still too young to grasp the nuances of such complex ideas, despite being wiser than an average deer. Lei Fa exchanged a portion of sky deer feed from the ingredient shop and found himself holding a bag filled with the feed, wrapped in a brown paper bag. He poured some into his hand, and to his delight, Dian Dian sniffed eagerly before joyfully consuming the offering. Make sure to eat well, little one. Lei Fa gazed at the little deer with a gentle smile, watching it munch contentedly while occasionally reaching out to stroke its tiny head, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Moments later, after devouring an entire bag of feed, the little creature let out a satisfied burp and wobbled over to lie beside Lei Fa's feet. Are you full? Lei Fa inquired with a smile. Chirp. The little one responded softly, indicating its satiation. Although the creature could only produce that singular sound, Lei Fa found himself inexplicably understanding its meaning. Was it a function of the system? Lei Fa pondered. Come, ding ding, show me your abilities, he said, patting the little one's head. Upon hearing this, the creature perked up, as if eager to display its talents before Lei Fa, who it regarded as a maternal figure. It sprang to its feet. After a moment of contemplation, the little deer suddenly assumed a sprinting stance, its front half lowered while its rear arched slightly. Lei Fa observed the little one's actions with great interest, his gaze fixed upon it. However, the creature maintained this position for over half a minute without any further movement. Just as Lei Fa began to feel puzzled, the little one mustered all its strength, channeling its energy into a delightful, adorable call, chirp. This scene caused Lei Fa to widen his eyes in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the earth-shattering transformation that was to unfold. However, to his bemusement, the monumental change was simply the small creature's underdeveloped horns, which unexpectedly elongated slightly at that moment. After this display, the little one scampered back to Lei Fa's feet, rubbing its extended horns against him, seemingly seeking approval. "Dian Dian, you are truly remarkable," Lei Fa praised, gently patting the creature's head. In response to his words, the little one became increasingly proud, emitting a series of delighted chirps. It appeared that this young creature was entirely devoted to charming those around it. Lei Fa couldn't help but chuckle at the reality of the situation. It was, after all, freshly hatched from its egg, akin to a human infant, even with royal blood coursing through its veins. It was unreasonable to expect it to demonstrate any extraordinary abilities at this stage. With this understanding, Lei Fa felt a sense of calm wash over him. After offering some comfort to the little creature, he stored it in his pet space and swiftly changed back into his naval attire, making his way toward the designated area. The uproar instigated by Moria had little impact on the majority of the inhabitants of Sabaody, although it incited considerable ire in Vice Admiral Black Bat, the highest-ranking officer stationed there, and resulted in a reprimand for 2 Rear Admirals and Brigadier General Pearson. Such matters circulated only within a small circle of the naval hierarchy in Sabaody and failed to gain wider attention. In fact, the events of that night remained largely obscure to most, with only a handful of naval personnel having encountered Marco and his companions. Among this select few, only a scant number, primarily officers of the rank of colonel or above, were privy to the reasons behind their collective arrival in Sabaody. As for the outcome of the subsequent data contest, those in the know were even fewer. Consequently, while the name Mr. V had indeed caught the attention of various factions, it did not rise to the level of notoriety enjoyed by Marco, the Phoenix, whose name was recognized even by the common folk. Bounty hunters are not pirates. Although this incident was somewhat out of the ordinary, it did not significantly affect Sabaody, nor were there any casualties, prompting the Navy to refrain from publicizing the event. Furthermore, the media, which could have amplified the situation, faced a dismal failure in their efforts and had no desire to publicize such an embarrassing outcome. The only lingering consequence was Vice Admiral Blackbat's furious visit to Marine headquarters in Marineford, followed by a direct appeal to the world government for an explanation. It is said that CP-9 was collectively confined for 3 months due to this incident, and both the media and the Bounty Hunter Guild compensated the Navy branch in Sabaody with a substantial sum for emotional distress, ultimately pacifying the seasoned Vice Admiral. In the blink of an eye, over 4 months had passed since Rayleigh and his companions first arrived in the Sabaody archipelago, leaving less than 2 months until the 6-month mark. Over the course of these 4 months, the performance of the 3 individuals has been nothing short of mediocre. Particularly under the deliberate patronage of Brigadier Pearson, no one has sought to deliberately challenge them, nor have they encountered any genuine peril. However, every situation possesses duality. The absence of danger implies a scarcity of rewards. Opportunities have always coexisted with risks. Consequently, aside from their routine patrol duties, Lei Fa and his companions have not achieved any noteworthy accolades, which has begun to unsettle Patrick and Barry Good. Their purpose for being here extends beyond merely seeking a tranquil 6-month passage. Should they return in such a manner, even if Brigadier Pearson were to lavishly praise their performance, the outcome is unlikely to be favorable. It is essential to remember that their mentor is none other than Damasaye, with Damasaye's keen discernment. Such trifles could hardly deceive him. This opportunity can be likened to a rare gem. Once it is lost, it may never be found again. For anyone, there exists but a singular chance to participate in the youth training camp, and only this occasion affords the possibility of joining the Navy ahead of schedule and potentially attaining a military rank. To miss this opportunity, even for those who are second-generation aspirants, means they must wait until they reach the appropriate age to comply with the regulations, consequently placing them a step behind their peers, a result that no one wishes to encounter. However, Lei Fa is not particularly anxious about the situation, should he require it. He can seamlessly utilize his status as a 6-star bounty hunter to enlist the aid of the Bounty Hunter Guild to identify his desired targets for elimination, executing them with swiftness. Previously, he had inquired with Dalmesia, who confirmed that the elimination of wanted criminals contributes to one's achievements. Thus, if he merely seeks to accumulate a certain level of merit, even with only 2 days remaining in this half-year period. Lei Fa is capable of acquiring the necessary accolades at an accelerated pace. In contrast, Patrick and Barrygood lack his level of assurance, and as time progresses, they find themselves increasingly anxious, yearning for the chance to encounter a wanted criminal during their patrols, which would allow them to amass merit in a legitimate manner. Yet, their desire remained unfulfilled for an extended period, until the second week of the 5th month, when they finally encountered the long-awaited troublemaker while patrolling the renowned area of Chambord Amusement Park. On that day, the 4 individuals, as per their usual routine, arose from slumber and proceeded towards Island 33 in Sector 2 for their daily patrol duties. Fortuitously, the 4 formed a cohesive team, allowing for efficient allocation of tasks by their superiors. Among them, Joshua held the rank of Seaman Apprentice, while the other 3 were merely seamen. Thus, it was only natural for Joshua, the highest-ranking member, to assume the role of team leader. However, it was somewhat awkward, for Joshua was arguably the most fragile member of the team, even the weakest among Lei Fa's companions. Barrygood possessed a level of strength that could rival that of a top-tier lieutenant, while Patrick had long since ascended to the rank of officer. As for Lei Fa, he was even more formidable, having attained the prowess of a standard colonel long before his training at the Forest of Consumption, effortlessly dispatching bounty hunters with a reward of 10 million berries as if they were mere chickens. Joshua was not privy to the specific abilities of Lei Fa and his companions. Yet he was astute enough to recognize that his 3 roommates were no ordinary individuals and undoubtedly far superior to him. Consequently, he never adopted an air of superiority typical of veterans in their presence, despite being slightly older and having joined the Navy earlier. Island 33 was one of the 10 islands that comprised the Chambord Amusement Park in Sector 2, where Lei Fa and his companions had been assigned patrol duties on several occasions prior. Compared to other sectors, this particular area resembled a paradise, perpetually enveloped in an atmosphere of stability and tranquility. The visitors to this region had simple intentions, primarily seeking enjoyment, which resulted in minimal conflict and an even rarer occurrence of troublemakers. However, today seemed rather unusual. What was happening ahead, and why were so many people congregating? As the 4 began their patrol, Barrygood was the first to notice a crowd gathering in the distance. It appeared that something was amiss. "Let's go take a look," Joshua suggested. "Agreed," Lei Fa replied. As they conversed, Lei Fa had already gleaned the situation unfolding ahead, even before Barrygood had spotted the crowd. Lei Fa's keen sense of hearing had detected the unusual density and clamor of voices emanating from that vicinity. Focusing his attention on the gathering, he swiftly comprehended the cause and nature of the commotion from the exchanges among the crowd. It turned out that there was a shooting game attraction, where for 500 berries, one could partake in 5 shooting attempts. Each successful hit would escalate the difficulty level, and if one managed to hit 3 times, the initial 500 berries would be refunded. Furthermore, hitting all 5 targets would yield an additional prize valued at 5,000 berries. This was originally a perfectly ordinary rule, as the difficulty of hitting the target 3 times is exceedingly high. For an average individual, merely succeeding on the first attempt is already quite remarkable. To achieve 2 hits is a rarity, and to hit 3 times is an extraordinary feat, with perhaps only 1 in 100 managing to do so. As for hitting 5 times in total, it is likely that only 1 individual might achieve that out of 1,000 attempts. The merchants, having established such a rule, are undoubtedly aware of this reality. In comparison to their profits, the occasional loss of a few 5-hit successes is trivial and does not cause them any distress. However, today, a group of individuals arrived, and one among them effortlessly managed to hit the target 5 times in succession. Since the merchants had set the rules, they had no recourse but to comply, promptly awarding a prize equivalent to 5,000 belly. To their surprise, that individual then produced 500 belly, requesting to engage in another round. The merchants were left somewhat bewildered, perhaps due to a cognitive blind spot. They had never considered that someone might demand to continue after winning 5 times. Would it not be a norm to joyfully move on to the next entertainment after receiving a prize? Consequently, they had failed to establish a rule prohibiting continuation after 5 consecutive wins. Thus, when confronted with a customer intent on persisting after achieving 5 victories, the merchants found themselves at a loss. They could not simply ask him to leave, instead hoping that he would tire of the game and depart after a few more rounds. However, the individual showed no intention of leaving, and his companions were equally engrossed, reveling in the spectacle and incessantly cheering him on. When the man triumphed for the 6th time, securing 5 wins once more, the merchants could no longer remain passive. They declined his request to continue and announced that they would be closing early for the day. The group of individuals grew increasingly unruly, drawing a crowd of onlookers. When Lei Fa and his companions arrived on patrol, the commotion had only just begun. What is happening? Make way. Joshua led the charge, dispersing the gathering crowd to create a path for the four to approach the scene of discord directly. Upon noticing the arrival of the Navy, the proprietor of the shooting establishment rushed over, his demeanor akin to that of one who has encountered a savior. Esteemed Navy officers, you have come just in time. These individuals are causing a ruckus here and have threatened to damage my shop. Please apprehend them. Joshua furrowed his brow at the man's words. Whether or not to arrest anyone is not for you to decide. We will ascertain the truth of the matter. We cannot rely solely on your account. The proprietor, realizing his misstep, quickly amended his statement. Yes, of course, I understand. It was my oversight. Disregarding the proprietor, the four approached the instigators. It was only then that they discovered the troublemakers were a group of 5 young women, each possessing striking beauty, which undoubtedly contributed to the crowd's fascination. When the women noticed Lei Fa and his companions, they displayed no signs of fear, clearly unperturbed by the presence of the Navy. Gentlewomen, could you kindly elucidate the situation? Joshua inquired politely, maintaining a courteous demeanor in the face of such charming company. One of the women clad in blue swiftly summarized the events, stating, I have consistently succeeded through my own merit. Is that illegal? They did not establish any prior rules against continual play. Must it be permissible for them to profit while I am denied the same opportunity? The woman in the blue attire was indeed the one who had achieved a perfect score 5 times. Before Lei Fa and the others could utter a word, the proprietor, standing nearby, lamented, We are but a small business, earning our modest livelihood through hard work. You all do not appear to be in want of money. Why must you complicate matters for us? I care not for your predicament. I have yet to satiate my desire for entertainment, and until I have had my fill, you shall not close your doors prematurely, the woman in blue retorted with a cold smirk. In an aside, the narrator admitted, I erred. I am guilty. Yesterday, as I pen this chapter, I succumbed to slumber. This chapter is but a continuation from yesterday. Do not chastise me. Oh, it was then that Lei Fa, standing behind Joshua, noticed something amiss. As he drew closer, he recognized a familiar figure among the 5 women, a girl in a red cap who had represented Shachi's studio that fateful night. He recalled her name was Sweki, and she seemed quite acquainted with the Phoenix Marco. At that moment, Sweki, the girl in the red cap, stood at the back, watching the unfolding drama with an amused expression, relishing the spectacle before her. Could it be that these 5 were all affiliated with Shachi's studio? A thought stirred within Lei Fa. With this revelation, he discreetly unleashed a level detection spell towards the 5 women. Upon closer examination, Lei Fa was taken aback. That day, due to the considerable distance, his level detection was ineffective, leaving him unaware of the rank of the girl in the red cap, Xueqi, until today. Among the 5, it was evident that Xueqi held the highest rank, an impressive 23rd tier. The lowest among the others was at 6th tier, while the remaining 3 were at 9th, 11th, and 14th tiers, indicating that none of them were below the school-level tier. More astonishingly, led by Xueqi, 3 of them had surpassed the rank of colonel, with Xueqi likely possessing the combat strength of a major general. Lei Fa was unable to detect his own rank previously. He had inferred his approximate tier of 7 through battles against opponents of similar rank at Shirlene Temple. Nonetheless, he had kept a close watch on the ranks of others. The multi-armed woman Judy, whom he had defeated, was a bounty criminal with a reward exceeding 40 million berries, and she was merely at 8th tier. Shockingly, 4 of these 5 women surpassed Judy. Lei Fa had previously estimated that the colonel-level ranks should fall between 5 and 10, placing Judy in the upper-middle tier among colonels in the Navy, but not at the pinnacle. In contrast, Brigadier Pearson was at 13th tier, leading Lei Fa to conclude that anything above 10th tier could be considered the threshold of brigadier-level strength. Even with slight discrepancies, he believed this estimation to be quite accurate. Unexpectedly, while patrolling, he encountered such a formidable group, which posed a significant dilemma for him. If he were alone, it would not be a concern. Even if he was outmatched by the 5, he could easily flee, as even Xueqi in her red cap would be unable to stop him. However, he was accompanied by Berrygood and Patrick. Moreover, the demeanor of these 5 women indicated that they were utterly unperturbed by the naval identities of Lei Fa and his companions. Should they provoke these women, it was likely they would not hesitate to eliminate a few naval subordinates before swiftly departing. In the Sabaody archipelago, the only naval figure that might instill some caution in them was the Black Bat Vice Admiral. As for others, even 2 majors would not intimidate them. Lei Fa's greatest concern, however, was not Joshua, but rather Berrygood and Patrick, his fellow trainees. He recognized their eagerness to earn merit, hoping for criminals to conveniently present themselves to bolster their achievements. With their mindset, it was inevitable they would provoke the 5 women led by Xueqi, and even if Lei Fa abandoned his concealed strength, he could not guarantee he could protect his 2 companions, as Lei Fa grappled with the troubling situation before him. Joshua's negotiations with the woman in blue were also veering into unpleasant territory. Joshua had intended to play the mediator, hoping for an apology from the boss to defuse the situation, with the woman in blue retreating from her stance. However, his plan was met with a merciless refusal from her, who outright disagreed. The woman's attitude irked Joshua, yet he restrained his anger due to his position and character, intending to continue persuading her. Meanwhile, Berrygood could no longer hold back, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you, woman? You refuse to listen to reason. Do you believe we won't take you all in?" Patrick remained silent, yet his expression mirrored Berrygood's sentiments. "Take us back?" The woman in blue scoffed, gesturing at herself before bursting into laughter. "You think you can manage that with just a few naval lackeys? Little brother, think before you speak." The other women joined in laughter at Berrygood's words. Is it that amusing? Berrygood loathed being mocked for his youth, and her words only fueled his irritation. "Oh, are you angry now? Little brother, don't be upset," the woman in blue teased further. "This is entirely of your own making." In a sudden move, Berrygood drew handcuffs from his waist and lunged toward the woman's wrist. The woman's expression shifted coldly. She utilized her palm as a blade, swiftly striking toward Berrygood's shoulder with such speed that it created a sharp sound slicing through the air. Had this strike landed upon an ordinary naval deckhand, it would likely have severed an arm with ease. However, Berrygood is an adept of the doubted fruit, akin to the chop-chop fruit wielded by the clown buggy, allowing him to momentarily fragment his body into numerous parts to absorb the impact. The instant the blue-clad woman's palm struck him, half of his form transformed into a cluster of spheres, deftly dissipating her assault before he reverted to his original state. This encounter unveiled the terrifying prowess of the blue-clad woman to Berrygood, as he had not been able to react in time. He had merely relied on his body's instincts to endure the blow. The mere fact that her attack had caught him off guard was a testament to her formidable strength. Devil fruit user? The blue-clad woman regarded Berrygood with astonishment, never anticipating that a mere naval deckhand would possess such abilities. Although she herself lacked the powers of a devil fruit, individuals of her caliber were not unfamiliar with such entities. Yet, she was taken aback by the realization that even a lowly naval deckhand might have had the opportunity to consume a devil fruit, which was indeed surprising. "Who are you?" Patrick, observing the blue-clad woman's extraordinary nature, stepped forward to stand beside Berrygood. Ordinary individuals would not dare to confront the Navy so recklessly, especially with such lethal force. Had Berrygood not been a devil fruit user, that last strike would have undoubtedly resulted in a severed arm. The blue-clad woman's brutality was striking. The blue-clad woman sensed an aura emanating from Patrick that was far from typical for a mere deckhand, deepening her intrigue. While she could not discern the specific strengths of Patrick and Berrygood like Lei Fa could, an aura is often closely tied to one's power. There exists a significant disparity between the strong and the ordinary. Clearly, Patrick and Berrygood were markedly different from the average naval deckhands. Particularly, Berrygood's ability to evade her attack through the powers of the devil fruit instantly marked him as an exceptional individual in her eyes. Yet, that was where her acknowledgement ended. Even though these two were not mere naval deckhands and possessed hidden strengths, to the blue-clad woman, they remained inconsequential adversaries easily dealt with. "Sister Xueqi, I did not expect to encounter you here." Just as the blue-clad woman prepared to advance her assault, a voice suddenly interrupted her. The one who suddenly spoke was Lei Fa. Upon hearing Lei Fa call out the name of the highest-ranking individual among their group, the girl in the red duck-billed cap, Xueqi, the movements of the woman in blue came to an abrupt halt, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Instinctively, she glanced at Xueqi, who had initially been watching the commotion with disinterest and was now unexpectedly drawn into the situation. The fact that a naval logistics boy, whom she had no recollection of, would call her name in such a familiar manner bewildered her. "Do we know each other, handsome?" she inquired lightly, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. "Do you not even remember me?" Lei Fa feigned astonishment before quickly coming to a realization. "It's understandable, after all, we haven't seen each other in years." Xueqi. Turning to Patrick and the others, Lei Fa continued, "For today's matter, let us consider it a misunderstanding among friends and leave it at that." Seeing that Lei Fa knew one of the women, Patrick and the others hesitated to voice their grievances, feeling somewhat restrained. Lei Fa then suggested, Why don't you all patrol elsewhere? I can handle things here. Rest assured, nothing will happen. All right, just be careful, Patrick replied after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. Berigued, noting the situation, refrained from further comment, casting a sharp glance at the woman in blue before departing with Patrick and Joshua. The woman in blue, still confused, hesitated to take action, instead seeking clarification from Xueqi through her expression. Unbeknownst to her, even Xueqi was perplexed by the unfolding events. Why did this naval logistics boy, whom she had no recollection of, act as though they were well acquainted? Was it a case of mistaken identity? No, that seemed unlikely. How could he know her name so accurately? Thus, she asked again, "Little brother, I genuinely don't remember who you are. Why don't you tell me your name? So I can think it over? Xueqi, may I have a word with you?" Lei Fa suddenly proposed. Of course, Xueqi replied, unafraid, as she followed Lei Fa away from the crowd. As the onlookers realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they gradually dispersed, leaving only the 4 girls accompanying Xueqi and a few merchants behind. Can we speak now? Xueqi inquired after they had walked a couple of 100 meters away from their original position. If I were to secretly notify Admiral Blackbat, informing him that the person who caused a stir here on behalf of Xiachi Studio is right here, what do you think would happen to you? Lei Fa stopped, facing away from Xueqi, and spoke coolly. Who exactly are you? Xueqi's expression suddenly turned icy. While it was true that she was part of Xiachi Studio, her operations were usually clandestine, and she had no bounties on her head. In other words, unless one had dealt with her, they shouldn't possess any knowledge of her background. Yet this naval logistics boy, whom she had no recollection of, could so easily identify her, which left her slightly rattled. Who I am is of little consequence. Lei Fa turned to face her. I have no intention of targeting you, but I must insist that you and your companions leave this place and refrain from causing further trouble. Are you threatening me? Xueqi retorted with a smile rather than anger. No, merely offering a piece of advice, Lei Fa replied calmly. Knowing who I am and still daring to threaten me. Should I commend you for your courage or lament your ignorance, little brother? Do you believe that before you can alert Admiral Blackbat, I could not swiftly eliminate you? Xueqi's smile was radiant. Before Lei Fa could respond, Xueqi's lips formed a whistle shape, and a slender black needle shot forth from her mouth at an almost imperceptible speed, aimed directly at Lei Fa's heart. A low hum resonated in front of Lei Fa. He had already positioned his hands in front of his chest, palms facing each other, forming a nearly transparent barrier that effectively intercepted the needle. Continuing, he stated, I may not be your equal, but you should know that eliminating me is not something you can accomplish in mere moments. While I may be unable to defeat you, if my goal is merely to delay you, I can certainly manage that. Once Admiral Blackbat arrives, escaping will be a formidable challenge, not just for you, but even for your superior. Wouldn't you agree? It's you. Xueqi's expression shifted as if she had suddenly made a realization. Her gaze toward Lei Fa transforming from disdain and contempt to a hint of wariness and disbelief. What do you mean by it's you? Lei Fa sensed an ominous undertone in her words. His actions were intended to save Beirigud and the others, while also avoiding drawing too much attention to himself. Thus, he had lured Xueqi aside, revealing a fraction of his strength, hoping that the mention of Admiral Blackbat would deter her from acting recklessly. These were all plans he had meticulously devised prior to calling out the name of Xueqi. However, as the adage goes, plans cannot keep pace with changes. He had not anticipated that merely intercepting an attack from the girl in the red duckbill cap, Xueqi, would reveal something to her. From her words, it was evident that she had recognized his identity. This identity does not refer to Lei Fa's own persona, as he is not renowned enough for Xueqi to recognize him instantly. Naturally, it pertains to his concealed identity, Mr. V. Could it be that she has truly discerned it? Lei Fa suddenly found himself in a precarious situation. His original intention was merely to instill a sense of caution in the girl with the red duckbill cap, Xueqi, compelling her to retreat. He was rather indifferent to whether she might channel her ire towards him. After all, he intended to leave Chambord soon, and any quest for revenge would require her to locate him first. However, he did not anticipate that merely deflecting an attack would reveal something to her. You are actually a member of the Navy, and so young? Xueqi continued, incredulous. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Lei Fa replied with an expressionless demeanor. Although exposing his identity as Mr. V would not pose any mortal danger, it was not what Lei Fa desired. Given his true age, any overlap with Mr. V would inevitably cause a tremendous uproar, thrusting him into the limelight of the vast sea. This outcome is far from what he had wished to witness. Although he has attained a level of strength sufficient for self-preservation, he remains a considerable distance from being unrestrained. Becoming the focal point so early holds little advantage for him. Unwilling to concede this fact? At that moment, Sweki unexpectedly burst into laughter, casting aside the displeasure caused by Lei Fa's earlier threat. If it were anyone else, even that insufferable bird Marco or that fellow Hercules, they might not recognize you at all, given that you have never revealed your true identity. Furthermore, your voice is entirely different, and the stark contrast in your appearance should logically preclude any connection between these two identities. Upon hearing this, Lei Fa inwardly sighed, for he understood that the girl in the red duckbill cap, Sweki, had indeed discerned her identity and was not merely attempting to deceive him. Sweki continued, however, I possess a peculiar ability, a strange, indescribable sensitivity to the nature of power. Any force I have encountered, regardless of how it transforms, I can distinctly identify. The energy you employed to block my attack is undeniably derived from the same source as that cacophonous assault the other day. Moreover, I am quite certain that I have only encountered this particular characteristic of power on one previous occasion. As she spoke, a hint of pride graced Sweki's smile. What a tedious ability this is. Lei Fa inwardly cursed. Do you find my ability boring? To be honest, I share that sentiment. I had never truly discovered its significant utility until now. Unexpectedly, a surprise awaited me. Shueqi cast a sly smile at Lei Fa. Realizing why his identity had been discerned, Lei Fa couldn't help but feel unfortunate. Nevertheless, he had no intention of confessing, instead inquiring. I fail to comprehend what you are saying. I merely wish to know whether you will leave or not. Leave? I shall do so at once, Shueqi replied, feigning a frightened expression, patting her flat chest and cheerfully adding, I certainly do not wish to encounter that black bat general. Then I appreciate your cooperation, Lei Fa responded. Are you quite afraid that I might expose your identity? Fear not, for if I were to do so, it would be exceedingly dull. I am not that tedious a person, Shueqi said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Perhaps in the future, we may even have an opportunity to collaborate. Would you kindly divulge your true name to me? Lei Fa, he replied, somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the girl in the red cap. After considering, he decided to answer truthfully. At least at this moment, there was no genuine animosity between them, and since Shueqi had not committed any particularly heinous act, he felt no need to detain her forcibly. Lei Fa, I shall remember that, the girl in the red cap said with a sweet smile. I look forward to our next encounter. I hope it will not be so fraught with tension. Farewell, Lei Fa said, his expression unyielding. Shueqi merely chuckled softly, apparently unbothered, before returning to the other four companions, waving them over and leading them away, leaving behind all the prizes collected by the girl in blue. As Lei Fa returned to the shop entrance, the owner expressed immense gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you so much, Navy sir. No need for thanks. Just promptly amend your rules. Next time you might not be so fortunate, Lei Fa advised. Yes, I will have it changed immediately. The owner replied fervently. Was that Navy officer a familiar acquaintance of yours, Lady Shueqi? One of the women in blue asked with curiosity after they had departed. Sort of. Shueqi replied with a light laugh. How could you know such a lowly naval aide? Perhaps you are from the same hometown? The woman continued. He is no insignificant naval aide. Shueqi shook her head, her smile fading slightly as she added with a more serious tone. Remember, if you encounter him again, it would be wise to avoid unnecessary conflict, understood? Why is that? Is he a relative of yours, Lady Shueqi? Another girl queried. Nonsense. What relatives do we have? Shueqi shot a glare at the questioner. Ah, I forgot, the girl said, sticking out her tongue apologetically. Including Shueqi. All five were members of the Xiachi studio, sharing a common trait. They were all orphans. They knew each other well. There were no relatives among them. In any case, should you see him again, be cautious. None of you stands a chance against him individually, Shueqi stated gravely. How could that be? Even Sister Huachi is no match for him? The girl with the tongue out said incredulously, casting a glance at the woman in blue. The woman in blue remained silent, yet her expression suggested disbelief as well. Would I lie to you? Shueqi asked. Understood, the woman in blue nodded. The other three exchanged glances and also nodded in agreement. However, you need not worry. If it comes to it, I will ensure he does not deliberately trouble you. As I hold some leverage over him, Shueqi said with a playful grin. She had uncovered another layer of Lei Fa's identity, but had no intention of publicizing it, as doing so would serve her no purpose. On the contrary, keeping this secret might prove advantageous in the future. Observing Lei Fa, it was evident he wished to conceal the identity of Mr. V, and possessing the secret was undoubtedly more beneficial than detrimental. Of course, She did not expect this to command Lei Fa's obedience or to incite him into any extreme actions. That would be quite unrealistic. After dismissing the girl in the red cap, Lei Fa felt somewhat vexed. This entire affair was rather exasperating. It was entirely unrelated to him. Yet he could not simply stand by while Bailey Good and the others faced harm. To make matters worse, his identity as Mr. was inadvertently exposed due to a trivial ability. What an absurd turn of events. However, she likely wouldn't be so petty as to reveal my identity, Lei Fa pondered. Although the world is not devoid of those who take pleasure in others' misfortune, Xueqi did not seem to fit that mold. Exposing his identity held little significance for her. Furthermore, they bore no animosity, making such an action even more nonsensical. Yet, the possibility could not be entirely dismissed. If she did choose to act against him, Lei Fa would have no means to retain her, and it would be unwise to risk everything merely due to a potential exposure. Moreover, even if his identity were revealed, it would not lead to his demise. He could simply let it be. Just as Lei Fa was about to relax, he suddenly noticed a commotion. Damn it. Is today cursed? Why is everything happening at once? Lei Fa's face darkened. The situation with Xueqi had barely been resolved, and it seemed trouble was brewing ahead. As indicated by the fragments of conversation he overheard, this incident appeared to be even more troublesome. Please forgive me, my lord. This is my younger sister. She must have seen me on duty and, unaware of your presence, inadvertently offended you. I implore you, for the sake of her youth, to let her go. I bow before you. When Lei Fa arrived at the scene, everyone was kneeling in one direction. There, Joshua was protecting a little girl, repeatedly bowing and apologizing to a person mounted on a leopard, while Bailey Good and another knelt behind him. Lei Fa noticed that as Joshua bowed, Bailey Good attempted to speak, only to be abruptly pulled back by Patrick, stifling his words. So, we have encountered them, the world's aristocrats. The celestial dragons. Lei Fa took a deep breath. Indeed, the individual who was receiving Joshua's apologies, seated upon the leopard, was a celestial dragon. Like all other celestial dragons, this person wore a bubble oxygen mask atop their head, disdainful of sharing the same air as others, exuding a supreme arrogance. Their entitlement was grotesquely excessive. Yet, these aberrations were the descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Self-proclaimed as descendants of the Creator, the privileges they enjoyed were equally monstrous. Anyone daring to offend them would face retribution from a Marine Admiral, no exceptions. Upon learning of his assignment to the Shambadi archipelago, Lei Fa contemplated the possibility of encountering the legendary celestial aristocrats known as the Tianlongren. This location is in close proximity to their residence, the Holy Land of Mariehua, and serves as one of their favored recreational venues. Thus, encountering the Tianlongren here would be utterly commonplace. Moreover, Lei Fa pondered how he might respond should he indeed come face to face with these aberrant beings. As a well-rounded youth nurtured under the banner of socialism in the 21st century, he found it utterly unacceptable that such a group exists. One that regards all others as mere chattel and themselves as deities. His disdain for this elite class ignited the moment he first encountered them in the pages of a comic. It is fair to say that within the realm of One Piece, few characters evoke such universal contempt as the Tianlongren. Nevertheless, Lei Fa is acutely aware that, despite his modest accomplishments, his current strength renders it impossible to disregard the immutable laws of this world. The group known as the Celestial Dragons, often referred to as the world's aristocracy, embodies an unassailable decree. To even entertain the thought of defiance, or to fail to kneel before them, is tantamount to an affront. Rayleigh recalls that in the original narrative of the manga world, when he stood alongside the protagonist Luffy as one of the 11 supernovas, each with bounties exceeding 100 million. Their initial reaction upon encountering the celestial dragons was to avoid provocation at all costs, even if it meant temporarily kneeling to evade their ire. When Zoro, in a state of confusion, prepared to strike at a celestial dragon, another supernova, the gluttonous girl Jewelry Bonnie, decisively intervened to halt his actions, for all present, including herself, understood that the consequences of offending a celestial dragon extended far beyond mere changes in bounty. It would undoubtedly provoke the might of the Navy's highest-ranking officers, the admirals. This is an unyielding decree established by the world government, impervious to provocation. It is precisely due to this edict that the celestial dragons have historically acted with impunity, engaging in acts of violence with the same indifference as one might crush an ant. Upon introspection, Lei Fa is unwilling to provoke this group of deviants, even though he bears the identity of the adopted son of a general from the warring states. Attracting the ire of the celestial dragons would undoubtedly lead to grave repercussions that he could not easily resolve. Consequently, Lei Fa resolves to avoid any encounters with the celestial dragons, striving to keep his distance as far as possible, for he has no desire to kneel before these abhorrent beings. It is simply repugnant. This was indeed a last resort. However, he truly did not anticipate encountering this group of perverts in such a melodramatic manner, so absurd that he could not simply avert his gaze. In truth, with his acute senses, he could detect the presence of the celestial dragons even from a distance of several kilometers, allowing him to evade them. Yet earlier, he had been distracted by the red-capped girl, Sweki, and thus failed to notice the commotion in the distance until he had sent her away. By then, he realized it was somewhat too late. From the hushed discussions of the nearby crowd he had overheard, along with Joshua's words as he knelt in reverence, he could piece together the preceding events. It seemed that when Joshua and Barrygood were on patrol in this vicinity, they had encountered the celestial dragons passing through, prompting everyone, including Joshua and his companions, to kneel. Little did they expect that Joshua's young sister was also present. Perhaps having spotted her brother from afar, she had eagerly rushed over. The innocent girl, unaware of the significance of the celestial dragons, simply wished to reach her brother for a hug, unintentionally provoking the wrath of the celestial dragon seated upon a leopard. Thus unfolds the present scene, where Joshua fervently bows in supplication. His sister, lacking comprehension of what it means to be a celestial dragon, cannot fathom how he, as her elder brother, could possibly understand. Hence, he has entirely cast aside the notion of dignity, his forehead already bloodied from repeated prostrations. Meanwhile, the 5 companions of Sweki have only just distanced themselves slightly. Sister Sweki, it seems something is amiss over there, remarked the youngest girl among the group. Let us circle back and investigate. Sweki, a character who thrives on chaos, immediately dismissed earlier warnings upon hearing of trouble. The 5 of them took a small detour and stealthily approached the vicinity of the incident from another angle. Standing at the alley's entrance, upon discerning the specifics of the situation, the youngest girl spoke with a hint of anxiety. It is actually a celestial dragon. All of them hailed from the Shachi studio, engaged in mercenary activities, which should render them unrestrained in their actions. However, the reality was starkly different. In this vast ocean, be it pirates, assassins, or figures from both the underworld and legitimate society, there exist certain boundaries that are seldom crossed. The celestial dragons represent one of the gravest troubles that all wish to avoid. Kneeling before them were the naval officers who had departed earlier. A woman in blue immediately recognized the few individuals in the center, their naval uniforms unmistakably prominent. Now, this is a spectacle worth witnessing, Sweki remarked. Having also identified Joshua and his companions, her expression betraying a sense of anticipation. While she was unfamiliar with Joshua and his friends, their fates were of no concern to her. She was curious whether their companion, the enigmatic Mr. V, would intervene in this affair. However, she soon realized that her musings might be in vain. Even a bounty hunter of the 7 stars would, if unnecessary, steer clear of a celestial dragon. Although a rising star within the bounty hunter guild, should he offend a celestial dragon, the guild would not come to his aid. What awaited him would be the wrath of an admiral, a grave matter indeed, Sweki thought, shaking her head slightly. It appeared that the kneeling naval soldier and the little girl he was protecting had incurred the ire of the celestial dragon. Nonetheless, prostration would likely yield no results. Given the arrogant nature of the celestial dragons, all others were viewed as mere lowly slaves. The woman in blue scoffed, clearly harboring disdain for the celestial dragons. Yet, she could not deny her reluctance to provoke them. Truly a nauseating existence, Sweki muttered under her breath. Lily, how could you be so thoughtless? Esteemed celestial dragon, I beseech you, spare her this time. She is merely an ignorant child. As Joshua continued to bow, a seemingly honest middle-aged woman rushed forth from the crowd, kneeling beside him and joining in the act of supplication. Mother, please leave. I am here, Joshua implored upon recognizing the newcomer. It is all my fault, all my fault. I failed to keep an eye on your sister, allowing her to approach and offend this esteemed celestial dragon. The middle-aged woman wept uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing to the celestial dragon. Whatever punishment is to be meted out, let it be directed at me. These children are innocent. This middle-aged woman is undoubtedly Joshua's mother. How exasperating. The celestial dragon initially observed Joshua bowing repeatedly, seemingly intrigued, unable to discern his next move, merely watching as Joshua continued his gestures of reverence. This may well be an intriguing interlude for him. However, with the arrival of the middle-aged woman, her wailing voice instantaneously incited his impatience. He abruptly drew a handgun from his waist and fired a shot toward the direction of the middle-aged woman. This was dire. Both Belgood and Patrick reacted far more swiftly than Joshua, as their prowess vastly surpassed that of the ordinary first-class naval soldier. Patrick's instinct was to intercept the bullet, yet his subconscious hesitation, stemming from his identity as a celestial dragon, cost him the precious moment needed to block the shot. In contrast, Belgood was less encumbered by contemplation. He was acutely aware that he could not stand idly by while Joshua's mother perished before him. Thus, at the instant the trigger was pulled by the celestial dragon, he rose to his feet, poised to charge toward Joshua's mother. Yet, unexpectedly, someone was even swifter. When the gunshot reverberated and everyone regained their senses, a refined young man, donned in the same naval attire as the kneeling Joshua, had inexplicably appeared before the weeping middle-aged woman, his hand clenched into a fist across his chest. This audacious individual. From a distance, Sweki's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. He truly dared to intervene? Sweki sis, that's your friend from just now. The youngest girl gasped in astonishment. He actually dares to meddle in a celestial dragon's affairs? Is he out of his mind? The woman in blue exclaimed, equally stunned. The remaining two shared expressions of sheer disbelief. At this moment, it was not only them, all those kneeling nearby, as well as those lurking in the shadows, watching the spectacle unfold, were equally startled by this sudden appearance. In everyone's mind echoed a singular thought. What audacity! Someone truly dared to interfere with the affairs of a celestial dragon. Were they fatigued by life itself? In the past, there had been individuals who, in a fit of fervor, dared to meddle with the celestial dragons, but they all paid a catastrophic price. Their blood serving as a testament to the fact that the dignity of the celestial dragons is inviolable. Thus, anyone who dared to confront a celestial dragon did so at the cost of their dignity, pleading for forgiveness with tears and blood, as evidenced by Joshua's relentless kowtowing, which had drawn blood. To offend or confront a celestial dragon and still wish to survive, the only recourse was to seek forgiveness. In such a case, what was the loss of dignity? As for resistance or escape, such actions would only serve to further enrage the celestial dragons. Not to mention that such behavior would swiftly draw the ire of the Marine Admirals. Even the bodyguards accompanying the celestial dragons were not to be trifled with. These bodyguards hail from the clandestine agency under the auspices of the world government, each possessing formidable prowess, with some even rivaling the might of the Navy's admiral rank officers. Anyone daring to resist should first contemplate whether they can withstand the formidable barrier they present. Under such layers of protection, the celestial dragons evoke a sense of utter despair. Faced with an enraged celestial dragon, there remains but a single path: to plead for mercy or await inevitable demise. Those who fail to recognize their position may unwittingly endanger their families, who would dare act recklessly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a bold individual emerged. Lei Fa. Joshua gazed in shock at this sudden appearance. When the gunfire erupted, despair had already taken hold of him. Thoughts of confronting the celestial dragons flickered through his mind in an instant. However, he realized he had no time to save his mother. Her death seemed an irrevocable fate. In that moment, he harbored an intense hatred for it all, from the Navy to the world government, and the profound injustices of this world, with the deepest loathing reserved for the contemptible celestial dragons. Nevertheless, he could never have anticipated that someone would rise to the occasion, risking the wrath of the celestial dragons to save his mother, his very own roommate. Lei Fa, take your mother and sister and leave. Lei Fa's voice, calm and devoid of emotion, commanded without turning. Go. Immediately. Very good. You as well. Lei Fa shouted vehemently. Joshua, gazing at Lei Fa's back, felt a tumult of emotions. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, took hold of his mother, and grasped his sister's hand, swiftly turning to flee. Barrygood and Patrick were equally taken aback by Lei Fa's audacity, their hearts swirling with mixed feelings, especially Patrick, whose expression shifted repeatedly. I won't abandon you. We are brothers. We face this together, Barrygood declared suddenly. Indeed, Patrick echoed, his resolve firming. Just as Lei Fa was about to speak, he was violently interrupted by an enraged celestial dragon. You filthy peasants. No one is allowed to leave. Someone, seize those three who are fleeing. At that moment, the celestial dragon was consumed by boundless fury. How dare anyone insult them? They thought to escape? None shall leave. They all must perish. Yes, a coldly dressed man in a suit replied. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Almost simultaneously, Lei Fa too disappeared. When they reappeared, the suited man was less than 10 meters behind Joshua, who remained oblivious, desperately fleeing with his mother and sister, not daring to look back. Only then did Barrygood and Patrick realize they were confronting the fabled aristocracy of the world, the Celestial Dragons, and that the rumors regarding their formidable bodyguards were indeed true. Although they could perceive the suited man's target was Joshua, any attempt to intervene was utterly futile. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving them only to watch helplessly. Thus, they could only witness the suited man materialize behind Joshua, reaching out to seize him, with no time left for a warning. But just then, Rifa's figure suddenly appeared directly above the suited man, his foot aimed at the man's head. The suited man was taken aback, instinctively raising his hands to shield himself from the impending blow. A resounding crash echoed as he was propelled towards the ground by the force of Rifa's strike. What a joke. A mere Navy lackey possesses such strength? At that moment, the suited man felt an overwhelming force crashing down upon him, akin to a small mountain descending from the heavens, propelling him towards the earth. In that fleeting instant, the suited man's mind was flooded with countless expletives. When did the Navy become so terrifying? How could he not even withstand an attack from a mere Navy lackey? Before this thought could fully dissipate, the man in the suit had already crashed to the ground, creating a substantial circular crater that reverberated throughout the area. Joshua, startled by the immense noise behind him, turned around in haste, only to meet Lei Fa's gaze. "What are you staring at? Hurry and run," Lei Fa urged. With that, Joshua quickly resumed his escape, leading his mother and sister away from the chaos. Observing Joshua flee to safety, Lei Fa let out a sigh, muttering to himself with a hint of resignation. I truly couldn't hold back. In truth, his instinctive reaction to save Joshua's mother was as spontaneous as it was natural. It resembled the instinct to intervene when witnessing a child recklessly running towards danger. Such reactions often emerge from a primal part of one's being. The earlier moment was no different. Intercepting the bullet meant for the Celestial Dragon was a trivial feat for him. Yet he could not bear to watch Joshua's mother perish before his eyes. Thus, he had stepped forward to rescue her. Upon reflection, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no regret. Engaging with the Celestial Dragon at this juncture was undeniably unwise. No, not merely unwise, but utterly foolish, bordering on the irredeemably reckless. Why must a second-generation heir, with everything at his disposal, court trouble so willingly? However, despite his regrets, if time were to rewind and grant Lei Fa another opportunity to choose, he would undoubtedly make the same decision without hesitation. He was no saint, nor did he aspire to be a savior. Yet deep down, he adhered to certain principles. If he could not summon the courage to stand up in moments like these, what distinguished him from a mere bystander? This time, I shall embrace the role of the fool, Lei Fa mused with a self-deprecating smile. As he approached the fallen man in the suit, who lay unconscious from his kick, he made his way back toward the Celestial Dragon, each step deliberate and unhurried. At that moment, however, he had become an enigma in the eyes of all who witnessed him. Even those familiar with him, like Barrygood, gazed at him with disbelief. Could it be that Lei Fa was truly this formidable? In the minds of these two individuals, a singular thought predominated, rendering even the Celestial Dragons a fleeting memory. It is noteworthy that the suit-clad man had demonstrated such swiftness that they could barely keep pace with their gaze. Attempting to intervene was utterly out of the question. This served as irrefutable evidence that the prowess of the man in the suit far surpassed their own, and not by a trivial margin. By their estimations, he was at least equivalent to a naval colonel, and indeed, a member of the elite cadre among colonels. Yet, what transpired next? Lei Fa, with remarkable agility, not only caught up to the suited man, but also rendered him unconscious with a single strike. Witnessing this spectacle, even the dimmest among observers could discern that Lei Fa's capabilities eclipsed those of the suited man by a considerable degree. Their previous perception of Lei Fa was merely of a clever youth who had outwitted Smoker in the early days of training camp, suggesting he was merely a second-tier talent in the camp hierarchy. While he was slightly more formidable than the two of them, he was still a considerable distance from the likes of Drake and Smoker. However, the reality they witnessed was far more profound than their initial assumptions. Even if it were the current versions of Drake or Smoker, it would be inconceivable for them to incapacitate the suited man so effortlessly as Lei Fa did. Lei Fa's strength was exponentially greater than they had ever imagined. As events unfolded, they understood that there was no turning back. Indeed, upon witnessing his bodyguard being incapacitated by the Navy's miscellaneous soldier who had unexpectedly thwarted his assault, the Celestial Dragon was consumed by rage, nearly succumbing to fury. It was a rebellion. Everything had turned against him. Notify the naval headquarters at once and demand the immediate dispatch of an admiral. The celestial dragon ordered in a fit of exasperation, adding, "And inform the naval authorities of Sabaody as well. I intend for these lowly commoners to pay dearly for their insolence." His subordinates promptly began to communicate with an unknown party via the Din Din Mushi, while the remaining bodyguards regarded Lei Fa, who was approaching with deliberate steps, with trepidation. "What are you useless fools doing standing there? Do not just stand idly by, attack him all at once." The celestial dragon, encircled by his bodyguards, erupted in fury. "But, my lord, your safety is our utmost priority." One bodyguard hesitated to respond. "Do you truly believe these commoners would dare lay a hand on me? Do not concern yourselves with me. Attack him together. If you capture him, I shall reward you handsomely." As he spoke, the celestial dragon cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling masses around him. Yet, the individuals below had long grown accustomed to such treatment, and none dared to express dissent. This must be fate. At that moment, Barrygood and Patrick turned pale upon hearing that the celestial dragons had directly contacted the Navy headquarters, demanding the presence of an admiral. Setting Barrygood aside, Patrick's father was the renowned Admiral Randolph, whose stature in the Navy was on par with that of the highest official of the Sabaody archipelago, Admiral Blackbat. Thus, had they merely encountered ordinary troubles, his influence alone would have sufficed to quell them. Yet the individual before them was none other than a so-called celestial dragon, a being not to be trifled with. Offending a celestial dragon was an unforgivable transgression, a cardinal rule. To defy it would invite the wrath of an admiral. In this predicament, even his father, Admiral Randolph, could not rescue him. Similarly, upon hearing the hysterical roar of the celestial dragon, the surrounding crowd fell into disarray. Particularly the bounty hunters with bounties on their heads, who cursed the Navy for their meddling, provoking the celestial dragon when they could have chosen otherwise. Not far away, the 5 women from Shaki Studio also changed their expressions in alarm. "Sister Sweki, shouldn't we retreat? The admiral should be arriving soon." The youngest girl, visibly anxious, inquired of the girl in the red cap. "The Navy admiral." Just the presence of the Blackbat admiral on this island instilled fear in them, let alone the highest combat power of the Navy. Even their boss would retreat in the presence of an admiral. "Yes, we must prepare to withdraw." Sweki understood that this was not the time for recklessness. While the admiral's primary target was those who had offended the celestial dragon, who could predict whether he would also eliminate the nearby bounty hunters? Remaining here would be akin to playing with their lives. It was hardly worth the risk for mere entertainment. "Huachi, send a word to the Bounty Hunter Guild and inform them that their newly promoted 6-star bounty hunter has inadvertently offended the celestial dragon. They should take heed." Just as the 5 women turned to leave, Sweki suddenly spoke to the girl in blue. "Huachi. A newly promoted 6-star bounty hunter? Are you referring to that young man who recently stole from you and Marco the Phoenix?" Huachi suddenly realized. "Indeed." Sweki nodded, sighing. "I truly did not anticipate that this fellow would have the audacity to confront a celestial dragon. What a pity." "Yes, what a pity," Huachi echoed, both displaying expressions of regret. For they understood that Lei Fa's prospects were grim. Even with the identity of Mr. V, it was unlikely to alter his fate. The Bounty Hunter Guild would not risk offending the world government for a 6-star bounty hunter. That was simply unrealistic. Sweki's warning, though well-intentioned, was largely futile. What if, although the chances of such a scenario were negligible? While Sweki and her companions lamented Lei Fa's situation, he had little time to ponder. The remaining bodyguards of the Celestial Dragon had already launched an attack against Lei Fa and his companions at the latter's command. Bellegood and Patrick barely managed to defend themselves against one of the assailants, struggling to keep afloat under the onslaught, and it seemed that if the battle continued, they would soon be overwhelmed. Lei Fa, however, exhibited a far greater resilience. The Celestial Dragon had 6 bodyguards, apart from the one he had incapacitated with a single kick. 5 remained. Bellegood and Patrick had engaged one, leaving the remaining 4 to attack him collectively. The strength of these 6 individuals is relatively balanced. None possess the remarkable prowess of the girl in the red duckbill cap, Sweki, yet none fall below the rank of colonel. Currently, Lei Fa's abilities, when pitted against an average colonel, would likely yield results akin to his previous encounter with the suited man he incapacitated with a single kick, an effortless victory. However, the 4 individuals, perhaps due to their shared affiliation, displayed an unprecedented synergy in combat, each unleashing a staggering 200% of their capabilities, rendering Lei Fa momentarily unable to overcome them. Whenever Lei Fa targeted one of them, the others would swiftly respond with a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing him into a defensive stance. This meant that as long as each individual remained capable of fighting, they would not succumb to being defeated individually. The previously mentioned suited man fell victim to Lei Fa due to his own negligence, underestimating the capabilities of a mere naval auxiliary. Had he not been so dismissive, he certainly would not have been so easily incapacitated. Had a proper confrontation ensued, the suited man would not have succumbed so readily. Alas, many situations lack the luxury of what if. P.S. The second update is in, and I shall continue writing, with a third update to follow. In a small grove on Island 60 of the Sabaody archipelago, the emaciated elder, Vice Admiral Black Bat, answered the Den Den Mushi with an icy inquiry. Typically immersed in his own training, he rarely concerned himself with the island's affairs, only being summoned for significant incidents, such as the recent turmoil instigated by Moria. However, it had barely been a moment, and another issue had arisen, which irked him slightly. If every minor matter required his intervention as a vice admiral, what were the other officers doing? 2 rear admirals and a brigadier, were they utterly incapable of handling any issues? Vice Admiral Black Bat, we have a grave situation. Upon answering the Den Den Mushi, a panicked voice erupted from the other end, furthering Black Bat's displeasure. Speak calmly, he snapped, furrowing his brow. Is there no way to communicate without resorting to such hysteria? What a disgrace. Yes, the voice acknowledged, trembling. Now, tell me, what is the matter? It appears someone on the island has offended a celestial dragon. And now the dragoness bodyguards are engaged in fierce combat with the offender, unable to subdue them for the moment, the voice relayed, striving to maintain composure. What? Vice Admiral Black Bat tightened his grip on the Den Den Mushi, his surprise evident. Such an incident was far from trivial, even for someone of his experience. He immediately inquired, who is the offender? Is it a notorious pirate or something of the sort? No, it seems, the voice hesitated, it is one of our own. What do you mean, one of our own? Black Bat detected an unsettling peculiarity. According to information relayed from the world government, 3 naval auxiliaries were the offenders, and the celestial dragon was in peril. The headquarters would dispatch an admiral immediately, and the world government urged him to hasten to protect the celestial dragon from harm. Naval auxiliaries? Engaged in battle with the celestial dragon's bodyguards? Black Bat erupted, slamming his hand on the table in fury. Previously, he had believed the celestial dragon faced real danger in Sabaody, his heart racing at the thought, for should a celestial dragon perish here, he, the highest authority on the island, would undoubtedly face repercussions, at the very least, bearing shared responsibility. While he doubted any severe consequences would befall him, his reputation would surely suffer. Thus, he had been on edge. However, after hearing the Den Den Mushi's description, he swiftly dismissed his earlier concerns. Is this some sort of jest? A few naval auxiliaries haplessly offending a celestial dragon is plausible, given their notoriously hypersensitive nature. Even a mere glance could be perceived as provocation. If a naval auxiliary inadvertently offended them, it would not be surprising. But to claim that these auxiliaries are battling the dragon's bodyguards? That is an affront to intelligence. As a vice admiral, he was acutely aware of the caliber of those protecting the celestial dragons. They hailed from clandestine branches of the world government, meticulously selected for their service and protection of the dragons, possessing formidable capabilities. Even a typical pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would likely find themselves at a disadvantage, perhaps even facing dire consequences, against the celestial dragon's escort. Yet, what was the world government insinuating? That a handful of naval auxiliaries were embroiled in combat with the bodyguard squad? And from the tone, it seemed the bodyguards were struggling against these naval auxiliaries, requiring him, Black Bat, to rush in and intervene? Is this not an insult to one's intelligence? While he has little objection to the utmost protection afforded to the celestial dragons, as it symbolizes the dignity and face of the world government, he absolutely cannot accept the notion that any trivial matter involving a celestial dragon would prompt the Navy to spring into action. Who does he think he is? A mere lackey? Lord Black Bat, please calm down. The telephone bug urged, explaining, initially, I believed this incident to be a farce orchestrated by the world government, which is why I dispatched nearby Navy personnel to investigate. To my astonishment, it turned out to be true. How is this possible? The incredulous Vice Admiral Black Bat questioned. Are you certain your men clearly observed that it was indeed several Navy personnel engaged in fierce combat with the bodyguards of a celestial dragon? Alas, it seems so. The voice on the other end sighed. I am on my way immediately. Vice Admiral Black Bat recognized the gravity of the situation, promptly hung up, and stepped outside the small cabin. However, as he exited, his hurried pace suddenly slowed. What brings you here? Vice Admiral Black Bat's already furrowed brows deepened. Not far from him, At a small stone table, a diminutive old man had appeared, leisurely sitting on a small stone stool, engrossed in picking his nails. Only upon hearing Vice Admiral Blackbat's inquiry did he look up. "Of course, I have come to challenge you to a game of chess." The old man replied with a grin, gesturing to the well-prepared chessboard and 2 boxes of contrasting pieces beside him. "Not today. I have urgent matters to attend to." Vice Admiral Blackbat shook his head and prepared to leave. "Old Bat, might I request a favor? Perhaps you could refrain from interfering in this matter?" The short old man sighed dramatically. Vice Admiral Blackbat halted abruptly. He turned his steely gaze toward the old man. "You must understand that there are lines that should not be crossed, correct? Your reach seems excessively long. Is this your personal intention, or that of your guild? Or do you intend to brazenly trample upon the dignity of the world government? You see, you are always so aggressive." The old man retorted with a shake of his head. "Could it not be a personal request from me to you? After all, we have been chess companions for over a decade. I have never asked you for any favor. Is this small request truly beyond your capabilities? Do not try to play that card with me." Vice Admiral Blackbat exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Is this a trivial matter? A situation concerning a celestial dragon cannot possibly be trivial. Now, do not rush me. Let me ask you, have you fully grasped the details of this incident?" Unfazed by the authoritative presence of Vice Admiral Blackbat, the old man inquired leisurely. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Blackbat slightly calmed his demeanor and replied, "As it stands, the known details are that several Navy personnel offended a celestial dragon and are currently engaged in fierce combat with the bodyguards. The situation is dire. You should know better than I who those bodyguards are. How curious it is that they would seek assistance from your Navy, being harried by mere Navy personnel. Do you not find that odd?" The old man continued. "Do I need you to point that out?" Vice Admiral Blackbat initially retorted but then shook his head, stating, "Indeed, the matter is peculiar, yet those below have dispatched individuals to verify, and the facts are true. It is not a fabrication by the celestial dragons. I am well aware of its authenticity. Otherwise, why would I have come here?" The old man declared. Having grown accustomed to Vice Admiral Blackbat's temperament, he continued, "What I wish to convey is that you must find it odd that Navy personnel could best the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, correct?" Vice Admiral Blackbat's voice turned cold. "Is it your personnel?" "Partially, yes, yet also no," the old man clarified. "The origins of this incident echo a narrative that has played out countless times amongst the world's noble celestial dragons. A Navy personnel's relative inadvertently offended a celestial dragon, and despite his pleas for mercy while kneeling, he received no forgiveness. I have no time for your tales," Vice Admiral Blackbat interjected, interrupting the old man's story. He understood the nature of such accounts all too well. As a member of the Navy, he was meant to uphold justice, yet some matters were beyond his control. Even as the most senior Vice Admiral, the old man's narrative would likely be yet another account of injustice caused by the unreasonable whims of the celestial dragons, and he found it somewhat irksome. Why invite trouble upon oneself? The crux of the matter did not lie in the righteousness of the celestial dragon's actions, nor did he wish to delve into the truth of the situation. Let us get straight to the point. The old man understood his chess companion's mindset and was unperturbed. The conclusion of this incident differs from past occurrences. A teammate of the Navy personnel bravely intervened to save his family, further inciting the wrath of the celestial dragons, prompting their bodyguards to pursue him. However, what the celestial dragon did not anticipate was that this brave Navy personnel, who risked his life to save his comrade, possessed extraordinary strength, managing to gain the upper hand against multiple opponents. It can be said that this courageous Navy personnel is the essence of the incident. His name is Lei Fa, hailing from Marineford, and he is also a newly minted 6-star bounty hunter in our guild. The old man succinctly summarized the events for Vice Admiral Blackbat. Is he the one who previously stirred up trouble, Mr. V? No wonder you took the initiative. It turns out he is a promising newcomer your guild has its eye on. Vice Admiral Blackbat scoffed. However, even if he is a superstar within your guild, offending a celestial dragon will still lead to retribution. Do you genuinely think you can protect him? To take it a step further, even if I grant you this favor and remain uninvolved, the headquarters will soon dispatch an admiral. What will you do then? Do you know? Until today, we were entirely unaware of his true identity. I only learned of it moments before you did, the old man replied, not directly addressing Vice Admiral Blackbat's question, but rather continuing his own musings. Upon discovering this incident, I immediately conducted an investigation into his circumstances. And the results astonished me. It was precisely this outcome that led me to seek you out. Would you like to hear it? Stop with the suspense and get to the point. Vice Admiral Blackbat grunted. This young man named Lei Fa is not yet 9 years old. Yet he has independently earned the title of 6-star bounty hunter in our guild. While his strength may not fully match this title, the mere fact that he can contend with the bodyguards of the celestial dragon speaks volumes. The old man lamented. A prodigious talent. On par with the likes of Tama and Akiji, not a bit inferior to those little monsters. Vice Admiral Blackbat remarked solemnly. Indeed, he is a prodigious talent. The short elder nodded. Recognizing that such prodigious talent is exceedingly rare even on a global scale, especially among the ranks of the Navy. With just a modicum of nurturing, this individual could become a formidable asset to the naval forces. Yet, due to a trivial and nonsensical matter, they sought to apprehend him and brand him a criminal? Admiral Blackbat inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. After a pause, he spoke with a hint of despondency. I must admit, your words are quite persuasive. Were I the Admiral of the Navy, I would undoubtedly contest this with the world government, striving to preserve such a promising talent. However, the reality is, I am not the Supreme Commander. I am merely a Rear Admiral. Do you comprehend? It is not within my purview to engage directly with the elders. And even if a general were dispatched from headquarters, it would not fall to me to intervene. I am fully aware of that. My intention in seeking you is never to expect you to entirely thwart this matter. The short elder cryptically smiled. Do you understand why, after gathering all the intelligence, I came to you in an attempt to impede what seems an irreversible situation? Oh, Admiral Blackbat discerned an underlying message in the elder's words. This lad, Lei Fa, is not only a 6-star bounty hunter for our guild, but also possesses another significant identity. His adoptive father is the Navy's only current general, strategist Sengoku. The elder emphasized this point, recognizing that should Lei Fa injure or kill a celestial dragon, all hope of protection would vanish, as the existence of the celestial dragons epitomizes the dignity of the world government. A dignity that cannot be tarnished. However, if it is merely an affront, there might still be a glimmer of hope, don't you think? Admiral Blackbat contemplated for a moment. After a while, a smile broke across his face as he regarded the elder. You cunning old fox, you did not come merely to dissuade me from intervening, did you? I said nothing, the elder shrugged. As the admiral waved his hand, departing towards the small grove, the elder refrained from stopping him again, muttering to himself, young one, there is only so much I can assist you with. I wish you luck. At Navy headquarters, Marine Ford, a middle-aged man with a wild hairstyle, clad in frog-eye glasses and sporting a twisted mustache, approached the office of the admiral. He knocked on the door. Come in. A commanding voice resounded from within. Admiral, you summoned me? The man with frog-eye glasses inquired as he entered, facing the elderly figure with a pointed white hairstyle seated inside. Yes, a situation has arisen. Although you have just returned from a brief respite, your involvement is imperative, which is why I called you, the white-haired elder stated. What has occurred? The middle-aged man asked. Just now, we received communication from the world government, indicating that a celestial dragon has been offended in the Sabaody archipelago and is currently in peril. The elder paused before continuing. You know the protocol, anyone who offends a celestial dragon and is not immediately subdued faces the wrath of the Navy's generals. Given that Zephyr has become disheartened and resigned from his general position, and that Garp refuses promotion, the only recourse is to send you. Indeed. The celestial dragons are the nobility of the world. To offend them is to trample upon the dignity of the world government, and thus must be met with severe punishment. The man affirmed solemnly. Very well, proceed at once. Just then, a series of urgent knocks interrupted the admiral's words. Enter, he replied, slightly irked yet understanding that his subordinates would not disrupt without good reason. Greetings, Admiral. Greetings, General Sengoku. The newcomer, a colonel, saluted both men upon entering. The man with frog-eye glasses nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that he was none other than the current Navy general, the only one referred to as strategist Sengoku, and also Lei Fa's adoptive father. The elder with the pointed white hair was, of course, the current Navy Admiral, Steelbone Kong. What is it? Speak, Admiral Kong inquired. Yes, sir. The colonel replied, I have just received the latest communication. Admiral Blackbat has captured all the offenders and is personally escorting them back. They are currently en route. Oh, Blackbat is coming here? Is the sun rising in the west? Admiral Kong expressed surprise, then turned to Sengoku with a smile. It seems your trip here may not be necessary after all. With Admiral Blackbat taking action, success is assured. Sengoku nodded slightly. Acknowledging that Blackbat's combat prowess ranks firmly within the top 10 of the Navy, even considering Admiral Kong and Sengoku himself, along with Garp and Zephyr. Therefore, in terms of effectiveness, his intervention would be nearly equivalent to that of a general. Of course, according to protocol, should a celestial dragon be offended, he must take action, however. If the offender has already been killed or subdued, such intervention becomes unnecessary. Furthermore, Admiral Blackbat has requested a Supreme Navy conference to discuss the handling of the offender. The colonel continued. That is preposterous. Admiral Kong frowned slightly. For someone who has offended a celestial dragon, they should simply be imprisoned and impelled down and never released. There is no need for a Supreme Navy conference. Sengoku shared a similar reaction to Admiral Kong. The so-called Supreme Navy Conference is convened to gather all officers of the rank of Major General and above present in Marineford, presided over by Admiral Kong himself. Usually for discussions of crucial matters concerning the Navy's future. While the offense against a celestial dragon is indeed unforgivable, now that the offender has been captured, they should simply be incarcerated. There is no need for discussion or a conference. Well, I cannot say. You might directly inquire with Admiral Blackbat. He seems to have a personal din mushy with him, the colonel replied. Understood. You may leave. Admiral Kong waved his hand. The colonel exited, closing the door behind him. Admiral Kong turned to Sengoku. I will contact Blackbat now. Please wait a moment. Sengoku gestured for him to proceed, pouring himself a cup of tea prepared for him on the table. Admiral Kong dialed the din mushy, and soon, an image of a stern, emaciated elder appeared, accompanied by a voice. Moses? It's me, Admiral Kong stated. Long time no see, Kong. Admiral Blackbat responded with an informal tone, lacking much deference as if chatting with a neighbor. Admiral Kong felt no offense, as they were contemporaries and shared a familiarity that made it difficult to maintain formalities. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Your trip to Sabaody spanned over a decade, and you've not returned even once. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Would you believe me if I said I missed you and came back just to see you? The phone bug, resembling Vice Admiral Blackbat, began to make jokes with a stoic expression, which felt quite awkward. I wouldn't believe you, Marshal Kong replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Well, I think you won't believe me either, so I'll be direct. I have returned to attend the Supreme Naval Conference, said the phone bug on the other end, impersonating Vice Admiral Blackbat. Just as I was about to inquire about this matter, Vice Admiral Blackbat continued, and it was better that he didn't mention it. As soon as he did, the smile on Marshal Kong's face faded somewhat, and he asked, What on earth are you up to? You can't possibly be unaware of the significance of the Supreme Naval Conference. Is it really necessary to convene for just a few offenders of the celestial dragons? As a Vice Admiral, Blackbat indeed had the authority to propose the convening of the Supreme Naval Conference, but the final decision rested with Marshal Kong. Therefore, he needed to clarify and confirm its necessity before agreeing to hold it. It is necessary. The response from Vice Admiral Blackbat left Marshal Kong momentarily astonished. However, before he could speak, Blackbat continued, The 3 individuals I brought back were all dispatched from Marineford to Sabaody, and they are all trainees from this headquarters youth training camp. A distinct sound of porcelain clattering echoed through the office. It turned out that Sengoku had accidentally knocked over his teacup while placing it back on the desk. Only then did Marshal Kong notice that Sengoku's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. However, the words from the phone bug, impersonating Vice Admiral Blackbat, were not yet finished. The main offender is named Lei Fa. Upon hearing this, Marshal Kong suddenly understood why Sengoku had lost control and dropped the teacup. As Sengoku's superior, he was naturally familiar with Sengoku's 2 adopted sons and had seen them on multiple occasions. However, the Lei Fa from Sengoku's family, in his memory, should hardly be older than 10. How could he possibly be someone who could hardly cope with the bodyguards of the celestial dragons? Are you certain? Marshal Kong inquired in a low voice. I personally captured him. There is no mistake, replied the phone bug resembling Vice Admiral Blackbat. Upon my preliminary verification, the main offender Lei Fa is the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku. The accomplice Patrick is the son of Vice Admiral Randolph, and the accomplice Berrygood is the son of Rear Admiral Harrison. Hearing this, even as the fleet admiral, Kong felt a throbbing headache. If it were merely the son of a rear admiral, it could be overlooked, although a rear admiral is considered a senior officer. They do not quite belong to the upper echelons of the Navy. However, Randolph, even among the many vice admirals, was undoubtedly a top-tier elite vice admiral, equally respected as the most senior Vice Admiral Blackbat. As far as he knew, Patrick was Randolph's only child, and given Randolph's late arrival to fatherhood, he doted on him immensely. If he were to be imprisoned for life in the deep-sea prison and impelled down, Randolph would certainly be unable to do anything about it. After all, it concerns the celestial dragons. Even with Randolph being a powerful vice admiral, he would be completely unable to alter the outcome. But Would Randolph be indifferent to this? After this incident, who could guarantee that Randolph wouldn't have any extreme reactions? This could undoubtedly evolve into a lingering hazard. If the two accomplices merely caused him a headache, the main offender Lei Fa truly posed a significant dilemma for him. Sengoku was his most valued admiral, cultivated as a successor for the next fleet admiral, and his importance was beyond question. Especially in the wake of Zephyr's resignation and Garp's refusal of promotion to admiral, Sengoku, as the only current admiral, was even more invaluable. Unlike Garp and Zephyr, Sengoku had never married, dedicating his entire life to the Navy. These two adopted sons could be considered his only family, and their bond was incredibly deep. Marshal Kong understood Sengoku well and was fully aware that, despite the transgressions of these two adopted sons against the laws of the Navy and the world government, Sengoku would never act out of favoritism. However, to personally send his adopted son into the hellish confines of the deep-sea prison for life, could even the seemingly stoic Sengoku truly endure that pain? It was precisely because he understood Sengoku so well that he recognized some matters may not appear as they seem. Dealing with 3 Navy personnel who offended the Celestial Dragons was not a significant issue. For Kong, punishing errant Navy members was an everyday occurrence. However, addressing these 3 individuals could potentially cause resentment from the Navy's only admiral and a leading elite vice admiral, which was a source of concern for Marshal Kong. Vice Admiral Blackbat continued, however, "This is not the fundamental reason I requested the convening of the Supreme Naval Conference. The true reason I propose this is that the main offender Lei Fa is a monstrous genius with the potential to become an admiral. Such a prodigious talent must be handled with utmost caution. The specific course of action must be determined through discussion." "I understand." Marshal Kong rubbed his temples. "Return first. And once you arrive, I will immediately announce the convening of the Supreme Naval Conference." "Understood." Vice Admiral Blackbat hung up the phone book. Turning around, he looked at Lei Fa, confined in the iron cage, and sighed, "You were too impulsive." "Vice Admiral, there's no need to say that. In that situation, I could not simply turn a blind eye." Lei Fa replied from within the cage, gazing at Vice Admiral Blackbat. "When I encountered the Celestial Dragons, I actually wanted to avoid them. Believe it or not, on the very first day I set foot in Sabaody, I considered this issue. My intention was to evade them as much as possible. But as you can see, evasion was impossible." Lei Fa chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Regardless, I will do my utmost to plead on your behalf, but I cannot guarantee anything. This matter is exceedingly sensitive. Even Marshal Kong would not dare make arbitrary decisions. As for Sengoku, you mean to say that my father would not attempt to interfere with the punishment simply because I am his son?" Lei Fa preemptively replied for Vice Admiral Blackbat. Compared to Vice Admiral Blackbat, Lei Fa possessed a far better understanding of Sengoku. Whether from the original memories of Little Lei Fa or from manga, Lei Fa had gathered enough insight into Sengoku's character. Those who bore animosity toward Sengoku referred to him as the #1 lapdog of the world government. While such remarks were undoubtedly fueled by personal emotions, there is a saying that there is no smoke without fire. This sentiment was not entirely unfounded. Sengoku's principle was to implement the will of the world government, eliminating all who opposed it. Even those close to him were no exception. "Are you truly not yet 10 years old?" Vice Admiral Blackbat regarded Lei Fa with an odd expression, continuing, "It is a pity I did not discover sooner that you were a promising talent. Otherwise, upon your arrival in Sabaody, I would have taken you as my disciple and confined you. Even so, do you think that with my temperament, I would obediently submit to being confined by you?" Lei Fa replied with a smile. "At this point, you still have the composure to jest. I must say, I am increasingly impressed with you." The gaunt face of the Blackbat revealed a trace of regret. As he expressed, he remains uncertain about the final fate of Lei Fa. He could even surmise that there is over a 90% likelihood that this matter will not experience any change due to the convening of the Supreme Naval Conference he requested. What he sought was merely a sense of inner peace. As a venerable figure in the Navy, he could not stand idly by while such a promising talent was so easily discarded. Even if he could not alter the outcome in the end, he was determined to exert every effort within his capacity. His old chess companion from the Bounty Hunter Guild recognized this, and thus pointed out Lei Fa's identity as Mr. V. The Ocean Conference Hall stands as the largest meeting chamber in the naval headquarters, unparalleled in its grandeur. The sole purpose of this conference hall is to convene the Supreme Naval Assembly, a testament to the venue's uniqueness and prestige. Furthermore, given the presence of diverse entities, including the giant race among the senior naval officers, the ceiling of this Ocean Conference Hall is designed to be retractable. This allows the giant officers to participate in the discussions from outside during the meeting, demonstrating a comprehensive consideration in the hull's design. In the early morning, several brigadier generals have gradually arrived at the Ocean Conference Hall, taking their prearranged seats. However, the majority of these early arrivals are merely brigadier generals, as the major generals have yet to make their appearance. The senior officers, largely acquainted with one another, began to engage in casual conversations after being seated. "What is the purpose of this meeting?" inquired a square-faced brigadier general. "I'm not sure. Could it be another selection for the Admiralty?" speculated another brigadier. "Surely not. Typically, a new admiral is only chosen after the current ones have all retired. The current Admiral Sengoku still has some time left before retirement," remarked a third brigadier. "I wouldn't dismiss the possibility entirely. The current situation is rather unique. Vice Admiral Garp, who should have been promoted, declined the position, and Admiral Zephyr has resigned following that unfortunate incident. With only Admiral Sengoku remaining, it might be insufficient," the square-faced brigadier pondered. "Enough with the speculation. This meeting isn't for selecting an admiral," interjected a man who had been dozing nearby, suddenly stretching. "Dalmesia, do you know the reason for this meeting? Please enlighten us." The three officers urged him to share. Dalmesia shrugged. "I cannot guarantee its accuracy, but I've heard that the purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with a few individuals who offended the celestial dragons. The initiator of this meeting is Vice Admiral Blackbat." "What? Vice Admiral Blackbat?" The trio was taken aback, familiar with the senior officer who had served alongside Fleet Admiral Kong. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that Vice Admiral Blackbat had not returned to Marineford since he was stationed at Sabaody Archipelago over a decade ago. Why was he suddenly back and convening a Supreme Navy Conference? Every year, there are those who offend the celestial dragons, and they are simply imprisoned in the underwater prison. Why hold a special meeting to discuss it? The square-faced brigadier frowned. Since Vice Admiral Blackbat made this request and Fleet Admiral Kong agreed to convene the meeting, it indicates that there is indeed a necessity for it. "This is not something we can question," Dalmesia countered. "You make a fair point. I was being foolish." The square-faced brigadier acknowledged, embarrassed. Well, Dalmesia, you arrived quite early," a somewhat lecherous voice called out from behind. "Good to see you, Vice Admiral Borsellino." The other three officers greeted, nodding respectfully towards Dalmesia's back. Dalmesia turned to smile at the newcomer. "I happened to wake up early and came straight here. I didn't expect you, Brother Yellow Monkey, to arrive so early as well. Such an exciting meeting warrants an early arrival." "I can hardly wait to see that insufferable brat-faced judgment," Yellow Monkey unabashedly expressed his schadenfreude. "Which brat?" A foreboding sensation washed over Dalmesia at Yellow Monkey's words. You're not aware?" Yellow Monkey feigned surprise before saying, "It's that annoying brat named Law." "Law?" Dalmesia gasped. "It seems you truly didn't know. Well, I want to elaborate further." "You'll find out soon enough," Yellow Monkey said, patting Dalmesia on the shoulder before moving towards the seats designated for vice admirals. "How can this be? The subject of discussion today is actually Law? Who could the others be? Could it be?" As Dalmesia's mind raced with turmoil, he noticed Vice Admiral Randolph entering with a dark expression, completely ignored by the others. It was evident to all that Vice Admiral Randolph was in a foul mood, and no one dared to approach him at this moment. Could it really be the three of them? Dalmesia's face began to reflect his distress. The demeanor of Vice Admiral Randolph, coupled with Yellow Monkey's comments and the purpose of the meeting he had received beforehand, led him to a dreadful conclusion. The culprits who offended the celestial dragons were indeed Law, Patrick, and Barrygood, all dispatched from his own training camp to Sabaody Archipelago. If that were the case, it would explain why Vice Admiral Blackbat initiated this meeting, considering he is the highest authority at Sabaody. "Dalmesia, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly look so pale?" The three brigadiers who had previously conversed with him noticed his change in demeanor. "I'm fine," Dalmesia shook his head. Not wishing to explain, he still clung to a glimmer of hope that he was mistaken. For any of those three to be involved would be disheartening, especially Law, whom he had high hopes for. If this incident stemmed from his decision to send them to Sabaody for training, he would bear the burden of guilt as their mentor. Even if no one blamed him, he could not forgive himself. However, as Admiral Sengoku entered expressionless and Fleet Admiral Kong remained silent, Dalmesia's apprehension deepened. When Vice Admiral Blackbat finally made his appearance, flanked by three handcuffed youths, Dalmesia lost all composure, his face turning ashen. "It's really them." In that moment, he felt an overwhelming regret for having sent them to Sabaody. The Supreme Navy Conference was scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock, but it was only just after 8:30, with more than 20 minutes until the start. However, the senior officers were punctual, and all expected attendees had arrived. Since everyone is here, we need not delay any further. Let us begin, Fleet Admiral Kong stated, seated directly opposite the entrance. The soldiers guarding the door promptly closed it upon hearing his command. This meeting, initiated by Vice Admiral Blackbat and ultimately convened at my discretion, addresses a topic that some may have already heard about. Nonetheless, for the benefit of those unaware, I will explain it in detail. Fleet Admiral Kong began solemnly. The room fell silent, all ears attentive to his words. 2 days ago, a celestial dragon was offended at Sabaody Archipelago. Fleet Admiral Kong recounted the events succinctly, devoid of personal bias, merely outlining the situation. Of course, the account omitted the celestial dragon's arrogance, as this was not suitable for such an assembly, and who among those present was unaware of their nature? The attendees could easily surmise the general truth from their own understanding. That is the situation. The individuals are now under the custody of Vice Admiral Blackbat, those three over there. Marshal Kong gestured towards the unique seat occupied by Vice Admiral Blackbat, indicating the three young men standing behind him. He continued, explaining that the purpose of this meeting, initiated by Vice Admiral Blackbat, was due to one among the trio possessing the potential of a general. Vice Admiral Blackbat believed such talent should be treated with utmost care by the Navy and not be casually dismissed, hence the convening of this discussion. General potential? Just these three youngsters? As soon as Marshal Kong finished speaking, a derisive snicker echoed through the conference hall, drawing the attention of many towards the source of the sound. It was Vice Admiral Kazu Borsellino, a top-ranking admiral rumored to be a frontrunner for the next Navy general. Are you questioning my judgment, Borsellino? Vice Admiral Blackbat inquired with a grim expression. Please, don't take offense, old man. I am merely stating the facts, not targeting anyone. I have seen these three youngsters before, and while they may indeed possess some talent, to say that any of them has the potential of a general seems rather exaggerated, does it not? Borsellino shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Vice Admiral Blackbat's displeasure. Though Kazura typically refrained from exhibiting flamboyance, a deep-seated arrogance dwelled within him, manifesting as a nonchalant attitude towards life's affairs. Fear, that sentiment had long ceased to exist in his dictionary. At merely 8 years of age, one of the boys had independently earned the title of a 6-star bounty hunter from the Bounty Hunter Guild, even managing to subdue a group of celestial dragon bodyguards, all of whom were at least of commander rank. Tell me, if this does not qualify as the potential of a general, then what does? Vice Admiral Blackbat slammed the armrest of his chair, his voice rising in intensity. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Blackbat's words, Borsellino paused momentarily. He was aware that the individual possessing general potential was Lei Fa, and it was precisely this understanding that prompted his sudden interjection. He had witnessed Lei Fa's prowess firsthand. Even in his confrontation with Smoker, victory was achieved through cunning rather than sheer strength. To claim that he had the potential of a general was, quite frankly, absurd. It was important to note that even Smoker, in the current context, could hardly be deemed to possess the potential of a general, as he was still far from being classified as a true monstrous talent. Consequently, Borsellino assumed the assertion regarding Lei Fa's potential stemmed from his status as Sengoku's adopted son. Believing that Vice Admiral Blackbat was fabricating this narrative to assist Sengoku, this line of thought was not entirely unfounded. For Lei Fa's significant leap in strength coincided with the 6 months following his duel with Smoker. The most substantial growth occurred during his year at Sabaody, where he trained at Food Forest. During the year, Lei Fa not only experienced an extraordinary leap in power but also effectively gained an additional year of growth time, as the world outside had merely passed in the blink of an eye. These various factors led Borsellino to misjudge Lei Fa's capabilities. Furthermore, he was unaware that Lei Fa had also assumed the identity of Mr. during his time at Sabaody. Emerging as a superstar within the Bounty Hunter Guild, he even had the fortune of gaining insights from the monstrous talents Phoenix Marco and Mechanical Fury Hercules, of which Borsellino was entirely ignorant. Had he known these details, he would not have chosen to challenge Lei Fa's potential as a general. Vice Admiral Blackbat, I have thoroughly verified the claim regarding general potential and can assure you that he is not exaggerating, so you need not question it. Marshal Kong interjected decisively. Oh, is that so? How embarrassing for me. I hope Vice Admiral Blackbat can forgive my misunderstanding, Borsellino replied with a sly grin. Vice Admiral Blackbat snorted in response, offering no further retort. At that moment, another prominent figure spoke up. Even if one truly possesses the potential of a general, what of it? The celestial dragons are beyond reproach. This is an unyielding decree of the world government. Can exceptional talent defy the will of the world government? Utterly preposterous. The speaker was none other than Akane Sakazuki, another top admiral rumored to be in line for the next Navy general position. While Borsellino's derision stemmed from past grievances with Lei Fa, Sakazuki bore no personal vendetta against him. His words were devoid of bias, merely reflecting his principles that forbade him from allowing Lei Fa and his companions to evade punishment. Sakazuki. Whether this claim of general potential is valid or not is not solely yours to decide. Vice Admiral Blackbat is considering the future of the Navy. What is wrong with that? A handsome middle-aged man seated not far from Sakazuki retorted sharply. The striking middle-aged gentleman before us is none other than General Randolph, the father of Patrick. At this critical juncture, the only individual capable of countering Akane with such pointed rhetoric is indeed the esteemed General Randolph, a figure of his caliber. He felt compelled to intervene, for he understood that in such dire circumstances, defending Lei Fa equated to safeguarding his own son. Ah, General Randolph. Could it be that your defense stems from the fact that one of those 3 youngsters is your own son? The ever-incisive Kizaru bluntly exposed this underlying truth. Preposterous. General Randolph, already in a foul mood, erupted in anger at Kizaru's sardonic remarks. Now, General Randolph, let not your temper flare. I am but a timid soul, Kizaru feigned fear, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. Silence. Marshal Kong interjected sharply, halting the heated exchange. However, some officers in attendance, unfamiliar with the identities of the trio, began to murmur among themselves, realizing for the first time that one of them was indeed General Randolph's son. Blackbat, Marshal Kong proposed. Since this meeting was instigated by you, please share your perspective. With a nod, Blackbat responded, the events leading to this incident were not without cause. Though I shall refrain from elaborating further. From what I observed, the 3 acted out of a desire to rescue someone, inadvertently offending the celestial dragons. It was a grave oversight on their part. Furthermore, they inflicted no harm upon the celestial dragons themselves. By the time I arrived, they were merely acting in self-defense, temporarily subduing the bodyguards of the celestial dragons without any further misconduct. Undoubtedly, Blackbat's statements served to exonerate the trio. Yet, had these justifications been presented by ordinary individuals, the attending officers would likely have dismissed them outright. Even Blackbat himself would not have given much credence to these seemingly rational explanations. After all, the very existence of the celestial dragons represents the utmost injustice. To preserve the dignity of the world government, such matters are merely trifles. In truth, even with Blackbat, the most senior of the admirals, attempting to advocate for them, the majority of the officers remain skeptical. Any matter concerning the celestial dragons is supremely sensitive to engage with them. Even for a youth who may one day ascend to the rank of admiral is a perilous endeavor, regardless of how eloquently Blackbat attempted to justify Lei Fa's potential. The fact remains that he is not yet an admiral. The seas are replete with prodigies whose brilliance is extinguished prematurely. Mere possibility is insufficient to warrant the attention of these officers. Indeed, Blackbat observed that only about a fifth of the officers showed any semblance of agreement with his words, while the rest remained decidedly unconvinced. Should a final vote be held, the trio's fate would likely revert to the status quo. Sengoku, do you have anything to contribute? Blackbat sensed the shifting tides and sought external support. All eyes turned to the one individual privy to Lei Fa's role as the principal offender, the current sole admiral. Particularly, Kizaru regarded Sengoku with keen interest. Should he choose to exonerate Lei Fa, Kizaru would likely relish the opportunity to further illuminate the relationship between Lei Fa and Sengoku, much like he had done with General Randolph and Patrick. However, to their astonishment, Sengoku merely rose and made his way toward the exit of the conference room. I have nothing to say. Let the rules dictate our course. I am feeling unwell and must visit the infirmary. My apologies. As the sole admiral, Sengoku's abrupt shift in stance was undeniably impolite. Yet, even Kizaru, who was quick to find fault, could not muster a word of reproach. He had anticipated that Sengoku would deliver a series of justifications similar to Blackbat's, given Lei Fa's status as Sengoku's adopted son and their evidently strong bond. It was unexpected for Sengoku to adopt such an unyielding position, directly choosing not to defend Lei Fa. Sengoku's sudden departure, given his relationship with the primary offender, rendered it somewhat less abrupt. Witnessing Sengoku's exit, Blackbat felt a weight in his heart. Not only he, but also General Randolph, the unqualified Major General Harrison, and several other admirals, including Dalmesia and Ghost Spider, who had grown familiar with Lei Fa during the training camp, shared in this sentiment. Even Marshal Kong had not foreseen Sengoku's resolute stance. As Black Bat fell into silence due to Sengoku's unexpected exit, Marshal Kong seized the moment. Does anyone else have a perspective on this matter? Dalmesia, please share your thoughts. Noticing Dalmesia raise his hand, Marshal Kong nodded in acknowledgement. As the supervisor of this year's training camp, I believe I possess considerable authority to speak on this matter. From my interactions with the trio, I deem them to be exemplary naval officers. Even if they have acted improperly, it is undoubtedly a mistake born of ignorance, and they should be afforded the opportunity to atone for their actions. Dalmesia's sentiments echoed those of Black Bat, yet he felt compelled to articulate his position, seeking wider consensus. While the meeting in the Marine Conference Hall raged on, Sengoku departed silently, acknowledging the salutes of fellow Marines with a mere nod. Instead of heading to the infirmary, he paused in a dimly lit corner and retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket, placing it to his ear. After pressing a button on the device, he awaited a response. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Moses? Yes, it's me, Sengoku. Alabasta, a city rising from the desert. Although its conditions may seem harsh compared to other cities on the Grand Line, it stands as the largest and most prosperous city on this island of Sainton. At this moment, in the very heart of Alabasta, within the royal palace, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown sat upon the throne, holding the transponder snail's microphone. His expression a complex mix of excitement and guilt. Before the throne, a young man stood patiently, awaiting the conversation without interjecting. You mean to say, Farrell still has descendants alive? The crowned man inquired, his tone laced with a hint of fervor. Indeed, replied the transponder snail, clad in frog-like spectacles. But if this is true, why have you only now chosen to inform me of this? The crowned man pressed. Because, before his passing, he entrusted this child to me, emphasizing that unless absolutely necessary, he should not be involved in your family's affairs. He had grown weary of that identity and wished for the child to avoid a similar fate, the frog-eyed transponder snail explained. As for why I am contacting you now, it is because you may be the only one capable of assisting him. I believe Farrell, if he were still alive, would likely endorse my decision. I comprehend, and I appreciate your trust. Allow me to handle this matter. The middle-aged man adorned with a crown expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Then, I shall trouble you. You overstated. I owe him too much. This is indeed my obligation. The crowned gentleman shook his head in response. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he finally ended the call. After hanging up, the crowned man turned to his son, who gazed at him with curiosity, and said, I understand you have many questions. But please refrain from asking just yet. I will explain everything to you once I have dealt with this matter. Yes, father. The young man nodded in agreement. The crowned gentleman then picked up the telephone device again and dialed a number. This time, the device transformed into an image of a man with a bushy beard, wearing a flat cap, with a scar on his left cheek, and a deep voice resonated. Moses, Moses? It is I, Edmund, the crowned man replied. Ah, it is His Majesty Edmund. May I inquire what brings you here? The deep voice questioned. I heard that a celestial dragon was offended in Sabaody a few days ago. Indeed. I hope this matter can be laid to rest. That may prove challenging. The offended party belongs to the Muscarud Saint family, of which His Majesty Edmund must be somewhat aware. Then please convey to them that the offender is my nephew, one of the few direct descendants of the Nepherdal family, if they insist on pursuing vengeance. They must not blame me for retaliating. If any news they wish to remain undisclosed reaches the public, do not say I did not warn them. The crowned gentleman uttered with a cold scoff. I understand. I shall relay His Majesty Edmund's words. The deep voice responded. The crowned gentleman then concluded the call. He turned to his son and said, Do you remember when I told you about your deceased uncle, Kabura, when you were young? I do. The young man named Kabura nodded. In truth, he did not pass away. He joined the Navy and gradually ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral. His name is Farrell. The crowned gentleman sighed wistfully. Are you saying that Vice Admiral Farrell is my uncle? The young man exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that during his childhood, Farrell was one of the most celebrated vice admirals, a formidable presence on the seas, rivaling even the strategist John Gort of his time. He had once revered him as one of his idols, and now to discover that he was his uncle was beyond his wildest imagination. However, if Uncle Farrell joined the Navy, why did you conceal this from me, father? The young man questioned, puzzled. This matter is rather complex. I shall explain it to you in due time. Just remember, our family bears a debt to him. The crowned gentleman's demeanor turned somber, as if he wished to avoid reminiscing about it. So, that boy named Lei Fa is my cousin? The young man inquired. Indeed, Jean Goulet is your uncle's closest companion. He would not fabricate tales regarding this. Farrell's only remaining bloodline must not fall into the hands of those ruffians. The crowned gentleman declared with a scornful huff. But, Father, by threatening them in such a manner, will it not incite their wrath? The young man voiced his concerns. And what of it? Regardless of their disdain for us, they cannot annihilate us entirely. In fact, should we face a truly catastrophic threat, they would be compelled to send aid to preserve us, the 20 founding families. Although we cannot claim absolute unity, no family would stand by idly while another's lineage is severed, for it concerns the legitimacy of the whole. The crowned gentleman sneered. Yet, as you stated, Father, their reluctance to see our lineage extinguished does not imply they fear you, the youth said apprehensively, but was interrupted by his father. Enough. I comprehend your point. The crowned gentleman raised his hand to silence his son, signaling him to cease his discourse. At that moment, the telephone device rang once more. The crowned gentleman answered, and the device transformed back to the image of the man with the flat cap and scar, who said, "They have agreed not to pursue the matter any further." "Very well, I understand." The crowned gentleman nodded. Simultaneously, they requested me to convey a message to His Majesty Edmund. The deep voice continued. "Pray, proceed." They instructed me to inform His Majesty Edmund that this is a one-time concession, should you resort to threats again. They would not hesitate to act and alter the fate of Alabasta. The deep voice seemed to float lightly. With a decisive click, the crowned gentleman hung up the phone. His expression impassive. Father, the words from the device only heightened the young man's anxiety. As a ruler, one must remain composed in the face of adversity. Look at yourself. What a sight you present. The crowned gentleman admonished his son with a frown. But, no buts. Withdraw for now. I wish to contemplate in solitude. Yes. The young man, feeling helpless, performed a bow and retreated. P.S. Here comes the second update. Hey, I seek a bombardment of recommendations. In the Marine Conference Hall, Dalmatia's lengthy discourse finally reached a conclusion. However, even he recognized that his elaborate oration would likely yield little substance, bearing a striking resemblance to the previous justifications offered by Vice Admiral Blackbat. After he finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the room. Moments later, a languid voice, seemingly just awakened, broke the stillness, stating, "Well, I concur with Dalmatia's perspective because, let me think. Forget it, I agree." The speaker, like Dalmatia, was merely a rear admiral but one of the rare prodigious talents among the younger generation of the Navy, Green Pheasant Kazan. Though still too young to stand alongside Kizaru Anakainu, he was likewise seen as a potential candidate for the position of admiral in the future. His words immediately garnered attention from a portion of the assembly. Could it be that several naval subordinates hold greater significance than the dignity of the world government and the entire Navy? Kazan, your position is rather unsteady, Akaina coldly reprimanded. You possess your views, and I possess mine, that is all, Green Pheasant replied languidly. Vice Admiral Blackbat, do you wish to continue speaking? If not, shall we proceed to the voting? Kizaru inquired leisurely. Borsellino, it seems you have yet to take the mantle of hosting this meeting, does it not? Before Vice Admiral Blackbat could respond, Vice Admiral Randolph questioned from a distance. It was merely a suggestion. Why the agitation, Randolph? Can you foresee the dismal fate of those 3 youngsters? Kizaru replied with a smile concealing a blade. Vice Admiral Randolph's countenance darkened, and he fell silent. For given the current circumstances, he could indeed foresee the outcome awaiting his son. Very well, Borsellino, you should refrain from excessive commentary. Marshal Kong furrowed his brow, halting the yellow ape from exacerbating the situation further, and remarked that since those who wished to express their opinions had already done so, there was no need for further discussion. His words were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of his personal phone, a specialized device reserved solely for communication with 5 particular individuals. Marshal Kong offered an apologetic glance to the assembly before placing the phone to his ear and commencing the call. Although answering a phone during a meeting is generally considered impolite, the rarity of his personal phone ringing suggested that it was typically reserved for matters of significant importance. Much like the incident involving the celestial dragons that had occurred previously, the attending officers were well aware of this context and bore no resentment. As he engaged in the conversation, Marshal Kong responded softly with affirmations, "Yes, understood, I comprehend," until approximately half a minute later, he concluded the call. He then addressed the assembled officers, stating that the celestial dragons had indicated this incident was a misunderstanding and would not be pursued further. As he conveyed this information, a hint of confusion was evident in his demeanor. The officers below erupted in astonishment. General Randolph clenched his fist in a surge of excitement, an action somewhat unbecoming of his rank. Yet the gravity of the situation left little room for decorum. If the celestial dragons chose not to pursue this matter, it implied that Lei Fa and his companions were in the clear, with the principal party declaring it merely a misunderstanding. Any further insistence on the matter would escalate beyond mere disagreement. It would inevitably lead to a confrontation. General Blackbat also wore a look of disbelief, unable to fathom how such a turn of events could transpire. The celestial dragons voluntarily relinquishing their pursuit? How could that possibly be? This is truly an unprecedented occurrence. Initially, Kizaru, who had taken pride in his remark about the impending demise of Admiral Randolph, momentarily stiffened, only to subsequently glance towards Marshal Sora, questioning whether he had misheard. Akainu, on the other hand, exhibited a more subdued reaction, as his initial stance was not directed at anyone in particular. He merely deemed the convening of this meeting for the sake of the trio, Luffy, Law, and Kid, unworthy. With the celestial dragons indicating that the matter was merely a misunderstanding, it was decided to let this incident pass and conclude the meeting. Marshal Sora's decisive proclamation marked the end of proceedings. It was at this juncture that Kizaru finally accepted the reality of the situation. The celestial dragons had astonishingly chosen to forego pursuing the offenders, despite the undeniable fact that the trio had indeed assaulted the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, rendering several unconscious. Under such circumstances, it would seem that no rationale could possibly justify the outcome. Nonetheless, regardless of the thoughts of those present, the situation has irrevocably been decided. The towering officials of the giant race were the first to take their leave, followed gradually by the other commanders within the meeting hall. Among them, Kizaru was the foremost to depart, not lingering for even a moment. This conclusion left him thoroughly displeased. He had come today with a mindset eager for amusement, even willing to exacerbate the situation to enhance his enjoyment, yet the unfolding events diverged completely from his expectations. Truly, one could say he harbored a remarkable grudge. Behind Vice Admiral Blackbat, Lei Fa had been silently observing all that transpired. Noticing Kizaru's grim expression as he exited, Lei Fa couldn't help but express his sentiments. Although this meeting was convened primarily due to the three of them, more accurately, it was his very presence that provided the rationale for it. He found himself without any voice in the matter, merely a spectator, akin to watching a live-action adaptation of a One Piece film. The only distinction was that this particular narrative bore significant implications for his future. It was astonishing that the celestial dragons would relinquish their pursuit of something so fundamentally unjust. Even though my rather ineffectual father is now revered as an admiral, in the eyes of those celestial dragons, he likely ranks no higher than a rather privileged servant. Thus, it was inconceivable that they would spare me, Lei Fa pondered. The conclusion of this affair astonished not only the assembled officers but also caught Lei Fa completely unawares. He had mentally prepared himself for the prospect of being incarcerated in the deep-sea prison, contemplating that if he were indeed sentenced to life imprisonment, he would seize the opportunity presented by the impending first successful escape from the prison to plot his own escape. However, events unfolded in an entirely unexpected manner, leading to his release without any repercussions. Lei Fa couldn't help but associate this unexpected outcome with the sudden departure of his adoptive father, which left him pondering the connections between the two occurrences. To unravel this mystery, he would need to confront his adoptive father directly. After the bizarre conclusion of the meeting, the marshal publicly declared Lei Fa and his companions innocent. Lei Fa, unable to engage in further pleasantries with his mentor, Professor Dalmatia, expressed his gratitude briefly before hurrying home. Upon entering his residence, he was unexpectedly approached by a figure who swiftly delivered a slap to his head. Although he could have easily evaded the blow, he chose not to. "You've really done it this time, you rascal. Do you dare to be any bolder?" Corazon appeared genuinely irked. Once a member of the Celestial Dragons, he understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone else. Given the notorious arrogance of the Celestial Dragons, Lei Fa's fate seemed destined for tragedy. Although he remained unaware of how the situation had transformed from peril to safety, he felt a deep sense of dread. Corazon had always regarded Lei Fa as a younger brother, far more endearing than his own cold-hearted older sibling. "I'm fine, aren't I?" Lei Fa, aware of his own shortcomings and feeling somewhat apologetic, refrained from retorting and instead inquired, "Where is father?" "In the study, waiting for you. Go on in." "We'll discuss this later." Corazon indicated toward the study, his tone still tinged with irritation. Lei Fa promptly made his way to the study. Upon reaching the door, he found it ajar, allowing him to glimpse his adoptive father, Sengoku, engrossed in writing with a massive brush. Lei Fa knew that his adoptive father not only possessed formidable strength but also had a remarkable talent for calligraphy, one of the few hobbies he cherished. Sengoku's calligraphic skills were among the finest in the Navy, with even the grand characters spelling Navy on the headquarters walls being his handiwork. As soon as Lei Fa entered the study, Sengoku instructed him, "Stand by for a moment while I finish these characters." Yes, Lei Fa replied, nodding. He turned his gaze to the desk, where Sengoku was inscribing 4 characters, conceal one's talents and await an opportunity. Lei Fa understood that this message was intended for him. After setting down the brush and stretching his shoulders, Sengoku took a seat and looked at Lei Fa, asking, "All is well now? Father, how did you manage this?" Lei Fa could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Even if you hadn't asked, I would have deemed it necessary to share this with you. Please, sit." Sengoku gestured toward the chair opposite him, inviting Lei Fa to sit and converse at leisure. Once Lei Fa was seated, Sengoku continued, "This matter pertains to your lineage." Lei Fa's curiosity was piqued. It is worth noting that even the original Lei Fa was unaware of the intricacies of his lineage. Only knowing that he was adopted by Sengoku, much like his elder brother Corazon. Was there perhaps a deeper secret involved? "Your biological father was my dear friend, a man named Farrell. I believe this name should be familiar to you," Sengoku stated slowly. "Are you saying that Rear Admiral Farrell is my biological father?" Lei Fa responded, slightly taken aback. He indeed recognizes this name, not from the realm of manga, as there is no mention of the years before Admiral Sengoku's rise in that world. This Rear Admiral Farrell was a close friend of Sengoku during his time as a Vice Admiral, possessing a reputation that rivaled Sengoku's, and at that time, he was in the prime of his life, only to meet an unexpected demise later on. The young Lei Fa had heard of this individual multiple times, yet he had never associated him with his own heritage. However, this revelation does not stir much within Lei Fa now. Firstly, this body has never encountered the illustrious Rear Admiral Farrell. Neither the original young Lei Fa nor the current version of himself has laid eyes upon him. Moreover, even if Rear Admiral Farrell were indeed the biological father of this current body, his soul originates from another world, rendering any emotional connection to a stranger impossible. Even if Farrell were my father, what relevance does that have to this situation? Surely, not even you, old man, can influence the celestial dragons. Lei Fa remained perplexed. Indeed, while I am an admiral, I hold little significance in the eyes of the celestial dragons. However, Farrell is different. His family was once one of the 20 royal families that founded the world government. Although they willingly relinquished their opportunity to become celestial dragons, they still remain among the few who command respect from the world's aristocracy. Sengoku mused. Could it be the Nefertari family of Alabasta? A name suddenly sprang to Lei Fa's mind. In his recollections, this family was the only one that matched the description. "You are aware of this matter?" Sengoku inquired, slightly surprised. "I have heard whispers of it," Lei Fa nodded. "Well then, that saves me the trouble of explaining. In essence, your father is a direct descendant of the Nefertari family. Currently, King Edmund of Alabasta is the 11th head of the Nefertari family and is also your father Farrell's biological brother, making him your uncle," Sengoku clarified. "The reason you have emerged unscathed from this ordeal is due to King Edmund's intervention. Although I am uncertain how he managed it, the outcome is that you remain unharmed. This lineage, in fact, impacts Lei Fa far more than the revelation of his biological father, whom he has never met. He is not unfamiliar with the Nefertari family, even knowing that the next head will be Cobra, who likely has a daughter named Vivi. So, I have become Cobra's cousin, Vivi's uncle?" Lei Fa found it difficult to ascertain whether he should feel joy or discomfort. It simply felt odd. It was akin to the moment he discovered Sengoku was his adoptive father. The surreal sensation of a fictional character suddenly becoming a part of his family was beyond expression. "Then why have you never disclosed this to me before, old man?" Lei Fa suddenly asked. "This involves certain matters between your father and King Edmund, which I find inappropriate to discuss. You should wait until you have the opportunity to ask King Edmund directly. The decision not to inform you was also a request from your father before his passing. Were it not for the significant trouble you caused," Sengoku did not continue further. Yet Lei Fa understood. It seemed that his biological father wished to keep him distanced from the Nefertari family, having specifically instructed Sengoku to do so. P.S. A second update, slightly delayed, my apologies. Additionally, I often see inquiries about the number of updates for today. Just to clarify, this month's routine consists of a minimum of 2 updates. If I do not specify otherwise, there will only be 2. Speaking of which, since you joined the youth training camp, it has barely been a year since you began your training, yet you have already attained such strength and even secretly joined the Bounty Hunter Guild. You've certainly grown," Sengoku remarked, shifting the topic. Lei Fa found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "However, while you have managed to navigate this crisis due to your lineage, do you not think you are drawing too much attention to yourself?" becoming a 6-star bounty hunter before the age of 10 and emerging unscathed after offending the celestial dragons. These matters combined will inevitably place you in the spotlight, which could prove detrimental, Sengoku pondered. I have arranged your next destination. For the next 2 years, you shall remain there to reflect and settle down. Destination? Where? Lei Fa inquired. A place that will allow you to temporarily escape the turmoil, Sengoku replied with a smile. Lei Fa grew increasingly curious, yet Sengoku did not unveil the mystery, stating that he would understand upon arrival. Half a month later, as Lei Fa set foot on this unfamiliar island for the first time, he could not help but exclaim to himself that this indeed was a place where he could evade the storm, as it was sufficiently inconspicuous. For this island lies beyond the confines of the Grand Line. To the Navy, pirates, and those formidable powers, this is an unremarkable wasteland. The weakest of seas, the East Blue. The land Lei Fa stepped upon was a small town, barely noticeable even in the present East Blue, known as Town. He might stir some commotion by eluding the celestial dragon sanctions, yet this would not compel those watching him to embark on a worldwide search. Before long, after this little tempest subsides, he would gradually fade from memory, which is precisely what Sengoku hoped to see. In this obscure town of the East Blue, Lei Fa could indeed find a temporary reprieve from all disturbances. However, he was acutely aware that this anonymity was merely fleeting. This is the birthplace of Roger, which will, in a few years, also become his final resting place. At that time, he will dominate the Grand Line, ascending to the throne of the Pirate King. His demise will herald an era of unparalleled chaos, the Great Pirate Era. Town will thus become a landmark that signifies the dawn of this tumultuous age, its name echoing across the seas, becoming renowned even along the Grand Line. Lei Fa pondered, somewhat whimsically, about how discerning his father was in choosing locations. He could not precisely recall when Roger would be brought here for his execution, but he believed it would be shortly after he claimed the title of Pirate King, with at least a year or two remaining until that moment. Could it be that I will witness this legendary scene here, private-like? Just as Lei Fa was lost in brief contemplation, the call of his name interrupted his thoughts. Present. Lei Fa responded loudly. Like was a temporary identity arranged for him by Sengoku, known only to a select few within the Navy, allowing Lei Fa to settle down for 2 years in peace. Although Sengoku was fiercely loyal to the world government and the Navy, orchestrating a temporary identity for a distinguished admiral like himself was a manageable task. At the age of 12, having earned a 5th-class merit once, he was directly promoted to the rank of private, quite impressive for someone so young. The lieutenant holding the fictitious persona of regarded Lei Fa with admiration. Of course, the age was also fabricated. It was hardly discernible if he were just a few years off, especially given Lei Fa's stature, which was already above average for his peers. Thus, posing as a 12-year-old was not at all out of place. As for the rank, it was not an arbitrary elevation of authority by Sengoku, given Lei Fa's current capabilities. A promotion to the rank of officer was not out of the question. The Navy had numerous precedents for promotions based on merit. However, Lei Fa's assignment here was to avoid drawing attention, making it impractical to grant him an officer's status. It is worth noting that the highest-ranking official in Town was merely a commander. In its current state, Town was far less significant than it would be after the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Having a commander oversee this small town was already an overqualification. If Lei Fa were to arrive here as an officer, it would attract far too much attention. A 12-year-old private, while slightly elevated in status in such a small place, would not provoke excessive scrutiny, an ideal arrangement. You flatter me, sir, Lei Fa humbly replied. Welcome to Town. While it may not rival the grandeur of the Grand Line, it possesses a unique charm. Trust me, you will come to love it here, the lieutenant said with a smile. I believe so too, sir, Lei Fa agreed. Come. Let me show you around some of the main sights in town before we discuss other matters, the lieutenant said with remarkable enthusiasm, which made Lei Fa feel somewhat uneasy. However, this was likely the spirit of such a small town. Had he been in Marineford or Sabaody, he would have suspected the lieutenant of ulterior motives. Much like Brigadier General Pearson, who had warmly welcomed Lei Fa and Patrick, clearly seeking to establish connections with Vice Admiral Randolph and Sengoku. Unfortunately, the results of that endeavor seemed rather insignificant. Through brief exchanges, Lei Fa learned that this lieutenant was named Owen, also an outsider like himself. The only difference was that Lieutenant Owen hailed not from the Grand Line, but from other islands in the East Blue. And he had never set foot on the Grand Line, having lived here for over a decade. His warmth toward Lei Fa stemmed partly from his personality and partly due to his curiosity about the Grand Line, given Lei Fa's origins from there. In the town of Rock, it appears that only the esteemed governor, Colonel Stephen, has traversed the Grand Line. However, given Owen's status, he is evidently unqualified to engage in casual conversation with such a high-ranking official. Thus, the arrival of Lei Fa presents him with a means to glean insights about the Grand Line. Throughout their journey, Owen incessantly bombards Lei Fa with a myriad of peculiar inquiries. Indeed, I have encountered officers of the rank of captain. What do they look like? Perhaps quite similar to you and me, one head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. The only distinction being their advanced age. Giants? You haven't seen them? Indeed, they are not uncommon along the Grand Line, with several giant officers even serving in the Navy. Lei Fa, eager to conclude this unending exchange, finds himself at the mercy of Lieutenant Owen's enthusiasm. Thus, on his first day in ROG, Lei Fa spends his time amidst this relentless barrage of questions. Unbeknownst to him, there are far more individuals monitoring his movements than he could ever imagine. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick in the latter part of the Grand Line, the legendary Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, guffaws heartily after downing a large bowl of sake and addresses Marco, who has just returned from a busy errand. Golalala, Marco. I hear you, and that Hercules lad faced quite a setback at the hands of a bounty hunter? Father's intelligence is indeed astute. Indeed, that is the case. Marco replies with a wry smile. It is quite embarrassing, as the fellow is merely a child not yet 10 years old, and moreover, he is the son of one of your old friends, father. Oh, an old friend? Whitebeard sets down his bowl. The wise strategist, Sengoku, Marco informs him. Golalala. So it is that old rascal Sengoku. He certainly qualifies as an old friend. Whitebeard laughs heartily. Long ago, during Sengoku's time as a colonel, he pursued Whitebeard, who has since become a legendary pirate of the seas, while Sengoku has risen to the rank of admiral. They are indeed formidable rivals. Yet Sengoku is one of the few who earns Whitebeard's respect. However, Whitebeard suddenly realizes, with a hint of displeasure, you scoundrel. To have suffered at the hands of Sengoku's son is quite a disgrace. Father, please calm down. This time, it was my oversight. In truth, the boy is not particularly strong. We fell victim to his surprise tactics, Marco chuckles. Enough with the explanations. A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses. Haven't I also faced setbacks against that old rascal Sengoku? Just rectify it next time. But based on what you've said, for such a young boy to have managed to outsmart you, even if he lacks strength, he must possess remarkable talent, Whitebeard comments. That is likely true. Speaking of which, something quite amusing happened recently. That boy offended a celestial dragon in Sabaody, Marco recounts. A celestial dragon? They are a group of individuals more unreasonable than pirates. Even if the boy is Sengoku's son, he might find himself in dire straits, Whitebeard muses. You would be mistaken, father. It seems the celestial dragon chose to forego any retribution, and the boy emerged unscathed, Marco explains. The celestial dragon voluntarily relinquished pursuit? That is certainly not something Sengoku could orchestrate. Intriguing, Whitebeard strokes his beard, deep in thought. I too find it curious, but it should be true. I received the news from the news agency. An interesting lad, indeed, Whitebeard chuckles. In a small restaurant on the Sabaody archipelago, the ever-red-capped Shichi and the blue-clad girl, Waki, were enjoying afternoon tea and snacks. Upon receiving a phone call, Shichi's expression shifted dramatically. What's wrong, Sister Shichi? Waki inquired. Do you remember that fellow named Lei Fa? Shichi replied. Mr. V? Waki said. Yes, that's him. What about him? Has he been sentenced? Quite the contrary, he has been acquitted, with no charges against him. Shichi stated. How is that possible? He offended a celestial dragon and faced no repercussions? Waki expressed disbelief. It is said that the celestial dragon chose to drop the matter, allowing it to pass without further issue. Could it be that the Bounty Hunter Guild intervened on his behalf? Waki speculated. You overestimate them when it comes to fundamental issues. Even the Navy would not give them face, let alone the celestial dragons who are far more deranged, Shichi scoffed. Then what could it be? I'm not certain. There must be some underlying circumstances, but our intelligence network is not sufficient to uncover the truth. This fellow, the next opportunity one have to meet him. I must inquire further. Stop it, Sister Shichi, he is a member of the Navy. And what of it? I am not a wanted criminal. While the two girls engaged in their conversation, on the other side of Sabaody, Rear Admiral Blackbat had returned from Marineford, accompanied by Patrick and his companion. The soldier named Joshua and his family have all been secretly detained in the prison on Island 62. They should be fine. You may go retrieve them. Rear Admiral Blackbat informed Patrick and Berrygood. Thank you, Rear Admiral. Patrick replied gratefully after a moment's reflection. The Rear Admiral's actions effectively shielded Joshua's family from potential retribution by the Celestial Dragons. Go on. I have already notified the others. Rear Admiral Blackbat waved them off. Once Patrick and his companion departed, Rear Admiral Blackbat returned to his training grounds, where the short old man known as Fisher awaited him, the chessboard already set. Finally back. Come, let us engage in a fierce battle, Fisher smiled. Very well. Rear Admiral Blackbat responded, revealing a rare smile. Patrick and his companion arrived at Island 62, swiftly retrieving Joshua's family and accompanying them back to their home. After calming his mother and sister, Joshua sat down with Patrick and his companion, his demeanor heavy as he inquired, "Where is Lei Fa?" "Do not worry, he is safe," Patrick assured him. "Though he incurred the wrath of a celestial dragon to save you, it turns out his father is none other than Admiral Sengoku, which is quite the revelation. However, he might be in hiding now due to the trouble he stirred." Unbeknownst to Patrick, the true circumstances remained concealed. In the past, upon learning that Lei Fa was the son of the esteemed Admiral Sengoku, Joshua would have expressed exaggerated excitement. Yet now, he appeared transformed. Not even a hint of surprise crossing his face. It is merely a deep breath. Everything will be fine. If you happen to see him, please extend my gratitude. I shall never forget this kindness, nor will I forget all of you. I am deeply appreciative of your support, which I shall cherish forever. We are all brothers. Such words seem unnecessary, Patrick reassured. Rest assured, this ordeal is behind you, and it should not affect you further. You remain a proud sailor. Very good attempted to lighten the mood. A proud sailor? Joshua chuckled self-deprecatingly. Patrick noticed his distress and inquired, "Joshua, are you?" "I intend to leave the Navy." Joshua replied calmly. "Leave the Navy?" Very Good's voice rose slightly. Patrick asked, "Are you certain? Would you reconsider? Are you worried that this incident might impact your future in the Navy?" "You need not worry. We will look after you. Everything will be fine." Before we arrived, Leif specifically mentioned that if you wished, you could return with us to Marine Vondo, away from here. I appreciate your goodwill. I know you genuinely regard me as a brother, or else you would not have stood up for me. Joshua shook his head. However, this experience has left me weary of this identity. I believe it is better for me to lead a normal life, away from such turmoil. Very well. Since you have made your decision, we shall not. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from outside. This is bad. Patrick's eyelids twitched, and he dashed towards the door, kicking it open and rushing out. Upon emerging, he saw billowing smoke pouring from the room where Joshua's mother and sister were, clearly the source of the earlier explosion. Mother, little sister. Joshua followed closely, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged towards the scene. Very good, protect him, Patrick instructed. Very Good swiftly complied. Meanwhile, Patrick surveyed the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, he spotted a figure darting from a nearby room towards the exit. "Where do you think you're going?" Patrick shouted, pursuing the figure. However, the figure's speed surpassed his own, and by the time he reached the door, it had vanished without a trace. A chill ran down Patrick's spine as he pondered the situation. He then turned back and hurried toward the room where Joshua's mother and sister were located. There, he found Joshua kneeling, eyes vacant, tears streaming down his face, while his mother and sister lay lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. Just 10 minutes prior, they had been vibrant beings. Now, they were reduced to mere remnants of flesh, victims of the explosion. Joshua, the dead cannot be revived. Mourn not in despair. Very Good, at a loss for words, placed a hand on Joshua's shoulder. Patrick clenched his fists, silent and resolute. Even a mere guess would reveal that the mastermind behind this affair is undoubtedly connected to that celestial dragon, even if he did not directly issue the orders. It is certainly his subordinates and followers who are responsible for the deeds. The situation at hand seems almost impossible to recover. Celestial dragon, Joshua chuckled hollowly, his eyes void of life as he cradled the lifeless bodies of his mother and sister. A nameless feeling surged within him, as if something ineffable had been liberated. Presently, Lei Fa found himself in Logetown, temporarily severed from the Grand Line. The sole means of communication with the Grand Line, a telephone snail, resided in the office of Colonel Stephen. Unless Lei Fa intended to abandon his concealed identity, it was indeed inconvenient for him to reconnect with his former acquaintances in the immediate term. Consequently, he remained oblivious to Joshua's experiences. Gradually, he began to acclimate to the leisurely pace of life in Logetown, in contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Sabaody. Even the Navy's Marine headquarters at Marine Ford lacked the vibrant life essence that permeated Logetown. Years hence, Logetown would gain renown across the seas with the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, yet at present, It bore little distinction from the majority of ordinary islands in the East Sea. Lei Fa personally discerned the rationale behind the East Sea's reputation as the weakest sea. Take Lobetown. For instance, theoretically, the strongest figure was Colonel Stephen, the highest-ranking naval officer in the town. Typically, such a naval officer should have no trouble dealing with bounty hunters whose rewards were below 10 million. However, upon his initial encounter with Colonel Stephen and subsequent assessment of his rank, Lei Fa was surprised to find that this presumed strongest individual in Lobetown was even inferior to some junior officers in the Grand Line. In the Grand Line, he would be fortunate to hold the position of lieutenant. Yet here, in the East Sea, he was a colonel and the supreme authority of this small town. Lei Fa realized he could not apply the standards of naval ranks from the Grand Line to gauge strength in the East Sea. This region possessed its own promotion system, perhaps linked to strength, but the criteria certainly could not be equated with the broadly accepted standards of the Grand Line. Thus, as he continually recognized and accepted the differences between this place and the Grand Line, Lei Fa gradually adapted. 6 months had swiftly passed. Good morning, Sergeant Lei Fa. Good morning, sirs. On this day, as Lei Fa patrolled his usual area accompanied by 2 subordinates, the local vendors greeted him warmly. Good morning to you all. He responded with a smile to each. As a Navy corporal, also referred to as a sergeant, Lei Fa commanded 5 naval soldiers. Though today he had brought only 2 for patrol, while the other 3 were assigned to another area. Lei Fa, Sandy's sister has a birthday today. Are you joining the festivities later? Inquired a lanky naval soldier trailing behind him. His name was Green, and Sandy was another of Lei Fa's subordinates. I won't be attending. Enjoy yourselves. I'll allow you to arrive late tomorrow, as long as it's not excessive. I don't want to have to explain it to the higher-ups. Lei Fa replied with a smile. I knew you'd be the best, Lei Fa, Green exclaimed joyfully, but he continued. Are you really not going? I've heard Sandy's sister may not be the prettiest, but she has plenty of attractive friends who'll be there tonight. You're still a virgin, right? Why not take this opportunity? Enough of your chatter. Lei Fa shot him a glare. Do you want me to assign you the evening patrol? Please, no. I was wrong. I really was. Green hastily apologized, adopting a pitiful expression. Knowing you're wrong should prompt you to close your mouth. If I hear another word from you before the patrol ends, you won't be leaving the camp today. Understood. Green quickly covered his mouth, nodding vigorously. By the time Lei Fa and his 2 subordinates concluded their routine patrol, it was only 2 in the afternoon, leaving at least 3 hours until the 5 o'clock break. However, seeing their eagerness, Lei Fa decided to let them leave early. These guys, Lei Fa chuckled, shaking his head, although his true age was merely 9 years. His mental maturity surpassed that of his teenage subordinates. Not only did he have a longer lifespan, but even among peers, individuals in this world did not compare to those who had grown up during the information explosion era on Earth. Perfect. I can begin my training earlier today. Lei Fa thought with satisfaction. After returning to the Navy barracks to change clothes, he ventured alone to a beach in the southwestern part of the town, which was his favorite training ground due to its seclusion and spaciousness. Upon arriving, he commenced with a series of warm-up exercises, followed by a methodical practice of his acquired skills. He began with the Navy's 6 forms, specifically spear, hand, and shave, the only 2 techniques selectively taught at the training camp. The camp's focus on these 2 techniques was not due to an inability to teach the other 4, rather. Instructors like Dalmesia, while excelling in these 2, had some familiarity with the others. However, he had not mastered them to the same extent as these 2 techniques. For Lei Fa and his peers, learning the remaining 4 techniques at this stage would be somewhat premature. Take moonwalk, for instance. It is essentially an advanced version of shave. Without mastering shave to a certain level, one could not learn moonwalk. Iron Body requires a foundational physicality, and for Lei Fa and his peers, who were still growing, premature learning could adversely affect their development. Storm leg and paper drawing pose such difficulty that without a foundational strength, one could neither learn nor perform them. Only spear, hand, and shave could evolve alongside increasing strength, and their entry-level requirements were minimal. A weaker individual might merely possess fewer applications for spear, hand, or exhibit a lower attack power, or perhaps have a diminished explosive potential in shave, resulting in slower movement. However, they would not be entirely unable to grasp the basics. Thus, spear, hand, and shave have always been the initial techniques introduced to those embarking on the Navy's 6 forms. Lei Fa had essentially mastered these 2 during his time at the training camp. Admittedly, his execution of these techniques was worlds apart from Dalmesia's. Yet this did not deter him from continuing his training. The training itself lacked any secret. It was simply a matter of practice making perfect. Spearhand, sonic boom. With a thrust of his index finger, Lei Fa unleashed an attack he had spent months perfecting, a fusion of spear hand and sound punch. The beach surface where he struck suddenly erupted, creating a massive crater nearly 10 meters in diameter, sand and debris scattering everywhere. Shave. Lei Fa's figure began to move rapidly along the beach, each motion stirring up a whirlwind of sand, with traces of afterimages lingering in his wake. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Detection indicates that the host's culinary cell awakening level has risen to 5. The awakening of the culinary demon's soul is in progress, and the system will undergo its first upgrade. What was happening? Lei Fa was entirely unprepared for this. He was not particularly surprised by the increase in his culinary cell awakening level to 5%. After concluding his training at the Culinary Forest Temple, it had already been hovering around 4%. Since then, he had gradually exchanged various delicacies at the ingredient shop. Although the contribution of the consumed ingredients to the culinary cell awakening level was minimal, it nonetheless had some effect. Coupled with his own training and exercise, he had unknowingly elevated his awakening level to 5%. However, the awakening of the culinary demon's soul was entirely unforeseen. The sudden announcement of the system's first upgrade left him utterly bewildered. As he pondered this, his consciousness was abruptly drawn into a pitch-black space, devoid of light and sound, resembling a void where even his own existence felt intangible. Where was this? Lei Fa realized he was unable to speak. Not only could he not articulate words, but he could also not feel his body, as if he had transformed into a mere observer, cast into this silent abyss. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the darkness. What was that sound? Unable to see his surroundings, Lei Fa relied solely on his imagination. The wind continued to howl, growing nearer and clearer. Unaccountably, a thought emerged in his mind. The sound of the wind resembled breathing, and the resemblance intensified with each passing moment. But could breathing produce such a commotion? Lei Fa pondered uncertainly. At that moment, 2 enormous discs materialized before him, emanating an eerie blue luminescence. Surrounding these glowing discs were flickering dark red flames, gradually illuminating the area ahead. It was only then that he discerned the presence before him, a fearsome beast. Exuding an aura of brutality, in the previous wind was, in fact, the creature's breath. The formidable beast, with a menacing appearance, was surprisingly tranquil at this moment, leading him to perceive not a ferocious creature but rather a sagacious sage. Its eyes, vast orbs glowing with a spectral azure hue, exuded no trace of ferocity. Instead, they seemed to convey an unspoken narrative. Could this be the soul of my culinary demon? Lei Fa pondered inwardly. However, he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Left to ruminate in solitude. Suddenly, a rush of sound pierced the air, and the scene of the beach reappeared before him, rendering the previous dark and silent space akin to a mere illusion, as if it had never existed. Yet, Lei Fa was acutely aware that it was no mere figment of imagination. Given his current superhuman physique, it was nearly impossible for him to experience any mental disorientation. Thus, was the soul of the culinary demon successfully awakened? Lei Fa mused aloud, then contemplated. System, display my bodily data. Host body data as follows. Culinary cell awakening degree. 5 of the soul of the culinary demon has awakened. Strength, 27. Normal adult male is 1. Constitution, 25. Normal adult male is 1. Speed, 28. Normal adult male is 1. Abilities, soundwave manipulation, elementary. Culinary ethics, minor. Navy 6 styles, finger gun, novice. Navy 6 styles, shave, novice. Devourer's power, elementary. Upon reviewing his current data, Lei Fa confirmed that the soul of the culinary demon had indeed awakened. Although his physical attributes had not drastically changed, he had acquired an additional ability, Devourer's power. What is that? Lei Fa voiced his query. This ability is conferred upon the host following the awakening of the soul of the culinary demon. The specific methods of utilization must be developed by the host himself. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Initially startled by this unfamiliar voice, Lei Fa quickly realized that its tone resembled the golden text that frequently appeared in his thoughts. Tentatively, he inquired, System? Yes, came the mechanical response. Why can you suddenly speak? Upon confirming that the voice indeed originated from the system, Lei Fa exhaled in relief and continued, My culinary cell awakening degree has reached 5, leading the system to automatically undergo its first evolution and activate basic intelligence. The next evolution will occur when the culinary cell awakening degree reaches 20, the mechanical voice replied. I see. Lei Fa understood, and with a flash of insight, he asked, How did this system come to be, and can I return to Earth? Insufficient permissions to answer. Lei Fa was not disheartened by this response, as he had not anticipated that the system would address such inquiries. He merely posed the question in a spirit of curiosity. This seemingly dismissive reply inadvertently provided him with the information he sought. Thus, it implied that an answer to this question indeed existed. But his current permissions were inadequate to uncover it. Lei Fa contemplated, reflecting that there remained hope for answers in the future. He then recalled the system's assessment of Devourer's power. Soundwave manipulation belonged to Zabura, one of the 4 heavenly kings of cuisine. A culinary technique awakened by the soul of the culinary demon. Lei Fa had acquired it through the system. Devourer's power should be a culinary technique of the same nature as soundwave manipulation, but it had been awakened by Lei Fa's own soul of the culinary demon. Unable to directly replicate the various combat methods developed by Zabura from the outset, this necessitates that Lei Fa embark on a journey of exploration and development on his own. In the realm of culinary captives, when characters engage in explosive combat, it appears that the soul of the culinary demon has the capacity to amplify and enhance their culinary techniques. Although I have previously mastered Zebra's manipulation of sound waves, I lack his soul of the culinary demon, thus rendering me inherently weaker during intense battles, unable to augment the power of sound wave manipulation as he does. However, now that my soul of the culinary demon has successfully awakened, I wonder what delightful surprises await me, Lei Fa mused with anticipation. With the successful awakening of the soul of the culinary demon and the emergence of untapped culinary techniques, Lei Fa found his training focus shifting significantly for an extended period. Naturally, the newly awakened technique, the power of gluttony, took precedence. Through experimentation and practice, he gradually discerned that the essence of this power of gluttony leaned towards aspects of tearing and dissolving, affecting both tangible objects and energy within its scope. Consequently, Lei Fa temporarily developed several primary combat methods tailored to this power, which the system automatically designated as follows. Crimson Kiss. The power of gluttony manifests as numerous crimson mouths, exhibiting terrifying biting and chewing force, capable of shredding even steel into fragments. Infinite Stomach Wall. This technique releases the power of gluttony in a barrier format, enabling it to absorb attacks while simultaneously retaliating with a dissolving counterattack. Caloric Gluttony. This technique disperses the power of gluttony in a small radius around himself, continuously eroding the strength within his enemies, encompassing various forms of energy and stamina. Lei Fa had no recollection of the first 2 combat skills. Yet the name of the third skill distinctly echoed one that the culinary sage, Guangcai, frequently employed in culinary captives, and both exhibited similar effects of eroding energy from within adversaries. Caloric is indeed the term used in the world of culinary captives to refer to energy. Could it be that Guangcai's soul of the culinary demon is gluttony? Lei Fa pondered this upon seeing the name, though he found no answers, as even the manga failed to elucidate this point. Moreover, the caloric gluttony employed by Guangcai differed in execution from the caloric gluttony he had developed, leaving him perplexed as to why the system assigned the same name. Setting aside this quandary, the development of the power of gluttony significantly enhanced Lei Fa's capabilities. Although this enhancement was not overtly reflected in his physical statistics, he was confident that if his strength could be measured by rank, it had undoubtedly improved considerably. Even in comparison to the red duck-billed hat girl, Sweki, he felt he could now hold his own. Unfortunately, the system's rank detection could not assess his standing, and there were currently no opponents in Rog Town to validate his strength in a satisfying battle. At this stage, Lei Fa's training had reached a bottleneck. The cultivation of the Navy 6 styles required a gradual and sustained effort. Rapid advancement was implausible. Likewise, the manipulation of sound waves and the application of the power of gluttony were unlikely to yield significant changes in the immediate future. The only potential catalyst for accelerating his training, the Golden Finger System, was rendered inactive due to his confinement in the small locale of Rog Town, effectively stalling his progress. Nevertheless, Lei Fa found contentment in his current abilities, shedding the anxiety he initially felt upon entering this world, where any random individual seemed capable of ending his life. Now, even if he faced a formidable supernova like Marco, while he would still not emerge victorious, it would no longer be an effortless endeavor for Marco to eliminate him. In essence, he had attained the self-preservation capabilities he had once yearned for at the beginning of his training, and he was now a figure of note in this world. P.S. This is the second update. Therefore, as the sense of crisis faded, Lei Fa found himself less fervent about enhancing his strength. A year prior, upon encountering a bottleneck in his growth while situated in a place like Rog Town, where tasks were scarce, he would have sought every means to leave and actively trigger more missions, just as he had done when he created the identity of Mr. V. However, Now he was entirely unbothered by the prospect of allowing things to unfold naturally, even feeling a twinge of joy at the thought of finally laying down his burdens and wholeheartedly enjoying life. Interestingly, when he ceased actively seeking to trigger missions, they began to present themselves. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Owen. On this day, upon returning from patrol, Lei Fa fortuitously encountered Lieutenant Owen at the camp entrance, a figure he had met upon his arrival. Rake, I was just about to look for you, Owen exclaimed upon spotting Lei Fa. Looking for me? What is the matter? Lei Fa inquired. Have you not heard? The East Blue Master Chef competition, held once every 20 years, is set to take place in Rog Town next month, and registration for the preliminaries has now opened. If you pass the preliminaries, you can participate in the official competition in a month's time and vie for the title of Master Chef, Owen said enthusiastically. The East Blue Master Chef competition? This is something Lei Fa had never encountered before. Indeed, I believe you should absolutely participate. Your culinary creations surpass those of the finest chef in our Rog Town Navy camp by leaps and bounds. There is no reason not to join, Owen praised sincerely. If you rank in the top 10, you'll receive a substantial reward, and if you make it into the top 3, you can earn the title of Master Chef. Is the title of Master Chef truly that prestigious? Lei Fa asked, observing Owen's admiration. Of course. This is a competition held only once every 20 years and is the sole pathway to obtaining the title of Master Chef. Moreover, only 3 chefs can claim this title each time. Is that not impressive? Statistics show that the number of Master Chefs in the East Blue has never reached double digits simultaneously. With the title of Master Chef, wherever you go, even to the Grand Line, you will be a highly sought-after chef, Owen explained. Mission Master Chef competition successfully triggered. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Lei Fa's mind. Mission objective: register for the East Blue Master Chef competition and successfully secure a position in the top 3 to obtain the title of Master Chef. Mission reward: 1 intermediate training card for Culinary Forest, redeemable for a year of training at Culinary Forest. Note: mission rewards do not consume time in the main world. To acquire the title of Master Chef? This is quite the unexpected mission, Lei Fa mused. He had never regarded himself as a chef, for his systematic culinary education began at Culinary Forest. Prior to that, his cooking skills were akin to those of an average person, capable of frying vegetables and grilling meat, but little more. Yet, in the world of culinary captives, even those who specialized in combat, such as the culinary hunters, rarely lacked culinary skills. His previous mentor, Zhou, had been an exceptionally skilled chef. Having trained for a year at Culinary Forest, while Lei Fa could not yet compare to mentor Zhou's prowess, it was important to remember that the world of culinary captives had evolved in this regard to an extraordinary level, far surpassing any other realm. Any chef casually tossed into this realm would undoubtedly possess culinary skills that far surpass the ordinary, an indisputable truth. Thus, while Lei Fa's culinary prowess might be deemed merely average in the world of gastronomic captives, even struggling to earn recognition in a place like the Temple of Gastronomy, the situation is vastly different here. He stands upon the shoulders of giants, having acquired culinary techniques honed to perfection in a world dedicated to culinary arts. It is precisely for this reason that Lieutenant Owen, who has had the privilege of tasting Lei Fa's dishes on several occasions, believes he is more than capable of entering the East Sea Master Chef competition. Although Lieutenant Owen does not perceive Lei Fa's age as a barrier to attaining the title of Master Chef, he feels that a position within the top 10 is indeed within reach. Rake, are you all right? As Lei Fa pondered over his task, he was interrupted by Lieutenant Owen's voice. Huh? I'm fine, Lei Fa replied, shaking his head. I was just wondering if our Navy is permitted to enter such competitions. Is it not against regulations? Oh, I thought you were contemplating something profound. Rest assured, such competitions are perfectly legitimate. Our Navy boasts numerous culinary talents, and in the coming days, many chefs from other naval bases will also arrive here to participate in this event, Lieutenant Owen reassured him, waving a hand dismissively. Is that so? Then I am relieved, Lei Fa nodded. I shall register immediately. Thank you for the reminder, Lieutenant Owen. Don't mention it. Best of luck. If you manage to secure a spot in the top 10, the Navy of Rog Town will take great pride in you, Lieutenant Owen encouraged. Let us just say I will do my utmost, Lei Fa humbly replied. Following Lieutenant Owen's suggestion, Lei Fa swiftly located the registration point for the East Sea Master Chef competition, easily passing a series of preliminary tests to earn his place in the official competition. It was only after he had signed up that he noticed an influx of newcomers in the town, most of whom appeared to be equipped with their own culinary tools. It was evident that many of these individuals were also chefs here to compete in the East Sea Master Chef competition. Interestingly, among these chefs were several with remarkable skills, any one of whom could easily outclass the theoretically mightiest individual in Rog Town, Colonel Stephen. For instance, during a patrol 2 days after his registration, Lei Fa encountered an external chef who exuded an aura of exceptional talent. Upon gauging the chef's abilities, Lei Fa was astonished to discover that this individual possessed a rank of 8, rivaling the prowess of the renowned multi-armed woman Judy from Sabaody Archipelago. Even before his training at the Temple of Gastronomy, Lei Fa had never attained such strength. The East Sea, known as the weakest of seas, is not typically home to individuals of such caliber. Who would have imagined that a chef would come here to compete? This has intensified Lei Fa's anticipation for the upcoming competition. Participating as a chef presents a wholly novel experience for him, as he has never encountered such an event in either his past or present life. Moreover, if he secures a place among the top 3, he will earn a second opportunity for a year of training at the Shirlene Temple, having already experienced the benefits of this reward. Lei Fa is increasingly determined to attain it. I dare say, Jessica, you shall undoubtedly earn the title of Master Chef this time, remarked a man with crimson hair as he and a woman disembarked from the vessel. I've already told you not to follow me. What does it look like for a distinguished naval major to accompany me to a competition? Jessica, the blonde woman, expressed her discontent. But you are the esteemed wife of my dear Jonathan. The outside world is perilous. What if something were to happen? Who would bear that responsibility? Jonathan replied nonchalantly. Are you not concerned about being accused of dereliction of duty? Jessica, touched by her husband's words, still voiced her apprehensions. Say what you will, if it comes to it. They can simply dock my pay, Jonathan chuckled dismissively. Had it not been for my insistence on participating in this competition, you would not, do not speak such things. Jonathan interrupted. Your dream is to one day become one of the world's top chefs, and to qualify for the World Chef Competition, one must first attain the title of a renowned chef from any of the 4 seas. The next World Chef Competition will not occur for another 6 years, and before that, the only opportunity to gain the title of a renowned chef is through the current East Sea Chef Competition. If this chance is missed, you would have to wait another 36 years to compete again. I cannot bear for you to wait that long, and even if you were willing, I shall not permit it. The World Chef Competition is the pinnacle of aspiration for all chefs, held in the Grand Line every 30 years. The top 3 contestants in each edition are bestowed the esteemed title of World Chef. This title is the highest honor a chef can achieve, akin to the significance of Pirate King among pirates. To participate in the World Chef Competition, one must possess the title of a renowned chef from any of the 4 seas. This rule has never been altered. The current World Culinary King Competition is scheduled to take place 6 years from now, and the nearest prestigious culinary contest leading up to that time is the ongoing East Sea Culinary Competition. This means that for those who have yet to earn the title of Master Chef and aspire to participate in the World Culinary King Competition, this East Sea Culinary Competition represents their sole opportunity. Jessica, a woman with golden hair, has come for this very reason. She was not even born during the last World Culinary King Competition, and by the time the next one occurs, she may be in her 60s or 70s. With her physical condition uncertain at that age, making it difficult to say whether she will have another chance. Thus, if she wishes to compete in the upcoming World Culinary King Competition, she must seize this opportunity at the East Sea Culinary Competition to earn her title of Master Chef. However, she feels a twinge of guilt for dragging her husband into this, knowing he faces criticism because of her ambitions. Jonathan perceives her unease and comforts her. Jessica, have you forgotten? Becoming the World Culinary King has been your dream since childhood. My beloved Jessica is the kind-hearted girl who can forget her pain for the sake of her dreams. Over the years, you have accompanied me through storms and trials without a single complaint. Haven to you? Now it is time for me to help you fulfill your dream. If anyone tries to stop you, let them go to hell. Jessica is deeply moved by his words. All right, let us go register first, and we can discuss the rest afterward. Jonathan reassures her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Okay. Jessica wipes her eyes. Wait. Jonathan suddenly exclaims. What is it, Jonathan? Jessica asks. Did you notice that Navy patrol across the street? Jonathan inquires. Are you referring to that rather handsome young Navy sailor? Jessica recalls. Yes, that's him. What about him? Jonathan continues. I hadn't noticed at first, but he seems to have been watching us intently. There is something about him that feels extraordinary. Jonathan reflects. Extraordinary? You must be nostalgic for your days of combat, seeing danger in everyone, Jessica retorts, rolling her eyes. That Navy boy is merely a low-ranking sailor. And considering his age, he is likely just over 10. How extraordinary can he be? This is the East Sea, not the Grand Line. You should stop overthinking. What's wrong with the East Sea? Believe me, look at that fellow over there. He has a murderous aura, and he has certainly killed more than a few. The way he walks suggests he is a master of leg techniques. Jonathan argues, pointing to a man with a golden braid approaching them. How impressive can he be? Jessica dismisses. Even in the Grand Line, he would at least be a match for an average major officer. Jonathan asserts, somewhat serious. That is impossible. This is the East Sea, Jessica counters, skeptical. Indeed, this is the East Sea, the weakest sea, but don't forget that even legendary pirates like Roger hailed from here. Jonathan counters. What would such a powerful person be doing in Loketown? Perhaps they are here accompanying their spouse to participate in the East Sea culinary competition as well. Jonathan laughs. As they walk and chat, exuding affection that draws envy from onlookers, they remain unaware that the man with the golden braid is discussing them with his subordinates. Incredible. The golden-braided man, known as Jiafu, remarks solemnly. What is so incredible, boss? One subordinate asks. Didn't you see that couple we just passed? Jiafu replies. I did see them. That girl is quite beautiful. Boss, did you take a liking to her? I could help you dispose of that man and take her for yourself. The subordinate suggests, licking his lips. Let me reiterate, we are pirates, not beasts. Jiafu narrows his eyes. Follow my rules, and if you dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yes, the subordinate sweats. Furthermore, if you wish to seek your own demise, I will not stop you. The woman is stronger than you, and the man is perhaps the most terrifying individual I have encountered to date. He could kill you without lifting a finger. If you doubt me, go ahead and test it, Jiafu scoffs. Boss, are you joking? The most terrifying person? Could he be stronger than you? The subordinate seems unconvinced. Knowing the horror of the man beside him, although he has never ventured into the Grand Line, he believes that Jiafu would shine brightly there. I have not fought him. But he indeed exudes an unprecedented sense of danger, Jiafu states earnestly. He then addresses his subordinates, you all need to be cautious, do not cause trouble. I have heard that there are numerous competitors from other seas, including some who have come all the way from the Grand Line. If you encounter a formidable opponent, even I may not have time to rescue you. Do you understand? Yes. His subordinates respond, their expression serious. Meanwhile, Akaina Sakazuki's friend, the future highest commander of the Navy's G8 branch, Jonathan, has unexpectedly appeared at this time, along with the so-called World Culinary King competition, which is a first for him to hear about, yet it seems quite intriguing. In the bustling streets, Lei Fa walks with his hands behind his back, muttering to himself. He has indeed noticed Jonathan and Jessica, and his hell ears have captured every word of their conversation, revealing their identities. From their dialogue, it is clear that Jonathan is accompanying his wife Jessica to participate in the East Sea Culinary Competition to qualify for the World Culinary King competition taking place in 6 years. Since the East Sea Culinary Competition triggers tasks, it stands to reason that the higher caliber World Culinary King competition would also trigger tasks of even greater difficulty and reward. Lei Fa ponders. Furthermore, the Red-Foot Jiafu, who will one day become a notorious pirate and the future teacher of Black-Leg Sanji, is also likely here to compete. This makes for quite an eventful occasion. Lei Fa did not expect that such an ostensibly unremarkable culinary competition would attract such formidable individuals. Although Red-Foot Jiafu is not yet a great pirate, his strength is certainly not to be underestimated, comparable to that of the formidable Shaki. Even Lei Fa himself would not dare to claim victory against him at this moment. Jonathan, on the other hand, likely possesses strength that surpasses Jiafu's. And Lei Fa distinctly remembers that Jonathan is a strategist, with his terrifying capabilities extending far beyond mere physical prowess. He could still recognize the strong. But what are those he could not? It would be best to avoid any disturbances. Should chaos ensue, the local navy would surely be ill-equipped to manage. Lei Fa sighed in resignation. The naval forces in Rogtown might be sufficient to handle the petty thugs that roam the streets, providing a measure of protection for the townsfolk against ordinary brigands. However, should a bounty criminal with a reward exceeding 10 million appear, the scenario would shift dramatically. While these criminals might hesitate to assault a naval base, if they chose to wreak havoc, the local navy would be powerless to stop them, a harsh reality indeed. Nonetheless, with Major Jonathan, a member of the Navy, present, Lei Fa found solace in the thought that even if trouble arose, it was not his burden to bear. Although Jonathan was incognito, accompanying his wife to the competition, he would undoubtedly intervene should the Navy face an insurmountable threat. With such a formidable presence, Lei Fa felt reassured that he need not overly concern himself. A month swiftly elapsed. Before long, the East Sea Culinary Competition commenced. Statistics revealed that a total of 638 chefs had registered and passed the preliminary selection. Out of these participants, Only 10 would emerge to compete for the top 3 positions and claim the title of renowned chef. Thus, the initial rounds aimed to eliminate 628 chefs, leaving only the final 10. The preliminary rounds were divided into 20 groups, each randomly assigned approximately 30 chefs. Each chef would prepare 5 dishes, which would be evaluated by a panel of 5 judges appointed by the organizers. After tasting each chef's 5 creations, the judges would score them, eliminating the highest and lowest scores. The total of the 3 middle scores would constitute the chef's final score. Based on this scoring system, only the top 3 chefs from each group would advance, while the others would face elimination. The 60 top chefs from the 20 groups would then form a single cohort, undergoing the same selection process to determine the final 10 contenders for the coveted title. The ultimate decision would be made through a transparent voting process conducted by 5 esteemed chefs invited specifically for this purpose, ensuring fairness throughout the competition. The intricacies of this situation are indeed complex, yet the execution unfolds with remarkable swiftness. On the very first day of the competition, the top 3 from 20 groups were already determined, with Lei Fa being among them. Ha ha ha. I knew you would excel, Leek. You truly live up to the expectations. Immediately following the preliminary round, Lieutenant Owen enthusiastically organized a celebration in Lei Fa's honor, with Colonel Stephen even making a special appearance to commend him. Should Lei Fa ultimately secure a position within the top 10, it would be a source of immense pride for the entire naval community of Rog Town, hence their lofty expectations. It was merely a fortunate performance, Lei Fa modestly chuckled. Tomorrow marks the second round. Let us keep pushing forward, Lieutenant Owen declared, brimming with enthusiasm, as if it were he competing rather than Lei Fa. Meanwhile, on the vast ocean, several nautical miles away from Rock Town, a colossal ship adorned with a pirate flag was gradually making its way toward the town. On the deck, a robust figure clad in a horned steel helmet gazed intently in the direction of Rock Town. Ward, is this truly necessary? A diminutive man, seemingly no taller than a child and also wearing a horned helmet, inquired with evident concern. Brother, we are destined for greatness. Without a decent chef, how can we accomplish anything significant? The burly man laughed heartily. Rest assured, it will be fine. A chef can easily be recruited. I trust there will be many willing to join us. Why must we resort to such force? The slender man hesitated. What good is a mere recruit compared to a renowned chef crafted by this competition? We are aiming to overthrow the world government and need the finest culinary talent. Ordinary chefs do not meet my standards, the robust man asserted with fervor. But no buts, brother. It's settled. Once we secure a spot in the top 10, we shall take them all with us. Oh, and those 5 esteemed judges as well. We'll have a different chef preparing our meals each day. Just imagine the delight. The burly man laughed boisterously. The slender man visibly disapproved but chose not to voice further dissent, fully aware that his brother's decisions were immutable, even for him as the elder sibling. On the first day of the competition, 578 chefs had already been eliminated, leaving only 60 to advance to the second round. Nevertheless, most of those eliminated chose to remain and witness the spectacle, as it was a rare culinary extravaganza. While it may not rival the World Chef Championship for the East Sea, it represented one of the most significant culinary contests many chefs would encounter in their lifetimes. The Grand Line is not a realm accessible to all, but a legendary domain for many. Among the 60 chefs who emerged from the first round, most were renowned figures in their own right, with some even traveling from distant seas or the Grand Line itself, like Jessica, the wife of Jonathan whom Lei Fa had previously encountered. Those like Lei Fa, who entered the top 60 with no prior acclaim, were exceedingly rare, merely 3 or 5 in total. This is precisely why Lieutenant Irving and his companions are exhilarated for Lei Fa. The rules for this round of competition are decidedly more ruthless. It will not merely assess the flavor of your dishes, but also evaluate your knife skills, cooking techniques, creativity, and various other abilities. The speaker is the host of this competition. The rules have been predetermined. He is merely reciting them. The first dish is a knife skills test. You must select appropriate ingredients from the 10 provided and prepare them. The expectation is that your knife skills must be showcased, and the flavor must also be delightful. Our 10 judges will sample each of your creations, scoring them on a scale of 1 to 10. Any contestant scoring below 60 will be eliminated. The second dish will focus on cooking techniques, with rules mirroring those of the knife skills test, but emphasizing cooking proficiency instead. The third dish will assess creativity, following the same principle. The fourth dish is a freestyle dish, serving as the ultimate test, where the evaluation will no longer be about elimination but identifying the top 10 scores, similar to the first round. Naturally, If the number of eliminated contestants falls below 10 after the first 3 dishes, the competition will proceed normally until the top 3 are determined. The host smiles as he reads the rules. In truth, these regulations are quite similar to those of previous renowned chef competitions. And such rules are generally consistent across culinary contests in other regions, with the only distinction being the judging methods. The subjective nature of assessing a chef's skills means it cannot be as overly clear-cut as in sports competitions, where superiority is immediately evident. Consequently, the rules for culinary contests strive to maintain as much objectivity as possible. If there are no questions, we may now commence with the first dish, the knife skills test. With a preparation time of 2 hours, I hereby declare the second round of the East Sea Culinary Competition officially begun. With the hostess announcement, 60 chefs eagerly began selecting their ingredients. Lei Fa stood in his designated area, resting his chin on his hand as he surveyed the 10 ingredients before him, deep in thought. Among these, the ingredient that posed the greatest challenge for knife skills is undoubtedly tofu, as carving tofu must be done underwater, akin to blind sculpting. Creating a visually appealing and delicious tofu dish is no small feat. However, for him, it presents no challenge. After a brief contemplation, he decisively chose his ingredient, tofu. The reasoning is simple. For him, visual perception is not his strongest suit. Rather, it is his auditory sense. With his acute hearing, he can monitor his surroundings using ultrasonic waves emitted through sound waves, even in complete darkness. He can visualize the unseen underwater environment in his mind, akin to a three-dimensional projection, allowing him to see the conditions even with his eyes closed. Moreover, after a year of training at the Culinary Temple, his knife skills are no laughing matter. One must understand that Culinary Temple is filled with an array of peculiar ingredients. He has even cooked with completely transparent and mobile plants. Compared to those ingredients, tofu is relatively manageable. As for seasoning, he is equally confident. So, let us begin. Lei Fa clapped his hands. 2 hours later, when the 10 judges arrived at Lei Fa's station, he presented his creation. Before they tasted it, he began. Allow me to briefly introduce the dish I have prepared. It is a tofu dish named Blood Jade Tiger. Tofu dish? This young man certainly has audacity. This is one of the most challenging choices among the many ingredients today. You are the 21st chef we are evaluating. Yet the first to dare to use tofu, remarked one of the judges, an elder. Indeed, a tofu dish demands rigorous knife skills. Even a minor misstep can lead to utter failure. Moreover, the true challenge lies in ensuring that the dish is not only aesthetically pleasing but also delicious, a considerable difficulty. Another judge added, your dish is named Blood Jade Tiger. Have you sculpted it into a tiger? But tofu is plainly white. Why the prefix of Blood Jade? Inquired a female judge, her curiosity differing from the previous two. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Rather, allow you to experience it for yourselves. Lei Fa replied with a smile as he unveiled the dish. What lay before the judges was a vividly lifelike tiger. Even more astonishing was the fact that the tiger's hue was indeed blood red, rather than the expected milky white of tofu. Red as blood, glossy as jade. The tiger form embodies Blood Jade Tiger. The name is indeed perfectly apt, exclaimed the female judge, who had previously questioned the title. Rather than being merely a dish, this is truly a work of art. Is it truly possible to carve tofu into such lifelike forms within just 2 hours? Clearly, this is not a mere act of carving. If it were solely about shaping it into a tiger, one could not explain the vivid crimson exterior. Did you genuinely complete this masterpiece in 2 hours? The eldest judge, the first to speak, asked incredulously. With so many witnesses present, how could I possibly cheat? Lei Fa replied with a subtle smile. Awe-inspiring, simply awe-inspiring, the elder judge remarked, occasionally shaking his head and then nodding. He continued, in terms of knife skills, this dish is flawless. It could even be deemed the most astounding culinary creation we have encountered today. However, this is ultimately a cooking competition. While knife skills are a crucial aspect, flavor is equally paramount. Now, let us savor the taste of this Blood Jade Tiger. Please, Lei Fa gestured invitingly. As the elder judge took the first bite, the other 9 followed suit, each beginning to slice into the body of the crimson tiger. Is it sweet? The female judge exclaimed, astonished, as she looked at Lei Fa after her first taste. Is this fragrant aroma red jasmine? A bespectacled judge speculated. Indeed, red jasmine is one of the seasoning spices, Lei Fa confirmed. So it is primarily made with honey red fruit, complemented by several other light and fragrant edible spices. The elder judge pondered as he savored the flavors. You truly possess remarkable skill. Yes, honey red fruit is indeed the main ingredient of the crimson exterior. Furthermore, I added 6 other red ingredients to enhance the texture without compromising the appearance, Lei Fa remarked, giving a thumbs up. Wait a moment. The bespectacled judge raised his hand to inquire. If I recall correctly, honey red fruit, while sweet, can be quite cloying. The 6 ingredients you added must be to balance this richness. Yet to harmonize these 6 ingredients with honey red fruit is no simple feat. You would need at least an hour of constant stirring, and during that time, you also needed to carve the tofu. The implication of the bespectacled judge's words was clear. He wished to understand how Lei Fa managed to season the dish while simultaneously carving the tofu, as the time frame seemed insufficient. Perhaps preparing an ordinary dish in 2 hours is ample, but creating such an artistic and remarkably flavorful blood jade tiger is evidently a challenge. Quite simply, I pre-processed the honey red fruit and the 6 ingredients into a juice, then placed them in a wooden barrel, adding the entire tofu into the mixture. My carving was completed within the barrel, and throughout this process, I applied my method to accelerate the infusion of the sauce. By the time I finished carving, the flavors had melded perfectly, and the sauce adhered to the tofu, requiring only to retrieve the carved tofu along with the base from the barrel to conclude the cooking. Lei Fa explained. Your own method? The bespectacled judge repeated. This could be considered my signature technique. It should not be against the rules, right? Lei Fa asked with a smile. Of course, every chef has their unique skills. This is entirely normal. The elder judge shook his head. So, does anyone have further inquiries? After exchanging glances with the others, the elder judge shook his head, stating, We have no further questions and can directly evaluate your blood jade tiger. After a brief deliberation, the 10 judges provided their scores. 7 awarded it 9 points, 2 gave 8, and the sole female judge astonishingly granted a perfect score of 10. Thus, Lei Fa's total score stands at 89. Prior to this, the highest score was merely 74. In other words, in this knife skill evaluation, Lei Fa not only claims the top position but also outpaces the second-place contestant by a remarkable 15 points. This truly reflects the judge's satisfaction with the dish. Although the scoring has concluded, I must emphasize that this dish is impeccable in both technique and flavor, presenting considerable difficulty. Even if you were to share the recipe now, I doubt anyone could replicate the blood jade tiger. Young man, you have truly opened our eyes. The elder judge exclaimed once more. You flatter me. Lei Fa replied humbly with a smile. No, not at all. It is important to acknowledge that carving within this crimson sauce is far more challenging than simply carving in water, as even your line of sight would be entirely obscured. This is nothing short of miraculous. The female judge marveled. Lei Fa smiled silently, knowing he would not undermine his own prowess. Recognizing that his ears are far more adept than his eyes, his unique skill merely involved utilizing high-frequency sound waves to hasten the infusion of the sauce, essentially granting him an advantage through his abilities. This dish is indeed a formidable challenge for ordinary chefs to replicate, even if Lei Fa were to disclose the method. Furthermore, due to the high-frequency vibrations, the blood jade tiger is exceptionally flavorful, transcending mere surface seasoning, a nuance that eluded the judges, as no one has attempted such a technique before. Should they return and experiment, they would find that even without intricately carving the tofu, merely preparing a sauce and drizzling it atop the tofu would not yield the same exquisite flavor. Contestant like achieved an astonishing score of 89. Undoubtedly passing the initial knife skills test with flying colors, let us bestow upon him our applause, the host proclaimed enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in applause, particularly Major General Jonathan, who only then realized that just days prior, the unassuming naval youth he had noticed was indeed a competitor in this contest. What an impressive young man. It was unexpected to discover he was also a masterful chef. What had he sensed previously that hinted at such complexity? Was it merely an illusion? As he observed Lei Fa's remarkable score of 89, Jonathan pondered with conflicting thoughts. He had noticed Lei Fa due to a faint yet palpable sense of threat emanating from him, an inexplicable intuition shared among the strong, undeniably real. Yet could it be possible for a mere teenager in the Navy to possess both a formidable strength that invoked such a sense of threat and exceptional culinary prowess? This inevitably led him to harbor a flicker of doubt regarding his feelings that day. Lei Fa's score also captured the attention of several other competing chefs, including Jonathan's wife, Jessica, and Redfoot Jeff. However, their points of interest differed from Jonathan's. While they too were astonished by Lei Fa's exceptional culinary skills at such a young age, their fascination was unrelated to his prowess. Before long, the first dish from all 60 competing chefs had been thoroughly tasted. In this round of culinary knife skills testing, a total of 17 individuals have been eliminated, leaving 43 participants to proceed to the second round of fire cooking tests. In this round, Lei Fa's performance did not match the astonishing display of the first round, ultimately receiving a score of 71, placing him in the middle tier among the competing chefs. Only 6 participants were eliminated this round, leaving 37 to progress to the third round of the Creative Culinary Challenge. Meanwhile, the colossal pirate ship had already entered the harbor of Rogue Town, its grand silhouette visible at the dock. Among those who attended or witnessed the Sea Master Chef competition were not only culinary enthusiasts but also a number of pirates, who concealed their identities, much like Redfoot's F. Due to the unique nature of the event, the local navy refrained from causing unnecessary trouble, recognizing that it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend the approaching pirates or bounty hunters solely with the forces stationed in Rogue Town. Thus, as long as these individuals did not act overtly, the Navy chose to turn a blind eye, pretending not to notice. However, this time was different. A massive ship, adorned with the Jolly Roger, had arrived. Such a display typically signified that the crew was poised for an assault and plunder. Consequently, the dockside guards swiftly sounded the alarm. The highest-ranking officer in the town, Colonel Stephen, who had been observing the competition, quickly received the news and was filled with rage. He promptly donned his gear and rushed to the docks with his men. The audacity of the pirates to cause trouble at such a time was utterly intolerable. It left him with no escape. Should this disrupt the competition, it would seriously tarnish his record and potentially hinder his future promotions. How could he not be furious? However, Colonel Stephen may not yet grasp the true severity of the situation. For the assailants targeting Rogue Town were not mere reckless marauders, but a legendary pirate whose very name instilled terror throughout the Grand Line. The World Destroyer, Bondi Ward. This is a maniac who has taken it upon himself to overthrow the world government, leaving countless Navy personnel and world government officials dead at his hands. Yet he remains at large, a testament to his formidable power. Haha. Sebastian, Nachin, follow me. You, Big Brother, and Garam stay here with the others to keep watch. The towering ward laughed heartily as he leaped onto the dock first. Be careful, don't be too reckless, shouted the diminutive Benjak from behind. Rest assured, First Mate. This is the East Sea, Sebastian, a fish giant towering even higher than Ward, reassured before swiftly following suit. The last to join was a bespectacled woman clad in a seductive cheapao, who giggled, Don't worry, First Mate, I will remind them. You all just take a good rest here. As soon as the 3 set foot on land, a large contingent of Navy soldiers, armed and ready, charged towards them from the direction of the town center, forming a defensive line. At that moment, Colonel Stephen had just arrived. Contemplating how he would teach this group of pirates a lesson, instilling in them a sense of the Navy's authority. 1 minute later, all the Navy personnel lay sprawled on the ground, while the 3 who had disembarked from the ship had, in fact, barely lifted a finger. Nachin, could you refrain from knocking everyone out each time? At least give me a chance to stretch my legs, complained the fish giant Sebastian. Who's to blame for your sluggishness? The alluring woman chuckled, casually tossing aside an empty vial. Ward, the captain, paid no heed to this, already striding towards the competition area, where the third round of the creative culinary test was just beginning. What is happening? Lei Fa observed that many of the Navy personnel who were supposed to be on guard had departed, including the high-ranking Colonel Stephen, who had left midway. This is quite unusual. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly delve into the past to uncover the truth. Yet with the competition only halfway through, it would be inconceivable for him to abandon the contest merely to ascertain what transpired. Therefore, he continues to compete, albeit with lingering doubts. During the third round of creative cuisine, the allotted cooking time remains 2 hours. This time, Lei Fa's score surpasses that of the second round's culinary challenge, although it falls short of the first round. Nevertheless, he still ranks among the top contenders, successfully securing his place in the competition. Once again, 11 contestants were eliminated, leaving only 26 chefs remaining in the competition. These 26 will face the ultimate test of culinary prowess in the fourth round, where 10 will be selected to vie for the prestigious title of Master Chef. However, Lei Fa was secretly alarmed as he finally discerned the reason behind the abrupt departure of the Navy personnel, including Colonel Stephen. His hellish hearing quickly detected the presence of 3 uninvited guests atop a nearby building, not far from the competition venue. From their conversation, Lei Fa swiftly identified their identities, correlating them with individuals he was familiar with. The World Destroyer Bondi Ward, captain of the Ward pirate crew and wielder of the Momo fruit, stands as a legendary pirate capable of rivaling the likes of Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. The fish giant Sebastian, an officer of the Ward pirate crew, is a hybrid of fishman and giant, possessing the immense strength of fishmen and the formidable physique of giants, making him incredibly powerful. The traditional Chinese medicine boxer Nai, another officer of the ward pirate crew, is an expert in ancient Eastern martial arts and possesses an adept knowledge of various Chinese medicinal concoctions, rendering him a formidable opponent. What brings the ward pirate crew to Logtown at this time? The so-called World Destroyer has never graced the main narrative of the comic universe. He has solely made appearances in the theatrical adaptations. It was only after being captured and confined within the deep-sea prison impelled down for many years that he seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos wrought by the protagonist Luffy's tumultuous uprising. Ultimately, he met his downfall at the hands of protagonist Luffy. However, to Lei Fa, this entire situation seems utterly ludicrous. Akin to Luffy's improbable victories over Crocodile, Enel the God, and Shiki the Golden Lion, the only tenuous explanation for these events lies in the protagonist's halo. Beyond that, there exists no rationale. A legendary pirate of the caliber of the World Destroyer Ward undoubtedly possesses combat prowess on par with that of an admiral. While it remains uncertain whether he could rival the future 4 emperors, it is certain that even figures like Garp and Sengoku would struggle to subdue him alone. How could the yet-to-mature Luffy ever stand a chance? Nevertheless, in the realm of the protagonist, anything is conceivable, and contemplating it thus brings a sense of clarity. As for his subordinates, who may appear somewhat feeble in the films, it is clear that they cannot be as weak as they seem. Take the giant fishman Sebastian, for instance. He undoubtedly possesses combat capabilities akin to those of the warlords of the sea. It is noteworthy that he inherits both the extraordinary strength of fishmen and the formidable physique of giants. The inherent advantages of giants are significant. They cannot be diminished easily. Any giant possesses combat strength equivalent to that of a typical Navy rear admiral, with their colossal size serving as a natural weapon, an undeniable racial prowess. Not to mention the added strength derived from being a fisherman, it can be asserted that with a modicum of training, they would effortlessly achieve strength surpassing that of a rear admiral. This is also the reason why, initially, even Hancock, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, fell victim to this giant fish, as his strength is on par with that of Hancock. Moreover, individuals such as Garam, the cubed fruit user, and Nachin, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who hold positions as officers in the ward pirates alongside the giant fish Sebastian, must possess elite-level prowess, even if it does not surpass his own. If this were not the case, Bondi Ward alone would hardly warrant being called a legendary pirate alongside figures like Whitebeard and Roger. The overall strength of a pirate crew has always been one of the criteria for evaluating great and legendary pirates. In the world of One Piece, there is only one person who has transcended this boundary, and that person is certainly not Bondi Ward. It seems troublesome, from their conversation. It appears they intend to abduct the top 10 finalists and the 5 esteemed chefs responsible for judging the competition. Lei Fa quickly discerned their purpose and learned that the local navy had nearly all been incapacitated. However, it seems they plan to wait until the competition concludes before making their move. Lei Fa's mind raced with thoughts and considerations. Clearly, this world destroyer wishes to seize those deemed worthy only after determining whose culinary skills reign supreme. This implies that they are unlikely to act before the final competition ends. Nevertheless, time is running short. Among the competing chefs are formidable individuals like Redfoot Zeph, and the audience includes strong figures such as Jonathan, who possesses the strength of an ordinary vice admiral. However, resisting the ward pirates is simply unfeasible, Lei Fa pondered. Even though he has grown stronger since his time at Sabaody, facing a legendary pirate like World Destroyer Ward is still daunting. Even aside from him, the presence of the giant fish Sebastian and traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Nachin is already beyond the capacity of those present to handle. With this in mind, Lei Fa swiftly made a decision. Vice Admiral Jonathan, please maintain a neutral expression. I am Seaman Rake from the Roguetown Navy, currently conversing with you in the arena. Lei Fa directed his gaze towards Jonathan at the sidelines, yet his lips remained motionless. He utilized sound wave manipulation to convey his voice directly into Jonathan's ear, inaudible to those around them. Initially startled by the unexpected voice, Jonathan quickly regained his composure, scanning the arena before locking eyes with Lei Fa, confirming the identity of the one addressing him, and displaying an expression of understanding. You may speak in the faintest of whispers. Do not draw attention from those nearby, for I can't hear you, Lei Fa transmitted once more. In response, Jonathan complied, speaking in a barely audible tone. Seaman Rake? We should have crossed paths before. You are indeed remarkable. Such an eccentric mode of dialogue could hardly be executed by an ordinary naval petty officer. Lei Fa's peculiarity, in fact, led Jonathan, who had already sensed something extraordinary about him, to feel that this was quite natural, confirming that his instincts had not failed him. Given the urgency of the situation, I shall refrain from idle chatter. Have you noticed that a significant number of the surrounding naval personnel have suddenly departed, and that the commanding officer of the town, Colonel Stephen, has also abruptly left? Lei Fa continued. Indeed, I have observed that. Is there trouble afoot? Jonathan's expression grew grave. Just moments ago, a band of pirates landed in Rog Town and has already dispatched the majority of the naval forces. They are currently surveying the arena. Do not attempt to use observation haki to search for them, as this may alert the incoming individuals. Lei Fa interjected, his voice rising suddenly as he urgently cautioned. He was uncertain whether Jonathan had awakened observation haki, but legendary pirates like Ward likely possessed it, and those with such abilities could sense one another. If Jonathan had indeed awakened observation haki and attempted to investigate, it would surely alert the intruders. It must be said that Lei Fa's conjecture was astutely accurate. Jonathan had indeed awakened observation haki, and had been poised to utilize it to scan the surroundings until Lei Fa's sudden interruption. From your words, it seems this group possesses formidable strength? Jonathan's tone grew even more somber. It was clear from Lei Fa's words that at least some of these pirates had also awakened observation haki, and those who wield such power are predominantly exceptional individuals, not to be trifled with. I trust that you, Major Jonathan, have heard of the Ward pirates? Lei Fa stated solemnly. What? Jonathan nearly lost his composure. Had it not been for his inherently calm demeanor, he might have succumbed to panic. Are you referring to the Ward pirates, who are renowned alongside the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates? The captain is the world destroyer, Bondi Ward? Jonathan inquired, striving to maintain his composure. Precisely, Lei Fa confirmed his suspicions, stating that Bondi Ward was currently accompanied by two of his officers, Giant Fish Sebastian and traditional martial artist Naren, keeping watch in the vicinity. Any reckless actions on your part may draw their attention, so please remain composed, Lei Fa reiterated. Understood. Jonathan inhaled deeply. After a moment, he regained his steadiness and asked, I shall refrain from inquiring how you discerned their presence. I trust that, as a fellow naval officer, you would not jest with me. However, if memory serves, the World Destroyer Ward is a madman whose ultimate objective is to overthrow the world government. Why would he suddenly appear in this modest Rog town? For this competition, Lei Fa replied succinctly. They have come here because their ship lacks a capable chef, intending to abduct individuals directly from this location. They plan to forcibly take the top 10 competitors, along with the 5 esteemed judges, once the competition concludes. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's countenance darkened considerably. If all goes as expected, his wife Jessica would undoubtedly be among the top 10 contenders. And there was a strong possibility she would vie for one of the top 3 culinary titles. Consequently, regardless of the circumstances, Jessica would become one of the Ward pirates' targets. He could accept his own demise in battle, but he could not bear the thought of his wife being captured. Even the mere contemplation of such a fate was unbearable. Your sudden decision to contact me must not be without reason. Have you devised a plan? Jonathan's mind raced through potential strategies, yet he could conjure no immediate solutions. Thus he directly inquired, I have yet to formulate a plan, but there remains some time before they act. You should urgently seek assistance from the naval headquarters to ascertain if there are any vice admirals or higher nearby who could come to our aid. Relying solely on our meager forces to confront the Ward pirates would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, Lei Fa spoke gravely. However, I ventured out without authorization and did not bring a portable transponder snail, Jonathan replied. The naval encampment in town houses a transponder snail capable of contacting Marine Ford, located within Colonel Stevens' office. The naval station is likely in disarray. You should proceed directly to Colonel Stevens' office, Lei Fa instructed. And here, Jonathan cast a worried glance towards the direction where his wife Jessica was situated. Even if you remain here, what can you do to prevent them if they attack? Furthermore, they are unlikely to act before the competition concludes. Even if you wish to personally protect your wife, you could undoubtedly return before the competition ends. I urge you to go swiftly and return just as quickly, Lei Fa insisted. I understand. Jonathan discerned the gravity of the situation, and although he hesitated momentarily due to the pressing crisis, he ultimately resolved to act. After a brief consideration, he quietly slipped away from the crowd. This scene did not attract any attention. Even Bondi Ward, who had a panoramic view, failed to notice an inconspicuous spectator suddenly leaving. Nevertheless, there was still hope, though Lei Fa's mood remained somewhat somber. The feasibility of having Jonathan seek assistance from the Navy headquarters was, in truth, quite low, as there were not many individuals within the Navy capable of contending with Bondi Ward, most of whom were far away in the Grand Line, making it nearly impossible for anyone to be conveniently located in the East Sea. Moreover, traveling from the Grand Line to this location would require a considerable amount of time. And by the time help arrived, the battle would have long concluded, rendering any rescue efforts futile. Lei Fa suggested that Jonathan undertake this task with a mindset of hoping for the best, fully aware of the slim chances of timely assistance. Approximately half an hour later, Jonathan quietly returned to the sidelines. What news? Lei Fa inquired telepathically. The headquarters has stated they will promptly contact all available rear admirals and above who can arrive here swiftly. They will also request that the world government dispatch the nearest powerful individuals for assistance, though they cannot guarantee how soon help will arrive. If possible, I should try to stall them, but if it becomes untenable, my safety must come first. Do not be reckless, Jonathan replied, his face pale. Stall? With what means? He thought. Not to mention Bondi Ward. He would likely struggle against even a few of the officers from the Ward Pirates in a one-on-one confrontation. To think he could single-handedly delay them was an unreasonable expectation. Yet, the option of prioritizing his own survival and disregarding the situation was equally impossible. From the Navy's perspective, the combined significance of these chefs might not surpass that of the Rear Admiral Jonathan. However, for Jonathan, that was not the case. He could not abandon his wife to flee alone, which made it inevitable for him to remain involved. He could not forcibly enter the arena to take his wife away, urging her to withdraw from the competition, as such an action would undoubtedly draw the attention of Bondi Ward and his crew, leading to adverse consequences. I understand your feelings. Rear Admiral Jonathan, Lei Fa conveyed telepathically. This situation may not be devoid of a turning point. Now that the Navy headquarters is aware of our predicament, they will certainly expedite assistance. Our task is to buy time. I understand that, but given your knowledge of the Ward Pirates lineage, do you truly believe we can hold them off? Jonathan replied in a low voice. Direct confrontation is indeed unfeasible, yet it is not entirely impossible, Lei Fa responded. Huh? What do you mean? Jonathan asked. To achieve this, it may require you, Rear Admiral Jonathan, to take a certain risk. You might need to face one of the Ward Pirates officers alone, Lei Fa said slowly. But that is acceptable, Jonathan replied candidly. Very well, with that in mind. Lei Fa quickly explained his plan to Jonathan and inquired, What do you think? Are you certain it will work? Jonathan questioned. I cannot guarantee it 100%. But I am at least 70% confident. I recognize this request is somewhat excessive, but do not explain. I shall take care of this. If this is the path forward, the danger you face will far exceed mine. If you are unafraid, then I have no reason to hesitate. Jonathan interrupted Lei Fa and agreed. Then I wish you all the best. Take care. Lei Fa said. You as well, Jonathan replied before quietly departing once more. After 4 rounds of culinary tests, the top 10 competitors had finally been determined. Jonathan's wife, Jessica, predictably made it into the top 10, as did the Redfoot chef Shifu, along with Lei Fa himself. The third round, which was also the final round of the day, would directly determine which 3 chefs would ultimately earn the title of Master Chef. As the 5 Master Chef judges made their appearance, the host began introducing the rules of this final competition. In the third round, the chefs would showcase their individual culinary prowess. Similar to previous Master Chef competitions, this round imposed no restrictions on cooking styles or ingredient selections. Competitors would use their own ingredients to prepare a dish they excelled at, which would then be evaluated and scored by the 5 Master Chef judges. The 3 contestants with the highest scores would directly receive the title of Master Chef. Any questions? The host asked. Using our own ingredients? Lei Fa, initially focused on monitoring the 3 members of the Ward Pirates, redirected his attention upon hearing the stipulation for the final round. Noting that the other 9 competitors appeared entirely unfazed by the announcement, clearly having prepared in advance. Meanwhile, he had only recently registered for the competition, and even Lieutenant Owen, who had encouraged him to participate, was not a chef and therefore unaware of these so-called traditions. However, the concept of using personal ingredients did not seem to be a mere oversight on Lei Fa's part. He pondered. Knowing that his ingredient shop boasted a plethora of culinary treasures from the world of gourmet captives, in terms of flavor diversity and deliciousness, Those ingredients could easily outshine the local produce of this world, akin to wielding an assault rifle against someone armed with a dagger. After a brief selection process, Lei Fa chose an ingredient classified as level 13, known as deep sea matsutake. He deliberately avoided selecting ingredients with excessively bold flavors, as that would be unnecessarily ostentatious. The defining characteristic of the deep-sea matsutake lies in its inherent sweetness reminiscent of fresh deep-sea fish, complemented by the exquisite texture that is emblematic of the finest matsutake. A mere simple preparation can evoke its most sublime flavors, far surpassing any elaborate culinary methods. Indeed, this was a choice driven by Lei Fa's desire for convenience. As he was preoccupied with thoughts of the 3 members of the ward pirates, rendering him incapable of focusing on intricate cooking processes. The others, however, each displayed their unique skills, showcasing a variety of pre-prepared ingredients. Some opted for the flesh of sea kings, while others selected an assortment of peculiar, yet undeniably rare, ingredients. After approximately 2 hours, as the 10 participants presented their dishes, the 5 esteemed chefs commenced their tasting. The first dish sampled happened to be Redfoot Chef's creation, giant partridge egg fried with SH King's liver oil and a medley of over 10 spices, resulting in a deceptively simple scrambled egg dish, a daring endeavor. As the first chef savored this dish, he expressed his admiration, praising the boldness of the attempt. True to his reputation as a master of seasoning, the culinary virtuoso discerned the primary ingredients with just a single bite, earning Redfoot Chef's respect. Following their tastings, the remaining 4 chefs offered their accolades and recorded their scores before cleansing their palates for the next dish. Lei Fa, positioned 4th, unveiled his creation as the 5 judges approached. He presented a soup, composed of the deep-sea matsutake and minimal seasoning. The attendant served each of the 5 judges a bowl, each containing 2 pieces of the matsutake. The texture of the matsutake was unprecedentedly exquisite. "Where did you procure this?" one judge inquired eagerly after taking a bite. "I acquired it from a vendor. I am uncertain of its origins," Lei Fa replied nonchalantly. The emphasis, however, was not solely on the matsutake's texture, but rather the flavor infused into both the soup and the matsutake itself. "What did you use to impart such delightful savor?" The judge, known as Culinary Virtuoso, was perplexed. Asserting his confidence in his palate, yet certain he had never encountered such a level of deliciousness, especially from a soup. "I utilized various ingredients to infuse flavor, which I then dried to create this product. The process is quite intricate, but it should be within the rules, correct?" Lei Fa explained. "Certainly, it is permissible. The ability to produce such dried goods is a testament to culinary skill," the culinary virtuoso responded, acknowledging the dish's extraordinary flavor as the best he had encountered in recent years. "Even if I attempted to replicate this effect through seasoning now, I would likely fail. Why not venture into another world?" Lei Fa mused silently. The 5 judges exchanged glances before each submitted their scores. The tasting continued, and after approximately 20 minutes, the judges concluded their evaluation of the 10 dishes and, with the assistance of staff, determined the final rankings for the top 3 contenders. The first place was awarded to a bearded chef named Bard, who also bore the title of flame pianist, indicative of his graceful control over fire while cooking. In the second round's flame test, he had scored the highest, leaving the others trailing behind, much like Lei Fa had done in the knife skills test. Second place was claimed by Lei Fa, while Redfoot Chef secured 3rd. Unfortunately, Jonathan's wife, Jessica, did not rank among the top 3, finishing in 6th place. "Now, let the culinary virtuoso present the certificates and medals to our 3 newly minted chefs. Let us applaud," the host proclaimed with enthusiasm. At that moment, the judge known as the culinary virtuoso stepped forward with a smile. It was then that the 3 members of the ward pirates were finally freed from their weight. "Ha ha ha. No need for awards. Come aboard my ship," boomed a voice as 3 figures descended from above, the foremost laughing heartily. Their arrival caused a substantial commotion, leaving a large crater on the ground, especially with the towering figure akin to a giant fishman, inciting screams of panic among some spectators. "Who are you to disrupt this moment?" the culinary virtuoso demanded sternly. "Who am I? I am Bondi Ward, and from this moment forth, you shall all be my chefs. Remember this," the colossal ward proclaimed nonchalantly. "The world destroyer, Bondi Ward." Jessica exclaimed in shock from a distance. Having traversed the Grand Line, she was well aware of this name, a legendary pirate known throughout the seas, akin to Whitebeard Edward and Gold Lion Cheeky, names that resonated across the Grand Line. As Jessica's exclamation echoed, many who recognized Ward's identity turned pale. Finally grasping the weight of the name World Destroyer, the 5 chef judges had also ventured to the Grand Line and were familiar with Ward's notoriety. though they had never encountered him until his bold introduction. Mr. Ward, if you seek to recruit chefs, I am certain there are those willing to follow you. So why resort to such measures? The culinary virtuoso suggested, regaining his composure. 1 or 2 is hardly sufficient. Do you believe the Ward pirates are unworthy of a full crew of chefs? The fish giant, Sebastian, inquired ominously. Why waste words? Just take them all. Anyone unwilling can be knocked out and taken along, the alluring lady, Naichin, chimed in with a laugh. Even if you are a legendary pirate, you shall not force us. Chefs possess their own dignity. Bard, the flame pianist, retorted angrily. Do you wish to stand out? Very well, I shall grant you that. Naichin's expression darkened, her form suddenly vanishing from sight. With a resounding thud, a leg swung horizontally, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Naichin, only for her to block it with a single hand, halting the strike mid-air. I did not expect to find someone of your caliber in the East Blue, Naichin remarked, unperturbed by the force of the attack. The assailant was none other than Redfoot Chef himself. Had he embarked on the Grand Line years later and honed his skills to perfection, he might have matched Naichin. However, in the present, he lacked the strength to contend with her. Thus, while his full-force kick forced Naichin to defend herself, it failed to inflict any substantial damage, even in surprise. Chef shall not be insulted, Chef Shifu asserted, embodying both pirate and chef, favoring his identity as a chef above all. I shall assist you. The flame pianist bard is evidently not an ordinary individual, nor do any of the chefs competing in this contest lack considerable skill. In this realm, aspiring to travel and learn while honing one's culinary craft demands a certain level of prowess. As Bard approached the two, he suddenly hurled an object resembling a marble towards Naichin. Upon being cast into the air, the object transformed into a fireball, hurtling directly towards Naichin's face. With a swift motion, Naichin countered the fiery projectile with a punch from her free hand. The fireball, curiously, circled in the air before rebounding towards Bard with even greater velocity. What? Bard exclaimed in shock, barely managing to shield his chest with his arms. Boom. The fireball detonated upon contact with his arm, sending him flying. When he landed, he was rendered unconscious, enveloped in darkness. Naichin let out a delicate laugh. Damn it. Jifu watched helplessly as Bard, who was about to assist him, succumbed to the explosion. Enraged, he performed a somersault and launched a frenzied assault on Naichin. However, Naichin remained unperturbed, effortlessly parrying each of his kicks, as if toying with a mouse. Enough of this, Naichin, Sebastian, the fish giant, remarked with a frown. With that, he took a significant step forward. 2 of the 5 renowned chefs, evidently possessing formidable skills, attempted to intercept Sebastian, only to be effortlessly knocked unconscious by a single punch. He counted 3 in total. Having completed this feat, he directed another punch towards Jifu, who was advancing on Naichin. A diminutive figure appeared before his colossal fist, pointing a finger at it. The disparity between the 2 figures was indeed remarkable. The diminutive figure was scarcely larger than Sebastian's fist, let alone his finger. Yet, no one anticipated that when that finger met Sebastian's descending fist, Sebastian's expression would suddenly shift, as if he were propelled backward by an unseen force, staggering a few steps before regaining his balance. Upon seeing the individual who had intervened, he felt a surge of incredulity, for it was none other than Lei Fa, a mere boy who appeared to be in his early teens. Look, it's boss Lei Fa. Lei Fa's subordinate sailors, who had gathered at the sidelines, had taken the day off specifically to witness Lei Fa's match. Thus, when the pirate attack occurred, they were not summoned to the port to confront the threat. However, upon the arrival of the Ward pirates, they found themselves powerless to intervene, for they were far too weak. Even Bud, who had just been incapacitated by Nike, was vastly stronger than them. Simultaneously, concern for Lei Fa gnawed at them, as it was evident that he was among the targets of these pirates. They had never imagined that their leader was also a formidable opponent, capable of blocking such a fearsome attack from the gigantic fishman. Boy, state your name. The fish giant Sebastian intoned menacingly. The Navy and the world government are en route. If you wish to avoid being surrounded, I suggest you depart swiftly. Lei Fa did not respond to Sebastian's inquiry. Instead, he retorted, How dare you ignore me? Sebastian's fury ignited, feeling deeply insulted. He leapt into the air, unleashing a downward strike toward Lei Fa. Fishman karate, mighty cleaving palm. Lei Fa spread his arms wide, mimicking a lifting gesture towards the heavens. Suddenly, layers of translucent energy membranes appeared above him, steadfastly blocking Sebastian's descending blow. However, unlike the unexpected success of their first encounter, this time Lei Fa faced a far more daunting challenge. The disparity in their strengths was substantial. Previously, Raifa had managed to deflect Sebastian's attack due to surprise. Coupled with Sebastian's lackadaisical effort, the current situation was drastically different, as Sebastian was attacking with fury, employing fisherman karate, and the potency of the strike was incomparably greater. The infinite stomach wall not only defended but also swiftly dissipated much of the immense force behind Sebastian's assault. Yet, completely neutralizing the attack proved exceedingly difficult. In terms of raw power, Sebastian far surpassed even the mightiest of the Navy's giant vice admirals, and with the augmentations of fisherman karate, only a power akin to the barrier fruit could withstand such an onslaught. While the infinite stomach wall was indeed a formidable defensive technique, it was still closely tied to Raifa's own strength, making it an arduous task to fully absorb this strike. Nevertheless, though unable to completely withstand the attack, the layers of defense successfully mitigated the majority of Sebastian's force. By the time it breached the infinite stomach wall, its strength had dwindled to less than 30%. Sound barrier. The second layer of defense manifested above Raifa, effectively intercepting the now diminished blow from Sebastian. Sebastian, taken aback by the unexpected resilience of this seemingly youthful opponent, faltered for a brief moment. Seizing the opportunity, Raifa launched a counterattack. Finger gun, sonic boom, double strike. With both hands pressed against the sound barrier, Raifa propelled Sebastian's arm upward before swiftly thrusting two fingers, one to the left and one to the right, directly into Sebastian's abdomen. Caught off guard, Sebastian had no time to defend and was struck squarely in the midsection. Thud, thud. The sounds reverberated as Sebastian was sent flying. Boss Raifa is magnificent. Raifa's subordinates erupted in excitement at the sight, but Raifa himself felt little joy. For despite being struck by his powerful fingergun sonic boom, Sebastian emerged merely disheveled, without even a scratch to show for it. It was worth noting that his fingergun sonic boom was potent enough to create massive craters in the ground. Even a slab of granite would be obliterated by a direct hit. Yet, Sebastian had sustained the two strikes and merely been propelled backward, with no other apparent harm. Was this truly the might of a grand pirate? This was Raifa's first direct encounter with such formidable power, leaving him profoundly awestruck. There exists a vast difference between knowing of someone's strength and confronting it firsthand. You wretched little brat. Sebastian seethed in rage. Sebastian, hold on, Bondi Ward interjected calmly. In the throes of his fury, ready to unleash his full power, Sebastian halted abruptly at this casual command. The stringent adherence to orders vividly illustrates the formidable authority wielded by Captain Bond. Young lad, what is your name? Bond inquired, casting his gaze upon Raifa. Rek, replied Raifa. While your abilities may be modest, they are commendable for your age. Should you so desire, upon boarding my ship, I could grant you a position as an officer, placing you on par with Sebastian and the others, entrusting you with their management. What say you? Bond proposed. Captain Sebastian bristled at this. Silence, Bond snapped, his eyes delivering a sharp warning to Sebastian. The latter fell silent, though a flicker of defiance remained in his expression. Well then, young lad, would serving as an officer in the Ward Pirates be beneath your dignity? Ward continued. Raifa was taken aback by Ward's invitation. He had envisioned numerous potential scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Ward would extend such a direct invitation, coupled with the promise of an officer's rank. It was essential to note that the current officers of the Ward Pirates were, at the very least, formidable pirates or near pirate caliber. Although Raifa's strength had progressed rapidly, he still lagged significantly behind that echelon. Ward's invitation likely stemmed from his recognition of Raifa's potential, alongside his exceptional culinary skills, leading to the proposal of a role as the ship's culinary officer. Presently, the three core officers of the Ward Pirates included Giant Fish Sebastian, who oversaw combat, Cubicle Fruit User Garum, responsible for research, and traditional medicine practitioner Nachin, who served as the ship's doctor. Should Raifa choose to join, he would presumably assume the role of head chef. One cannot deny that Ward's invitation was indeed a significant acknowledgement of Raifa's abilities. The Ward Pirates are a legendary crew, akin to the Whitebeard Pirates, and the status of an officer within their ranks is theoretically on par with that of a Marine Vice Admiral. If Raifa were a solitary figure unopposed to the pirate life, such an invitation would be undeniably alluring. Even if Raifa were inherently a pirate or a wanted criminal, the offer would still hold substantial appeal. However, it is regrettable that Raifa had never contemplated becoming a pirate. His identity and principles fundamentally precluded him from serving under someone like Ward. I am a Marine, Raifa responded firmly. And what of it? Is serving the world government as a mere lapdog a point of pride? Ward retorted scornfully. Your title, Lord Ward, is World Destroyer. You seek to overthrow the world government. Do you not? Rifa stated. This was hardly a secret. Ward failed to grasp Rifa's implications. Yet, as I understand it, you have committed innumerable heinous acts over the years. Is this not true? Rifa queried. Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. You are still too young to comprehend the distinction between good and evil. The world government has stripped people of their freedom. Those who fail to grasp this truth deserve annihilation, Ward replied indifferently. Perhaps your perspective is not entirely erroneous. The world government has its faults. However, from you, Lord Ward, I discern only a desire to usurp rather than rectify these wrongs. I have reason to believe that. Even if you were to topple the world government, it would only escalate the chaos. Destroyer is indeed a fitting moniker, Rifa asserted with piercing clarity. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness, Ward mused. Shaking his head, I initially saw potential in you and hoped to cultivate it, but it seems you are merely a Na'vi youth. Do you truly intend to persist in this course, Lord Ward? Rifa inquired once more. Are you hoping to intimidate me with reinforcements? This is the East Sea. Even if we began counting from the moment I landed, the Marines from the Grand Line would never arrive in time. Reinforcements? Preposterous, Ward dismissed. If I were to tell you that your brother, Binjek, is in my grasp, and should you choose to act against me, his life would be forfeit. Would you still refuse to retreat? Rifa's tone suddenly turned resolute. Bond's expression abruptly chilled. What did you say? I said, your brother Binjek's life is in my hands. If you do not withdraw, I cannot guarantee his safety, Rifa declared, unwavering. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, young man? If Bond had harbored any fondness for Rifa before, it had evaporated entirely, replaced by a palpable intent to kill. I am fully aware of what I am saying. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to contact him and ascertain the truth, Rifa asserted. Seeing Rifa's unwavering confidence, Bond found himself swayed. Yet he understood that he must verify the claim to know for certain. He retrieved a portable din-din mushy from his pocket, dialing Binjek's number. After several rings, it became apparent that no one was answering. This outcome had rendered Bond's countenance ashen. However, it might merely be a coincidence. Thus, he dialed the portable snail phone of another officer from the Ward Pirates, the cube fruit user, Garum. After only 2 rings, the call was answered, and a somewhat agitated voice came through. Captain, it's bad news. The vice-captain has been kidnapped by an unidentified individual. Fools, Bond bellowed, do not act rashly. Await my instructions. He abruptly terminated the call and turned to Lei Fa. Excellent. It seems Lord Bond has completed his verification. Lei Fa displayed a faint smile. In truth, he had not been entirely confident prior to this moment. Although he had previously stationed Jonathan at the dock to seize Bond's elder brother, Binjek, he could not ascertain Jonathan's success. It was important to remember that on the ship, there was still a cadre from the Ward Pirates. Jonathan was merely a rear admiral. Even though he was exceptionally clever, his strength was not comparable to that of a typical rear admiral. Confronting a member of the Ward Pirates alone was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should his actions inadvertently alert Garum, the cube fruit user, the abduction of Binjek would undoubtedly fail, and it would be uncertain whether Jonathan could preserve his own life. This is precisely why Lei Fa had previously emphasized to Jonathan that he might very well have to confront a cadre of the Ward Pirates alone. Despite being fully aware of the perilous nature of this undertaking, Jonathan resolutely chose to proceed, understanding that it was currently the most viable option. Should he refrain from action, his wife, Jessica, and their companions would likely be forcibly taken aboard the Ward Pirates ship, rendering any future rescue attempts exceedingly difficult. In light of such dire consequences, he was willing to risk his life. Lei Fa was relieved to learn that Jonathan ultimately succeeded, granting him leverage to negotiate with Ward. Prior to this, neither party was in a position to converse, as even without Ward's direct involvement, his 2 subordinates could easily eliminate everyone present. You are indeed audacious to threaten me. You are the first to do so, Ward remarked, his expression impassive as he gazed at Lei Fa. This is a matter of necessity. I hope for your understanding, Lord Ward. Lei Fa replied with a smile. If you release my brother, I shall leave with my men, Ward asserted. That is unfortunately unfeasible, Lei Fa countered, shaking his head. Your strength is beyond what we can contend with. If I were to release Sir Binjek and you were to turn against us, we would be utterly defenseless. Do you truly believe I would go back on my word? Ward inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in his tone. That is not my intention, Lei Fa responded, seeking to avoid further provoking Ward, for, in truth, the lives of all present rested solely in Ward's hands. What then do you propose? Ward asked. Perhaps you could withdraw for the time being. Once you are a safe distance away, I shall release Sir Banjake. What do you think? Lei Fa suggested. Unacceptable. Before Ward could respond, his subordinate, the fish giant Sebastian, interjected angrily, How can we trust you, treacherous Navy scum? If you do not trust us, why should we trust you? That is a valid point, Lei Fa acknowledged, remaining composed rather than reacting with anger as Sebastian and his companions had. How about this? I shall accompany you, board your ship, and wait for the Navy reinforcements to arrive before I depart with my comrades. This way, we need not worry about Lord Ward going back on his word. And you need not worry about us breaking ours. What say you? Ward pondered for a moment before responding with a stoic agreement. Very well. Meanwhile, the traditional Chinese martial artist Nachin, who had initially intended to prolong her engagement with Zeph, lost interest upon seeing the decision to retreat. With a single punch, she pushed Zeph back and giggled. You possess quite the strength. Should we meet again, sister will play with you once more. Zeph regarded her coldly, offering no reply. As Ward departed with his two subordinates and Lei Fa, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathered crowd, including Jonathan's wife, Jessica. It was only then that she began to search for her husband among the throng but found no trace of him. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. Major General Jonathan is currently aboard the Ward pirate ship. I assure you, once this matter concludes, he will be returned to you unharmed. There is no need for concern. Jessica recognized the voice of Leek, who had recently stepped forward to claim second place. Connecting this with Leek's earlier conversation with Ward, she suddenly realized that the one who had taken Ward's brother was likely her husband, Jonathan. How could she not grasp the dangers of such an action? After all, it was the Ward pirates. She understood all too well that Jonathan's motivations were to safeguard her. Had he not acted, she would have been forcibly taken aboard the Ward pirate ship. It's all my fault. I should not have insisted on participating in this competition. Had I not come, he would not have taken such risks, Jessica lamented inwardly. If Jonathan were to suffer harm because of this, she could never face life again. Resolutely, she decided that once this ordeal was over, she would abandon her aspirations of becoming a world-renowned chef. All she desired was for Jonathan to return safely so they could continue their lives together. As others witnessed the Ward pirates' departure, they began to scatter in haste. Many chefs who had come to participate in the competition chose to leave early, for who could predict whether the Ward pirates would return in a vengeful manner? What shall we do, boss? Zeph's subordinate inquired. Retreat, he commanded decisively. The arrival of Navy reinforcements would not bode well for him, considering he also had a bounty on his head. Those who dared to confront the Ward pirates' navy would undoubtedly be formidable opponents. Remaining here would only invite trouble. On the vast ocean, 3 Navy ships advanced at full speed, arranged in a triangular formation. How much further? The leading ship's captain, Karp, absent-mindedly picked his nose. Ah, we are nearly there, Akiji Kazan replied, glancing at the map in his hands before surveying the sea and the distant islands and reefs. That scoundrel Bondi Ward is truly lacking in decorum, coming to the east blue to prey on newcomers, Karp grumbled. Karp-senpai, have you faced him before? Akiji inquired. Indeed. He possesses considerable strength and excels in combat against multiple opponents. Even when surrounded by a large force, he remains unperturbed, which is quite troublesome, Karp explained. Are you referring to the momo fruit? Akiji asked. Precisely, Karp nodded. Though it may not appear as formidable as the Logia-type fruits, he has significantly enhanced its capabilities, allowing him to enlarge objects 100-fold and accelerate them likewise. Even wielding an ordinary pistol, he can unleash destruction surpassing that of a cannon. Akiji nodded in agreement. Having heard of this remarkable ability, these legendary pirates have developed the devil fruits to an astonishing extent. In comparison, the Navy, including its members of the natural type, is far inferior to these legendary pirates in harnessing the powers of the devil fruits. Speaking of which, it seems that the old rascal Sengoku's young man is currently in Logtown. Let us hope he does not act recklessly. For that fellow Ward is not one to show mercy, Karp remarked. The young man from Admiral Sengoku's family? Are you referring to Rayleigh, Senior Karp? Akiji inquired, astonished. Do you know him? Not exactly. However, I did encounter him during the last Marine Headquarters conference he convened, Akiji replied. Ah, right. I almost forgot. I was not present at Marineford during that time, Karp said, struck by realization. It was after that event that Sengoku, the old rascal, sent the young man to Logtown to keep him out of trouble. I see. As the two engaged in their conversation, 3 warships drew ever closer to Logtown. Shortly thereafter, a naval soldier approached to report, we are nearing Logtown. Ahead, we have spotted the Ward pirate ship, seemingly waiting for our arrival at the harbor. Waiting for us? Akiji remarked, feeling incredulous. Humph. This fellow looks down upon us Marines. We shall sail right in. I intend to teach him a lesson, Carp instructed, a hint of anger in his voice. Yes, sir. The naval soldier responded with a bow. Akiji sought to temper Carp's impulsiveness. Do not worry. Just hold off his underlings for me. I will handle that fellow, Carp said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront the adversary. Indeed, Ward possesses formidable strength. And coupled with his troublesome abilities, capturing or eliminating him would be quite a challenge, even for Carp and Sengoku combined. However, should it merely be a matter of administering a lesson, Carp alone would suffice. In terms of strength, Ward is not truly superior to Carp. Few could claim they would assuredly triumph over Carp in a one-on-one confrontation, and Ward is certainly not among them. Yet, as they approached the Ward pirates, Carp chose not to act immediately. For from their vantage point, the situation aboard the Ward pirate ship appeared peculiar. Two individuals stood by the railing, visibly holding someone hostage, while opposite them were the officers of the Ward pirates led by their captain, Bondi Ward. Is that Jonathan? And Rayleigh? Akiji recognized the two figures at a glance. These two individuals are not strangers to him. Jonathan had previously spent time in Marineford, but after being promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral, he moved to other branches, so he is not entirely unfamiliar. As for Lei Fa, it has been less than a year since their last encounter, so he naturally would not forget him. What is the situation here? Carp, initially filled with fury and intent on teaching Bondward a lesson, has temporarily abandoned that notion. This is because the circumstances aboard the opposing ship appear rather peculiar. Carp's scoundrel has arrived. Surely it is time to release him. On the large vessel, Ward stifled his murderous rage, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Naturally, I have offended you before, Lei Fa replied with a smile. Simultaneously, Lei Fa transmitted a message to the naval warship using sound waves. In the next moment, he and Jonathan leaped into the sea behind them. Sebastian! Ward shouted. The fish giant, Sebastian, rushed toward the edge of the ship and leaped into the water. Ice Age! A languid voice from the opposite side suddenly called out, causing the sea surface to freeze instantly, blocking the fish giant Sebastian from pursuing into the water. You seek death. Enraged by the obstruction, Sebastian charged toward Akiji in a fit of rage. Fishman Karate, Sharkwave Fist. Ice Ball. Akiji directed his palm toward Sebastian, shooting forth two ice pillars. Sebastian's Sharkwave Fist collided squarely with the oncoming ice pillars, shattering them instantly, yet his momentum was halted by the icy barriers. Naturally, you are the monstrous new star of the Navy, Akiji Kazan. Sebastian recognized Akiji from his attack. Information across the sea travels swiftly, especially with the assistance of numerous intelligence organizations like the news agency. Whether naval personnel or pirates, those of exceptional strength are rarely nameless. Consequently, Sebastian quickly discerned Akiji's identity. Ah, what was your name again? Never mind, I shall just call you Big Fish, Akiji scratched his head, unable to recall Sebastian's name after pondering for quite some time. At this moment, the boisterous laughter of Carp erupted from the naval ship. Ha ha ha, old Ward. Our two little brats have managed to subdue you. Look at you now. You're talking nonsense. Ward, already furious, felt even more humiliated by Carp's taunts. Who as talking nonsense knows best, Carp continued to laugh heartily, unabashedly. Let us go. Ward realized he had suffered a loss today and waved his hand dismissively. Sebastian had initially wanted to continue the confrontation with Akiji, but upon hearing Ward's command, he refrained, letting out a cold huff before leaping back onto the ship. As they watched the Ward pirates depart, Carp did not give the order to pursue. The forces present were insufficient to capture Ward, so why waste time? This decision also reflected Carp's character. Had it been Sengoku who had arrived, he would have relentlessly pursued, even knowing capture was unlikely. Thank you, Vice Admiral Carp, for coming to our rescue. Lei Fa and Jonathan immediately expressed their gratitude upon boarding the naval vessel, also extending their thanks to Akiji. It was merely our duty. No need for thanks. However, you two saved quite a number of lives and even managed to put Ward at a disadvantage. Well done, indeed. Carp chuckled heartily. The thought of Ward suffering a significant setback delighted him. It was Private Lei Fa who discovered the Ward pirates' whereabouts and alerted me, which allowed me to request assistance from headquarters. He even devised the plan to capture Vice Captain Ben Jack, enabling us to hold out until your arrival, Vice Admiral Carp, Jonathan promptly acknowledged, pushing Lei Fa into the spotlight. His tone was sincere, not merely polite. He genuinely appreciated Lei Fa, knowing that without him, his fate could have been quite dire, and his wife, Jessica, would have surely been taken aboard Ward's ship. Thus, he completely set aside his own contributions, wishing for all recognition to go to Lei Fa. feeling that this was the least he could do to express his gratitude, albeit it felt insufficient to him. Private Lei Fa? Haha. So you didn't know this lad's true identity? Carp laughed. True identity? Jonathan looked at Lei Fa in surprise. I didn't have the chance to explain earlier. My real name is Lei Fa. Rake is merely a temporary alias. Lei Fa introduced himself, unperturbed by Carp's revelation. Lei Fa? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Jonathan mused, pondering for a moment before a look of realization crossed his face. Is this the Lei Fa who recently had a misunderstanding with the celestial dragons? It seems you've heard of this lad's exploits, Carp replied with a grin. Is it truly him? Jonathan marveled. He had indeed heard of Lei Fa from an old friend. The incident was unprecedented in naval history. For someone to offend the celestial dragons yet compel them to forego retribution was exceedingly rare, especially when the individual in question was merely a novice sailor under 10 years of service. This was something unheard of and unseen. Moreover, there had even been a Supreme Navy conference called to address the incident, thus Lei Fa's name circulated widely among high-ranking naval officers. Although Jonathan did not serve at headquarters, his old friend Akina Sakazuki often kept in touch, and this matter had come up in their conversations. However, he had not previously connected Lei Fa to the person before him. Regardless, I must thank you. Without your intervention, this situation could not have been resolved so smoothly. Jonathan expressed his gratitude once more. He had completely deflected any credit due to himself, effectively transferring all recognition to Lei Fa, forcing back a legendary pirate crew and rescuing over a dozen renowned chefs, including several master chefs, was no small feat. While such accomplishments might not bear great significance for a rear admiral like Jonathan, for Lei Fa, who held merely the rank of private, this recognition would undoubtedly lead to substantial rewards from headquarters. After a brief communication with Admiral Sengoku via Din Mushi, Carp made a commendation decision. Lei Fa, in light of your contributions this time, headquarters has decided to grant you the rank of lieutenant commander, and you will assume the position of the commanding officer in Rogue Town, succeeding Lieutenant Commander Stephen, who will be reassigned to other islands. Do you have any objections? Carp inquired. No, sir. Lei Fa had no reason to refuse. Additionally, you need not continue with the alias. After all, this is the East Blue, and any news won't reach the Grand Line swiftly, Carp added. Moreover, the recent situation in the Grand Line is quite tumultuous, and your moment of fame has already passed. No one has time to focus on you now. What is happening in the Grand Line? Lei Fa instinctively asked. That scoundrel Roger has laid claim to the title of Pirate King. Who knows what outrageous acts he may commit next? Headquarters has raised security measures to the highest level, and the world government is prepared for any ensuing turmoil, Carp stated solemnly. The title of Pirate King is not easily attained. One must have the allegiance of the vast majority of pirate crews and conquer the entirety of the Grand Line. This position holds tremendous influence among pirates. If Roger truly seeks to instigate trouble, it would undoubtedly unleash a cataclysmic storm across the Grand Line, with dire consequences. Has he stabilized his claim to the Pirate King title? Lei Fa pondered internally. He was not surprised by this outcome. It was merely the natural progression of the world. Moreover, he knew that Roger would not cause further chaos but would soon disband his crew and surrender to the Navy, entrusting his pregnant wife to Carp, his old adversary. Subsequently, the Navy would execute him in Rogue Town, the place of his birth, claiming it was Carp who captured him. Carp would then become a celebrated hero of the Navy, revered by many. This would also mark the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, all because of the words Roger spoke before his death, which led to an unprecedented surge in the number of pirates worldwide. Do you wish for my treasure? If you seek it, you may have it all. Go and find it. I have placed all my treasure there. Those were Roger's final words. Because of this proclamation, countless individuals chose the path of piracy, striving to become the Pirate King, including the later protagonist Luffy. However, Lei Fa could not divulge to Carp that he had foreseen these events, as it pertained to his greatest secret, one he could not even share with his old friend Sengoku. Nevertheless, Carp's words indeed placed Lei Fa in a rather troublesome position. The series of events that would follow could be seen as the prologue to the Great Pirate Era, and given Lei Fa's status, he could inform Sengoku in advance about the possibility of Roger uttering words that would plunge the entire sea into a more chaotic era. If he wished, he could prevent Roger from articulating those fateful words. In other words, he possesses the absolute capability to postpone or even entirely eradicate the advent of the Great Pirate Era. Such an assertion may seem somewhat exaggerated, yet it is not. Had it not been for the words spoken by Roger before his demise, the Great Pirate Era might have still emerged due to other circumstances, albeit at a slower pace and with potentially lesser impact. Moreover, there exists the possibility that the great pirate era may never have come to fruition. The butterfly effect applies universally. Roger's final words serve as a catalyst of considerable consequence. From the Grand Line to the Four Seas. Even an ordinary citizen could be compelled by those words to set sail, embarking on the path of piracy in search of the ultimate treasure, One Piece. Without those words, the variables that could arise are incalculable, leading to a myriad of unpredictable changes. What can be anticipated, however, is that had one successfully prevented Roger from uttering those words, the arrival of the Great Pirate Era would undoubtedly have been affected, and significantly so. It is precisely this dilemma that ensnares Lei Fa. Should he truly endeavor to thwart the advent of the Great Pirate Era? From a moral standpoint, it may seem necessary at first glance, as a naval officer. One ought to prevent pirates from gaining strength in the name of justice. In the portrayal within the manga, pirates pursue freedom, seeking to escape the constraints of rules. Yet, Lei Fa has never subscribed to this notion, for to the common folk, the vast majority of pirates are unrepentant scoundrels, brutes, and villains, especially after experiencing this world firsthand. He has witnessed countless heinous acts committed by lawless pirates. No amount of embellishment can alter the inherent evil of piracy. Perhaps there are indeed rogues within the Navy. But from Lei Fa's observations, the majority of naval officers possess a fundamental sense of justice, adhere to rules, and do not arbitrarily oppress the weak. In fact, they often assist the vulnerable. Conversely, pirates are the antithesis of this, with over 90% being unequivocal scoundrels. Among the remaining 10%, individuals like Redfoot Zeph may lack the inclination to bully the weak or commit atrocious acts, as he merely robs for money without taking lives. Yet, can this be deemed just? A criminal is a criminal. Even if they harbor dreams, they cannot be transformed into good people. Thus, as an individual bearing the soul of the 21st century, Lei Fa harbors a profound disdain for the existence of pirates, an abhorrence that cannot be absolved. Even if he were to defect from the Navy, he could never become a pirate. Nevertheless, every situation possesses multifaceted dimensions. While it is true that most pirates are indeed scoundrels and Roger's words did ignite the Great Pirate Era, can one truly assert that the entire world has succumbed to the fervor of aspiring to become the Pirate King solely because of Roger? No, Lei Fa does not share this belief. If, hypothetically, a robber were to announce to the world that he had hidden a vast treasure in a certain location, and that only by becoming robbers themselves could they attain it, would the entire world then plunge into a frenzied and blind robber era? This is an utterly impossible scenario. If the world were in a state of peace and the vast majority of people were content and prosperous, no matter how cunning Roger may be, he could only sway a minuscule fraction of individuals rather than instigating chaos on a global scale that would compel countless souls to follow in his wake. The very fact that such a commotion could arise is a testament to the reality that most people in this world cannot enjoy a life of stability and contentment. The establishment of a world government has not ushered in happiness. Rather, it has entrenched the absolute authority of the rulers. Consider also the celestial dragons who tower above all. Loathsome beyond comparison to the pirates, the existence of such a detestable group is indeed a lamentable state of affairs. With this thought, something within Lei Fa began to germinate gradually. On another note, from a somewhat selfish perspective, thwarting the arrival of the Great Pirate Era would plunge the world into a trajectory that Lei Fa could not possibly foresee. And the unknown often harbors peril. After much contemplation, Lei Fa ultimately arrived at a difficult decision, for both moral and personal reasons. He found himself with justifiable grounds not to impede Roger, and through this matter, he gained greater clarity regarding his own path ahead. Perhaps this would serve as a turning point, he mused, following the confirmation of the departure of the ward pirates. Carp and Akiji lingered for less than half a day before taking their leave. Jonathan also returned to the Grand Line with his wife Jessica aboard 3 warships, urging Lei Fa to seek them out for a reunion upon his return. As for the possibility of the ward pirates launching a surprise counterattack, there was no cause for excessive concern. Most formidable foes possess a modicum of dignity, whether in the Navy or among pirates. Vandy Ward had already failed in his endeavors here and would not stoop to the disgraceful act of returning for a sneak assault. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the Navy might be lying in ambush, so even from a standpoint of safety, he would not risk a return lightly. The advantage of pirates lies in their unpredictable movements. Should it come to a direct confrontation, the Navy would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Otherwise, pirates would not spend their days fleeing. They could simply annihilate the Navy outright. After this encounter, Lei Fa succeeded Colonel Stephen to become the highest-ranking officer in Rogue Town, leaving many astounded. To numerous observers, Lei Fa seemed too young. Despite having the identity of like who was already 12 or 13, he was still merely a youth. It was entirely reasonable for him to serve as an ordinary naval soldier, but to command a base as a colonel was somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, Raifa's strength and contributions were evident, leaving no room for dissent, coupled with the fact that it was he who drove the Ward pirates away. The Navy personnel in Roguetown held him in immense admiration, with no one voicing objections to his appointment. Shortly after his assumption of office, news indeed reached the Grand Line that Roger had disbanded his pirate crew and surrendered to the Navy. The Navy publicly credited Carp for this achievement. But Raifa knew it was merely because Roger recognized his time was limited and chose to voluntarily surrender to the Navy. All of this was merely a part of Roger's grand scheme. Shortly after this news emerged, reports surfaced about Gold Lion Shiki wreaking havoc in Marineford. As expected, the events unfolded in accordance with the normal trajectory of the world. Gold Lion was apprehended by the combined might of Garp and the former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, subsequently imprisoned in the infamous Impel Down, the deep-sea prison. Soon thereafter, the Navy indeed announced to the world that they would execute the pirate King Roger in Loguetown. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the world. With the announcement, Loguetown instantly became the focal point of attention. In fact, the entire East Blue buzzed with activity in response to this news. Various factions and forces converged upon the East Blue. In light of recent events, Marshal Kong and Carp have inadvertently made a commendable decision by appointing Raifa to replace Colonel Stephen as the highest authority in Roguetown. Given the tumultuous circumstances, Colonel Stephen's abilities are woefully inadequate to handle the situation. Roguetown, perched precariously at the center of this storm, is destined to remain exceedingly perilous for a protracted period, lasting until the day Roger is executed. Even in the absence of Raifa, it is likely that Colonel Stephen would have been replaced by another. Raifa, however, had long anticipated this moment, as no one in the Navy had predicted this day more astutely than he, not even Marshal Kong. Faced with such a scenario, his response is to disregard the turmoil and devote himself to training, which is paramount, especially after recently receiving a task reward for attaining the title of Master Chef. This is what he eagerly looks forward to. Much like his initial visit to the Food Forest Temple, Raifa silently contemplated utilizing his task reward, the intermediate training card for the Food Forest Temple, and promptly found himself in this realm. As his senses momentarily faltered before returning to normal, he realized he was once again outside the Food Forest Temple, just as before. The distinction lies in the fact that, unlike his first visit, he now possesses a budding proficiency in food principles, preventing him from being repelled by the temple itself when ascending the stairs. Upon entering the Food Forest Temple, he was greeted not by the interim master Zhou, as on his previous visit, but by one of the three principal interim masters, Bone Law. While the Food Forest Temple boasts numerous interim masters imparting food principles, only three are most representative: Zhou, Lunyan, and Bone Law. Their ages span from the youthful Zhou to the middle-aged Lunyan, and finally to the elder Bone Law, hence the designation of old, middle-aged, and young among the interim masters. During Raifa's last visit, he was assigned training under the youngest and least accomplished master, Zhou. In contrast, Bone Law, whom Raifa had encountered during his year of training at the Food Forest Temple, is a master of the perfected level of food principles, second only to the esteemed Director Jinjin, a national treasure of culinary arts. Long time no see, Raifa, Master Bone Law greeted him with a smile. Aware of the system's meticulous arrangements, Raifa refrained from attempting explanations or inquiries, responding naturally, "Indeed, it has been a while. I appreciate your assistance this time. Let us dispense with pleasantries. For the next year, I shall guide your training. I must clarify that my training methods are significantly more arduous than Zhou's, so please prepare yourself mentally," Master Bone Law stated with a smile. "That is only to be expected," Raifa replied. "My expertise lies in extreme/and food oblivion, so your upcoming training will primarily revolve around these two disciplines," Master Bone Law elaborated. Finally, the opportunity to delve into food oblivion has arrived. Raifa felt a surge of joy upon hearing Master Bone Law's words. He had long yearned to comprehend the profundities of food oblivion. Food principles pertains to the cultivation of one's mindset through gratitude towards food and nature, fostering an understanding of the mental state. To facilitate the grasp of this state, Director Jinjin established various rituals and regulations, which is why the Food Forest Temple is referred to as the Temple of Rights and Laws, serving as the sacred ground for food principles. Thus, if one were to ascertain the most treasured aspect of the Food Forest Temple, it would undoubtedly be its mature training system of food principles. Conversely, food oblivion represents a profound concept within the training of food principles, essentially transforming the abstract practice into a practical application. The specific outcome is that the food consumed is converted into energy stored within the body, which can be released in an instant when needed. During Lei Fa's previous training, Master Zhou had informed him that once one reaches a modest level of food principles, they could begin to study food oblivion. As food principles continues to advance, the effects of food oblivion become increasingly astonishing. For instance, Director Xinjin typically weighs over a ton, possessing an unfathomable amount of stored energy. It is essential to note that this weight does not reflect the food's original mass, but rather its transformed state. This is merely a normal state, not a limit load, as prolonged exposure to limit loads is evidently unhealthy. Therefore, the usual state is merely the ordinary mode. Should a confrontation loom, however, Director Xinjin's maximum food oblivion storage could reach 5 to 10 times that of the ordinary state. Of course, not everyone can attain the formidable prowess of Director Xinjin. Even among the interim masters within the Food Forest Temple, the most accomplished, Master Bone Law, has only reached the perfected stage, still far from the transcendental state of Xinjin. Lei Fa once tentatively inquired whether anyone aside from the director had reached the transcendental stage in food principles, to which Master Zhou confirmed there were. But they were not affiliated with the Food Forest Temple. Knowing the background of this world, Lei Fa could surmise the identities of those individuals without further questioning. If he could master food oblivion, even to a fraction of Director Xinjin's capabilities, it would significantly enhance his combat potential, even against foes of superior strength. With proper application of food oblivion, he might still stand a fighting chance. Lei Fa felt a swell of anticipation. Yet, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, a question suddenly arose. Master Bone Law, I understand food oblivion, but what precisely does extreme slash entail in terms of practice? Without hesitation, he posed the query. From the name alone, you might deduce that this practice pertains to swordsmanship. The term extreme signifies the pinnacle. Thus, the training of extreme slash represents the utmost limit in sword techniques. In the realm of swordsmanship, speed is paramount. Therefore, the extreme here refers to the limit of velocity. Extreme slash can also be interpreted as the ultimate swift sword technique. Master Bone Law explained slowly. The short elderly man, whose height was even less than that of a 10-year-old, exuded an aura of perilous intensity at this very moment. Upon the Bone Law Master's remark, Lei Fa suddenly recalled that the art of swordsmanship in this world seemingly placed immense emphasis on speed. Take the esteemed Chiyoko, the partner of the director, for instance. She mastered an extraordinarily swift sword technique, reputed to be worth a fortune with each strike. Chiyoko's sword was so swift that it eluded the naked eye, and even the speed of nerve response could scarcely keep pace. Consequently, enemies struck by her blade often remained oblivious to their dismemberment, as her strikes were so rapid that pain could not register in time. Though the Bone Law Master's extreme slash could not compare to Chiyoko's prowess, it too was a technique defined by remarkable speed, a fact that Lei Fa would soon witness in his forthcoming training. A month later, the Bone Law Master observed Lei Fa's practice with great admiration. Utilizing sound waves as a blade, the lethality surpassed that of ordinary metallic edges, and its weight was virtually negligible. Quite commendable. However, the speed still fell short of even 1/10 of your own, did it not? Lei Fa chuckled ruefully. As he delved into the practice of swordsmanship, his understanding of the master's swiftness sharpened, moving beyond a mere impression of speed. Though the Bone Law Master had imparted the secrets and methods of mastering the extreme slash without reservation, the path to skill in swordsmanship was not one to be traversed in a day. The essence lay in relentless practice, in persistently seeking solutions and discerning techniques. The method of employing sound blades in place of conventional edges was merely a minor avenue. Perhaps it offered slight enhancement. Yet the true significance lay within the sword technique itself. Patience is key. The cultivation of swordsmanship is akin to a slow and steady stream. When proficiency is reached, progress will manifest, albeit not instantaneously, the Bone Law Master mused. I understand, Lei Fa nodded. I have imparted all that is necessary regarding the practice of extreme slash. Should you encounter any issues in your training, feel free to consult me at any time. The Bone Law Master continued. Now, I shall instruct you on the application of food absorption. I am eager to learn, Lei Fa replied. As for the concept of food absorption, I believe you have already heard of it from Zhou, so I shall not waste time on explanations. However, the crux lies in how to utilize food absorption to transform and store the energy derived from food, the Bone Law Master stated, hands clasped behind his back. Lei Fa listened intently, refraining from interjecting. The reason one must reach a preliminary stage in food essence before commencing food absorption was not an arbitrary rule. It stemmed from the fact that without achieving a foundational mastery of food essence, one could not store the energy derived from food within the body. The energy storage of food absorption does not entail placing all that energy into various parts or organs of the body. To attempt such a feat would only lead to one outcome: the body would succumb to the unbearable burden and perish. Thus, the true secret of food absorption lies in harnessing the spiritual power of food essence to carve out regions within the body capable of containing food energy. The higher one's mastery of food essence, the more regions one can develop, and consequently, the greater the capacity for energy storage. Now it makes sense, Lei Fa realized. Next, you shall attempt to carve out your first energy storage region, the Bone Law Master instructed calmly, detailing the method of creating such a region. As Lei Fa listened and took notes, he occasionally posed questions. After approximately 10 minutes, he began to explore independently, while the Bone Law Master patiently observed. The first region Lei Fa chose to develop was the stomach, the most accessible area for food absorption, since food is digested in the stomach. It is logical to initiate the transformation of energy here. The Bone Law Master spent merely 10 minutes imparting the method of opening this region. However, when it came to Lei Fa's own attempt, he spent the better part of a day merely establishing the tiniest of areas, capable of storing energy equivalent to that derived from a single bowl of rice. Such a modest amount of food energy would scarcely suffice for combat, let alone a full meal. Nonetheless, the Bone Law Master was quite pleased, noting that Lei Fa's speed in establishing his initial storage region was exceedingly rapid, comparable even to Shou, the most distinguished apprentice of Food Forest Temple. Yet Lei Fa remained somewhat discontent, for unlike others from Food Forest Temple, he could not linger in training indefinitely. His stay was limited to a year at most, and already a month had elapsed. Time was of the essence, and he needed to maximize every fleeting moment. Thus, in the days that followed, Lei Fa dedicated his mornings to honing the extreme technique and his afternoons to creating new energy storage regions. In this manner, the year of training at Food Forest Temple swiftly passed. Although the daily regimen may have seemed monotonous, the tangible progress rendered Lei Fa oblivious to any tedium, instead feeling as though time had flown by. Upon opening his eyes, Lei Fa found himself back in his office. For him, a year had indeed passed. Yet for the inhabitants of this world, he had never truly departed. The year at Food Forest Temple was but a fleeting moment in their realm. Notably, the current Lei Fa radiated a striking aura, far more pronounced than that of his former self. This is the impact brought by a year of daily practice of the ultimate slash. For now, he cannot suppress this overwhelming aura. System, display my physical data. Lei Fa suddenly commanded. Yes, the emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind. The host's physical data is as follows. Gastronomic cell awakening level, 7. 2. The soul of the gastronomic demon has awakened. Strength, 35. Normal adult male is 1. Constitution, 32. Normal adult male is 1. Speed, 42. Normal adult male is 1. Abilities, sound wave manipulation, beginner peak. Gastronomic principle, great achievement. Navy 6 styles, finger pistol, minor achievement. Navy 6 styles, Soru, minor achievement. Devourer's power, beginner. Ultimate slash, minor achievement. Gastronomic obliteration, minor achievement. In the span of a year, gastronomic principle has just reached a great achievement, while finger pistol and Sara have also progressed to minor achievements due to the enhancement of his overall physical attributes. Naturally, the most significant gains have come from ultimate slash and gastronomic obliteration, with speed becoming his strongest asset. Observing his physical data, Lei Fa couldn't help but smile faintly. After all, a year of arduous training has not been in vain. The previous bottleneck of strength has been shattered with this year's training at Gastronomic Forest Temple, and he now eagerly anticipates an opportunity to validate his newfound power. Roger must be on his way here by now, and those who should come are also en route. This small town of Rog will never know peace again. Seated at his desk, Lei Fa rubbed his hands together, his gaze profound. He understood that a storm was approaching. P.S. The release will be on the 1st, which is tomorrow, or more accurately, after midnight tonight. During the day, I will publish updates and rules for the release. So I kindly ask everyone to subscribe and support. I am immensely grateful. Chirp. The little sky deer, Dien, has grown to nearly the size of a horse and joyfully circled around Lei Fa. Although it lived comfortably in the pet space, it lacked the companionship of Lei Fa, its mother. Thus, upon being released, it exuberantly frolicked. There was no trace of its terrifying 8 Kings bloodline, being a descendant of the Deer King, Sky Deer. Come, little one, it's time to eat, Lei Fa said, holding the exclusive food for Sky Deer exchanged from the gastronomic store, feeding it bit by bit. In terms of size, it no longer fit the term little one, as it had become quite a behemoth compared to ordinary deer. However, given its age, it was perfectly reasonable for Lei Fa to refer to it as such. During the past year of training in the gastronomic forest temple, Lei Fa had never let the little one out, but evidently its time flow synchronized with his. Even in the pet space, it was the same. So, by calculating from the moment it was hatched and adding the year Lei Fa spent in the gastronomic forest temple, it was nearly 2 years old. A 2-year-old deer is normally quite a distance from adulthood. Yet, it was no ordinary deer. An adult sky deer could rival the colossal zoo elephant in the world of One Piece, perhaps even larger. While sky deer certainly has a longer lifespan than ordinary deer, leading to a prolonged maturity, having such a size at just 2 years old is not surprising. Chirp. After finishing a portion of its food, the little one nuzzled against Lei Fa, continuing to make sounds. Are you asking me to ride on your back? Perhaps due to the system. Lei Fa could intuitively sense the little one's intent. Chirp. The little creature happily called out, confirming Lei Fa's assumption. All right, I used to carry you, but today you shall carry me for a change. Since the little one expressed the desire, Lei Fa felt no hesitation and promptly jumped onto its back. He must admit, the little one's back was quite soft. Unlike its bloodline ancestor, the deer king sky deer, it bore no forest on its back. It merely had normal fur, appearing as a rather large deer. Let's go. Lei Fa gently patted the little one's neck. The little one let out a joyful cry and began to sprint swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they had dashed out of the naval camp. Along the way, many naval soldiers were initially startled by the sight of the galloping giant deer. However, upon recognizing their highest commander on its back, they quickly relaxed and saluted Lei Fa. The little one is impressively fast, much more so than any horse. Seated upon the deer's back, Lei Fa discovered that Dian sprinted far quicker than he had anticipated. The little one, pleased by Lei Fa's compliment, responded with joyful sounds. Be careful. Just as Lei Fa finished praising, he noticed a bicycle suddenly crossing their path. Given the little one's size and speed, a collision would surely spell disaster for both the bicycle and its rider. As Lei Fa prepared to intervene, the little one surprisingly leaped nearly 5 meters high, effortlessly clearing the obstacle. Impressive. After recovering from his astonishment, Lei Fa gently stroked the little one's neck, offering another compliment. The little one, elated by the praise, increased its running speed. Show me any other abilities you possess, Lei Fa casually suggested. Upon hearing this, the little one suddenly slowed down. Could it be that you have a new skill? Lei Fa felt a flicker of curiosity. When the little one was first hatched, it had demonstrated its only talent, extending its already short antlers slightly. Rather than being a mere skill, it would be more fitting to describe this as a display of cuteness. Now, 2 years have elapsed, and the little creature has grown significantly larger than it was 2 years ago, to the point where it can carry Lei Fa and sprint with astonishing speed, surpassing that of many terrestrial mounts. At the very least, the ordinary horses in the naval camp are nowhere near as swift. However, aside from its remarkable speed, Lei Fa has yet to discover any other characteristics of this creature. As he contemplated this, he suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling at him from below. Instinctively, he attempted to break free from this force, but to his astonishment, it rendered him utterly unable to escape, yanking him downward with great intensity. Being pulled downward? Lei Fa realized something was amiss. He was clearly seated atop the little creature, so how could there be an inexplicable force dragging him down? Moreover, this force seemed to genuinely be pulling him beneath. How could this be possible? It is utterly unreasonable. After a moment of darkness, Lei Fa found himself in a semi-enclosed space, able to see the sky above, yet entirely surrounded by solid walls. Was this some kind of peculiar realm? Lei Fa sprang up suddenly, only to be halted by an invisible barrier overhead. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, using his hands to prevent a collision. Otherwise, he would have surely made a fool of himself. Little one, is this the alternate space you bear upon your back? Lei Fa inquired tentatively. A chirping sound echoed from all directions, as if the little creature was omnipresent within this space, and Lei Fa immediately grasped the situation. Just like the colossal world that the sky deer, the king of deers, carried, it was evident that Dian, this little being, had also acquired an alternate space, albeit far from the scale of a small world, appearing merely as a confined area of several dozen square meters. However, it was foreseeable that as Dian continued to grow, this alternate space would expand, eventually transforming into a realm akin to a small world. Lei Fa had seen in comics that the king of deers possessed absolute control over the small world he bore, even capable of distorting the space and time within it. While Dian certainly lacked such power at present, The recent incident where it suddenly pulled Lei Fa in, rendering him unable to escape for a moment, revealed that despite being merely 2 years old, this little one was indeed remarkable, truly a descendant of the royal bloodline. Although this alternate space was not yet suitable for habitation, staying here for a short duration posed no danger. The extent of its confinement power, however, remained uncertain to Lei Fa. With this thought, Lei Fa asked the little creature, "Will testing the bounds of this space cause you harm?" "Chirp," came the response, implying no danger. With a sigh of relief, Lei Fa commenced his assault on the ceiling. "Sonic bomb," he exclaimed, unleashing a sound wave projectile upward. Boom. As expected, the sonic bomb was intercepted at the point where Lei Fa was blocked, resulting in a fierce explosion. Once the smoke cleared, no abnormalities were detected above. "Did that cause any damage?" he queried. "Chirp," the little one replied, indicating no effect at all. Unconvinced, Lei Fa resumed his barrage of attacks. Sonic spear, sound explosion. Sonic cutter, sound blade extreme slash. Crimson kiss, tenfold. A multitude of strikes rained upon the walls of this alternate space. But to Lei Fa's growing incredulity, despite his relentless bombardment, the space remained utterly unscathed, as if his efforts were inconsequential. Could it be that this place was impervious to destruction? Doubt crept into Lei Fa's mind. However, upon reflection, he found that implausible. Even the small world carried by the King of Deers could be breached from within. There was no reason for Dian Dian to be any more extraordinary. Yet, the entity capable of breaching the King's world was so powerful that even Lei Fa could not fathom it, rendering the idea of that small world being unbreakable effectively moot, for no being existed that could achieve such a feat. Dian Dian was likely not as formidable as the king. Nevertheless, with his current strength, Lei Fa concluded that he could not breach this space alone. It appeared that for now, it could serve adequately as a makeshift prison. "Let me out, little one," he called to the creature after his verification. In the next instant, Lei Fa found himself back atop Dian Dian. "Well done," he praised, patting the little one's neck. "Chirp," it responded joyfully. "Now, let's find something to eat." "You've had your fill, but I have yet to dine," Lei Fa instructed, pointing in a direction with a smile. Before long, Dian Dian transported Lei Fa to a restaurant he frequented. Rog Town was rather small, and this establishment was among the few that suited Lei Fa's taste, albeit modest in size with outdoor seating. Upon his arrival, the part-time chef and owner warmly greeted him. "Lieutenant Colonel Lei Fa, welcome. It has been days since I last saw you. I was beginning to wonder if I had offended you in some way." "Not at all. I've recently been promoted and quite busy, but now that I have some leisure, I thought I would drop by," Lei Fa replied, dismounting from Dian Dian with a smile. "I see. By the way, I've recently developed a few new dishes. I would be grateful if you could provide your feedback after tasting them," the owner continued enthusiastically. "Oh, it seems I am in for a complimentary feast today," Lei Fa jested. "Not at all. You, Lieutenant Colonel, are a renowned chef. Even if we wish to invite you, it would be beyond our means. It is a tremendous honor for me that you personally come to sample my culinary creations," the owner expressed. During the recent EC culinary competition, this owner was actually a participant, though he was eliminated in the initial round of the fire cooking test. However, that did not diminish his awareness of Lei Fa's achievement of second place in the competition, which had established him as one of the few esteemed chefs in the East Sea. The owner held genuine admiration for Lei Fa. Furthermore, even disregarding Lei Fa's culinary prowess, he remained the highest-ranking naval officer on the island. Even if Lei Fa were to dine without payment, the owner would not dare voice a complaint. However, if it were merely that, he would only refrain from expressing dissatisfaction. Unlike now, when he eagerly wished for Lei Fa to frequent his establishment for complimentary meals. Other chefs envied the opportunity of receiving guidance from a master chef. After exchanging pleasantries, the owner returned to his kitchen to continue working. Lei Fa sent Dian Dian off to a nearby lawn to play, confident that nothing would go amiss while it remained within view. Once seated, a server promptly approached to pour tea for Lei Fa. As he awaited his meal, he leisurely sipped his drink. "May I join you?" a voice inquired from behind him. Lei Fa set down his cup. It was worth noting that he was currently clad in the uniform of a naval lieutenant colonel. No ordinary person would dare to disturb him. Soon after, a man clad in a green cloak, his head obscured by the fabric, approached and regarded him with a questioning expression. "Of course, please have a seat," Lei Fa replied, unperturbed, gesturing for the man to sit, curious about his intentions. Once granted permission, the man in the green cloak took a seat opposite Lei Fa and remarked, "It has been a long time, little Lei Fa. The last time I saw you was 6 or 7 years ago, when you were merely a little tyke. I never imagined you would grow into a distinguished naval lieutenant colonel, overseeing an entire island. And you are? Lei Fa squinted his eyes. Very few addressed him as Little Lei Fa, such as the long-legged girl Tao Tu and Guion, but Guion had watched him grow, so that was acceptable. Others, however, were not all worthy of such familiarity. Do you not remember me? It is understandable. I have not returned to Marine Vondo in many years. The man in the green cloak was not displeased that Lei Fa did not recognize him. He continued, not long ago, it seems that old man Carp visited here. How is he? You are Dracul Mihawk. Lei Fa's mind instantly conjured a name, and he exclaimed in surprise. From a personal standpoint, they had crossed paths before, and he was connected to Carp. Coupled with the green cloak adorning him, Lei Fa suddenly recalled the identity of the individual before him. Simultaneously, Lei Fa noted that the peculiar tattoo-like pattern was absent from the left side of Dracul's face, which was why he momentarily failed to associate this figure with the leader of the Revolutionary Army. It was only when Dracul mentioned Carp that he became aware. Apparently, you have not completely forgotten me. The man in the green cloak, who later became the #1 enemy of the world government, Dracul D. Mihawk, revealed a faint smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Brother Mihawk, Lei Fa replied with a hint of nostalgia. A brief recollection unearthed some childhood memories of his interactions with Dracul, as Sengoku and Carp had been longtime friends, making Lei Fa well acquainted with Dracul, who had often played with the young Lei Fa, much like Peach Rabbit. You've come because of Roger, haven't you? Lei Fa inquired. Indeed, Dracul affirmed without contesting. In this world, there can be countless pirates, each giving rise to legendary figures. Yet there remains only one pirate king. Such an event is too significant for me to overlook. After a pause, Dracul added, moreover, I am curious to see what kind of man has been a lifelong rival to that old fool. Lei Fa concurred, acknowledging that such monumental events were indeed rare occurrences in centuries. By the way, I heard that not long ago, you offended a celestial dragon. You truly are audacious, Dracul remarked suddenly. Don't remind me. It was a moment of impulse, and fortunately, luck was on my side. The other party chose not to pursue the matter. Otherwise, Brother Mihawk, you might not be seeing me now, Lei Fa replied with a bitter smile. Was it merely luck? Dracul chuckled enigmatically, clearly unconvinced by Lei Fa's assertion. He continued, however, even if fortune had not favored you, I would still have found a way to see you. Huh. Lei Fa was puzzled by Dracul's implication. In fact, I was also at Sabaody, but I only learned of the events later. I had initially planned that if you were indeed sentenced to perpetual confinement and impelled down, I would seize the opportunity to rescue you on your way there. Who would have thought you would come out unscathed? Dracul said with a light smile. Dracul's casual tone made Lei Fa break into a sweat. The prospect of being rescued from the Marines sounded as simple as picking up groceries. Noticing Lei Fa's peculiar expression, Dracul gently tapped his own head and chuckled. Look at me, forgetting you are now a naval officer. It seems inappropriate to discuss such matters in front of you. It matters not. I am not as rigid as Sengoku. Besides, Brother Mihawk, you were planning to rescue me, so on that account, I must drink a few cups with you. Lei Fa insisted, bring out the good wine, none of that ordinary stuff. Rest assured, I would never treat you with anything but the finest, the proprietor of the establishment said as he hurried into the back, soon reappearing with 2 small jars of wine. The appearance of the jars suggested they were likely not for public sale, but rather homebrewed. The proprietor confirmed Lei Fa's assumption, declaring, this is my own aged plum wine. Absolutely exquisite. Please enjoy. The proprietor, unaware of Dracul's identity, was a clever man and refrained from asking too many questions. After all, if he was a friend of Lei Fa, he certainly was not an ordinary person. Cheers. Lei Fa poured a drink for both of them and raised his cup. Should Sengoku find out I am drinking with you, he would probably blame me for leading you astray, Dracul joked, lifting his glass. Now that you mention it, I almost forgot I'm not of legal drinking age. But let us drink anyway. Lei Fa laughed, shaking his head. Considering his 2 years at Shirlene Temple, his biological age should be 12, but due to his awakening culinary cells, he appeared more like a 15 or 16-year-old. However, in light of his rank as a naval lieutenant, even if he were truly 15 or 16, he would still be quite young. The higher-ups likely considered Lei Fa's youth and feared he might not command respect, which is why they did not emphasize his age. Lei Fa himself had little desire to clarify, so the Navy in Roguetown remained oblivious to his true age. Dracul, being an old acquaintance, was well aware of Lei Fa's age, hence his jest about corrupting Lei Fa by drinking with him. This place might not remain peaceful for long. Before the main forces of the Navy arrive, you should exercise caution. I noticed several formidable individuals upon my arrival, and I believe there are many such individuals on the island right now, Dracula cautioned after taking a sip of his drink. Thank you for the warning. I am indeed aware. The Navy's decision to publicly execute Roger is aimed at suppressing the pirates' morale. Lei Fa nodded in agreement. In recent years, the number of pirates had indeed surged significantly, with many powerful figures emerging. Roger's rise to claim the title of Pirate King had emboldened numerous pirates, making them increasingly daring against the Navy. If this trend continued unchecked, the pirate factions could grow beyond the Navy's control. The higher-up strategy was to restore calm to the seas by executing Roger, while simultaneously drawing various factions to witness the spectacle, a sight the Navy eagerly anticipated. As Lei Fa continued to pour drinks for himself and Dracula, the proprietor personally brought forth several exquisite dishes, silently retreating afterward. Once the proprietor had departed, Dracula remarked, "In this regard, our views align closely. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Lei Fa chuckled at this. Roger is already a prisoner. There's no turning back. The Navy and the world government are undoubtedly well prepared for this. Even legendary pirates like Whitebeard would be unable to rescue him. The outcome is already determined. Perhaps, Dracula replied noncommittally. Come, let us eat. We can converse while we dine. Lei Fa was the first to pick up his chopsticks. As Dracula was a guest, he hesitated to start eating until Lei Fa did. As for the unease Dracula sensed, Lei Fa was acutely aware that Dracula's instincts were not misplaced. Indeed, something felt profoundly wrong. Roger's surrender was the most unsettling development of all. The Navy, perhaps overly excited by capturing Roger, the Pirate King, was eager to seize the opportunity to showcase their might to the world, aiming to quell the rising tide of piracy. They failed to anticipate that Roger would leverage this opportunity to turn the tables, inadvertently ushering in the era of the great pirates. The Navy had not anticipated that Roger's demise would not diminish the pirates' audacity. Rather, it would inspire an influx of individuals eager to embark on the path of piracy. In the ensuing period, the pirates' influence indeed burgeoned, to the extent that the latter half of the Grand Line transformed into a veritable haven for pirates. Prior to this, regardless of the number of formidable figures among the pirates, whether they were notorious pirates or legendary ones, including the likes of Roger and Whitebeard, who could rival even the mightiest Navy admirals, pirates were perpetually in a position of suppression and pursuit. Whenever the Navy tracked them down, they faced the imminent threat of capture, compelling them to flee swiftly. This predicament stemmed from the Navy's overwhelming superiority in power, as numbers remained an undeniably crucial factor in this world. Even the invincible Kaido of the Beasts, who later stood unmatched in combat, had been apprehended by the Navy numerous times. Had they been able to eliminate him, he would not have been able to continue his provocations. However, a mere decade or two later, this status quo was entirely overturned. The four emperors ascended in the New World, relying not solely on brute strength. The advent of the era of great pirates led to a remarkable surge in their ranks, enabling pirates to finally stand toe-to-toe with the Navy in terms of power, and at times, even surpassing them. These four formidable pirates, akin to emperors, each command vast forces, effectively sweeping away the Navy's influence in the latter half of the Grand Line, leaving only the G1 branch barely holding its ground. This development has directly transformed the latter half of the Grand Line into a paradise for pirates, dubbed the New World. Were it not for this, the world government would not have initiated the 7 Warlords of the Sea program, employing these warlords to help the Navy balance the power of the 4 emperors. The fact that the world government has resorted to utilizing pirates to counterbalance other pirates, granting them legal permission to plunder, speaks volumes about the immense power of these marauders. Later, when the Navy attempted to eliminate the 4 emperors, they resorted to stratagems to lure Whitebeard to Marine headquarters at Marineford rather than directly assaulting the New World, for the Navy was simply incapable of confronting multiple emperors and their subordinate forces simultaneously. Just one Whitebeard pirate crew nearly turned Marine headquarters upside down. Had it not been for the intervention of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Whitebeard suffering injury from betrayal, and Blackbeard secretly scheming for Whitebeard's position and the Tremor fruit, the outcome would have been uncertain. Upon reflection, the origins of all this turmoil can be traced back to the current monumental event. Moreover, the figure before me, Brother Dragon, though perpetually disinterested in becoming part of the Navy, likely never anticipated he would tread the path of revolution. As Lei Fa dined with Dragon, he pondered the overarching trends of the next decade or two. "Do you recognize that person over there?" Dragon suddenly inquired, gesturing with his chin towards someone behind Lei Fa. Lei Fa set down his chopsticks and turned to look. Not far beneath a grand tree, a young man with striking yellow-red eyes leaned against the trunk, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Fully aware that Lei Fa and Dragon had noticed his scrutiny, yet unflinchingly held their gaze. "I don't know him. Perhaps he seeks you," Lei Fa replied. To their surprise, the young man approached directly, a long sword sheathed at his waist, exuding an unmistakable aura of sharpness. "I do not recall having encountered such an individual. A figure so conspicuous would surely not escape my memory," Dragon remarked. "Is that so? Quite intriguing," Lei Fa mused, stroking his chin. Neither made an effort to step aside, calmly observing as the figure drew closer. "Greetings, I am Dracul Mihawk," the young man announced as he halted before them, cutting straight to the chase. "From you, I sense a formidable sword intent. Would you be willing to engage in a duel?" Eyewitness Mihawk. Remarkably, this is the individual destined to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, renowned as the greatest swordsman in the world. Lei Fa's heart raced, though he maintained a facade of composure, contemplating that during Roger's demise, many who would one day become significant figures had gathered in Logue Town, and Eagle Eye was among them. However, Lei Fa did not expect Mihawk to take the initiative to challenge him. After some consideration, he concluded it was likely due to the residual sharpness emanating from him after his training at Shokugin Temple. While ordinary individuals might not perceive it, even strong beings like Dragon, who seldom wield swords, overlooked it, yet it certainly could not escape the notice of a genius swordsman like Mihawk. "You misunderstand. I am not a swordsman," Lei Fa stated. "Intent does not lie. The aura does not deceive," Mihawk insisted, evidently unwilling to accept Lei Fa's claim. "I truly am not a swordsman. Any resemblance is merely a byproduct of my modest achievements in swordsmanship," Lei Fa replied, bemused. "Swords and blades ultimately converge. Will you duel with me using sword techniques?" Mihawk countered. Mihawk's words reminded Lei Fa that in the world of One Piece, distinctions between swordsmen and blade wielders blur. Regardless of weapon, all are considered swordsmen. For instance, Mihawk's signature weapon in the future will be one of the 12 supreme grade swords, also hailed as the world's greatest black blade. "Very well, should you insist on a duel. Please allow me a moment. It would be inappropriate to spar in my Navy uniform. Let me finish my meal and change into proper attire," Lei Fa conceded, his earlier reluctance dissipating. In truth, he was eager to test the prowess of Eagle Eye, the future greatest swordsman in the world. Previously, he had discreetly assessed the strength levels of both Mihawk and Dragon, discovering that Mihawk's level stood at 65, while Dragon remained a mystery. Lei Fa had previously categorized strength levels in the One Piece world, though not infallibly accurate. It provided a rough estimation. According to his classifications, a level of 65 roughly equated to the strength of certain elite rear admirals, just a step away from the power of an ordinary pirate. Remarkably, Eagle Eye was merely around 20 years old, with a long journey ahead before reaching his peak, yet he already possessed such formidable strength. By this estimation, Mihawk's prowess rivaled that of contemporaries like Tamengyon, both of whom were of similar age. Another anomaly, Lei Fa scoffed. However, he overlooked the fact that to others, he too was perceived as an anomaly. As for Dragon's level being indiscernible, it was evident that the disparity between him and Lei Fa was still too great. Lei Fa estimated his own level to be around 40 or 50. Under normal circumstances, his overall strength could match that of elite commanders or even somewhat lesser vice admirals, though he still lagged behind elite rear admirals. Nevertheless, Mihawk's challenge was not a matter of life and death. He merely sensed Lei Fa's exceptional aura, characteristic of a formidable swordsman, and wished to test his mettle. "I have no objections," Mihawk replied, eager for their encounter, readily agreeing to wait. "Brother Dragon, it seems this meal must conclude prematurely," Lei Fa expressed apologetically. "No matter, we have nearly finished eating," Dragon responded with a smile. "However, would you mind if I accompanied you to observe?" "Of course not. Let us go," Lei Fa replied, rising from his seat. After exchanging pleasantries with the proprietor and promising to return with feedback next time, the owner bid them farewell with enthusiasm. Mihawk remained silent, following Lei Fa, for trivial matters held no significance to him. His focus lay solely on the path of the sword. Had he not perceived a kindred spirit in Lei Fa's aura, he would hardly have cared who Lei Fa was, whether pirate or navy, it made no difference. However, It was only at this moment that he took note of Lei Fa's companion, Dragon. Initially distant, he had not paid attention, but as they drew closer, he sensed an immense threat emanating from the man in the green cloak. "You are quite formidable," my hawk remarked, waiting outside the Navy base. "You are as well," Dragon replied. "Among the swordsmen I have encountered, you undoubtedly rank within the top 10, and certainly the youngest among them." Eagle Eye remained silent, his reticence evident. He was not one to engage in idle chatter, and had it not been for the impending duel with Lei Fa, he would not have exchanged words with Dolag, despite acknowledging Dolag's formidable strength. He responded. Dolag glanced in the direction of the Navy camp, only to see Lei Fa donning casual attire, accompanied by an astonishingly large deer. "Shouldn't it be left at the camp?" Dolag inquired, looking at Dian Dian and addressing Lei Fa. "This little fellow might cause a ruckus if out of my sight, but never mind. Let it follow," Lei Fa chuckled, patting Dian Dian on the neck. The deer, upon hearing that Dolag suggested leaving it behind, emitted a threatening chew at him. Dolag laughed and nodded in response, though he was puzzled by Lei Fa's endearment towards the deer. Little fellow? Such a sizable creature was hardly deserving of such a diminutive title. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought as trivial. "Let us proceed. There is a forest nearby where we can spar," Lei Fa indicated towards the rear of the Navy camp. "You decide." Eagle Eye nodded in agreement. Moments later, the trio, accompanied by the deer, arrived at the forest Lei Fa had mentioned, discovering a spacious clearing. "This will suffice," Lei Fa announced, halting and turning back. "Dolag, you and Dian Dian should step aside for now. Our sparring may become uncontrollable." "Fear not. I am not so fragile," Dolag waved dismissively. Yet, considering the deer's resilience, he led Dian Dian to a nearby spot. "Let us begin." Eagle Eye was eager, unsheathing his sword, only to frown moments later. "You did not bring a blade?" He had been immersed in his own thoughts and hadn't noticed that Lei Fa wielded neither sword nor knife. "Isn't this a spar?" Lei Fa grinned, extending his hands. And suddenly a shimmering, ethereal green leaf blade, slightly over a meter in length, materialized in his grasp, shimmering with a mystical light. "A devil fruit user," Eagle Eye speculated. Lei Fa did not refute this assumption, but instead twirled the leaf blade in his hand, smiling. "Let us proceed." Eagle Eye nodded, bracing himself. In an instant, Eagle Eye's cat-like yellow eyes narrowed as his sword crossed over his chest, resonating with a metallic hum. Such swiftness, he mused, a thrill coursing through him. He had always sought to challenge formidable swordsmen to witness various sword styles, thereby refining his own technique. Earlier, from a distance, he had sensed a similar aura emanating from Lei Fa, but remained uncertain of his swordsmanship. However, in that moment, he confirmed one thing. Lei Fa's blade was exceptionally fast, faster than nearly all the swordsmen he had previously faced. "My sword technique is called Extreme Slash, forsaking all ornate maneuvers for the sole purpose of speed." Lei Fa's voice echoed. "Since we are sparring, we must understand each other." "Indeed, it is remarkably swift," Eagle Eye acknowledged. "That last strike utilized merely 30% of my cutting speed," Lei Fa remarked. Eagle Eye felt a surge of excitement. "Strike at me with all your might. Do not hold back." "As you wish." Lei Fa's hand wielding the blade became a mere blur, flickering before him before unleashing a flurry of azure slashes toward Eagle Eye. Clang, clang, clang. Eagle Eye remained focused, having anticipated the onslaught. His sword danced before him, shifting positions 7 times to deflect every incoming strike. "Now receive my blow." Eagle Eye lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant, executing a horizontal slash. Seeing Eagle Eye advance, Lei Fa swiftly recoiled, positioning his vibrating leaf blade to intercept the incoming strike. Buzz! With a resonant clash, Lei Fa was propelled sideways, crashing into a cluster of trees behind him. Unexpectedly, amidst the chaos, Dian Dian, positioned beside Dolag, emitted a furious cry. Initially unaware of the situation, the clever creature mistook the spar for mere play. Yet, upon witnessing Eagle Eye send Lei Fa, its mother flying, it realized the gravity of the encounter. Enraged, it charged at Eagle Eye without restraint. Oh no! Dolag was captivated by the duel, utterly unprepared for Dian Dian's sudden outburst. He attempted to restrain the deer, but its speed was unparalleled, having already surpassed that of a typical steed. Now, fueled by fury, it surged forth, leaving Dolag unable to intervene in time. Dian Dian, stop! Meanwhile, Lei Fa, though momentarily dazed from his flight, remained unscathed. His reinforced physique, enhanced by the culinary cells, rendered him more resilient than the majority of vice admirals. Regaining his footing, he quickly rolled to stand upright. However, He noted Dian's furious charge and called out to it. But the agitated creature, consumed by rage, failed to heed his warning and barreled toward Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye was equally perplexed, brow furrowing. Yet, recognizing the deer as Rifa's companion, he refrained from striking back, opting instead to use his sword as a shield to brace for the impending collision. Little did he realize, just as Rifa had underestimated the force of his strike, he too miscalculated the impact of Dian's charge. The strength of a swordsman is immensely formidable, as power is one of the primary focuses of their daily cultivation. A swordsman devoid of strength cannot possibly attain greatness. Consequently, Hawkeye possesses unwavering confidence in his own power. Even if a colossal elephant were to charge directly at him, it would be utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. He is entirely assured that he can halt its advance. Although this colossal stag appeared significantly larger and more intelligent than an ordinary deer, it was, after all, merely a deer, and Hawkeye paid it no mind. Unbeknownst to him, this magnificent creature was far from ordinary. It hailed from another realm and possessed the formidable bloodline of the sky deer, whose ancestor was a towering beast capable of cleaving the heavens with its twin antlers. Although the current Dian bore little resemblance to its illustrious ancestor, the sky deer, the bloodline of the 8 kings was undeniable. Even a young scion of such lineage should not be underestimated. Hawkeye, unaware of this truth, acted carelessly and did not muster his full strength for defense. Tragically, this led to his downfall. With a resounding thud, Hawkeye was sent flying by the little creature, Dian. If the speed at which Lei Fa had been launched was deemed 1, then the velocity at which Hawkeye was now propelled was at least 5. Seeing this, Dian was still unsatisfied and wished to pursue further. However, Lei Fa had already dashed over, interposing himself before Dian to halt its advance, insisting, "Stop right there." When Dian realized it was Lei Fa who had blocked its path, it finally ceased its antics. Perceiving a hint of reproach in Lei Fa's tone, the little creature felt utterly wronged, its eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of bursting into sobs. After all, it was merely 2 years old. The wisdom of an adult 8 king rivaled that of a human, but a 2-year-old was akin to a human toddler in intellect. Witnessing its mother, Lei Fa, being struck away, its instinctive response was to vanquish the bad guy. Yet, having inadvertently sent the bad guy flying, it found itself being scolded by Lei Fa. A bewildering situation for the young one. Lei Fa, likely grasping this perspective, gently stroked the little creature's neck several times, soothingly saying, There, I'm fine. Do not worry. He is my friend and was only playing, not truly fighting. Do you understand?" Satisfied, the little one emitted a soft chirp. "Now go play over there by yourself and refrain from causing any more trouble, all right? There is nothing to worry about here." With that, Lei Fa gently patted the little one and pointed in a direction. At the sound of those words, the little creature promptly forgot its earlier grievances and dashed off joyfully. At this moment, Hawkeye had returned, appearing somewhat disheveled, although he had not sustained any real injury from the previous blow. Being sent flying such a distance had inevitably caused him to collide with at least 7 or 8 trees along the way. The sheer force was astounding. Could it truly be a deer? This was the first question Hawkeye posed upon his return. A deer with such immense strength was something he had never encountered before. It is a deer, but its ancestor was a fearsome beast, from which it inherited a terrifying lineage, granting it greater strength than an ordinary deer, Lei Fa explained, somewhat incredulous. Greater strength? Hawkeye was hesitant to accept Lei Fa's choice of words. That last impact was so powerful that even a massive boulder would have shattered upon contact. Even if he had been fully prepared to withstand it, resisting such a force would have been exceedingly arduous. In other words, that colossal deer possessed strength surpassing his own. Though strength and prowess are not synonymous, the revelation was still astonishing. It was far from what Lei Fa had suggested, that it was merely a bit stronger. It was not only Hawkeye who was taken aback. Dorag, who had initially come to observe the spectacle, was equally astonished by the earlier display. From the brief exchange between Lei Fa and Hawkeye, he had gained a fair understanding of Hawkeye's capabilities. However, he never anticipated that Lei Fa's pet deer, which accompanied him everywhere, could wield such power enough to send a top-tier swordsman like Hawkeye sprawling in such a disarrayed manner. "Let us continue. It will not disrupt us any further," Lei Fa said, a hint of apology in his tone. "Very well," Hawkeye replied, displaying no signs of resentment. He was not so petty as to harbor ill feelings towards a pet due to a misunderstanding. The paramount concern at present was to continue honing their swordsmanship. P.S. 6th update. To be continued. Inrin, Extreme / Fleeting Light and Shadow. Lei Fa leapt into the air, and as he advanced, his soundwave willow leaf blade seemingly transformed into dozens of blades, striking at Hawkeye from various angles and directions with slashing, cleaving, and stabbing assaults. The extreme velocity created an illusion of multiple attacks. Seeing this, Hawkeye dared not underestimate the threat. His gaze flickered as he perceived the dozens of illusory blade lights accompanying Lei Fa's assault. Each beam appeared both real and imaginary, rendering it impossible to discern which was genuine and which was an illusion. Since distinguishing them was futile, he resolved not to attempt it. Hawkeye's sword suddenly whirled, transforming into a blooming flower. Sword Lotus. The blade in his hand blossomed like a lotus, radiating outward from the center of his palm. As Lei Fa's blade lights fell like raindrops, Hawkeye's sword Lotus acted like an umbrella, deflecting each drop, preventing any from penetrating through. Breaking wind cross slash. Noting that his previous move had failed, Lei Fa remained composed, retreating slightly before launching himself once more towards Hawkeye. However, this time, the soundwave willow leaf blade in his hand was not as densely packed as before. Yet the techniques he employed against Hawkeye could not be deemed insignificant. Before him emerged a phantom of a cross, and at its center, the intersection of the cross, was a half-ethereal, razor-sharp blade light advancing menacingly towards Hawkeye. This strike is exceedingly enigmatic. It cannot be distinctly classified as a slash, nor can it be accurately described as a thrust. If one were to rely solely on visual perception, it would be nearly impossible to discern the angle from which this blow was delivered, for it is astoundingly swift and intricately cunning. This is the first time Hawkeye has witnessed such an eccentric sword technique. Even with his extensive experience in swordsmanship, he cannot recall any style that bears such peculiarities. The technique, cracking sword, chaotic void, presented an insurmountable challenge, forcing Hawkeye to abandon the search for the most suitable response. Much like how he previously used the sword Lotus to deflect all sword shadows, his only objective now was to ensure his defense. Suddenly, the sword in Hawkeye's hand began to whirl, unleashing a massive wave of energy that effortlessly neutralized Lei Fa's assault midair. The two instances of passive defense fueled Hawkeye's resolve. His strength already surpassed that of Lei Fa. He had merely wished to observe Lei Fa's sword technique, yet he could not deny the strangeness and swiftness of Lei Fa's moves, which exceeded his expectations and ignited his fervent fighting spirit. Unable to hold back any longer, he launched his own offensive. Receive my sword, C-splitter slash. The sword in Hawkeye's grasp descended with a simple yet profound strike. Remarkably, this unembellished blow exuded a might greater than the combined force of Lei Fa's previous two attacks. Such terrifying sword intent. The observing Dorag was equally moved. Earlier, Lei Fa's bizarre and swift sword techniques had already left him in awe. Although he possessed strength surpassing both combatants, in terms of swordsmanship, both Lei Fa and Hawkeye far exceeded him. Now, Hawkeye's unpretentious strike demonstrated the depth of his mastery in swordsmanship, embodying a return to simplicity in its purest form. The sword in question, even if aimed at him, would undoubtedly pose a challenge to execute. If Lei Fa were to continue defending in the same manner as before, he might suffer a considerable setback under this strike. Aware of this, Lei Fa relinquished the idea of using the soundwave willow leaf knife for defense and instead summoned a formidable barrier before him. The infinite stomach wall. Astomac formed from an energy membrane emerged in the path of the incoming sword light, steadfastly resisting the unadorned strike of Hawkeye. Before his year of training at the Food Force Temple, Lei Fa had once withstood the wrathful palm of the fish giant Sebastian with the infinite stomach wall. Sebastian's strength, to be precise, surpassed that of the current Hawkeye. However, the lethality of a swordsman's attack tends to be greater. Thus, when considering the entirety, Hawkeye's strike was slightly more potent than Sebastian's. Lei Fa had not fully blocked Sebastian's attack with the infinite stomach wall, but the year spent at the Food Forest Temple had not been in vain, and his abilities had indeed escalated to a new level. Consequently, the defensive and dissipative capabilities of the infinite stomach wall had also grown significantly, allowing it to successfully withstand Hawkeye's simple, yet formidable strike. Stop. As soon as he blocked the attack, Lei Fa immediately called for a halt. With the deployment of the infinite stomach wall, their engagement had transcended mere sparring and swordsmanship. Although his knife technique did not encompass his entire strength, and he had yet to unleash the devastating food obliteration, it was crucial to remember that the recent strike was not Hawkeye's full-powered blow. I was reckless. Hawkeye had now calmed down from his fervent state, sheathing his sword as he approached. My sword intent was ignited by your knife technique, and I could not help but unleash that strike. I hope you do not take offense, given that Hawkeye's prowess surpassed that of Lei Fa. His initiative to engage in sparring naturally should have prioritized technique. Even in a genuine fight, the level of strength exerted should ideally be comparable. Yet, in the heat of the moment, Hawkeye had forgotten to restrain himself, and had it not been for Lei Fa's defensive measures, he would have certainly sustained injuries, an outcome inconsistent with the decorum of sparring. When the weaker party challenges the stronger, the latter needn't hold back. However, the reverse scenario is markedly different. It's all right. You did not do it intentionally, Lei Fa waved dismissively. Your defensive measures are impressive. That strike was powerful enough to cleave the sea. Even the fiercest pirates would struggle to withstand it, Hawkeye remarked. Just a minor trick, nothing to boast about. Lei Fa replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Furthermore, your knife technique is the fastest I have ever witnessed, in terms of pure speed. My sword cannot match yours, Hawkeye concluded. However, your strength requires enhancement. While your technique is elusive, it lacks lethality, which could lead to significant disadvantages when facing stronger opponents. Thank you for your guidance, Lei Fa responded earnestly. With Hawkeye's accomplishments in swordsmanship, his advice was undoubtedly invaluable. Additionally, Lei Fa understood that Hawkeye's straightforward nature was not a result of victory over him, but rather a genuine discussion of insights. The interruption by Hawkeye had left their sparring with an imperfect resolution. During their first disruption, neither had truly entered the zone, thus, continuing was not an issue. However, this time, both had lost the desire to resume their practice. After reflecting on Lei Fa's strengths and weaknesses in knife technique, Hawkeye gracefully departed. To him, Lei Fa was a commendable sparring partner, but nothing more. The current Lei Fa lacked the strength to compel him to engage fully in battle. He is a pure swordsman, should he persist on this path. He will undoubtedly become one of the premier swordsmen upon these seas, observed Dorag, watching Hawkeye's retreating figure. Not merely one of the best, but potentially the future world's greatest swordsman. Lei Fa mused inwardly but refrained from voicing it. I intend to reflect on the experiences gained from our sparring. Dorag, have you found lodging? If not, why not return to the naval base with me? I can arrange accommodations for you, Lei Fa inquired. No need. I have already secured a place. Should you wish to find me, I am at the Blue Butterfly Inn on Street 13, Dorag replied with a smile, shaking his head in refusal. Very well. I shall seek you out once I finish my tasks, Lei Fa smiled in response. After bidding farewell to Dorag, Lei Fa whistled for Dian Dian to return and leapt onto its back. The little creature, without needing guidance, expertly navigated its way back to the naval base. On the edge of the East Sea, over 30 naval warships sped across the ocean. More than 30 warships advanced in a circular formation, with at the very center, 4 vessels surrounding a colossal prison ship. The arrangement of these ships, whether on the outermost periphery or the inner layer encircling the massive prison vessel, was solely to safeguard this imposing center. Such a magnificent display of numerous warships mobilizing simultaneously was a sight rarely witnessed, even by the accompanying naval personnel, many of whom had never even heard of such an occurrence. Nevertheless, considering the gravity of the mission undertaken by these warships, such a formidable presence was far from excessive. For within that enormous prison ship resided a figure of such significance that the Navy was compelled to treat him with utmost seriousness, Pirate King Roger. In truth, beyond the sheer number of warships, the more awe-inspiring aspect of this expedition was the presence of the Navy's sole admiral, the wise General Sengoku. Accompanying him was the undisputed powerhouse of an admiral, Iron Fist Garp, revered as a hero of the Navy for capturing Pirate King Roger. In addition to Garp, there were a total of 13 Navy vice admirals, among whom at least 5 possessed combat capabilities rivaling those of the most formidable pirates, such as Randolph, Akina Sakazuki, and Kazar Borsellino, among others. Countless officers below the rank of vice admiral were present as well. This formation can be said to have largely depleted the combat capabilities of Marineford. Had it not been for the world government dispatching personnel in advance to assist in guarding Marineford for this significant event, the Navy would not have dared to mobilize nearly all its forces to escort Roger. After the departure of these individuals, Marineford, aside from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, was left with very few formidable warriors. If a legendary pirate crew, such as the Golden Lion Shiki, were to launch an assault on Navy headquarters, it is doubtful that Fleet Admiral Sengoku alone could fend them off. On the colossal prison ship at the heart of the operation, Sengoku and Garp stood side by side on the deck, engaging in conversation while taking turns utilizing their observation haki to monitor the surrounding seas, thereby eliminating any possibility of surprise attacks, including those from beneath the waves. I shall descend to take a look and return shortly, Sengoku said when it was his turn to keep watch. Garp suddenly interjected. All right, Sengoku replied, casting a glance at Garp without further inquiry. Garp then proceeded into the ship's cabin. Upon entering, he traversed a lengthy corridor, continuing downwards and repeating this process 3 times before finally arriving at the central area of the prison ship. In this location, regardless of who attempts to hijack the ship or from which direction they approach, it remains the last area to be affected, and it is also where Roger is confined. You may all take your leave for now, Garp instructed the naval officers guarding Roger as he arrived outside the cell. Typically, such duties are performed by ordinary naval soldiers. But due to the unique status of the prisoner, it is several officer-level Navy personnel who assume the role of guards. Yes, in response to Garp's command. The officers dared not question his authority and quickly withdrew. Garp, you have come, Roger greeted him from the depths of his cell, where he sat upon the cold iron bed. In the dim light, one could discern a trace of a smile upon his face. Tonight, we should arrive at Logetown. In 3 days, it will be your execution day. During these days, I will ensure that you are provided with the finest food to accompany you on your journey. Garp's voice betrayed no emotion, and Roger could not see his expression as he was facing away from the cell. Thank you, Roger replied with a grin. It is merely a last meal. There is no need for gratitude, Garp remarked. That is not what I mean. You should understand what I am truly thanking you for. Roger retorted with a smile. Roger, you damn bastard. Garp suddenly turned, seizing the iron bars of the cell and growling softly. Knowing full well that the world government will continue to pursue the whereabouts of her and her child. Why did you not make arrangements for your subordinates to secure her safety in advance? With Rayleigh and the others' capabilities, it is inconceivable that they could not protect her. Is it not? Why must you force my hand? I owe them too much. If my death cannot bring them peace, I fear I shall never rest. Roger said with a sunny smile. Moreover, perhaps I have grown weary of this unending cycle of combat and flight. I do not wish for my child to tread the arduous path I have walked. Nor do I want him to bear the heavy burden of being the bloodline of the Pirate King, among those I know and trust. You are perhaps the only one capable of shielding him from this fate. I apologize for putting you in such a difficult position, but I trust you will understand. Garp. Garp's grip on the iron bars gradually loosened. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. After your death, I will seek her out. I cannot guarantee your safety, but I will do everything in my power to ensure the survival of her and her child. Thank you, Garp. If there is a next life, we shall surely become good brothers. Roger beamed brightly. Humph. Garp snorted, turning to depart. Watching Garp's receding figure, Roger waved with a smile. Throughout it all, his face bore only a smile, devoid of any fear or sadness at the impending death. The next day, news of the Navy escorting Roger to Logetown spread throughout the world. This outcome is precisely what the Navy hoped to witness. There is no need for concealment or secrecy. Moreover, even if one wished to maintain confidentiality, it would be exceedingly difficult to do so. The small town of Rogu is limited in size, and the sudden appearance of over 30 naval vessels and a colossal prison ship in the surrounding waters would lead even the simplest minds to deduce their purpose. Lei Fa had already received a call in advance, informing him of when the naval fleet would arrive, and had prepared accommodations for the officers coming from the Navy. However, it was evidently impractical to fully arrange lodging for all the naval personnel accompanying the 30-plus ships. The total population of Rogu Town does not exceed the number of sailors arriving this time, even with prior preparation. It would be impossible to accommodate so many individuals simultaneously unless the town's residents were all evicted. Such an action, however, is inconceivable for the Navy. Considering this, the majority of the naval personnel disembarking were officers, while the remainder of the sailors awaited on the ships surrounding the small island. Should a large-scale disturbance arise, these sailors could swiftly land in a surrounding formation, a plan that had been meticulously orchestrated before their arrival. At dawn, Lei Fa hurried to the residence of his father, Admiral Sengoku, and knocked on the door. Knock, 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 it's me, Lei Fa announced. Come in, Sengoku's voice called from within. Upon entering, Lei Fa beheld his father Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp seated at the table, enjoying tea. Behind them stood a massive cage, within which sat a middle-aged man with distinctive curled mustaches, silently with his eyes closed, utterly motionless. Lei Fa recognized that the occupant of the cage was none other than the central figure of this grand affair, the illustrious Pirate King, Gold, Roger. The location where Sengoku resided had been urgently renovated by Lei Fa in advance. The establishment comprised 3 rooms in total, with bedrooms flanking a spacious living room that separated the 2 sleeping quarters. The 2 most formidable occupants, Sengoku and Garp, resided in the bedrooms, while Roger was confined within the central living area. This arrangement, without a doubt, is the most secure method. Even if a legendary pirate were to approach, under the vigilant gaze of Sengoku and Garp, it would be impossible for anyone to casually abduct Roger. Should a confrontation arise, the surrounding Navy forces would descend upon them with overwhelming might, leaving no chance for escape. During the 3 days leading up to Roger's execution, Sengoku and Garp would remain steadfastly close, allowing no room for error. However, Lei Fa was acutely aware that Roger had no intention of fleeing. Even if someone were to attempt a rescue, he himself would not leave. After all, why would he voluntarily surrender to the Navy? If he truly wished to evade capture, the Navy would never succeed. How did you rest yesterday, Dad, Uncle Garp? In this private setting, Lei Fa felt no need to use ranks. Yes, your arrangements were quite meticulous. It seems that letting you out for some training has its merits, Sengoku commended. Ha ha, well done. Garp laughed heartily. I had a splendid rest. But your father was not so fortunate. Under my snoring, a good night's sleep was far from easy for him. Is that some kind of glorious achievement? Sengoku remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he glanced at Garp. Garp chuckled once more at Sengoku's inquiry. Uncle Garp, does my brother Dragon happen to be in town? Don't you intend to pay him a visit? Lei Fa inquired suddenly, once Garp's laughter subsided. Oh, that rascal is here too? Garp appeared slightly taken aback, his reaction betraying genuine surprise, indicating he was unaware of Dragon's presence. Indeed, I ran into him the day before yesterday, Lei Fa confirmed with a nod. Garp pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. If he wants to see me, he will come find me. If he doesn't wish to meet, I see no reason to seek him out. Since you're here, why not pay him a visit? Sengoku added from the side. Absolutely not. Why should I be the one to go searching for my son? Garp firmly refused. Seeing his resolute stance, Lei Fa and Sengoku refrained from further persuasion. That little fellow must be the bloodline left behind by Farrell. A robust voice emerged from behind Sengoku and Garp. Lei Fa, facing the two men, noticed that Roger, who had previously remained still with his eyes closed, had suddenly opened them and was now gazing directly at Lei Fa, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Roger, you. Sengoku abruptly stood, spinning around sharply. Very few were privy to this matter. Even Fleet Admiral Kong remained unaware. Apart from Sengoku, only Garp and Zephyr were in the know. Of course, due to the earlier incident involving the Celestial Dragons, the King of Alabasta, Lei Fa's own uncle King Edmund, had also learned of the situation. But only to that extent. How could Roger possibly know? Don't be so agitated. I merely guessed, Roger replied with a grin. Farrell was one of my old adversaries while he was alive, and I was somewhat familiar with his circumstances. Besides, this young lad bears an uncanny resemblance to Farrell in his youth. I would have to be blind not to make the connection. Upon hearing this, Sengoku finally calmed down. Just as Roger did not want an unborn child to bear the heavy burden of being the Pirate King's bloodline, Lei Fa's biological father Farrell similarly wished to shield Lei Fa from being entangled in the affairs of the Nefertari family. There must be profound significance behind this. Although Sengoku did not fully grasp the intricacies, he had always adhered to Farrell's dying wish of keeping Lei Fa's lineage a secret from him and others. Had it not been for Lei Fa's previous blunder, he would not have had to inform Farrell's brother, the current head of the Nefertari family, about Lei Fa's identity. If Roger had learned of this matter through different channels, it would indicate that the information had spread, explaining Sengoku's slight loss of composure. Thankfully, Roger was merely speculating, thus alleviating the concern of the news circulating widely. Lord Roger knows my father? Lei Fa queried. Naturally, he felt little emotional attachment to a father he had never met. But curiosity was inevitable. Of course I know him. How could I not? We have known each other for over a decade, Roger replied, grinning like a friendly neighbor, showing no signs of being the Pirate King who had conquered the Grand Line. After a moment's thought, he added, well, if being pursued counts as an acquaintance, then indeed. It has been over a decade. Lei Fa observed Roger, awaiting further elaboration. Your father is quite an extraordinary individual. Among his contemporaries in the Navy, perhaps only the two before you can rival him, and even Zephyr pales in comparison, Roger remarked with a smile. If not, enough, Roger. There are matters he is not yet ready to know. When the time comes, I will inform him, Sengoku interjected suddenly. At this, Roger chuckled and shook his head, refraining from continuing. Sengoku's intervention only heightened Lei Fa's curiosity, yet he understood the stubborn nature of this adoptive father figure. If Sengoku did not wish for Lei Fa to be informed at this moment, then no amount of persuasion would yield any result. On the other hand, Lei Fa trusted that Sengoku had his best interests at heart. Both from what he had learned about Sengoku and his personal encounters, this belief was reinforced. Therefore, Sengoku's decision to withhold certain information likely stemmed from a desire to protect him. Suppressing his curiosity, Lei Fa reminded himself to remain patient. In truth, his curiosity was insatiable. All the reasons he crafted to quell it were merely self-imposed justifications. I shall go arrange matters for the next 2 days. Shortly, I will have someone prepare meals to be delivered, and I will return in the evening, Lei Fa informed Sengoku. Very well, proceed, Sengoku nodded. Upon exiting the courtyard where Sengoku and the others were gathered, Lei Fa indeed intended to organize the upcoming agenda, although every officer present held a higher rank. He was the highest authority in Rog Town. The local Navy soldiers were directly under his command, and many tasks could only be accomplished by them. He lacked the authority to interfere with all matters concerning Roger's execution, yet he was obligated to oversee the routine affairs as the highest official of Rog Town. Well, if it isn't Colonel Lei Fa. It has indeed been a while since we last met. Lei Fa encountered a group of individuals just as he stepped out of the courtyard. All the individuals in this line were adorned in the uniforms of naval vice admirals, draped in capes of justice, without exception. The first to greet him was none other than Vice Admiral Borsellino, known as Kizaru, who had long harbored discontent towards him. The individuals present were indeed the generals accompanying him, all evidently intent on meeting with Admiral Sengoku and Captain Carp. Lei Fa harbored a cold smile within, yet he displayed no sign of disrespect. Instead, greeting them with a smile, acknowledging, it is indeed Lord Kizaru. It has been quite some time. Greetings to you all, esteemed gentlemen. At the same moment, Lei Fa offered a respectful gesture to the remaining generals. Surprisingly, in just over a year, that young boy had ascended to the rank of a full-fledged Navy commander. Truly, he is worthy of being the son of Admiral Sengoku. His prowess is commendable, having offended the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Yet not only did he face no repercussions, but he also continued to rise through the ranks. Kizaru, with his distinctive and somewhat lewd tone, remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, several admirals' expressions shifted subtly. For Kizaru's insinuation was clear. Lei Fa's rapid ascent to the rank of Navy commander was merely a consequence of his father's esteemed position as an admiral. This statement can only be described as piercing. Over a year has passed since the incident involving the celestial dragons, yet you continue to bring it up. Despite the fact that even the celestial dragons themselves have acknowledged it as a misunderstanding, your flattery is becoming rather unseemly. Before Admiral Lei Fa could retaliate, discontent had already surfaced among the vice admirals present. The speaker was none other than Randolph, the father of Lei Fa's companion, Patrick. Having a favorable impression of Lei Fa due to his son's connection, he found it particularly egregious that Kizaru would dare to resurrect the matter to attack Lei Fa, especially when Patrick himself had nearly faced judgment because of it. Just when they had managed to turn the page on that chapter, Kizaru chose to revive it, completely crossing a line. Consequently, Randolph delivered a scathing retort. It is worth noting that even if Kizaru were to become an admiral, Randolph's strength and influence would render him unafraid. With Randolph's sharp words, Kizaru realized that bringing up this already settled issue was inappropriate, yet he feigned nonchalance, shrugging and smiling. I had almost forgotten that this matter had passed. It was clear to all that Kizaru had no intention of backing down. Lord Borsellino, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one should refrain from careless speech. Lei Fa interjected suddenly. You may easily verify how I attained my rank of lieutenant colonel. Should there be any irregularities, your esteemed self could effortlessly expel me from the Navy. To make baseless, malicious assumptions without any evidence is not only an affront to me but also an insult to the fleet admiral who granted me this rank. Surely, that would not be prudent? Oh. Kizaru fell silent, caught off guard by Lei Fa's counter. He had previously been unaware of the true nature of Lei Fa's promotion, not realizing it was directly bestowed upon him by Admiral Sengoku. Based on his prior assumptions, he thought Lei Fa had been elevated to lieutenant colonel due to his commendable strength, with the assistance of Sengoku. Yet, it was evident that he had misjudged. It was understandable for him to think this way, after all. He was aware of Lei Fa's considerable abilities. Having witnessed his accomplishments as a 6-star bounty hunter in the Bounty Hunter Guild and his defeat of the Celestial Dragon as personal bodyguards, feats unattainable even by ordinary colonels. Given Lei Fa's prowess, a special promotion would not be out of the ordinary. However, had he been of common origins, no one could have contested his elevation. But being the son of an admiral complicated matters. If Lei Fa's promotion had indeed stemmed from his strength, then Kizaru would have had a valid basis to disparage him. Alas, he was mistaken. Lei Fa's rank was genuinely earned through merit, personally appointed by Admiral Sengoku, rendering Kizaru's criticisms somewhat unfounded. P.S. 10 chapters completed. To be continued. At this juncture, the third speaker was none other than Ika Sakazuki, who, with a grave expression, stated, "Your grievances are your own, but at this critical moment, personal matters must be set aside. The execution of Roger is paramount. Should your personal disputes jeopardize the larger picture, none of you will bear that responsibility." His words served as a reprimand to Lei Fa, but were equally directed at Kizaru. "Then let us proceed," Kizaru shrugged, indicating his indifference. The group continued toward the courtyard, two vice admirals nodding in acknowledgement to Lei Fa, particularly Randolph, who patted Lei Fa's shoulder as he passed, saying, "Do not concern yourself." Lei Fa nodded, understanding that Randolph referred to Kizaru. 3 days swiftly passed. The Navy's meticulous preparations eliminated any possibility of unforeseen incidents, whether from those harboring ill intentions or otherwise. Ultimately, no one arrived to meet their demise. Lei Fa had initially feared that the island's chaotic mix might attract powerful pirates seeking to exploit the situation, believing that the original Navy forces in Lowtown would be insufficient to contain such formidable criminals. However, his concerns proved unfounded. The presence of numerous vice admirals and a plethora of commodores rendered any such disturbances unlikely. Thus, the day of Roger's execution arrived. On that fateful day, as if drawn from the pages of a comic book, dark clouds loomed overhead, casting a somber pall over the sky. Uncertain whether his arrival had instigated a butterfly effect, altering the timing of Roger's execution, Lei Fa at least found solace in the fact that the weather mirrored that of his original world. The square, drenched in a relentless drizzle, was teeming with a crowd. Lei Fa stood at the periphery, quietly observing, aware that many influential figures who would shape the future of the ocean were present, alongside spies from various factions. This was common knowledge not only to him, but also to Sengoku and Garp. Yet, this time, the Navy would refrain from confronting these individuals, as they needed them to disseminate the news of Roger's demise across the globe. These watchful eyes would bear witness to the downfall of the Pirate King. At noon, Roger was led onto the execution platform, escorted by Sengoku and Garp, while the admirals braved the rain, stationed around the platform. A substantial naval presence filled the space between the onlookers and the gallows, standing in readiness. As Sengoku proclaimed Roger's litany of crimes from the platform, Lei Fa hesitated for a fleeting moment, contemplating whether to warn his adoptive father. Ultimately, he chose silence. When Sengoku announced the commencement of the execution, Roger bellowed his infamous words, "Want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I've left everything there." At this proclamation, the Navy turned pale. The town of Rog erupted in chaos, and people across the world, watching the live broadcast, were equally stirred. The era of the great pirates had arrived, Lei Fa mused. By choosing not to intervene, this scene had been inexorably set. At that moment, he was merely an observer, akin to the multitude gathered in the square. Roger was dead, his head severed before countless witnesses. However, his death did not yield the desired outcome for the Navy. Perhaps for a brief period, the audacity of pirates would be suppressed, but such suppression could not endure for long. Roger's declaration foretold a future of greater chaos upon the seas. Witnessing this monumental event, Lei Fa felt no exhilaration, only a subtle sense of despondency. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. Following the execution, a meticulously devised plan awaited him. "Report, Lord Lei Fa. We have located the target." In a narrow alley, Lei Fa leaned against the wall, communicating via a den mushi with his subordinates. "Where?" he inquired. "The target is swiftly moving from the square towards 7th Avenue, came the reply. "Keep a close watch on him. I am en route. Do everything in your power to delay him, and ensure he does not escape the confines of Rog Town." Lei Fa commanded. "Understood." His subordinate saluted. Ending the call, Lei Fa turned and retraced his steps away from the square. Upon reaching the opposite end of the alley, he spotted Dian, a small creature gazing skyward, seemingly captivated by the dreary weather, as if it had discovered something amusing. "Little one, let us go hunting," Lei Fa exclaimed, leaping onto Dian's back and pointing towards a direction, the very path leading to 7th Avenue, where the target awaited. This man, destined to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as Don Quixote da Flamingo, was a perilous figure, and the biological brother of Lei Fa's comical older sibling, Corazon, once a celestial dragon. Lei Fa's plan was to eliminate this man in Rock Town, for if he were to live, Corazon would inevitably cross paths with him, a fate that seemed inescapable. Although Lei Fa's strength had yet to reach the level of a warlord, Doflamingo had not yet attained his peak either. In this regard, Lei Fa felt a flicker of hope for success, believing that fortune favored the bold. Moreover, even in the event of failure, his current prowess would not place him in mortal danger. He felt no fear. On 7th Avenue, a young man donned in ostentatious purple sunglasses and sporting golden hair ambled leisurely down the street. Accompanying him was a stoic, dark-haired youth dressed in checkered attire, maintaining a cold demeanor. Doflamingo, someone is tailing us, the dark-haired youth, Virgo, alerted the golden-haired man. Heh, Virgo, you're being overly cautious. In such dire circumstances, the island is teeming with Navy spies. Everyone is under surveillance, Doflamingo chuckled. No, this group is specifically targeting us. We've been followed by 3 different sets of individuals, all of whom appear to be acquainted with one another. This is no coincidence, Virgo asserted with conviction. Oh, Doflamingo began to sense something amiss. In a purely comparative sense of strength, Doflamingo was superior to Virgo, yet in certain aspects, such as tracking and counter-tracking, he fell short. Thus, when Virgo informed him of the continuous surveillance, he had no reason to doubt. Let us go this way. Doflamingo suddenly veered into a side alley, with Virgo closely behind. Not far behind them, the watchers exchanged tense glances, promptly reporting through their din mushy. Attention, the target has suddenly turned towards 6th Avenue. They may have sensed something amiss. 6th Avenue operatives, please be alert. The 2 following Doflamingo chose against pursuing immediately, knowing that if the target truly sensed danger, their approach would only reveal their presence. They quickly informed their allies at the alleys and to prepare for the transition. As Doflamingo and Virgo passed through the alley, Virgo swiftly scanned their surroundings beneath his sunglasses and quietly remarked, "There are people here too. That's fine, since we know we are being watched. There's nothing to worry about," Doflamingo replied with a devilish smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Seeing his self-assured demeanor, Virgo refrained from further admonition. The duo hastily made their way across to the opposite side of 6th Avenue, seamlessly entering another alley towards 5th Avenue, without pausing even for a moment. Upon receiving the report regarding Doflamingo's unusual behavior, Lei Fa arrived in the vicinity, contemplating the implications of their actions. So, they've discovered they are being followed? Lei Fa felt a headache creeping in. The presence of Virgo, he assumed, added to the complexity. He hadn't anticipated Doflamingo's keen awareness, especially amidst such a bustling crowd. It is important to note that when Lei Fa meticulously orchestrated this plan, he had arranged it with utmost discretion, even instructing his subordinates to change their appearances while surveilling to prevent being detected by Doflamingo. Yet, despite his efforts, it appeared that all had been in vain. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. He had to test the waters, regardless of the outcome. Resolutely, Lei Fa accelerated towards 5th Avenue. The little creature, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. However, being carried by Lei Fa through the rain brought it immense joy. Along the way, whenever they encountered obstacles or impediments, effortlessly evaded them or leapt over, displaying remarkable speed. Upon arriving at 5th Avenue, Lei Fa received intelligence from his subordinates indicating that Doflamingo had just entered a hotel with Virgo and had no immediate plans thereafter. At this moment, Lei Fa stood at the entrance of the hotel. After dismounting from and instructing it to wait, Lei Fa strode directly into the hotel. After all, Doflamingo did not recognize him. Even if they crossed paths, as long as he refrained from making a move, Doflamingo would remain oblivious to his intentions. The ground floor of the hotel featured a lobby that also operated as a restaurant and tea house. Walking in nonchalantly, Lei Fa summoned a waiter to order a pot of tea and took a seat. Doflamingo and Virgo were seated at a table diagonally across from him, merely 3 meters away. Yet Lei Fa did not cast a glance in their direction throughout. In the lobby, apart from the 3 of them, there were a couple of other tables occupied by patrons, all engaged in discussions while enjoying their tea and snacks. Without exception, their conversations revolved around the recently concluded execution. This astonishing event, which has captivated the world, unfolded in the quaint town of Rock, leaving its residents with tales to discuss for many years to come, especially since it has only just concluded. After the waiter served the tea, Lei Fa poured himself a cup and leisurely began to sip, curious to discern the true intentions of Doflamingo. However, before he could comprehend the situation, the previously silent Virgo suddenly erupted into action, his entire arm transforming into a dark metallic form, as he launched a powerful punch in Lei Fa's direction. To be candid, Lei Fa had not anticipated this turn of events. He was certain he had not exhibited any signs of abnormality and Doflamingo and his associates were entirely unfamiliar with him, hence incapable of deducing his motives or his intent to eliminate them. Why, then, did Virgo act so recklessly? With a sense of perplexity, Lei Fa casually raised a hand, extending a finger to lightly touch Virgo's punch, which was imbued with the Busashoka Haki. A resounding explosion ensued. The tremendous sound reverberated as Virgo was sent flying by the force of the impact, while Lei Fa remained seated, unscathed, continuing to enjoy his tea. The shockwave from the blast sent tables and chairs scattering in disarray, and the patrons who had been engaged in casual conversation were rendered pale with fear, hastily fleeing towards the exit of the inn. The innkeeper, trembling behind the cash register, whispered urgently to a nearby waiter, urging him to seek the Navy at once. The waiter, already reluctant to remain, promptly dashed outside. At this moment, apart from Lei Fa, another individual remained composed in his seat, Doflamingo. Even upon witnessing Virgo being effortlessly sent flying, he displayed no concern, merely observing Lei Fa with a sinister smile. "How did you discover me? I should have exhibited no odd behavior upon my entry," Lei Fa inquired, setting down his teacup to face Doflamingo. That question has been posed to me many times," Doflamingo replied with a wicked grin. "You indeed did not reveal any unusual demeanor or actions. However, it is precisely this that constitutes your greatest flaw. We have been seated diagonally across from you, yet you have not cast even a glance in our direction throughout. Does that not strike you as peculiar?" Upon hearing Doflamingo's elucidation, Lei Fa realized his error. He had perhaps overthought his approach. Indeed, had he been a typical patron enjoying tea, the sight of Doflamingo and Virgo, characters so eccentric that they wore sunglasses indoors, would have undoubtedly drawn his attention, even if only in a furtive glance. Was this a case of cleverness backfiring? Lei Fa chuckled and shook his head. "Now that I have posed my question, it is my turn to inquire, is it not?" Doflamingo shifted the conversation abruptly. "The individuals who were tailing us, they were your associates, were they not?" "Indeed," Lei Fa conceded, acknowledging the futility of denial at this juncture. "As I recall, it seems we have not met before," Doflamingo remarked, gently tapping his fingers against the table. At this moment, Virgo had returned and stood behind Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although Lei Fa had just sent him flying, it did not inflict any real harm upon him. After all, he was a practitioner of martial arts and was not so fragile. Indeed, he had not encountered such a situation before. Lei Fa confirmed Doflamingo's assertion and continued, "However, I am a member of the Navy, and you are a pirate. It is only natural for me to seek your demise." "Oh, a member of the Navy?" Doflamingo replied, slightly surprised. Lei Fa was not dressed in his naval uniform today, so Doflamingo was unaware of his affiliation. Yet even if he were to learn of it now, Doflamingo would not believe Lei Fa's words. While it was indeed reasonable for the Navy to apprehend pirates, the number of pirates in Logtown was considerable. If the Navy intended to take action, it would be implausible for them to focus solely on him, especially with such a significant number of individuals dispatched to follow him. Such nonsensical drivel. One would have to be a fool to believe it, regardless of who you are or your motives for wanting me dead, since you have chosen to stand against me. Prepare to meet your demise." Doflamingo suddenly raised his hands, directing his fingers towards Lei Fa. String shot. 2 bursts of white energy shot forth instantly towards Lei Fa. Sound barrier. Lei Fa opened his mouth and expelled a sphere of azure energy, forming a translucent barrier akin to glass before him. Doflamingo's string struck the barrier, creating merely ripples upon its surface, exceeding the whip line. Doflamingo's assault did not wane after his initial strike was thwarted by Lei Fa. He had not anticipated that probing attack to inflict any damage, for the mere flick of Lei Fa's wrist had sent Virgo flying, revealing Lei Fa's extraordinary prowess. Although Virgo bore no bounty, his current strength was comparable to that of pirates with bounties nearing 100 million, rivaling even some vice admirals of the Navy. The fact that Lei Fa could effortlessly send Virgo flying indicated that his strength surpassed Virgo's by at least 1 tier. A teenage naval officer? This was Doflamingo's immediate reaction. Yet, among the young officers in the Navy, there were only a handful, and with the intelligence network at Doflamingo's disposal, he could name them all. But none matched the youthful visage before him. As Doflamingo pondered this, his attack had already been unleashed. Suddenly, a line as thick as 2 fingers extended from his palm, cracking through the air like a whip aimed at Lei Fa. Lei Fa reacted swiftly, recognizing that this strike could not be blocked by the sound barrier. With a quick step, he sidestepped to a position over 10 meters away. Chafe. Doflamingo's strike shattered the sound barrier and cleaved a long fissure into the ground. Buzz. A blue leaf-shaped sword materialized in Lei Fa's hand. Sound blade, extreme slash, phantom. The azure sword vanished in an instant, merely an illusion created by its incredible speed. Moments later, several white slashes surged towards Doflamingo from various angles, akin to phantoms. Such incredible velocity. Doflamingo's expression shifted. He had activated his observation haki the moment the battle commenced. In certain respects, Lei Fa's extreme slash surpassed normal human reaction speeds. However, observation haki was an exceptionally refined form of perception. Even Kazara's light speed abilities could not match its sensitivity. Thus, while Lei Fa's attack was indeed swift, it was not so rapid that Doflamingo could not react. Nonetheless, Doflamingo's capabilities were inherently unsuited for defense, and blocking this strike on short notice proved challenging. Hence, he opted to endure the blow. Cloaking his arms in armament haki, he unleashed a flurry of punches, dispersing the incoming slashes into the air. Simultaneously, Virgo had circled behind Lei Fa at some point, launching a surprise attack. Get away. Lei Fa had no time to engage, swiftly countering with a blade that sent Virgo hurtling away. Just as Lei Fa dispatched Virgo, Doflamingo executed an unexpected maneuver. He manipulated the innkeeper with his power, causing him to charge at Lei Fa. Wielding a kitchen knife and shrieking in terror, Lei Fa recognized this as Doflamingo's unique manipulation ability, the parasite line of the string fruit. Such a tedious trick. Lei Fa snapped his fingers. Suddenly, several blood-red, grotesque lips appeared in midair, snapping open and shut as they began to gnaw. In the next instant, the innkeeper collapsed to the ground. Yet, the blood-red lips did not cease their actions, as if they were incessantly chewing on an invisible line, following it straight back to Doflamingo. This is precisely the culinary technique known as the Crimson Kiss, developed with the insatiable prowess of Lei Fa. It was the first time that Doflamingo encountered such a combat style, one that surpassed even his own in terms of strangeness. He unleashed a series of elastic lines, dispersing several blood-red lips in the process. After accomplishing this, he suddenly furrowed his brow. How could my strength be depleting so rapidly? He sensed something was amiss. The recent battle was, at most, a mere exchange of restrained powers, a tentative probing of each other's abilities. Yet, even so, he had already expended 1/10 of his strength. This is utterly ludicrous. From the moment the confrontation began until now, scarcely 2 minutes have elapsed. Even in a fierce battle, it should not be so swiftly exhausting. It must be your doing. Observing the smirk curling at the corner of Lei Fa's lips, Doflamingo felt a pang of unease. I cannot comprehend your words. Lei Fa launched another assault. Indeed, it was his machination. At the very onset of their clash, he had discreetly unleashed the caloric gluttony field, silently eroding the powers of both Doflamingo and Virgo. The duration was too brief for the effects to be apparent until now, when Doflamingo finally sensed something amiss as 1/10 of his strength had already dissipated. Let us go. Doflamingo realized that his knowledge of the individual before him was woefully inadequate, and lingering was unwise. He promptly extended a thread towards Virgo, yanking him as they fled towards the inn's backyard. Nowhere to run. Lei Fa would not allow him to escape so easily. Doflamingo reached the backyard a moment before Lei Fa. But as Lei Fa pursued closely behind, the ground beneath him suddenly began to undulate. No, it was not merely softening, it was oscillating up and down. The name Diamante immediately surfaced in Lei Fa's mind. He had not anticipated that Doflamingo had brought 2 subordinates along, explaining his sudden dash towards this direction to rendezvous with Diamante. The ground's turbulence temporarily threw Lei Fa off balance, yet he quickly regained his composure. However, in that fleeting moment, Doflamingo and his 2 aides had vanished without a trace. Return the sound waves. Lei Fa placed a hand against the wall and activated his hell's ear to listen intently. Strangely, within a 1,000-meter radius, there was not a single echo of Doflamingo and his companions, as if they had simply evaporated into thin air. Above, a possibility struck Lei Fa as he gazed upwards. If they weren't on the ground, they must have ascended. Indeed, in the distance, he spotted several diminutive black dots against the sky, nearly fading from view. He slapped his forehead, having forgotten he possessed that trick, skywalk. One of the applications of the string fruit allows Doflamingo to traverse the air by utilizing clouds as a means of flight. With the sky overcast, clouds were plentiful. May you be struck down, Lei Fa scoffed. Although he had failed in his pursuit, his spirits remained unperturbed. From the moment his intent to ambush was revealed, the plan had already faltered significantly, for in a direct confrontation, he had no confidence in overcoming Doflamingo, let alone slaying him. His earlier probing attacks had given the impression of dominance, but this was merely due to his familiarity with Doflamingo's combat style, while Doflamingo remained entirely oblivious to his methods. resulting in repeated setbacks for the latter. Yet Lei Fa was acutely aware that the reality was quite the opposite. When he had first taken his seat, he had discreetly deployed a rank-level detection on the 3-meter separated Doflamingo and Virgo, yielding the revelation that Virgo's rank was 22, roughly equivalent to an ordinary junior general strength, while Doflamingo's rank astonishingly reached 58. Although this rank is slightly lower than Hawkeye, it still represents the combat prowess of an elite general. In a normal state, without resorting to devour, Lei Fa's rank is estimated to be just above 40, significantly weaker than Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, the outcome of their preliminary skirmish led Doflamingo to misjudge Lei Fa's true strength. Additionally, Doflamingo's nature leans towards a desire for total control, without any intelligence on Lei Fa. He was reluctant to engage in a full-scale battle. Thus, he decisively opted for retreat as the best course of action. Undoubtedly, after Doflamingo's departure, he would employ his entire network of informants to investigate Lei Fa's background and information. The next time they meet, it will not be resolved so easily. Unfortunately, Lei Fa shook his head in lament. Before long, a group of Navy soldiers returned with a hotel attendant. "Don't move," the sailors shouted, aiming their guns at Lei Fa. "It's me," Lei Fa replied, turning around. "Lord Lei Fa?" The arriving Navy soldiers, local troops from Rogue Town, immediately recognized him as the highest-ranking officer and quickly lowered their weapons, saluting him. "I was in the process of apprehending a bounty criminal." "It's nothing. You may stand down," Lei Fa instructed. "Yes, sir." Lei Fa approached the hotel owner and inquired about the total damages incurred. "Calculate the losses, and later come to the Navy base to report my name and collect the payment. I will ensure it is arranged," he commanded. "No, it's unnecessary. You, the Navy Lord, have saved my life. How could I possibly accept compensation?" The hotel owner, still shaken, remembered the earlier incident and knew that Lei Fa had rescued him. Otherwise, his survival would have been uncertain, so he adamantly refused any compensation. "I am not negotiating with you. Do as I say," Lei Fa replied, uninterested in further conversation, and proceeded to exit the hotel. Although it was expected that he did not kill Doflamingo, it still left him feeling dissatisfied, prompting him to leave promptly. A short while later, on a deserted island not far from Rogue Town, Doflamingo and 2 subordinates descended from the sky. His ship was anchored beside the island, rather than in Rogue Town. "What happened, Doflamingo? Why the sudden retreat?" Diamante, still unaware of the situation, questioned, as he had previously intervened at Doflamingo's behest. It was only upon landing that he could no longer suppress his curiosity. "It's nothing. We were just targeted by the Navy," Doflamingo replied darkly. "How could this be? Although your bounty has surpassed 100 million, there are certainly not many pirates in Rogue Town with such a bounty. It's possible that other powerful pirates are lurking in the shadows. Why would you be singled out?" Diamante exclaimed. "I find it quite strange as well," Doflamingo admitted. "However, even if the Navy has its sights set on you, it should not be ordinary sailors who could force you to retreat in such a manner. Could it be those vice admirals with strength comparable to that of great pirates?" Diamante inquired. "No, it was a young Navy officer I have no recollection of, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years old," Doflamingo recalled. "From his demeanor, it seemed he was specifically targeting me, even having someone follow my movements. Had Virgo not detected our pursuers beforehand, I might have remained oblivious to his presence." The thought sent a shiver down Doflamingo's spine. He was still unaware of Lei Fa's true background, and his misjudgment of Lei Fa's strength had led to a gross overestimation. In such circumstances, considering the advantage of the enemy's knowledge, had Virgo not given the early warning, he could have easily fallen victim to a powerful and enigmatic adversary. Should he have been ambushed and severely injured, escaping would have been a daunting task. Upon returning, immediately mobilize the family's intelligence network to investigate his identity. "I want to know everything about him. If our resources prove insufficient, purchase information from the news agency. I am willing to spend whatever it takes." Doflamingo instructed Diamante in a low voice. The notion of being targeted by someone entirely unknown was unsettling, compounded by his inability to comprehend why this individual had chosen to fixate on him. P.S. The first chapter has been updated. Additionally, congratulations to I am a fool here to read for becoming the helmsman, and thanks to Gudefoli for the support, to be continued. After Roger's demise, the onlookers hastily retreated, and the Navy forces prepared to depart Rogue Town after only a 2-day stay. This brought a sense of relief to the inhabitants of the island. The small town of Rogue simply could not withstand any unforeseen circumstances should a great battle erupt, regardless of whether the Navy emerged victorious or not. The island's residents would inevitably suffer. Thus, they fervently wished for the swift departure of these individuals, be they naval forces or pirates, without lingering. However, the night before the Navy was set to leave, Sengoku summoned Lei Fa privately, deliberately avoiding the presence of others, including even Carp. "Did you pursue and eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo?" was Sengoku's opening inquiry. "Nothing escapes your notice, old man," Lei Fa replied with a resigned smile and a shrug. As an admiral of the Navy, Sengoku had countless informants. Had Lei Fa acted alone in his attempt to eliminate Da Flamingo, Sengoku might not have learned of it so swiftly. Yet, given that he had dispatched several individuals to track Da Flamingo, such news was impossible to conceal. Next time, do not act so recklessly. Da Flamingo's strength is formidable, and you are still young. Facing him could easily lead to your downfall. Sengoku admonished with a furrowed brow. "I understand," Lei Fa nodded in acknowledgement. "Is that the reason you summoned me?" "No," Sengoku shook his head. "I called you here because there is something I believe you ought to know. You have the right to be informed." "What is it?" Lei Fa inquired with curiosity. The seriousness with which Sengoku had avoided others to speak with him indicated the gravity of the matter. "Do you recall the Supreme Marine Conference convened due to your offense against the Celestial Dragons?" Sengoku asked. "Are you referring to my biological father and the Nefertari family?" Lei Fa replied. "Indeed." Sengoku affirmed. "Last time, in order to save you, I had no choice but to disclose your identity to the current head of the Nefertari family, King Edmund, who is also your father's elder brother, contrary to your biological father's wishes." "You mentioned this previously," Lei Fa remarked, puzzled as to why Sengoku was revisiting old matters. "Yes, but subsequent events have transpired," Sengoku sighed. "Although I am uncertain how King Edmund managed to persuade Mariewa to abandon their pursuit of you. It appears he must have angered them. Recently, news emerged from Alabasta that King Edmund was assassinated one night. While it superficially seemed to be the work of a group of bounty hunters, those individuals bore no enmity towards Alabasta and had no conceivable motive to assassinate a king, as it offered them no advantage. Given this, I immediately initiated a covert investigation. The findings suggested that this group was likely acting under the orders of someone, with their sights directed towards a clandestine agency under the world government." As Sengoku articulated these details, his expression reflected a complex mix of emotions. Upon hearing this, a surge of unnamed fury ignited within Lei Fa. He had no acquaintance with the so-called King Edmund, nor did he possess any emotional ties to him. Even though he was the brother of his biological father, whom he had never met, he felt no connection. Yet, this man had lost his life solely for the sake of saving him. This stirred an indescribable fury within him, a rage so intense that it felt murderous. "Is this matter orchestrated by the Celestial Dragons?" Lei Fa inquired in a low voice. "It is of no consequence," Sengoku replied, shaking his head. "Remember, whether it is or it isn't, it holds no significance. Refrain from uttering such words again. I share this with you not for the sake of your investigation, but because you possess the right and necessity to know that you have a relative willing to risk their life for your salvation. Cherish their kindness." "Indeed," Lei Fa responded, his voice subdued. "In light of your commendable leadership in this operation, Marshal Kong and I have unanimously decided to assign you to a more pivotal role where your talents can truly shine. Following our departure, you will likely receive a transfer order from headquarters, directing you to rejoin the Grand Line and report to the G5 branch." Sengoku suddenly interjected with a remark that seemed entirely unrelated to the preceding discourse. Lei Fa lifted his gaze to meet his. At that moment, he continued, "However, there is always a time lag with transfer orders. You must ensure that your work here is well arranged before you depart. Moreover, you will need to travel alone to the G5 branch, which will inevitably consume a considerable amount of time. If you encounter catastrophic weather such as a storm, it will be even more troublesome. Therefore, take care of yourself along the way. Safety is paramount. Do not rush. Arriving a bit late is perfectly acceptable." After uttering these words, Sengoku patted Lei Fa on the shoulder and departed. Initially, Lei Fa was engulfed in an inexplicable anger and despondency. He did not pay much attention to Sengoku's words at first and felt somewhat bewildered. However, once Sengoku had left, Lei Fa replayed the conversation in his mind and soon began to reflect upon it. It seemed necessary for him to make a trip to Alabasta, he thought. Sengoku's recent remarks ostensibly conveyed that Lei Fa was being transferred to the Navy's G5 branch, yet he disclosed this information only after informing Lei Fa of the assassination of his uncle, King Edmund, which rendered the message rather intriguing. Particularly the final remarks had already conveyed the intended meaning quite clearly, though the final barrier had not yet been breached. This clearly conveys to Lei Fa that before he reports to the G5 branch, he can spare some time to visit Alabasta, even if it means arriving late to the G5. Lei Fa is acutely aware that this concession from Sengoku, his benevolent elder, is quite a rarity. Throughout Sengoku's life, he has remained steadfastly loyal to the world government, making it inconceivable for him to betray it. To offer Lei Fa such leniency within the confines of the established rules is indeed a significant gesture. In fact, even when Sengoku rescued Lei Fa from the Celestial Dragon incident, he did not once compromise his allegiance or betray the Navy and the world government. He merely adeptly navigated the rules to his advantage. Everyone has their own moral boundaries, and for Sengoku, that boundary is the unwavering commitment to what he perceives as justice, a principle that leaves Lei Fa without rebuttal. Nevertheless, in every regard, Sengoku remains an indomitable figure in Lei Fa's eyes. P.S. An additional update for the month. Apologies for the delay. Furthermore, we are only a few votes shy of reaching 600, so let us rally together. To be continued. Whiskey Peak is one of the nearest resting places to the entrance of Reverse Mountain on the Grand Line. This place is one of the gathering grounds for bounty hunters, assassins, and other professions of the underworld. The town's residents are seldom ordinary individuals, as it is exceedingly challenging for common people to survive in this environment. On that day, a youth who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, clad in blue beach shorts and a patterned short-sleeve shirt, embarked alone upon this island. After a long absence, he stretched lazily at the Whiskey Peak. At that moment, a middle-aged man, somewhat disheveled and seemingly honest, approached the youth, stooping slightly, and inquired, "Excuse me, sir, do you require a guide? I am well acquainted with the town's affairs. A mere 500 berries will suffice." 500 berries, you say? Very well, lead me to the Bounty Hunter Guild in town, and that shall be your reward. Without a second thought, the youth generously tossed the middle-aged man 500 berries, exuding an air of magnanimity. Thank you, thank you. The middle-aged man bowed even lower, expressing his gratitude profusely. Please, follow me. I shall take you to the Bounty Hunter Guild immediately. All right, let us be on our way, the youth replied cheerfully. As the youth and the middle-aged man departed, a few boatmen by the dock, who also struggled to make a living, shook their heads sympathetically. Another unfortunate soul, one remarked. Indeed, he's been targeted by Mickey and his gang. They might even strip him of his clothes. That lad will likely have to toil in the town for his sustenance. Another added, count your blessings. Although Mickey's gang preys on the weak, they only rob and do not kill. If he were to encounter other groups, he might not be so fortunate, a third chimed in. However, it's rather odd. I believe I saw that lad rowing a small boat all by himself when I was at the dock earlier, the first boatman noted. Impossible. Surely you've had too much to drink, the others laughed, dismissing the notion. This is the Grand Line, not a water amusement park. Even pirates with bounties in the tens of millions would never venture out alone unless they wished for their demise. Perhaps I misremembered, the first boatman conceded, shaking his head. While the boatman chatted, the stooped middle-aged man had already led the young man in the checkered shirt to a less populated street in the southern part of the town. The youth leisurely followed, surveying his surroundings, and inquired, "Are you certain the Bounty Hunter Guild is this way? It seems rather deserted here. Have you perhaps taken a wrong turn?" "I have not erred. It is just around the corner ahead," the middle-aged man replied with a forced smile. "Oh, very well, let us hasten," the youth said nonchalantly. After walking a short distance, the middle-aged man pointed to a corner, indicating that they would soon arrive. "Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed." The youth nodded and stepped ahead. As they turned the corner, the youth soon found himself confronted by a group of unsavory characters brandishing weapons in a narrow alley. Turning back, he noticed the previously stooped middle-aged man standing upright, now flanked by two others, all wielding weapons. "Do not tell me you intend to rob me," the youth said, his tone tinged with resignation. "Ah, you're quite astute, young man. Indeed, this is a robbery. Leave behind all your belongings. Given my good mood today, I won't take your clothes, but everything else must stay," the middle-aged man grinned. "Strangely enough, my mood is rather pleasant as well," the youth replied, unperturbed, shrugging. "Thus, I shall dispense with any pretense of playing cat and mouse. To be forthright, I am a Navy commander and a 6-star bounty hunter with the Bounty Hunter Guild. You lot combined wouldn't withstand a single blow from me. Now, cease this folly and take me to the Bounty Hunter Guild." Indeed, this youth was Lei Fa, freshly returned from the East Blue to the Grand Line. His solitary journey from the East Blue posed little danger for him now. However, the distance to Alabasta's St. Shandia Island was still considerable. Even if he was unafraid of peril, he could not forego sustenance along the way. Thus, he sought the Bounty Hunter Guild as a means to find passage to St. Shanyo Island. Although his identity had become known after offending the celestial dragons, it did not negate his status as a 6-star bounty hunter. Notably, the Bounty Hunter Guild had previously attempted to assist him, albeit with limited success. His lineage had ultimately saved him. This indicated the guild's regard for him, making it improbable that his status would be revoked. Little did he expect to encounter such a cliché robbery upon his arrival. Presently, Whiskey Peak's overall strength paled in comparison to the scale it would attain in a decade or two, once unified under Baroque works. Even if one of the future 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, were to arrive in person, he could not rob Lei Fa, how much less could these insignificant thugs, who dared not venture out at sea. Thus, Lei Fa, disinterested in wasting time, introduced himself. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the would-be robbers erupted into laughter, some clutching their stomachs, tears of mirth streaming down their faces. The middle-aged man, who had initially lured Lei Fa, laughed the hardest. "Ha ha ha, Navy Commander? A 6-star bounty hunter? You have quite the imagination, lad. Why not claim to be the Pirate King instead?" The middle-aged man wiped away tears of laughter. "Roger is dead." This jest is rather excessive. Lei Fa's expression turned cold. "Stop pretending, boy. Keep talking, and I'll strip you of your pants." The middle-aged man's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. "You brought this upon yourselves. Do not blame me for not offering you a chance," Lei Fa said, preferring not to engage further. He had no intention of fighting, yet these men showed no appreciation for his restraint. The middle-aged man attempted to retort, but the opportunity had passed. In an instant, Lei Fa's form flickered, and he swiftly moved within the alley, leaving the middle-aged man standing alone, his expression frozen in shock as his companions were sent flying, their fates unknown. "Now, can you take me to the Bounty Hunter Guild?" Lei Fa stated matter-of-factly. To be continued. When the leader of the robbery gang, Mickey, finally led Lei Fa to the Bounty Hunter Guild branch at Whiskey Peak, he was soaked in sweat. The journey from their previous location to the actual Bounty Hunter Guild branch was only a matter of minutes, as the town was not particularly large. Yet, those few minutes felt interminable, as he vividly recalled the jokes that had made him laugh until he cried, now filling him with dread. In this vast expanse of the Grand Line, a Navy commander was hardly a figure of great significance. In terms of strength, he was comparable to bounty criminals with rewards in the hundreds of thousands to millions. However, he was not a significant figure either. To be more precise, he was an inconsequential individual, one who would not dare to breathe in the presence of pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Thus, for him, a naval colonel was already a figure one could not afford to offend. However, this title alone was not sufficient to instill fear. For this small town frequently witnessed the presence of bounty criminals with rewards exceeding 10 million, or the corresponding bounty hunters. Yet, what does it mean to be a 6-star bounty hunter? It signifies someone who has undoubtedly slain 3 bounty criminals with rewards surpassing 100 million, an extraordinary powerhouse. Compared to naval ranks, the intimidation factor of a bounty hunter S-star level is far more straightforward and direct for those residing in the Whiskey Peaks. What manner of individuals are criminals with bounties over 100 million? Who among them is not a formidable character commanding respect on the high seas? The youth before him, astonishingly, possessed the strength to vanquish such foes. Mickey did not believe there was any reason for the other party to deceive him, as the earlier encounter suggested that he and his companions were merely insignificant insects in the eyes of the youth. Thus, the more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. "We have arrived, my lord," he stammered. "This time, we didn't take a wrong turn, did we?" Lei Fa inquired. "No, absolutely not. This is indeed the place," Mickey asserted, almost swearing to it. "Very well, you have no further business here. You may leave," Lei Fa stated. "You're letting me go?" Mickey, still contemplating what his fate might be, questioned in disbelief upon hearing Lei Fa's words. "What, do you wish to stay and keep me company?" Lei Fa replied with a semblance of a smile. No, I shall vanish at once," Mickey exclaimed, his pallor transforming to a ghostly white. Ignoring him, Lei Fa turned and strode into the small building. Upon entering, he noted that the interior decor resembled that of the Bounty Hunter Guild in the Shambadi Archipelago, with service windows flanking either side. As he stepped inside, he found himself alone. He casually approached one of the windows and tossed his identity badge onto the counter. "I require some assistance from the guild. Please find someone with decision-making authority to come out." The receptionist took Lei Fa's identity badge, merely glanced at it, and his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily rose to his feet. "Yes, my lord, please hold on for a moment." With that, he took the badge and hurried inside. After about a minute, the door to the side swung open, and a round-faced, middle-aged man hurried out, beaming as he approached Lei Fa. "My lord, I am the head of this branch. Shall we speak inside?" The round-faced man proposed. "Very well, let us proceed inside." Lei Fa agreed without objection. The two entered the reception room, where the round-faced man returned Lei Fa's identity badge and, with a broad smile, said, "I did not expect a person of your stature to grace our humble establishment. Please forgive our lack of prior preparation. Enough with the formalities. I am here for a matter that requires your assistance," Lei Fa casually remarked. "Please, my lord, go on," the round-faced man responded, adopting a more serious demeanor. "I need to travel to St. Ting Island, but venturing out to sea alone for such a distance is rather taxing. Therefore, I would like you to assist me in locating a vessel heading to St. Ting Island nearby, so I might secure a spot." Lei Fa smiled as he spoke. The round-faced man visibly relaxed at this request. He had feared that Lei Fa might present a challenging demand, and should he fail to fulfill it, he would risk inciting the wrath of a 6-star bounty hunter. He was relieved to discover that Lei Fa's request was merely a straightforward task. "Understood. Rest assured, my lord. I shall have someone search for a suitable ship at the fastest pace possible," the round-faced man declared, patting his chest in assurance. "I appreciate it," Lei Fa replied with a smile. "It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to serve you, my lord," the round-faced man said respectfully. "Very well. You may proceed with your tasks. I shall wait here for your news," Lei Fa nodded. "Please, my lord, allow me to fetch you some refreshments while you wait," the round-faced man said, bowing before exiting the reception room. As soon as he stepped out, the receptionist who had taken Lei Fa's identity badge approached. "Boss, is this the supernova who has been making waves in the guild these past 2 years?" "Indeed, this is the esteemed individual," the round-faced man responded gravely. The receptionist, a bit too excited, remarked, "Who would have thought we would have such close contact with someone so significant? And to think he is merely a youth, what a scoop. You'd best keep your wits about you. Today's events must remain confidential. If word of this leaks and angers that esteemed individual, you want to be the only one facing the consequences," the round-faced man warned sternly. The receptionist shivered and quickly nodded, realizing the gravity of the situation. After all, the individual inside was a 6-star bounty hunter, and aside from the few elusive 7-star bounty hunters, he was the most formidable figure they might ever encounter. In a small branch like the Whiskey Peaks, it was rare to see a 6-star bounty hunter, and they dared not offend him. "I must attend to my duties. You ensure proper hospitality here. Do not be reckless, for if that esteemed individual becomes incensed, even if I were to kill you, no one would dare speak against it." The round-faced man cautioned again, fearing that the receptionist might not grasp the seriousness of the matter. "Understood, boss. I'm not that foolish," the receptionist replied with a bitter smile. With that, the round-faced man hurriedly departed, intent on assisting Lei Fa in finding a vessel bound for St. Ting Island. To be continued. Unbeknownst to the round-faced man and the receptionist, their entire conversation was overheard by Lei Fa in the reception room. At such close proximity, it was impossible for Lei Fa not to hear, as his hellish ear was an instinctively powerful ability. Lei Fa pondered about the current situation in Alabasta. According to his father, Sengoku, after the death of his uncle, King Edmund, the sole heir Kabura ascended to the throne. He surmised that Kabura had likely not yet fully consolidated the kingdom's power. Lei Fa's impression of Kabura was rather vague, as the character had little presence in the manga, while his daughter, Vivi, had garnered immense popularity and was recognized as one of the future protagonist's allies. Nevertheless, Kabura, the newly crowned king, could be considered his cousin, and given that his father had died saving him, he felt a sense of obligation. Lei Fa was pleased to note that the round-faced man's efficiency was commendably swift. Within half an hour, he returned with a smile. Judging by his demeanor, Lei Fa surmised that matters had likely been resolved. The round-faced man confirmed Lei Fa's suspicions, "My lord. We have located a cargo ship set to depart for St. Ting Island. It will set sail tomorrow, owned by a merchant. Additionally, to prevent unnecessary exposure of your identity, I have taken the liberty of arranging a temporary identity for you." Rifa awaited further instructions. "You will board the ship as a recruited guard. I have already provided my assurance, so there should be no issues. However, this arrangement may render your journey somewhat uncomfortable. If you do not mind, I could exert pressure through the guild's channels, but that might attract unnecessary attention, which could potentially affect you," the round-faced middle-aged man inquired respectfully. "There is no need for such trouble. You have done splendidly. I shall board the ship as a guard, Rifa replied after a moment's thought, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, I shall have someone escort you there to wait. Tomorrow morning, you can report directly upon boarding the ship. Wishing you safe travels, my lord. Thank you very much. Rifa nodded in acknowledgement. The next day, following the arrangements made by the round-faced middle-aged man, Rifa stepped aboard the cargo ship. Guided by the ship's servants to the cabin, he met the vessel's owner, a portly gentleman appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, who wore a benevolent expression. After a brief exchange, Rifa learned that the gentleman was named Glinton, the proprietor of a trading company, and this cargo ship served as his primary means of commerce. Due to the vast ecological diversity among the islands of the Grand Line, many items possess starkly different values across various islands, which underscores the essence of trading. They procure goods of modest worth from one island and transport them to another island in need of those items, thus profiting from the price differential. However, this venture is fraught with challenges, the most significant of which is the potential encounter with pirates during their trading journeys. It is well known that this world teems with pirates. Even though the Great Pirate Era has not fully materialized, their numbers are already considerable. While trading companies possess their own armed forces, they are rather insignificant in the vast expanse of the Grand Line. Should they encounter a formidable pirate crew, the company's defenses may prove inadequate. Consequently, Glinton frequently hires capable guards on a temporary basis. Those of true prowess are seldom inclined to serve a small trading company long-term, however, for adequate compensation. They may be willing to offer their services occasionally. Glinton, understanding this dynamic, willingly allocates half of his profits to employ guards, all in pursuit of enhanced safety. This seemingly extravagant action is, in fact, one of the most pivotal reasons why Glinton has remained steadfast for many years. For instance, he has employed a total of 7 bodyguards, each a highly skilled individual sourced from reputable channels, possessing abilities that rival those of fugitives with bounties in the millions. Among them, 3 even boast the prowess of those with bounties exceeding 10 million. The guardians of this formation, as long as they do not encounter those formidable pirate crews, generally remain unscathed. Rifa, indeed, is one of these 7 guardians. However, when Glinton laid eyes upon Rifa, he was momentarily taken aback. According to the information provided by the introducer, this guardian named Rifa is a 2-star bounty hunter, indicating that his prowess is sufficient to eliminate bounty criminals with a reward ranging from 500,000 to 10 million. Yet, the individual before him appeared to be merely a boy of 14 or 15 years, both in appearance and in the vibrant, youthful attire he donned. He bore no resemblance whatsoever to a 2-star bounty hunter. This left Glinton somewhat indecisive. It was not that he held a condescending view of others, but rather that he had expended half of his profits from a trade expedition to hire these 7 guards, a considerable sum even for him. If the individuals he hired proved unreliable, it would not only be a waste of money but also heighten the risks associated with this venture. Rifa quickly discerned the wealthy elder Glinton's hesitation and inquired with a smile, "Are you concerned that my abilities do not match the description?" "Mr. Rifa, you are overthinking." "I certainly did not imply that," Glinton replied. After deliberation, he decided against further questioning, as he trusted the person who had made the introduction. "There's no need to worry. I would have some doubts as well. How about this? If you are not entirely at ease, you may have one of your men spar with me," Rifa suggested with a smile. He was not daunted by the prospect of a test, as the temporary identity assigned to him by the round-faced middle-aged man was merely that of a 2-star bounty hunter, which posed little challenge. "Truly, there is no need for that. Mr. Rifa, please do not misunderstand. I was merely surprised by your youth," Glinton insisted, shaking his head. He continued, "Since we have already met, you may go and rest. I shall arrange a private room for you. Later, there will be a small gathering for lunch, and I hope you will honor us with your presence." "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest for now. Please have someone remind me when it is nearly noon. I fear I might lose track of time," Rifa replied with a cheerful smile. "That is certainly the least I can do," Glinton responded, returning the smile. After Rifa had placed his belongings down and rested for a while, a servant soon knocked on his door, informing him that the gathering was about to commence. Now, as lunchtime approached, Rifa did not hesitate and followed the servant to the dining hall. His intention to ride along was to indulge in the journey with greater ease. He would not hold back when it came to dining and drinking. At this moment, the vessel had already departed from the shore. According to the intelligence previously gathered by Lei Fa, although the location was not far from Saining Island, the journey would take nearly half a month to complete. There would be no stops at any islands along the way to avoid any unnecessary mishaps. As Lei Fa ambled in with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, the dining hall had been prepared, seemingly arranged for a buffet-style gathering. In the upcoming fortnight, the cooperation of everyone would be essential should we encounter any pirates. It would be entirely reliant on your efforts. Allow me to toast to you all in advance, proclaimed the portly elder, Glinton, the owner of both the ship and the merchant group. All 7 hired guards, including Lei Fa, had now gathered and raised their glasses in a courteous salute to Glinton. Simultaneously, a burly man among the 7, marked by several scars on his face, chuckled softly, assuring Glinton, "Rest easy, sir. Since we have accepted your commission, we shall certainly do our utmost to safeguard this vessel during our journey. There is no need for such formality. With Lord Morton's assurance, I feel at ease." Glinton responded with evident warmth toward the scarred man, far more than he had exhibited when first encountering Lei Fa. Lei Fa also noted that the other hired guards, though seemingly unfamiliar with one another, appeared to accept Morton's representation without dissent. This suggested that Morton, the scarred man, held at least a modest reputation in these waters. Otherwise, it would be improbable for the others to regard him with such deference. Intrigued, Lei Fa cast a rank assessment at the scarred man, only to discover his level was 6. A rank of 5 to 10 generally indicated the combat prowess of a naval colonel within the Grand Line, with 5 being the minimum and 10 the maximum. Surpassing 10 would suggest the preliminary capabilities of a brigadier. In this tier, it is unnecessary to compare him to the current Lei Fa. Even prior to his initial foray into the Shirlene Temple for training, he was already superior to the scarred brute, Morton. Nevertheless, this still left Lei Fa somewhat astonished. According to the information previously gathered, although the merchant group leader, Glinton, consistently allocated half of his profits to hire guards, the strength of those he could afford would only equate to that of bounty criminals with a reward of around 10 million, fluctuating only slightly. Yet, the prowess of a 6th-tier fighter surpasses that 10 million mark by a considerable margin. The multi-armed woman, Judy, who was cunningly dispatched by Lei Fa, possessed an 8th-tier strength and commanded a bounty that soared to 47 million berries. Although the scarred brute Morton may be slightly inferior in strength to the multi-armed woman Judy, when it comes to evaluating the prowess of bounty hunters, he is still worth at least a bounty of around 30 million berries. Such prowess, in many regions of the Grand Line's first half, is indeed quite remarkable. The funds expended by Mr. Glinton, under normal circumstances, would scarcely be sufficient to procure the services of such formidable guardians. Encountering one would be considered a serendipitous delight. It is no wonder that others regard him with such reverence, while Mr. Glinton himself exhibits the utmost enthusiasm. With an individual of such caliber, comparable to a naval commander, accompanying them, this journey will undoubtedly be considerably safer. "Excuse me, are you one of the guardians invited by my grandfather for this journey?" As Lei Fa's attention was fixated on the scarred and burly man, Morton, a voice from his side, interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he discovered a young lady, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, yet possessing a maturity that belied her age, standing there, holding a glass of beverage as she engaged him in conversation. The young girl possessed flowing azure locks that cascaded down her back, adorned in a delicate white lace gown, exuding an air of exquisite elegance. "Who might you be?" she inquired. "I am Angela, the one who just welcomed you as my grandfather," she introduced herself. To her surprise, she learned that Angela was the granddaughter of the esteemed proprietor of Glinton's. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lei Fa," he replied with a warm smile, placing a hand across his chest and bowing slightly before her. "As for your inquiry, indeed, I am one of the 7 guardians summoned by the owner of Glinton." Angela's eyes widened in astonishment. "My grandfather always enlists remarkably skilled guardians. You appear younger than I am. How can that be?" Amused by her curiosity, Lei Fa playfully declared, "I am quite formidable, to be honest. I began practicing my family's martial arts at a tender age. By 5, I had already bested every opponent in the village. At 8, I reigned supreme in my town. By the time I reached 12, even the nearby brigands trembled at the mere mention of my name. As for now, I feel invincible. Do you see that burly fellow over there? I could fell him with a single punch." He gestured toward Morton, who was engaged in conversation with the owner of Glinton. Angela couldn't help but chuckle at Lei Fa's exuberant claims. She found it hard to believe his fanciful tales. Her grandfather had previously mentioned that among the guardians was a particularly formidable warrior, referring to the heavily scarred Morton, whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a naval captain. It was quite incredulous to her that this seemingly younger individual professed he could bring Morton to his knees with one strike. Nevertheless, she felt a flicker of fondness for him. After losing her parents to a maritime tragedy shortly after her birth, she had spent her childhood in her grandfather's company, traversing various locales. More than half of her year was spent aboard merchant vessels, surrounded by a monotonous array of faces. Rarely did she encounter anyone near her age. And even when she did, they seldom conversed with her in such a light-hearted manner. This left her yearning for someone to converse with. And her decision to engage in conversation with Lei Fa likely stemmed from the fact that he appeared to be of a similar age. I see through you. You are nothing but a charlatan. I wonder how you managed to deceive Grandpa into granting you this position, am I correct? Angela replied with a playful smile. However, fret not, for although I have unveiled your true identity, I can keep this secret from Grandpa, provided that for the next fortnight, you endeavor to keep me entertained. Otherwise, well, Lei Fa feigned astonishment. How did you discern my ruse? Such trivial tricks may fool Grandpa, but not me, Angela declared with pride. All right then, it's settled. As long as I amuse you, you shall not expose me, Lei Fa lamented, adopting an air of resignation. Rest assured, I am not one to go back on my word, Angela consoled, patting Lei Fa on the shoulder. Following this, she whispered, however, I must advise you, those boastful claims you just made should remain between us. Do not let them reach the ears of that Uncle Morton. He would not let you off lightly, and you would have nowhere to hide. Oh, I understand. Lei Fa nodded vigorously. Well, shall we depart? Angela suddenly pointed toward the outside. Depart? Where to? Of course, to accompany me on a stroll. This place is utterly stifling, filled with insincere adults speaking hollow words. Do you not find it dreadfully tedious? Angela remarked with a pout. It is indeed dull, but now. You just promised to keep me amused. If I do not go outside now, I shall become quite despondent, and if I inadvertently let slip your secret. Do not blame me. Let us go. Onward, Lei Fa exclaimed, leading the way outside. As they approached the door, he discreetly grabbed 2 chicken legs and a large slice of cake from a nearby table. Angela's face lit up with pride upon witnessing this. And as they passed through the entrance, she pondered for a moment before mimicking Lei Fa and snatching 2 chicken legs for herself. Their departure attracted no attention, as it was merely a gathering, not a formal meeting. Comings and goings were entirely ordinary. Life aboard the ship, though monotonous and repetitive, passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the 10th day of their voyage, indicating that 2/3 of their journey had been completed, with approximately 5 days remaining. Fortunately, during these 10 days, the merchant fleet had encountered no pirates, nor even glimpsed the shadow of a pirate ship. This was, in fact, quite typical, while pirates were numerous. The vastness of the ocean meant they could not be found in every region. In truth, throughout his career as a trader in Glinden, he had only encountered pirates once in every 5 voyages, and among those pirates, the likelihood of encountering one capable of posing a genuine threat to a merchant fleet that had invested heavily in elite guards was exceedingly rare. Indeed, it might not occur even once in 10 encounters. Thus, a journey without incident was the prevailing norm. As night fell, Lei Fa intended to engage in a moment of meditation on the concept of food righteousness within the confines of his room. However, scarcely had he settled down when a series of rapid knocks resounded on his door. Knock, 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 the persistent rapping echoed. Enough already. The door still needs to be used, Lei Fa exclaimed, rising to open the door. In truth, even without peering through the peephole or employing his infernal hearing, he could easily surmise who awaited him outside. After all, among the few individuals he had come to know aboard this vessel, there was but one he could truly consider familiar, the granddaughter of the merchant group leader, the azure-haired maiden, Angela. For the past 10 days, Lei Fa has continued to play the role of a fake expert, amusing himself by teasing the young Angela to pass the time. As they interacted more, a certain familiarity developed between them. Initially, Lei Fa's intentions were merely mischievous, but as he got to know Angela, his impressions of her began to soften. Despite her limited contact with others, Angela possesses a genuinely innocent nature. Although she believed she held leverage over Lei Fa to threaten him, her true desire was simply to find a friend with whom to converse. On this ship, she had no one to confide in. Lei Fa's presence had brought a newfound liveliness and joy to her during these 10 days. Hey, what are you sneaking around in here for? You're not up to anything shady, are you? Angela entered the room, eyeing Lei Fa suspiciously. What could I possibly be doing that is shady? Lei Fa replied, flashing a somewhat lewd grin and wiggling his right hand playfully. Ugh, you pervert. Angela's ears turned crimson as she playfully nudged him. All right, I'll stop joking. Why are you looking for me at this late hour? Is there something important? Lei Fa asked, waving his hand dismissively. Can't I seek you out if it's not important? Don't forget, we still have 4 or 5 days left on this voyage. And you have to listen to me, Angela declared. You're not trying to make me do something inappropriate, are you? I'm an artist, not a... Lei Fa feigned alarm, taking a step back. Go to hell, you filthy rogue, Angela exclaimed, feeling both embarrassed and angry. I merely want you to accompany me to stargaze. The weather is lovely tonight, perfect for stargazing, but I'm a bit scared to go alone. Is that so? Lei Fa feigned relief. You should have said so earlier. You had me worried for nothing. Angela, feeling slightly offended, retorted, You jerk. Am I really that unappealing to you? Even if I did want something from you, would it really be such a hardship? Not at all, Lei Fa shook his head, smirking. But from what you just said, it does seem like you harbor some feelings for me. Get lost. Angela blushed deeper, realizing she had fallen into Lei Fa's teasing trap. All right, enough joking. If you want to see the stars, let us hurry. Lei Fa stepped out first, gesturing for her to follow. Once Angela emerged, he gentlemanly closed the door behind them and walked beside her. A few minutes later, they arrived at the uppermost deck of the cargo ship. Angela quickly found a spot and patted the space beside her. You sit here. Lei Fa happily complied and settled down beside her. Do you know why I love stargazing? Angela asked as he took his seat. Why? Lei Fa inquired. Because when I was a child, I once asked my grandfather why other children had their parents with them while I did not. He told me that my parents had gone far away and pointed to the stars, saying they were up there. Angela reminisced as she gazed at the sky. Later, whenever stars appeared, I would talk to them, sharing everything I wished to tell my parents, hoping they could hear me. Perhaps they are indeed watching over you from above. Lei Fa smiled gently. In my homeland, there is a saying that every person who passes away transforms into a star. Perhaps 2 of those stars are your parents. Is that true? Or are you just making that up to deceive me? Angela questioned. Of course it's true. I wouldn't fabricate something like that, Lei Fa replied earnestly. Knowing well that such tales were mere fanciful stories, Angela felt comforted by his words, whispering, even if I know this might not be true, thank you. By the way, you still haven't told me about your background. Me? There is not much to say. Like you, I never knew my biological parents. I was raised by my adoptive father, who only recently revealed my origins. I'm heading to Saining Island to meet some relatives, Lei Fa explained. Do you miss your parents? Angela asked. Not particularly. I feel more connected to my adoptive father than to the parents I never met, Lei Fa replied candidly. After a brief pause, he added, but this time, before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Angela asked. Don't speak for a moment. Just wait. Lei Fa raised his hand to silence her. Although puzzled, Angela complied and remained quiet. After a few minutes, Lei Fa finally spoke. All right. What was that about? Are you feeling unwell? Angela inquired, concerned. No. I just thought I heard some noise from below, Lei Fa said. Noise? What kind of noise? I didn't hear anything, Angela replied, perplexed. It's normal that you can't hear it. I've always had keen hearing. I can catch sounds that others can't, Lei Fa chuckled. Is that true? Or are you just teasing me again? Angela asked skeptically. Whether it's true or not, let us go check, Lei Fa declared, rising to his feet and pulling Angela up with him, leading her toward the stairs. Angela instinctively wanted to pull her hand away, feeling that while they had grown closer over the past 10 days, holding hands was still quite intimate. Yet, she ultimately did not resist. Lei Fa, on the other hand, was too focused on listening for sounds from the cabin to think much about it. At that moment, several individuals were covertly plotting within the ship's hold. Boss, the people you contacted should be arriving soon, right? One voice asked. Yes, I just confirmed with them. They're getting close, another voice responded. But those guards on the ship won't be easy to handle. Aside from that guy who's always with Angela, the others seem formidable, especially Morton. He has taken down several pirates with bounties over 10 million. It said he possesses strength comparable to a naval captain. The first voice continued. So what? If he doesn't know his place, he'll meet the same fate. A second voice spoke menacingly. I had long anticipated that the old wretch Grinton would summon that Morton fellow this time. However, it matters not. I have made contact with the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew. Even Morton, if he remains oblivious, will find himself on a path to demise. What? Chief, you have indeed contacted the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew. The first voice exclaimed in astonishment. I have heard that the captain of the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 56 million, having successfully evaded the pursuit of a naval major. In this vicinity, the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew ranks among the top 3 super pirate crews. How did you manage to persuade them? What do you know? It is not merely the cargo aboard that would entice the saber-toothed tiger pirate crew. Rather, it is the wealth amassed by that old wretch Grinton over the decades that has swayed them. They have already agreed that if this venture succeeds, I shall receive 1/10 of Grinton's fortune. The second voice declared greedily. Then allow me to extend my early congratulations, Chief, the first voice complimented. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Do you hear that? It sounds like a whistle from outside. They must have arrived. Come, let us go out and greet them. The second voice said excitedly. A few minutes later, the ship was engulfed in the sounds of fierce combat and anguished cries. The armed personnel of the trading group were overwhelmed, retreating in disarray until they had taken refuge in the cabin. Inside the cabin, Grinton's expression was grim. What is the situation outside? He inquired. The armed team of the trading group is utterly outmatched. The attacking pirate crew is no ordinary band, however. It is strange that your men did not issue any warnings until they approached and boarded the ship, grumbled the scarred brute Morton. Had there been an advance warning, the trading group's forces would not have crumbled so swiftly. There is no use in discussing this now. We must rely on you few, Grinton sighed. Just as he finished his sigh, a thought struck him, and his countenance shifted as he anxiously scanned the surroundings. This is bad. That girl Angela is still outside. There is no time to search. They are already upon us. Morton turned towards the entrance. The other guards who had arrived also drew their weapons, preparing for the imminent confrontation. Among the 7 guards, excluding Lei Fa and another who had yet to arrive, 5, including Morton, had already surrounded Grinton. This is also why Grinton has not yet succumbed to despair, for even if the armed forces of the merchant group were to be completely annihilated, as long as these guards remain, he would still be safe. These guards are the ultimate force aboard this vessel. As they collectively gazed towards the entrance, they soon discerned that the pirates had indeed arrived, surging forth into the ship. Among the throng, Grinton recognized a familiar figure. Noel. You, how could you? Grinton roared, filled with fury. This Noel was the captain of his merchant group's armed escort, one of his most trusted confidants. Yet, observing his current behavior, it was evident he had allied himself with the pirates. Ah, dear boss, is that you? Surprised to see me? Noel turned, grinning at Grinton, undeterred by his glare. No need for astonishment. These pirates are precisely the ones I summoned. Did you not anticipate this? It's you, you treacherous wretch. Grinton's face flushed with rage as he glared intensely at Noel, who had once been his most trusted aide. Now, it dawned on him why the armed escort had failed to sound any alarm as the pirates approached the cargo ship. With Noel's position as captain, it would have been all too simple to divert those tasked with warning. What have I done to deserve this betrayal? Why must you bring me such harm? Grinton's eyes burned with fury as he confronted Noel. Your father was my most valued ally, second only to me within the merchant group. After his untimely passing, I took you under my wing, nurturing you to become the captain of the armed escort. What more do you desire? I want you dead, Noel replied coldly, a sneer upon his lips. Captain of the armed escort? Merely your dog. Each time we trade, I earn less than these foreign guards. This is your notion of treating me as kin? Upon your demise, do you think I will inherit the merchant group? I scoff at that. Is it all about money? Then, Grinton began to regain his composure. You may interpret it as such, Noel stated bluntly. You are undoubtedly doomed today, so do not harbor any illusions. However, before you meet your end, you will reveal to me the location of the treasures you have amassed over the years. Why would I divulge anything to you if you intend to kill me? Grinton scoffed. Because, should you comply, I might spare that girl Angela's life. Perhaps even allow her to serve as my concubine. But should you refuse, these pirates would not hesitate to treat you as their grandson-in-law before your very eyes. How dare you? What is there to fear? I have already dispatched them to find the girl. Before they bring her here, I advise you to make a swift decision. Their patience is far less generous than mine. Have you finished? Morton, the scarred giant standing beside Grinton, interjected coldly. Noel turned to him, saying, You do not mean to intervene, do you? I acknowledge your formidable strength. Even 10 men like myself would be no match for you. But knowing you are present, do you think I would overlook that? Upon hearing this, Morton's brow furrowed even deeper. At that moment, a towering bald giant entered the doorway. His upper body bare, adorned only with a tiger-striped loincloth, while his trousers were crafted from fur. He was flanked by 2 enchanting women, both of whom nestled against him. It was the saber-toothed tiger. Among the 5 bodyguards surrounding Grinton, 3 recognized the bald giant's identity, including the formidable Morton. Indeed, it was Lord Saber-Toothed Tiger. With a sense of triumph, Noel declared, With Lord Saber-Toothed Tiger present, Morton, will you not surrender? How audacious to align oneself with the Saber-Toothed Tiger pirates, you beast. Although Glinton had not initially recognized the bald giant, the moment the guards revealed his identity, he comprehended that these pirates were all subordinates of the giant. The name they invoked could only belong to one of the most ruthless pirate crews in these waters, the Saber-Toothed Tiger Pirates. He could scarcely believe Noel's reckless audacity. The bald giant, Saber-Toothed Tiger, regarded Morton with an indifferent expression and remarked, I have heard of your name. You have gained a modicum of fame in these waters. However, today's affair is beyond your control. I offer you a chance to leave voluntarily. I do not betray my employer. From the moment Morton laid eyes on the bald giant, his entire being tensed, poised for imminent conflict. Yet, when Saber-Toothed Tiger suggested his departure, Morton resolutely refused. It seems you do not yet grasp the value of life, Saber-Toothed Tiger said as he released the two alluring women he had been embracing. Kill. Morton drew his saber, launching himself at Saber-Toothed Tiger like a gust of wind. The other four bodyguards, gritting their teeth, prepared to follow him into battle, but before they could catch up with Morton, he was sent flying back, blood spewing forth. In stark contrast, Saber-Toothed Tiger's upper body had transformed entirely into that of a genuine Saber-Toothed Tiger. Seeing this spectacle, the four bodyguards hesitated, fearing for their lives. If even Morton could be dispatched with a single strike, what fate awaited them? Boss, we have located the target. Just as Saber-Toothed Tiger was about to continue his assault, a subordinate's report echoed from the entrance, prompting him to halt and revert to his human form. At that moment, Angela and the guard named Lei Fa were brought forward, flanked by several pirates. Don't touch me. I can walk by myself. Angela evaded a pirate attempting to shove her. Meanwhile, the guard Lei Fa merely followed behind her with a serene smile, neither speaking nor resisting. I knew this guy was unreliable, Glinton thought, rendered speechless. Old fool. Have you not made your decision yet? If you do not speak, you shall witness your granddaughter's disgrace, Nor threatened. You bastard Nor, how dare you betray your grandfather? Angela, though newly arrived, quickly grasped the situation and retorted fiercely. Silence. Nor bellowed, turning back to Glinton. I give you one last chance. Reveal the location of the treasure. Angela, having deduced the unfolding events, felt a wave of despair wash over her when she saw Morton, bloodied, being supported by the other guards. Strip her, Nor commanded the pirates. As Glinton remained silent, Nor instructed the pirates to approach Angela. I say, Glinton finally shouted, swiftly disclosing a location to Nor, who appeared overjoyed at the revelation. Do you understand? The bald giant, Saber-Toothed Tiger, asked calmly. Yes, my lord, Nor replied promptly. Very well, Saber-Toothed Tiger directed his men. Kill that old man and deliver the girl to my chamber. I wish to savor her tonight. My lord, I have already promised him that as long as he spoke. Nor interjected with a pained expression. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Saber-Toothed Tiger, who coldly snapped, You promised him? What are you to make such a promise on my behalf? Step aside. No. Glinton roared, attempting to charge forward but was firmly restrained by several guards. The pirates, who had momentarily